Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship 2024 for the Southeast Asia region. Our man also known as Yololee joining me once again, gracing us at the cast desk. It's the one and only Flava. Let's be honest, you missed out a lot yesterday for the East Asia, but guess what? You're not gonna miss too much here for today because let's be honest, I believe this is the most craziest region that we ever seen in Pokemon Unite.
I hope so. Yes, I did miss out on all the action there, but I did actually have a rewatch yesterday night. It was truly entertaining, but boy, oh boy, Leonard, as you mentioned, today we're gonna be indulging ourselves with some amazing Pokemon Unite action together with all of you who's currently tuning in to this live stream wherever you may be, and hopefully you guys are ready because today it is going to be the main brackets for Southeast Asia, featuring some of the best of the best of the best here within the region. Now let's have a look at the recap from last week. Let's have a look at this video.
上のドードリオのゴールはプクリンが止めました。さあレックゼンタッチしたのカピちゃんズ、後ろからロンマルのさあ豆が入ってきた、上からさあスロベンヌ、後ろから超突防止キラ入っていった。リンピアがロンマルの1点を落とした。ドードリオがビトップ、カイリュウも KO まで持っていっている。ユナイトホリックが
资源就到此为止。
太阳一部的招开得很好，他刚刚也是阻止了 SAR 想要进攻的心啊。
另外一边1打1的对阵之中，还是可以看到 BKD 十字斩
打得过吗？摔龟壳，
攻击，但对面的招式要好了，逃开剑躲了对面的一个水炮。
Mechanic 啊，
Unfortunately, going down to the Sylveon, and it looks like the Flava was going to go down here to this extremely annoying invading combo from MYS, the Lucario and Sableye.
Yep.
Great body blocks there from the from Lapras, but Pikachu's still going down. The Unite's being used there. Ice just flexing his Lucario. He must be having so much fun.
จะตีดาวรถได้น็อกไหมเร็ว20 วิครึ่งหลอด 30%
มีคนลอยปิกาจูรออยู่
แล้ว
ดิบเรียกเก็บได้ไหม
เป็นบูทางด้านของโรดดิ้ง
โรดดิ้งได้ครับ
เป็นทิซ่าที่ได้ไป 19 8
พิก
7
พิกซี่ข้างล่าง
ร้อยแต้มมา 5 4 โอเวอร์ไหมไม่เอาโอเวอร์ 98 แต้มด้วยเลี้ยว
It was such an action pack for the last 2 weeks as well during the group stages, but guess what? Enough with the group stages. Now we're here for the main thing, the main event, the playoffs. To the side, who's going to be our 3 representative to go to Thailand for the ACL finals here.
Yeah, of course, and if you did tune in to day number 1 as well as day 2 of the competition, which was the group stages themselves, you will surely know where the teams are standing, but don't worry, do not fret, because in a few short moments we'll be showing you guys how the seedings are for this main bracket for day number 3. Now, but before that, let's have a look at the road to the Asia Championship League here for the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a good idea on how things are here during the Pokemon Unite ACL. Now, starting out with the open qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, we have the open qualifiers from Japan, Korea, as well as Taiwan, leading up to the regionals was East Asia, and for the open qualifiers for Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Thailand leads up to Southeast Asia. And of course, we have from India leading up to India at the regionals.
Yeah, seriously, right? That's just pretty much all all that it is to say, right? Like, especially since after yesterday's, when we already have our top 3 teams from East Asia here, we're currently waiting for Southeast Asia, which is basically today, which they will be, by the way, the only region left to decide who's going to be the top 3 before we go to the ACL's finals. Because let's be honest, Thailand team's already there, the Indian champions is already there, East Asia has already been decided yesterday. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting ready to head to that airport. They'll fly in pretty shortly. Because let's be honest, I heard Bangkok is a pretty great time of year to visit right now.
Oh, yes, buddy, most definitely. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little bit tournament overview in regards to the participating teams for respective regions here. Starting off from East Asia, we have the 8 teams: Team MJK, KS, Unite Holic, Zora Tigers Gaming, Mosquitoes, Too Easy, Shein and Rode, and Joe's Love Unite. And of course, the main highlight for the day today, Leonard, which is going to be Southeast Asia. These 8 teams: Team MYS, Road to the Top, Talent BH, Secret Rare Diamond, Team Rise, Onyx, Get Together, and Loading. And of course, not to mention, also to mention our 6 teams from the India region: Revenant Esports, Team True Gravity, Fortune Galaxy, Team Griffin, Clown 5, and FS Esports.
Yeah, honestly, unfortunately, we're not able to see it for the India side here, but you know, fret not, because we're going to be able to see their champion action during the ACL finals. But of course, this is going to be our schedule for the day, as all majority of this team will be fighting for their top 3 spots. And what a better way to start our day here with our first segment here, which is going to be the Thailand opening 4th placing Team Loading against the Thailand open 2nd placing here. Get together here. Only, sadly, unfortunately, this is going to be a single elimination as well. So in other words, there will not be a lower bracket for either one of these 2 teams. And sadly, this is the nature of the competition. So one of these teams will be, we have to bid adieu and have to see them until the next ACL regional qualifiers.
Yes, that's true. No more second chances over here. No second life, meaning that you have to give your level best here during competition to keep on going through the bracket itself. So this is going to be quite a bumpy ride. And of course, we do have our remaining matches happening on the day. Now, Team MYS and Team Onyx waiting here at the semifinals 1 and 2, waiting for the conclusion of round number 1, as well as the quarterfinals to conclude to determine who will be their opponents here at the semifinal matches.
Yeah, but I guess you could say in a way, like during the semifinals itself, we already somewhat figure out like at least 80% of who or which team is already going to be going forward towards to represent our Southeast Asia in the ACL final. Of course, that's only among the top 4. The reason why I say it's not 100%, mainly because of the fact that the loser of the semifinals will actually go towards the semifinals losers bracket, where we actually would determine between the two losing teams, who will be that 3rd final team. But of course, this is a little bit more of a clearer picture for you guys to see, like, how is the road to the top for some of these, for our top 8 teams here. Particularly, of course, as you guys remember from last week, the group stages, so those who actually had more points during the group stages does define them a more advantageous seeding here in this bracket.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite a bumpy ride for everyone. Now, for the teams who will be fighting up in the first round, it's going to be quite a struggle. It's going to be quite a longer path compared to the other main teams who are already in the 2nd round and the semifinals. And of course, I'm very sure you guys are curious in regards to the rules that we have here for the purpose of the competition. Now, this is day number 3. Now, it is going to be a single elimination, just as what Leonard mentioned. All the matches from round number 1, quarters, semifinals, and the finals will be a best of 3, where the first 2 teams will be the team that actually wins 2 matches will be crowned the winner. 8 teams tournament bracket, and top 3 teams will qualify to the Pokémon Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Of course, and starting things off, just around to remind everyone again who sort of missed out for the group stages, which is honestly, where the hell have you been, right? But either way, even though you missed it out, you won't miss the playoffs for sure. These were the game rules here, or still the game rules. General rules is going to be match time is going to be 10 minutes in a 5v5 tournament format. Stadium that's going to be used is going to be the Tier Skyroom, still one of the best stadiums. Hell item, there is no use limit or level limit. The Pokemon that's going to be banned for this entire tournament is going to be the Pokemon EX series here, basically Zacian and the Mewtwo X and Y. But also at the same time, Gyarados would not be the selection as well, since it was just recently released here as well.
Yes.
So he will not be available, or will be available in the pool. And last but not least, Pokemon Boost emblems, they are not allowed. Thank God.
thank goodness for this. There was a period of time when this was actually allowed.
I know.
And I think things went
Because
haywire.
it's that kind of thing where that small additional stat boost can really make a huge difference.
I do agree with that. And it makes a huge difference, I would say, when it comes to execution. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not familiar with the draft pick sequence we have for the purpose of competition, here we are starting off with the banning phase coming up from both teams, where both teams each will actually pick a Pokemon to be banned throughout that particular draft phase. Now for the pick phase, starting up with the first pick coming up from one of the teams and followed by 2 picks and then vice versa between each one of them until they've completed 5 Pokemons on each end. And of course, last but not least, we have our preparation phase where the players get to decide who will be utilizing which Pokemon for that match.
This is going to be really fun. I heard there's also a very unique drafting system that's going to be happening in the ECL final, which we actually will get to it later on as I believe the graphics are a little bit more visual and also more easy to understand when you see it. But first things first, Flava, our first series today, team loading, basically between the 2 Thailand teams here.
Yes.
It is going to be a really rough patch for both of these guys.
It's quite unfortunate. Unfortunately, one of these teams representing the nation will be eliminated. It is going to decide which one of these 2 are considered the best here for the beginning of the year itself. So it making their mark here within their national scene, of course, at the regional scene at the same time as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be something itself. But this is also something interesting to me because of all this is that this is the opportunity we get to see the teams in different groups go up against one another. Because previously they were all separated, so with 4 teams in one group and 4 teams on the other. So this time we're going to see them match against each other for this night.
That's really great. But speaking of which, we do have an interview video for you guys for both Get Together and Team Loading. So let's quickly bring it up and check it out.
ก็มีความประทับใจจากแฟนๆที่ว่าเป็นแฟนคลับของทีมโหลดดิ้งแล้วก็ที่งานออฟไลน์เขาก็เชียร์ทีมเรา
My friend always come cheers me in life, so I'm so impressed. They're so support.
กำลังใจจากทีมเราครับจะมาจากคนรอบๆตัวซะส่วนใหญ่สำหรับผมแล้วมันสำคัญแล้วก็จำเป็นมากๆครับแค่แบบเวลาที่แบบได้เห็นแบบเสียงเชียร์ครับเพื่อนๆพี่น้องที่แบบมาเชียร์ก็ทำให้แบบรู้สึกว่าแบบเกมต่อไปที่เราจะเล่นกันก็คิดว่าพวกเราจะสามารถชนะได้อย่างแน่นอนแล้วก็จะทำมันออกมาให้แบบดีที่สุดนะครับเป็นพลังงานทางด้านบวกครับที่ดีมากๆสำหรับทีมเราครับ
จะเป็นการแข่งออฟไลน์ครับก็เหมือนทุกคนในทีมจะมาให้กำลังใจกันแล้วก็ทำให้มีกำลังใจในการแข่งมากขึ้นครับ
I think I almost shed a tear over there. I mean, these amazing athletes, these Pokemon Unite trainers are just expressing how much they do truly appreciate their fans out there for their utmost support, not just online through the live stream, through the chats, but also their support physically in offline events. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our first match, our opening match here for Southeast Asia Day number 3. It is going to be Thailand's Open's 4th place winner, Team Loading, going up against Thailand's Open 2nd place winner, Team Get Together. And let me begin by introducing team members to Team Loading. We have Blue Sky, Kitties, Common, Plulaby, as well as Tienza.
And of course, for the side of Get Together, the one they're going to go head-to-head with is Daisy, Patty, Milo P or Milo, Xerxes, and Boomy here. Let me tell you something, right, Flava? It's imperative for these 2 teams to really give it their all.
Yes.
Although, yes, it's really unfortunate that they are facing off each other in the very first round. But that's just pretty much how the group stage was somewhat dictated based on their performance. However, I don't really blame it at all because mainly the fact that both of their group stages respectively was really hot. The reason was a really hot topic, right? You had really strong teams in each of those groups respectively as well. And honestly, they really tried to give their all here. Although I am slightly a little bit concerned for the side of a Team Loading because let's be honest, there is still a little bit of limitation when it comes to certain Pokemon pools here, particularly in Blue Sky. I'm really interested in what is he really bringing to the tables for these very players, because you're no longer in the group stages, unfortunately. You don't really have that lifeline anymore. The lifeline no longer exists here in the playoffs, so you really need to give it your all. Whatever secrets that these two teams have in the bag, I think this is just one of those times where you just have to forsake any future plans and just give it your all, because you are trying to fight for one of those 3 spots, and that's not a lot of spots. It feels a lot.
It feels like a lot.
It feels a lot, right? But you're going against one of the few best teams that each of this region has to offer, right? So you just can't dilly-dally anymore. But speaking of which, this is going to be the team introduction stats for Team Loading first. This is all they have to show us.
Yeah, and of course, looking at some of the frequently used Pokemons, I would say, which is one of the main highlights we're trying to highlight over here, which is Buzzwole, Clefable, as well as Lapras at a 50% pick rate, but also be mindful that this pick rate is not in regards to their interest, but also boils down to also possibility of actually being snatched by the opponent team during the drafts as well. Blastoise, Leafeon, as well as Meowscarada is also in their mix as one of the top picks and frequently used Pokemons during the previous matches with day number 1 as well as day number 2. And I do want to echo on what you mentioned just now on in regards to putting your cards right here, especially in the commentary, because this is no time for you to be experimenting. This is where you give your very best. And to make things worse is that now all the teams are approaching with knowledge in regards to what you brought in the first 2 days. And probably that is not your best, probably 80% on the table, but good enough for them to actually come up with a plan on how to tackle some of these teams. So of course, coming up next is going to be team introductions for Team Get Together. And one of the highest pick rate, they do love and favor that Leafeon at 75% pick rate. Blastoise going up 50%, and followed by some other support roles over here, which is going to be the Blissey and a Crustle as well as the Hooper.
Yeah, it was really great, especially because Leafeon is going to be into the hands of Xerxes, who is actually not only their main speedster, but it's also one of their go-to speedsters. Not a lot of opportunity for them to really, not a lot of teams really try to opt to ban the Leafeon, because I think, most teams, they have their own policies, they have their own ways of tackling around the game as well. They see which was more of the priority. Maybe we might see a slight change in this draft between both sides, depending on how much of an impact Xerxes was able to deliver. However, looking at the team as a whole, I'm also looking really forward to the side here Get Together with Daisy with Patty with that Hooper, because let's be honest, Patty with the Hooper has been pretty great while he paired alongside with Daisy, who is actually one of their sole defender players here.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very crucial, because we talked about a little on Hooper in the previous week itself. It's really it's a different kind of support, I would say. That you basically disrupt your enemies when it comes to team fights, where you get a fresh reset for your whole team if you're able to actually get them together with the interdimensional portal itself. But of course, the team knowing this would try their level best to actually screen out. There are a few strategies going over there. You can actually play out the Crustle to screen everybody out. You can actually go in for Surf to drive them out away. But ladies and gentlemen, we have great news for you, as we have the drafts ready here for this game number 1 between Team Loading and Team Get Together. Thailand's finest are here at the main bracket for day number 3, and we begin with the banning phase. Now, the ban is very interesting. I have not seen a single Blastoise ban throughout the whole day number 1 and day number 2, but now Meowscarada and Blastoise, which is not the common bans, I would say.
Which is totally fine, right? Because they just didn't want this massive team fight ability, Unite move, coming to the mix with the Hydro Typhoon. It's pretty annoying lane, decent amount of secure for the lane phase for the top side. One of the few, you could literally, I dare say that Blastoise is one of those few best defender top laners that you can actually have in the field. But the fact that they actually banned the Blaster is somewhat of a respect ban towards Daisy in particular. But that just means that the fact that this Get Together went up to go with the Meowscarada ban, Urshifu is still in the pool. And that's actually one of Blue Sky's exclusive for himself to play. So it is an option if he wants to go for it. But then again, with the Buzzwole coming to the mix as well, we could see a quick change up. Could be Polybi with the Buzzwole here. Or at the same time, Polybi just might stick to that defender role with the Umbreon.
Yep, all this will be answered very, very soon as well. Meanwhile, looking at Team Get Together, they're literally trying to actually get everything together from their end. Malupia turns us out with the Glaceon. They do have the Slowbro at hand here for the team. So far, looking okay, still missing out a piece here for the last pick. Meanwhile, Team Loading looking up for a little bit of support from there, and it does seem that they might be getting this Blissey as well as Mew for the end of Team Loading, completing their draft here for game number 1. So they do have the snipers. Now they are missing out. It's more like forcing out a brawl over here. They don't really have any somebody on the front lines who's truly a defender from the side of Team Loading. So it's all about offense here from their end. Meanwhile, Team Get Together,
Metagross.
they're going to be getting Metagross here for this game number 1.
I do admit, right? Like Metagross has been pretty fun to see at the same time. His Unite move is pretty unique as well. But the thing is this, right? I feel his Unite move in particular, it feels like a double-edged sword, right? You're able to lock in any of your respective opponents' Pokemon into the mix, but at the same time, you're somewhat denying access because it just works two ways, right? Your allied Pokemon can't really walk into it unless you have a dash ability or you actually commit the eject button. Other than that, you're pretty much locked out of the arena here. It does work. It does work very well if you're playing, especially with the Glaceon. You're somewhat in range to actually try to pick up players within the Unite move itself. But then again, we haven't really seen much combination with Metagross. We have seen it with the Decidueye, we have seen it with the Mew, but we didn't really see much combination, especially with the attacker like Glaceon here. So this is going to be something rather fresh coming in from Get Together.
I believe we didn't actually get much opportunities to actually see much Metagross.
True.
I mean, we would assume that, I think knowing that it was actually allowed in day number 2 itself, which was week number 2, people will actually start just grabbing him, but that wasn't really the case. Basically, they do prioritize comfort picks rather than trying to get this Metagross into the draft, which could not work well with what they can actually offer. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for game number 1. The draft is complete, coming on from both ends over here. We're going to be seeing the Buzzwole together with the Chansey here going up the top lane. Slowpoke here's going up top, coming on from Team Get Together, and we might be seeing all our mate laners are coming on from both ends, of course, giving that Eevee a very fast evolution here, and also a much higher level coming up from Team Get Together. Interesting enough from both ends.
It's going to be great. A beautiful start in this fantastic morning here for the Southeast Asia side, for the ACL region. But of course, then again, the balance is still going to be a little bit more slower on the top side here. However, do need to take into account of those central rotation. I'm really looking forward to that in particular. Glaceon, we already have the Glaceon already level up towards that level 4. Pretty sure they're going to be hitting that level 5 pretty much shortly. But how do they want to keep this Buzzwole in check, as you guys know as well? Once he hits that level 5, he starts getting on the roll and gets those engine running. There's really, I don't think there's any much way for them to really stop them towards this stage if he snowballs towards out of control.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very problematic as well, which also explains why that early rotation coming up from Glaceon to the top lane. Now, the thing is, from the team loading side, they haven't done any rotations here, but going for the bottom, trying to clear this Altara family in the bottom lane, but it does seem most of them are going to be secured in the hands of team loading instead. This combo between the together with the Buzzwole here at top. My apologies going on. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, we do see some actions over here. Umbreon is definitely going to be one of the main interests here in the game. We do wonder how he's going to be playing out his skills here in the game. He does have the catching ability on his main.
You know, interestingly as well, right? Like, so the fact that you would sometimes be concerned when you have the Inteleon go to the central area, right? It means that you won't get a lot of central area rotation coming in from this Inteleon itself, especially not in this stage, because he really wants to get the XP. He wants to get the level. Sure, you will get the levels, but that just means you won't get as much assist. Sure, presence-wise is great, but I don't think he will have a lot of damage impact compared to how you were going against a Glaceon in comparison here. But of course, everyone playing around the central area, prepping for the Altaria family spawn as well, as they will try to compete for those experience points, as everyone requires that level. In terms of the level race-wise, team loading is definitely on the up and at it. Looks pretty great as well at the same time. Able to get the Inteleon out towards level 7. And surprisingly enough, not a lot of aggression coming out from Get Together here.
I'm very concerned about Beldum, because still a Beldum at this point, not even a he's level 4. And Slowpoke at 3 at the current moment, and the level gap is insane here. If you compare to what Team Loading has to offer, so Get Together, they really, really need to get together here at this point into the game. If this keeps snowballing ball on, it's going to get out of control. Loading is just going to basically overwhelm you just by levels.
And the thing is, Teensar is totally fine with this. If he wants to die for this, he can go at it at any time. But he's just respecting the fact that, you know what, you're level below me. Sure, you have an additional assistance, but I don't think you're much of a threat to me.
I agree.
Just gonna be a little bit aggressive with all this wild Pokemon, trying to get the necessary amount of levels. Although here comes the rotation, it's gonna be a 4-man to the top side here, as they will try to defend the goalpost. But then again, the Inteleon not too far behind for the assistant, getting ready to prime that snipe shot, trying to poke them out of combat here. But guess what? guess what, Flava? Already, at this timing, the first goal post has already been secured on the side for Team Loading, but also same goes for Get Together.
Yep, that's true. Now, of course, if you actually get all your village members when Team Get Together pushing out the top lane, this thing's an opportunity for Team Loading to actually do the same as well. And to add on to the pain here, Team Loading also secures the Regis at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, top lane, Regieleki in the hands of Team Get Together pushing through. Of course, easy defense combo here coming up from Busy together with that Buzzwole at the top lane. Surely no problem. Bringing on the pain is going to be all the smackdown from the Buzzwole. Tenza.
This is going to be getting considered, but now Get Together slowly grouping up. He doesn't really have the Metagross just yet. Going to be requiring that one additional level, but I want to see the game come to pick up. One nice slow beam onto the Mew, but it's a little bit too far for the follow-up damage here. Now the rest of the team fully committed for the goal post, and then Umbreon was able to go for the aggression and will be able to get the revenge off for the trade-off for the KOs. Couple of balls, 2 will fall here, and the rest of the squad have no choice but to fall by not enough damage, not enough time. And the best of about this is a 5v4 onto the goal post. They're committing even a couple of Unite, and small members are still falling. 3 KOs. No, sorry, make that 4 KOs for that goal post, and I don't think they got anything out of that trade.
Wow, I believe that the small miscom is actually happening here for Team Get Together. They actually got a hole for actually got a hole for the Mew already by the Slow Bros Unite, but then somehow for some apparent reason there was no follow-up coming in from anyone. So probably they might need to literally improve on this and make sure these things don't actually happen. This is the real deal. This is basically the playoffs and single elimination, so they have to get back on track on things. Now, of course, halfway through, Leonard, 5 minutes in, and Team Loading is currently leading 194-88 against them.
No, even look at the level racing, right? They have the levels, they have the lead, they have even the initiative if they want to go for it, but no, they decide to play in a way where they just want to prioritize in those leveling. They know for the fact that Get Together doesn't really have the damage, all the manpower to really face them head on. They're fine with skirmishes, but guess what? This time it's Team's time to shine. They decided to take the fight towards the top lane, so it's all the more reason for Team's to really come into the mix hill. A couple of smackdown, a full 5v3 situation. Literally the rest of the squad, the 2 remaining members had no choice but to forsake the 3 members because that fight didn't look great from their point of view and completely have to give up a couple of sacrifices.
Wow, a 5v2 situation happening over there at the top lane. That was horrible. And the thing is, Glaceon
computer crash
was not even in position to provide any assistance over here. Now they lose out the Glaceon, which should I say one of the main cores which actually supplying damage for the team gets cleared out over here, and this leaves a big opportunity for Team Loading to commit to this Regirock with no biggie, I would say. Meanwhile, we do see a little bit of scoring coming from Buzzwole here at the top lane, but then no problem, despite having 4 team members, when Team Get Together has to commit in utilizing that Unite and finally clears down this Buzzwole away from the match. Together with this Mew, who's going to be away in the next 2 seconds, and then returning back to the match.
That was really great. That Buzzwole was level 12. Picking him off separately at the same time. Yeah, that's a lot of EXP. Some of them was able to catch up towards the race, but they're still somewhat not ahead. I dare say they're not even equal at the moment, except for the fight for the Glaceon. But the rest of the squad still trying to wait to catch up. And as we just talked about the Buzzwole, he's already level 13. I believe he's trying to at least within the next 1 minute, trying to get a couple of levels. Maybe he could try to squeeze out that level 15 right before the recourse of it if he chooses to go for it. That's pretty much why the Umbreon just decided, you want to farm? Take it all. You want to squeeze that level 15? Go for it. I am not going to try to stop you or delay you here as he slowly regroup with the rest of the squad. The entire members of Team Loading is absolutely chill and relaxed in this game. Get Together need to find a way to go for a couple of pickups, but it doesn't seem like Team Loading even showing a slight opening in their defenses. No, they're fine. Relatively close by, getting ready to reinforce, and this Umbreon is being such a menace for these guys, as that mean look on top of the Snarl combination can be quite it could be quite a despair for some of these players.
Yeah, I do see that there's all the Pokemons coming from Team Loading are all in position. It is as if Rayquaza has already appeared here on the map, but they're all getting on standby mode. Because they know that we know that there's going to be a huge clash happening over here. Now, how is Get Together going to make their entry? Because right now they have the ball at hand. They have to be the ones clearing out this Rayquaza and force this Rayquaza fight to actually happen. Meanwhile, Team Loading, all they have to do is just wait out and ensure all they have to do is screen out the members of Team to get together away from securing the Rayquaza.
This positioning.
Positioning over here, getting caught. It's going to be Amuro holding on. This is in place, but then all Flava coming up from the team members with Glaceon from behind. Is damage going to be enough over here? But here comes the jump corner Buzzwole as well, holding everybody in position to get a Buzzwole. But it's not going to be enough, Leonard.
He's just diving into the whole group of them as well, and he's still fine. The bus will leave. Tinza lives, and they're still on an absolute roll. This man is just constantly smacking them back and forth. Look once again locks down the slow roll. No way for you to run. Gonna send you back to the Pokemon Center here. 4 KOs, and the Rayquaza is free for the taking. The Mimikyu has finally been able to respond here. Clefable, I believe he's gonna be trying to do for it. Troll try to attempt for it, but it will be futile. We'll get another pick off on another side here, and they are slowly making their way to the goal point. But look at the amount of shielding they have. They need to try to break the shield if they want to try to deny it as much as possible, but I just don't think they have the damage. They need to try to concentrate it as much as possible there, but not enough. Point still went in, and guess what? Tencent says, come on, I'm taking you all head on at any time. I'm level 15. Okay, now might be a little bit more than he can chew, but he's still keeping the fight going. He's smacking them around, and he finally fell to the hands of Get Together. But so much ability, so much brain power was committed just to hold him down.
Wow, that was definitely the Buzzwole show that we actually witnessed just a while ago. It was a 1v4 situation, no problem for him. While all that is happening, it left a lot of room for his other teammates to actually go in for scoring in the other goal post. Meanwhile, trying to go for the last hurrah here, coming from Team Get Together through the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we do have Mew as well as the Blissey. Definitely trying to do things here, coming back to the whole frame, but unfortunately leaving no openings for any of the team members to get together to do any form of scoring, as team members from Team Yololee just throwing in their bodies to that goal post and just stunning them in place.
That was a really great round. Especially coming from that team Captain Blue Sky as well. He has been playing, he's been pretty flexible in a lot of his picks as well, especially since Yoshifo has been commonly banned for most of the time back in the group stages. However, this time, even though the Yoshifo was open, he still had full faith in the abilities of Tinza at the top lane. Tinza has been showing really great stuff with the Bustle so far. However, at the same time, I felt like they really had a lot of control throughout the entire round. There's a lot of presence, really keeping track and bait, but there's also the thing where I didn't see a lot of aggression coming from Get Together, especially coming from Milo P with the Century. He got the Glaceon pretty early.
Yes.
I saw him rotated just once, and then
there was no pressure, yeah. It was just a simple rotation in the back, yeah.
So I was just wondering, like, what really happened there, especially particularly for that top lane, right? Boomy, like you mentioned during the cast, he was still a Beldam level 4, whereas the Basel was already level 7. And there was no chaos happening to the top side, but it was a 1v2
I still remember
scenario.
that part, because during that time, Slowpoke was level 3. I was lost. Like, were they having issues? Was I not paying attention? Like, how can they be? Because we don't see much commitments going on.
Right.
So they should have ample amount of space to keep up in terms of level. If you don't have any form of engagement, if you go for the wild Pokemon, you shouldn't be in such a position. But man, imagine your opponents at level 6 and you're only level 3. Of course, at one point they were able to keep up, because the high levels, the more experience you need to actually go up in levels. But it's not enough. Basically, Team Loading has everything at hand. They executed things well. They were just snowballing from start to finish, and that led them to victory.
It was a very slow game here, because like they were trying to wait out for Blue Sky to really come online. He was, by the way, also the central area for this round as well. So playing the Intellion in the central area, I would thought usually like this usually calls for trouble, right? Because when you see this, especially when you don't see him in the lane, everyone's going to be trying to invade you, at least try to be aggressive on you as much as possible.
And that didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't really happen at all. But at the same time, I think Team Loaded just decided, like, you know, since they're not aggressing towards us, they don't really have a reason to be aggressive towards them either, right? Because every lane was pretty much doing well. Everyone was getting the respective EXP. There was not even a lot of skirmishes either. A couple of pokes here and there, but nothing really happened. Then, with how slow and how passive the game was, they just slowly outscaled the rest of the members of Get Together since they had that initial start.
Yeah, we're just going to outfarm you. We're going to just outscore you. Easy as that. And I think there wasn't much of a contest going on in the Rayquaza pit as well. Basically, nobody touched Rayquaza.
Yeah.
It was a full-on team fight happening on the outside skirt. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the highlights here that actually transpired in that game number 1. Now, the thing is, as mentioned over here, now this is some of the big skill team fights we see at the opening matches. Of this middle segment, where you see an overwhelming win coming on from the side of Team Loading. Now, Team Get Together definitely struggling. Now, this is actually basically, I would say this is actually the end game part because there wasn't much that Team Get Together can actually offer here during this team fight. Buzzwell was just jumping in the whole mix, surviving, committing with the Unite, able to clear out 2. They got the Mimikyu, they even have the Clefable as well, and with that clear and Metagross, there's not much you can do. The thing about the Glaceon also, it doesn't have much mobility to actually make any form of escape, and Slowbro gets cleared out last. So it's a full-on team white coming on from Team Loading.
It was so fantastic. And honestly, even with the Trick Room, I think they expected the fact that they're going to be slowed a lot going to be a lot of control to get that bonus movement speed. But I felt like it didn't really impact as much compared if you were to choose to opt to go for the other skills as well, for the Sai or Mimikyu. Honestly, in this round, I felt like there were two things. There was like 2 things they need to try to fix here, right? Like especially for the Sai, if we get together, try to find a comp that allows you to be as aggressive as possible. And the other second thing they should have tried to go for is be aggressive.
Yes.
When you could try to opt to go for it, I think you should really try to go for it.
I swear it felt like it was a no contact sport.
Like I get it, right?
It almost felt like that way.
I get it, right? Glacier is like one of the few EV evolutions that someone like just scales a lot better. Like it's not like a Sylveon, it's not an Espeon where the early damage, like the Glacier early damage is really fantastic. Glacier is a little bit more towards that later stage of the game here. I get that, but at the same time, I felt like maybe if you're running to a Buzzwole, because it was a first lock in Buzzwole.
Yes.
Sorry. Was it the first lock in Buzzwole or the Inteleon? I think it's the Buzzwole, right?
I think it's Buzzwole.
So the Buzzwole into the Inteleon, right? So now you really somewhat figure out like what kind of Pokemon you're going to be going up against, right? And the Umbreon came in the 3rd. You somewhat get a rough idea of how you really want to try to tackle this team here. You're going to play a slow game, then you need to have someone that can really stomp them towards the late game here. You're going to play in the early game, then you really need to try to go a little bit more.
And they don't really have that. They don't really have that. I thought that if they actually run the EV with Glaceon on the middle segment, you would actually put pressure because you would have the levels compared to what the Buzzwole can offer in the top lane, or even the bottom laners coming out from Team Loading. But that was not really the case. When the rotation came out from Glaceon, rather than putting pressure, they were just being passive about it and just focusing more on the wild Pokemons and trying to secure that rather than trying to capitalize on that levels. Meanwhile, if you look in the other lane itself, I think it was the Sobble. I think even basically it's a 2-stage evolution Pokemon. So it will take time for you to actually get into Inteleon. That would actually leave a big room for Glaceon to actually be aggressive. Those kind of moments, I would say. It's either you put in pressure because you kind of know that Buzzwole is actually all alone in the top lane. About time that they actually tried to put in pressure and try to force that goal scoring happening in top lane, which also leaves room for Team Loading as well to actually score on the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting, we have a couple of questionnaires for you guys to show. It's going to be from Boomy for the side here from Team Get Together. And of course, favorite Pocket as usual, still the Greenland. We found out about it. Very interesting pick. However, Greenland, I felt like she's in a very weird spot in the meta as well in terms of competitive as well. So pretty interesting. He's your favorite Pokemon, I believe. And he was one of the first generation Pokemon Unite Pokemon that was ever released. His questionnaire, pretty humble. Pretty humble all across the board. Combination. I'm really interested. Like, what does he really mean by combination here?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, these are just, I would say in general, just say combinations. But I do, like, correct what you mean. You do wonder in what sense do they actually evaluate themselves 5 in combinations? Is it a combination of him putting off combos and utilizing Pokemons and all that? It could be anything, right? Strategy-wise, 3, no problem. Mental strength, not really at its max, but 4 is good. 4 is good. But this player's comments. Now, our goal is to play offline at Icon Siam. If you guys are wondering what Icon Siam is, it's actually the official venue for the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals itself, where the top 3 from this region, Southeast Asia, will be going to if they make it into the top 3.
Definitely for sure. Now moving on, of course, we have still following up with his player stats as well. He's been playing, he is, by the way, the defender role for the side for Get Together, but there are times where he also swapped in the opt to actually go for the all-rounders here. Mainly because of the fact that they are pretty, because we're also talking about Daisy is also another defender on their side, so their composition usually plays around with between double defenders or single defenders here for himself. But of course, this case here, I believe he's like one of the few people who actually brought in the Metagross here. So he comes in with a 33% pick rate alongside the Blasters. The Blasters has been shifting between both Daisy and Patty, actually, depending on the situation at the same time. Because Patty was also somewhat of the supporter, but there are times where the Hoopa disc comes in. That's when their compositions change once more. Like player roles change.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about also looking at this because he's one of the players who actually utilize Metagross the most in the competition. But that Metagross has been a little bit shaky, in my opinion, that it's not worked out too well in a few occasions. It's worked out well in some occasions. So I'm a little 50-50 on this and whether how it fits into the current meta with what the game has to offer.
Yeah. Some a little bit more skill mechanics is required, and also a little bit more coordination coming from the team members. I think it's relatively similar to how Gyarados, right? A lot of people say Gyarados is pretty having a hard time in the pop games, but in coordinating the games is a little bit more different, right? Because here, guys, this time instead of our other dear friend, we have Teensar this time for the side of a team loading here, all-rounder and our speedster players for the side here. By the way, Teensar's record in terms of Pokemon pool, he's been pretty flex. Very flex, especially in terms of roles as well. Whatever his team captain Blue Sky requires him to do for his team captain tells him, I want you to be our speedster, go. He said, sure, no problem. You want to be the top laner? No problem. Central area, that's hands down in the bag for himself here. But of course, so far his go-to, at least during this time, has always been the Buzzwole and the Leafeon.
Yeah, and Teensar is definitely the kind of player that you really, really want. If you have that much of a flexibility, it allows your team captain to actually play around with so many things during the draft stage and how to actually execute and make it in your favor during that particular match. Now, something to highlight about him is that, wow, Buzzwole of 57% and Leafeon, he's definitely one of those people you need to be looking out with here in the regionals and definitely making it to the next round. So, also one of the top players that everyone should actually want to look out for in the competition. But Leonard, coming back to all the talk here, now, Team Loading currently leading one game. And you know what that means. Knowing that all the matches itself is going to be a best of 3, Team Get Together needs to win this next match to force game number 3. And I believe that the draft is ready. And we are able to begin with the banning phase. There's no other way than to win this match for Team Get Together. So they have to bring in. Now, it's going to be a similar ban with the first game itself. Meowscarada once again together with the Blastoise here. For game number 2, what's going to be the opening from the side from Get Together?
Actually, if they actually want to try to opt for it, they're going to still actually go for the Inteleon pick or the Umbreon. But in the end, they want to get that Buzzwole.
They want to get that Buzzwole. So this is going to be Buzzwole for their end instead of Team Loading for this time. So Get Together was actually in the orange segment previously, but this time, Team Loading, they're going with the Clefable together with the Umbreon Secure. Feels like they are just swapping out drafts here.
I'm pretty.
They even got themselves with a Blissey as well, but a little bit different this time. Get Together with the Pikachu.
Interesting, like them actually bringing in the Pikachu. I would somewhat understand because although yes, there will not be a lot of range battle, it hasn't really been dictated just yet, right? So I guess they were looking forward to a lot of those more contact and compact play with the Pikachu to try to burst them down. He does have insane amount of burst, especially Team Fire ability Unite move with the Thunderstorm here. But coming from the side of Team Loading, bringing in the Glaceon and the Inteleon, still able to secure the Inteleon for themselves. I think they're pretty satisfied with it. Although unfortunately Teensar will not be able to get onto the Buzzwole, but the Mimikyu will be the second last locket alongside with the Crustle. Now this makes things interesting because now I'm very curious who's gonna be on that Crustle here. Daisy, like I said, also a pretty great defender alongside with Boomer here. But at the same time, now we have 2 all-rounders here. Who's gonna be taking on this role?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Looking at execution-wise, I don't think I look at this Pikachu and I'm like, I don't think he's gonna be running like executing Thunder and Thunderbolt is not gonna be that easy, especially when you have a Buzzwole on your end who's going to displace team members coming on from Team Loading. So you want to make sure that he's within the range of actually utilizing his skills. So probably, I don't know, probably he's just going to be running an Electro Ball for this just to secure and more. But coming back to Team Thailand, now this Gudra pick, last pick.
I mean, I'm baffled actually, let's be honest, because there's really not a lot of defenders really left in the pool for yourself. They can try to opt to go for the Lapras if they want to bring back into it, but they decided to opt to go for the Gudra here. And I think it's mainly because of the fact that they just understand there's a lot of diving. There's a lot of diving.
A lot of diving. And bringing a Lapras probably is not really a good idea in the situation against the draft what Team Get Together can actually offer.
Yeah. Because
but are they really limited? Like, would you really have? I wouldn't mind even if they actually ran a Slowbro here. Survivability rate still high. You can also still run a Snorlax.
True, but the thing is, like Slowbro by itself, of course, he has his own reason why he's considered an S tier. S tier defender, right?
Yeah.
But his Unite move is still somewhat individual. It's still
Very
more like a very
individual, yeah.
specific. It's more like a very specific target here compared to like most Unite moves like the Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon here. But I guess they went to opt to go for the Gudra because there's going to be a lot of diving team, right? The Minlu can only lock onto one player. Their goal is to really try to keep this Glaceon and Talon alive. They're not like a Venusaur where he still has the durability, he has to sustain with the Giga Drain, right? So if anyone's able to get on top of these two guys, it's pretty difficult for them to actually try to get out of it. And knowing the combination of the full potential of Buzzwole here, one combo is pretty much enough to actually pick up any of this attacker Pokemons here.
Oh,
so
no.
to be safe, gonna be having the Gudra to able to try to fend off much of these oppressors here.
Gumi, you're still a slime here. Be careful. Oh, but it does
Not for
seem
long,
that the pressure
not
is
for
coming in from his end instead. Buzzwole getting less than 50% HP here at the top lane, but still early stages of the game. Meanwhile, a little bit of space here for the Glaceon on the side of Team Loading instead, compared to what Team Get Together has to offer in game number 1, where they actually get their hands on the Glaceon. Now this might be a little different compared to what we'll be seeing here, but still waiting for the aggression. Mimikyu currently in place here with level 5 at his top lane, and of course it's raining out the team members, but the jump in now, this might be troublesome coming on from the side of Team Loading, as the displacement coming out from the Buzzwole, clearing out on Team Loading and scoring in their faces here at the top lane.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Get together, just you revamp that competition. If you want to commit for something, just you have to go all in. It cannot be we want to have multiple, we want to be able to cover multiple areas. No, that's not gonna happen. Bring in with this full diving squad, I'm totally fine with this. You get this early aggression with the Buzzwole and the cross-soul, especially since you went for the Rock Tomb as well. You got this potential of Aerial Denial and of course nice positioning with the interval with the eject button. Should be able to get him out alive. Plus, Blue Sky was this close to actually falling there, and that might actually slow things down for them. Quick center rotation coming to the bottom side. Kitty on the other hand barely can get out of the range. Like I said, Minlu can only lock down one person alone. He cannot lock all four. That doesn't work that way. But I know Minlu on top of Daisy. But this is a crossover talking about a very beefy frontliner here who doesn't mind the challenge of taking hit head on. It almost feels like he's not really like a tanker, but more like a bruiser in this kind of area.
Oh yeah, it's gonna do one that's not Rock Tomb utilized well in a match is going to be very, very scary as well. We've seen times where it just doesn't work and doesn't even do much. But what they have to offer now, screening out the team members coming up from Loading, it forces them to go to the other side, either basically by dashing or even by using the eject itself, but puts you in a very, very dangerous position where it could turn out against you. But meanwhile, staying out here is going to be the Clefable, but he's going to be okay. Utilizing the Moonlight, actually healing up the team members coming up from Team Loading.
Yep.
Now we do see a lot of rotations coming off here, more leaning towards this bottom lane, meanwhile leaving top lane with the Buzzwole together with this Slegu. Having a mano-a-mano encounter. Now this is going to be our next focus is most definitely going to be at the bottom lane, where it is going to be a Regirock. Now Rock Tomb, as usual, screening up team members here. Umbreon, we have the Clefable, Glaceon, as well as the Intelligent bottom lane from the side of Team Loading. Meanwhile, leaving the Crustle, we also have the Blissey Pikachu as well as the Mimikyu. What's going to be entry over here? We do see the Crustle entry, couldn't make an escape, and he gets cleared down here in the hands of the team members from Team Loading. Losing out the Mimikyu at the same time as well, making it a full V2 situation. They have to back off, giving away this Regirock in the hands of Team Loading, and they're going to be marching forward. They have the advance over here. They do have the damage as well, but here comes the coming from the Buzzwole. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not, but they do manage to actually get one from Team Loading. It is going to be the Clefable here first. Here comes the jump from the Buzzwole once again to get the combo with the Clefable, but Buzzwole gets cleared out.
Oh, it's barely just sustaining with the additional shielding as well. They don't want to try to burst him out as much as possible, but totally respecting, not going to be trying to overcommit, especially without the existence of the Glaceon, especially without the Glacial Stage. They decided to back it up, but it's such a dirty combination, Flava. The Rock Tomb into the Glacial Stage, there's just no way for them to escape here. Honestly, I was actually having this debacle in my mental head, right? Like, do they really want to try the run with the Icicle Spears, or does he want to go with the Ice Wind, right? There's already a lot of ways for them to really try to get on top of them. So I thought maybe there will be an opportunity for them to try to get out of it, but no. They decided to go with the Icicle Spear. He's pretty confident his teammate can try to keep him alive. However, the smackdown into the superpowers completely brought him so far from the allies here. The Umbreon can barely do anything about it. He can only watch from a distance here. The Glacier trying to do his best to try to burst it down as much as possible. Drop the Glacier Stage, but the Pikachu also committed the Unite move to try to chase him out, but very quick reaction. The Glacier would try to escape it, but not for too long. He already committed the eject button, and there's no way for him to run.
Wow, this is a little bit too intense for Team Loading to handle. This Buzzwole is just displacing team members, but we do see here, oh man, look, being from behind, not being able to actually do much of it and get clear out. It's going to be from Team Loading. They're going to be losing the Umbreon as well. This is torture from Team Get Together.
This is a complete revamp, right? After that one round, I guess you could say just finally resolving themselves, right? All right, let's just focus on one thing, and it's totally working out for them. There's just so many walls, so many layers for Loading to really pierce through, right? You got a Buzzwole, you got a Blissey, you got a Crossel, and honestly, I would be normally concerned because you actually did take a Blissey into the Umbreon.
Yes.
The kind of thing, because the Blissey says, sure, you may not get a lot of shielding because of the Umbreon Unite move, but you still be able to give that necessary boost in speed and attack to anyone you do give that assist or Unite move to. But it does come to those timings though. I think that's pretty much why the Umbreon really doing his best to just find that right moment to deny it.
Oh, but this focus fire is going to
it
is going to be on this Regis. Of course, Unite being committed over here. Here comes the chase coming from the side, and it's going to be on clearing off the Crustle. It is a 5v5 situation for the first time here in this particular. But it comes to the Buzzwole. This might not be a great idea. A different outcome altogether for this encounter, creating an opportunity for the team member Team Loading to dunk in the faces of Team Get Together. And going over chase is going to be the Goodra here, trying to get their redemption over what has transpired in the previous team fight at the bottom lane.
Oh, really well done coming from Probably and Kitty as well. Everyone just understanding their position as well. Probably ensuring one area of entry was literally denied for get to their back line. Then we have teams on the other side. So basically, the two entrances that can really get to the back line, especially since they're already somewhat positioning towards their own specific goalposts as well, there's no way for them to go any wraparound. So it's just a perfect opportunity for both the Inteleon and Kitty, who was playing the Glaceon, to really slowly peel those layers, those tanky layers, and just pick them out one by one. And the Power Whip, that's such an amazing skill to really pull them back.
Yeah, meantime, top lane here, we do see Team Loading is already in position. Meanwhile, a little bit of aggression coming from Team Get Together at the bottom lane, to a little bit scoring, and they do manage to actually get themselves here into the entree, but it does seem that the cavalry has arrived from Team Loading. They tried to actually chase down the team members from Team Get Together, but it does seem that Russell will be able to actually make his escape away from the scene as if nothing ever happened. And meanwhile, here in top lane, try to screen out this Regilaki from actually pushing forward into the goalpost with the Buzzwole together with Crustle. Tried to do a little bit, but it does seem that they managed to handle it before his appearance.
Yeah. The match really swung quite heavily back to Team Loading's favor, especially right after that bottom objective fights as well. Although Get Together is still ahead in terms of points, and let's be honest, with the Rayquaza spawn as well, now the Team Loading are a little bit more pressure. However, they do have the levels. They can actually have the initiative as well, but they do need to take into account of the position of their backliners. If they lose the Glacier, if they lose both Kitty and even Inteleon, I think this fight is going to be going it's literally going to go one-sided very fast and very quickly as well.
Yeah, but that's the reason why they actually send the Glaceon all the way to the back to actually secure the bottom goalpost and try to rotation from the back here, because in position we do see on the top side is actually Team Loading and Get Together on the bottom. So they are leaving space here on the goalpost coming out from both ends. If you look at the Goodra, it's actually coming close to the top area. Meanwhile, we do see from Together, it feels like they are having a Mexican standoff over here. They are switching sides. When To Get Together, who's supposedly on the purple side, is currently on the right side at the current moment. Leading the charge here, it is going to be this Buzzwole. What's going to be the commitment here coming off from their side? He does have the shields. Oh, bunking it down. Going to be going down as well, but still not enough to actually go in for the clearance. But Inteleon gets that Mimikyu in return. You're also going to be losing out on that Glaceon. To get with Inteleon, this is going to be bad, as they're losing out for some of the main cores from the side of Team Loading. On top of that, with the cherry on top, it's going to be the Goodra getting cleared out, making it a 1 versus 3 trade-off. Leaning more towards the side to Get Together with all this smackdown from the side of Team Get Together and the Buzzwole. It's a full-on Team White here in game number 2. A big opportunity for Team Get Together to actually take this win and take this Rayquaza for themselves.
I can't believe it's such an amazing initiation as well coming from the sideline, because Pallaby was trying to see if he could try to hold them back. He thought he had a much of success here. He actually kept back a lot of the all-rounders here, but then again, a Pikachu and the Blissey was able to slip through here. And like I said, once that Pikachu is pretty much in range, that's a lot of damage here. Although you would normally expect like both the Inteleon and the Glaceon could try to burst down the Pikachu, but that doesn't really happen. Not with the Bliss Assist, mainly because of the fact that the Umbreon had his hands tied. He's already busy trying to keep that Buzzwole back at bay, and there's no one else to really be the front line for them here. And they, like I said, very compact area around the Rayquaza pit, very small. Literally, they're all like grouped up perfectly for that massive thunderstorm into the thunder as well. There's just absolutely no way they could get out of it. So much burst was coming out from Milo P.
Wow, I think that was a really great set coming out from Chiga. Definitely a good way to actually win this very crucial game itself, which is game number 2 itself. And they needed this win, and they win it in... this is a huge recovery compared to what game 1 has to offer. I thought that team loading was just going to snowball through and just make it a 2-0 win here in the series, but it does seem that Get Together is definitely online right now, finally in this game number 2 and making a win for themselves. The set coming on from the Buzzwole, I believe that for him, I think there was time when there was a little bit downtime from him as well for this game, but he was able to actually execute some really good team fights on the opening side. I still remember the bottom lane when he was just brutally screening out the team members from team loading at the start. I think mid-game, team loading was able to actually get back on the feet. Yep. I would say they were not struggling throughout the whole time. But at the end of the day, yeah, I think letting the Pikachu to actually slip through all that and letting the Blissey to actually slip through all that was also very, very costly for them.
Right, and I'll be honest here, right? Like, Get Together, I think this is so much of a better composition. They had definitely a lot more options, definitely a lot more focus as well here. Instead of trying to have multiple policies, multiple strategy, right? You might as well just stick to one thing and just make it work. And they were really fantastic with this all-rounder frontline diving squad, right? But aside here for team loading, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think just in that last situation, just mainly positioning, right? Because of the fact that everyone was just trying, they were a little bit pressured because they were a little bit down for points. They were trying to slowly poke out the Rayquaza. However, the minute Flava was a little bit too far from the rest of the squad to defend them, that was pretty much it. Tinza, as a Gudra, even with the Power Whip, he can only try to pull back one, and that's pretty much it, right? I felt like if we had to really change something, I think the fact that you just don't bring in the Gudra. There's nothing wrong with the Gudra, I find. But when you really come into this kind of situation where you don't have that additional defender to help you out, to assist you, you just need someone else ready to make that call. I felt like you want to bring in another defender, you can bring in a Trevenant. I felt Trevenant would probably do a lot more in that situation, a little bit more better control, got a decent amount of space, can create the necessary amount of space, even if
for the Glaceon, for the Inteleon.
Yes. Even if Lullaby decides to be frontlining or keeping another squad busy, the Trevenant can also be there to be a really fantastic substitute. It really works both ways. You can really like swing between both sides if you want to bring in those double defenders here. But other than that, I don't think there's like really anything wrong, just mainly just positioning wise. Like because I think everything was somewhat pretty even, except for the points. That Rayquaza side was the fact that they were just slightly pressured because of the point differential only.
I think it was definitely goal time the moment they actually touched the Rayquaza. It was also, I think, one of the biggest thing that actually happened during this game itself, which is great that we also have our highlights ready for that for the first few days itself. But I really want to come back to the point is that it was unfortunate that Team Get Together managed to actually catch the Inteleon and the Glaceon, which still happens to be the main damage contributors for the team itself. When you lose out those team members and you follow up together with Gudra, just leaving out your friend over there, there's not much that Umbreon or even the Clefable can actually do in such a situation. I mean, like, you're holding it, but with no follow-up, no damage coming out from your teammates.
And I would like to actually see that. Hopefully we get that highlight towards the Rayquaza, because I saw a beautiful wraparound coming from the BBQ, right? Although yes, he did fell early.
Yes, he fell early.
He did fell early, but then again, Xerxes has already forced out a lot of abilities. He forced out the Unite moves, which is pretty much like a clear cut side here for him to really turn the fight around. This is the part where I said this was the fight which somewhat turned back to the favor of team loading, right? They were able to break the trade between the both sides, however the point differential was still in the hands of Team Get Together. But they were able to get a decent amount of chaos and was able to catch up in terms of level. Now this is the fight which I was wanted to see, right? Check out where our dear friend, like, both the Crustle and the Mimikyu, Mimikyu was able to get all the way to the back, like force out the Glacial stage, and literally all just completely grouped up for the Thunderstorm. The Bliss Assist was fantastic. Flava was trying to quickly get back to re-assist the team, But like I said, once you get on top of those attackers, Pokemon, they just can't sustain. Even the Clefable, he tried to heal as much as possible.
The healing is not enough.
But you what can you do in the face of burst damage? If you're talking about like dot damage, damage over time, that's still okay. He still can probably out tank with the heals, right? But when you talk about bursts, coming from the Pikachu is competing everything on that one person, on the whole group of them, they just do not stand a chance.
That's the thing about these attackers, that they cannot sustain much because they don't have much AP. They don't even have the shield. So basically, just hoping that healing is enough. I don't think so. Especially when we're knowing Unite, you do see that damage is actually even way more than we think can actually happen. But ladies and gentlemen, before we continue on and jump into the deciding match in between Team Loading and Team Get Together, we're gonna do a little bit of player introductions here from team members. Starting off with Team Get Together, we have Xerxes over here. Now, also quite humble in the way that he actually evaluates himself. Remember, this evaluation comes from they themselves.
Right.
Okay, so meaning that they actually created themselves. Aggressiveness 4, full defense 3, combination strategy, and mental strength at 3. Now, self-improvement 4 stars. Now, this is a custom category that the players actually fill in for themselves.
Right.
So they get to choose whatever they want to fill in.
True. And honestly, like I think self-improvement was definitely the right call, especially for them, right? Because that second game instantly switched the competition. Like,
man,
it was a total 180. You would not expect that kind of thing coming up for them, and here comes Flava here. Now this is what I'm saying, right? This is the guy that I wanted to see him to play Trevenant, right? But not to say that he couldn't play a fantastic Umbreon. I think he is a really great Umbreon player, a really fantastic defender player.
But the opponent has too much to handle, though. It's like it's not like you have 1 or 2 to handle that you can actually kill one. You have 4 people that is actually causing you problems.
But if you see all of his game, his goal defense is really phenomenal. I think he really has really great potential as a defender and literally living up to the Pokemon type as well. And that role totally fits him entirely.
Yeah, and of course his
strategy though.
Strategy.
2 out of 5. But it's totally fine, you know. You give your full faith and trust and heart to your team captain to do the mental work.
I'm not the guy who gets this right. That's the reason why he's the captain and I'm not. Over here, and of course getting a Xerxes, of course some of the top picks over here, Mimikyu at 50% and Leafeon at 40% and some stats on average damage taken as well as dealt during the match as well. But this thing varies because you see the stats are like, oh great, you have very high damage and all this, but you have to remember that playing different roles also basically tells you a story of why they actually have this kind of numbers compared to others who support to defenders and more.
But it just seems to work for him. Because remember, Xerxes is still a speedster main, and even if he's not playing the speedster on the Leafeon, he still goes to his next best thing, which is actually the Mimikyu here. 50% of Mimikyu, or the majority of his game, he does bring in the Mimikyu unless required. There is still an option. I haven't really get to see him play the Zora or the Urshifu. I really want to see how actually he fares, because he did play a couple of Urshifu and Zora in the past. But of course, more a little bit stats on moving on to Team Loading. It's going to be Flava again. Like I said, dedicated defender. He has the Umbreon. He has the Blastoise here. He says his favorite Pokemon is the Trevenant. I want to see the Trevenant. I love Trevenant in particular as well.
We're not seeing it.
Yeah, and we're not seeing it. But then again, that's just how high in the ranking when it comes to Umbreon. Umbreon has just, as a defender, okay, if we have to give a hierarchy, right? Every defender at this current, or all the defender Pokemon that we have in the pool, right? Except the fact of the Greedent and the Lapras, I felt the rest of the defenders are actually in a really good place right now. Like, they're really good. They have S tiers, but of course at the same time they are S tier in their own right for their own specific reason here. But Umbreon is too flexible as a defender. Great for catching, great for team fight, really disruptive at the same time. Unite moves, pretty annoying, especially when you're trying to go with a lineup that's really dependent on shielding as well. So he's pretty great at catching and defending. Literally the perfect package, which is why I'm very surprised. Until now, we have so many patches on specific Pokemons, and Umbreon is still the most casual evolution Pokemon. She's just chilling. Like every evolution Pokemon, EV evolution Pokemon, he's getting those buffs.
Yes.
And nerfs. A couple of nerfs, but not on the right one. I felt Umbreon is a little bit too good at what it does. That's why you see a lot of teams try to go for the ban for the Umbreon.
Yes.
But at the same time, you just like, you hate it, but you have to respect it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and of course, if it leaves an opening for you to pick it, then you don't have the burden to actually ban it at all, with hopes your opponent will actually ban something else. So you can actually grab it which is why it's actually one of the hot first picks, was say, coming out from day number 1 and number 2. But ladies and gentlemen, enough yip yaps from us. We're going to be jumping straight into the deciding match. This is the draft for game number 3, and none of them are going to let up on this ban. As usual, the Blastoise ban from Team Loading, get together, going with the Meowscarada. Now, Loading probably thinking of actually banning this Clefable for this instead. Oh, so they're switching it up. So they are going to allow the Blastoise to pass, but instead they're not going to allow Get Together to have that Buzzwole for themselves.
Yeah, it was a little bit too destructive on their side, especially when you have a lot of diving team. You suddenly have this all-rounder who's not only durable, but dishing out a lot of damage.
Because Loading has first pick, so they're gonna, you know what? We're taking the Blastoise.
Now I'm very curious, like, is this going to be for the side of Team Loading? Is this going to be still in the hands of Flava with the Blastoise, or is it going to be someone else here? Because like we've seen Blue Sky also pick up the Blastoise as well. But if we're just talking about like top laners, we still have Teensar. But then again, it just feels like Teensar might just go to the central area, and it looks like it feels that way as well as he picks up the Mimikyu once again.
And now it's scoring the Clefable from the end. So far looking okay and solid. Is as usual, they pick the defenders, they pick the Mimikyu here for a little bit of damage dealing. And of course, they have a support from back end from this Clefable. So far looking solid from Team Loading.
No.
Still waiting on the main ones. Oh,
no way!
Get Together. They are running now. They are running this Tyranitar and the Crustle for this 3rd and 4th pick. Now, from back end, they do have they do have the Blissey.
Is that the Blue Skies exclusive? Is that gonna be the one, my friend? Team Captain, are you feeling the mode? Is he gonna go? No, okay, no Chandelure unfortunately, but we will get Blue Skies. He's really feeling the mode now. He's coming in all he got, and I don't blame him. This is the very round to decide who's moving forward and who we have to say goodbye to here. And what better way to ensure their fate is by bringing in their best. But same go for Xerxes.
Yes.
Brings him, he's also exclusive here with the Leaf here. But here's where I'm concerned, right? Where, like, I would have been glad if we see another Chandelure. Chandelure's been really great with the flamethrower as well. But you are picking the Chandelure into the Pikachu and the Crustle. It doesn't really feel that great because honestly, Chandelure and Decidueye falls in a very similar category where when anyone gets on top of you, you're pretty much gone.
Yes.
Like it's not like an Italian where even if you get gone upon, you still have option to escape out of it. Chandelure doesn't really get that option. Same goes for the Decidueye. So
yeah, which position is key because at most times, remember, Ajax is not going to be enough. X-Speed is not enough. So it's not going to have, and they don't really have really good mobility as well. So you need to require good positioning.
So really great. Decide to go a little bit more of a safer role here. But here's where I'm concerned. Do they have enough damage to melt the T-Tar here? I think so far only in Southeast Asia here are the only few teams that are really to bring the Tyranitar here. An absolute tyrant of the field here.
Now let's hope that this Urshifu, now we do see Dark Urshifu being utilized, it will be enough to actually handle this Tyranitar. With such a draft from Team Get Together, I do wonder, is Loading going to put in pressure on their opponents? Because this could be a big opportunity for them to just punish Team Get Together before getting that into that T-Tar.
Yeah. The thing is this, right? Like even let's just say, like if you don't think about the early or mid game or late game, right? That kind of thing. Just think of the fact that another option, right? Rayquaza Pit, right? Because Rayquaza Pit has always been like the epiphany of coming back, right? Of coming back from really desperate or despairing situation, right? So if we talk about like moves, like which side has a decent amount of secure, right? Get Together has a decent amount of secure coming in for the side with the Leafeon, right? With the Solar Blade.
Even with the Pikachu as well.
And with the Pikachu, right? But at the same time, for the side for Team Loading, if he does go for the Dark Urshifu on top of the Inteleon, that's also a lot of damage here for securing here. So I think either way, on either side, if both sides doesn't really, if none of them are really snowballing really heavily and are still keeping up in terms of leveling, then Rayquaza Pit is actually one of the few fights in this entire game which is going to be possibly the most crucial one here. But I love the aggression coming from the Leafeon. Just do a quick check to see like where is he currently in the state of things here. Trying to get some intel. Where's going to be the possible next rotation. They really spot the cup full. Decide to go to the top lane to secure some EXP and see if we can get a couple of pick off. But unfortunately, with the Aerial Deny with the Rock Tomb, their main intention is just try to get those levels. They need to get this. They need to get this Larvitar into that Pupitar, into that Tyranitar as fast as possible here.
That's gonna take a while. Definitely gonna take a while. But it does not seem that there's not much aggression going in. But now get together, knowing this, they're gonna give this Larvitar a little bit of space to actually get a little bit of farms in the wild Pokemon area. Meanwhile, top lane looking dandy here. Mimikyu getting screened out. He's trying to make an escape.
Oh, no!
That's gonna be a huge Leaf Blade coming on from Leafeon at the top lane. It's a one-to-one trade-off. A little bit opportunity for this Clefable to do a little bit scoring, but of course, Crostal screening him out. Moonlight utilized as well to do a little bit healing. Meanwhile,
Is that a Squirtle rotating?
Wait, really?
Yeah, it is a Squirtle rotating around. Hey, but he's gonna be hitting at level 5.
Yeah, getting him some to War Total, no problem. But yeah, he tried to get into the wild Pokemon area.
That scared me for a moment, but I figured out that was the goal, right? Like, just try to get to that central area to get that bonus.
Yes,
because that
Squirtle, no problem. Did I just see Squirtle?
Yeah.
I was having a mix.
Squirtle. Squirtle. Okay? Squirtle.
Yeah, just a nick of time I actually became a War Turtle. But meanwhile, that was huge coming on from that Leafeon over there. Leaf Blade, gotta be careful. Huge damage.
Oh, this Fable though.
It's gonna be a nice side, but damage not enough. Putting himself in recovery mode with the Moonlight and making his escape. Now we do see 3 team members from the village of Team Get Together here at the top lane, screening out with that Rock Tomb and clearing out this entire family. No commitments coming from Team Loading at all.
Yep. Get Together is really doing a really fantastic job trying to secure a lot of this wild Pokemon, trying to forward and get the EXP. They want to be the Pokemon Masters, so they gotta get all this farm and they want to try to go for it.
Lane.
First Reggie Smart, and by the way, these are the Reggie Steel as well, so that bonus buff is gonna be absolutely fantastic.
It's going to benefit both ends. Now, you do have some strong attackers coming on from Team Loading and Team Get Together. Whoever gets this is going to get huge attack and special attack buff, and you would want that for yourself. Meanwhile, there is actually a load here at the bottom lane. It is going to be... Oh man, it's going to be Urshifu. What is he doing over there? It's a 4v1 situation. No. Definitely a big space for them.
He was possibly hoping for the fact that maybe Team Get a little bit more pressure, right? Like because when you see... Normally, when you see a Pokemon who's has a really strong security move, you might expect the fact that the guy will try to go for it. So they try to see, he can try to force out that objective.
The Blastoise still surviving, but he's gonna get cleared out here. Oh man, he's gone. It ends up a Blissey here in that situation. But yeah, he got basically he couldn't make an escape. There was Rock Tomb. Everybody's putting him in place as well. Yeah, but the game is still progressing, loading in the lead, 149 to 95, but that's Knight coming from Talon. He's going to be securing the wild Pokemon segment. Looking quite close coming from both ends. There's still a lot of space, and now one of the main things to highlight for Team Get Together, now they do have this Tyranitar marching forward. Now it's interesting enough. Screening out the team members from Team Loading. They do have the Crostal, they do have the Tyranitar, so they do have a few frontliners here from their end. Now, what's going to be the approach of entry here coming from Team Get Together into Team Loading at the top lane? Trying to serve the team member here, not being able to overall. Oh, Hydro Typhoon hitting up multiple units. But where is the follow-up? None coming on from Team
Loading. Surf!
Oh, the Surf shoving off 4 team members when Get Together way behind. But of course, using Knight is going to be the talent over here. What's going to be the play? Leafeon clears out the Blastoise. He does not have any form of a support. He's got Unite charging forward, but not able to use any form of follow-up. And they're going to be losing on the Inteleon as well. Mimikyu forcing, but not going to be a really good idea. Doesn't do much here on that T-Tar. And remember, they also, Team Get Together also has the Blissey from their end.
It's so hard because, like I said, we're talking about a lot of B3 front lines, and there's also this problem with the Tyranitar.
Oh, they got the Leafeon.
Of course, for sure, because with the Dark Pulse as well, you're able to stun the player when he passes a certain health threshold as well. So no way for him to really get out of that kind of situation. A couple of more KOs here, but it seems to be absolutely fantastic coming from the side here from Team Loading. They were a little bit too focused on trying to get rid of their support here, which allows more openings for their main damage dealer to slowly poke them out of submission.
Yeah, focus-wise, they were very focused. They have priority targets during the team fight. They cleared out the Leafeon, they cleared out together with Pikachu, and mainly what you're left is mainly just some all-rounders and defenders. So basically, it's going to be easy as they don't have much damage output to actually offer. That is going to be a big opening coming on from the side team to just secure the Regis, and the last hit is going to be done by the Italian. A long range slide. Meanwhile, here comes the charge. Hydro Typhoon utilized, hitting off on 2. Is the damage going to be enough as well? Urshifu here on the back line, trying to actually catch the team members from Team Get Together, but still not be able to actually get a Surf of Drive from the Blastoise. Pushing forward, the Tyranitar here is picking up too much damage. Mimikyu secures that takedown, but it does seem that Team Loading is going to be losing their Urshifu in the trade-off. Crustle from the side of Team Get Together this time also gets cleared out.
Oh, Flava, after that second game, he's now a lot more aware of what's his role in this round as well. Not overextending himself, still within the range of his backline to try to get the amount of support. If he wasn't really around, that Tyranitar would have literally walked all over Kitty. Slow down CC, try to keep him in place, try to keep the priority there to create the amount of space for the antenna to really try to melt it. But a really fantastic job coming from Wallaby. Oh man, Xerxes. just be careful, you know, you can't be too careful, especially since the Rayquaza will be coming in a couple of seconds as well. There's a decent amount of poise. I believe they're going to see if they want to try to opt to go for those back cap if it's possible here. But they are currently a little bit behind in points. Team Loading is looking, I believe they will have the initiative if this is the case.
Yes, I think they are trying to secure this Regieleki, which is going to be big over here. Got to be careful of the damage coming on from Team Loading, especially from that Inteleon, of course, with the Surf away is going to be the... But in the meantime, we do see a takedown here. They're going to be losing the Crustle here just a few seconds before, 15 seconds before Rayquaza actually appears here at the central area. Meanwhile, Regieleki, much of attention is going to be here. It does seem that Team Get Together is not going to interfere in this attempt, meaning Regieleki is going to be marching forward through that top lane, and Rayquaza has appeared here at the central area.
It's fine. They just need to keep an eye on where Boomy is going to be in, right? They just cannot allow Boomy to get to this backline. He gets at the back there, there's really nothing they can really do to stop him, right? So everyone's just trying to have a really decent amount of position, but they're also the fact that Team Loading knows for the fact they're currently ahead of the curve here. They just need to try to keep them at bay, try to get those intel. Where's the positioning? Anyone trying to go for the quick wraparound? I love the positioning coming from Blue Sky as well, ensuring that that goalpost isn't going to get backcapped by anyone as well. But he's also not too far away from the rest of the squad, but he will go for the Artera farm, try to get some additional EXP while waiting it out. There's still a minute left on the clock, Flavor. Anything can happen and it can be turned around. This is the final fight and the final round between the two teams.
Yeah, and of course, securing the bottom lane is going to be the Urshifu over here, just in case if there's any attempts. If you can actually catch this Leafeon here from behind, but also give it a little bit of assistance. Now, Tyranitar has been soaking up and tanking up so much damage for the past 1 minute here at the central area. Yeah. And of course, together with all the healing from this Leafeon from behind, this Blissey, now it's going to be very, very tough. Now, this entry, this huge one, is definitely... Our main focus is going to be on this Blastoise. Sees it all right into the T-Tar. Closing up from in the middle. He's not trying to make an escape. And a huge Hydro Typhoon over here. What's going to be the follow-up as well? Oh, that's going to be huge as Leafeon is going to be traded off together with the Clefable from side of Team Loading. And multiple team members from Team Get Together as well. Things are not looking for as they lose some of the main cores from Team Get Together, leaving out only Pikachu here at the same time. Urshifu survives. And going in for the scoring, no Rayquaza, no problem. 50 points times 2 is going to be 100 here by the Mimikyu. Another huge 50 times 2 by the Urshifu at the bottom. Meanwhile, Inteleon tried to go for the scoring, but the body jump from the Leafeon as well as the Leaf Blade in the face is going to be securing this takedown. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Team Loading here at the opening match wins game number 3 and making them the winners in this best of 3 series.
Oh, Flava, and absolute player. Very quick to adjust, very quick to be aware of the situation as well. And I think after that second, like I said, after that second round, what happened when he was playing the Umbreon, just totally understands, okay, I can't be moving forward. MVP, come on. Like, we're talking about two games here, Flavor. I'm looking towards like Wallaby. I think Wallaby did a really great job for that round alone. But what about the first game though? I'm really... I'm having this massive debate in my head.
Yeah, I'm still thinking of who should actually be the main highlight for this. I mean, Tinza did well as well for game number 1, I believe, yes.
But who has the biggest impact here for our side? I feel like it still has to be Wallaby. I think it has to be Wallaby for this one, yeah. Wallaby just had so much to show. And how he really like changed his gear into as each round happens, right?
Yes.
was so visible. His performance was very visible for all to see here.
I think basically adapting is definitely his key thing here, according to the situation and how to play things out. Strategy is definitely, I think execution and also strategy.
I'm not sure was it the call from his team Get the Blue Sky or not, but it was a stroke of genius at that Rayquaza pit, right? Because he can be tracked on positioning, right? A lot of Milo P and Xerxes playing really safe at the back line. And remember, let's be honest, these two are not really like, they're not Italians. They don't really have a lot. They have decent range, but not that far. They still need to get pretty close, especially for Milo P, right? So the fight had probably decided, or was given the call by Blue Sky, to just serve Boomy. Pull him all the way to the back line.
Bring him to us.
And the fact that, and remember, do keep the count, Kitty and Blue Sky, very well in position. They were very comfortable in that spot. Even if anyone were to get the jump on them or they want to force someone towards them, they were in a very safe area for themselves here. And they can get out if things get a little bit too hot. But a lot of intel, they were able to gather into the entire fight and they just slowly melted out. The fact that they initiated on the T-Tower, right, forces out a fight. They had no choice but to commit for it because they say, we can't afford to lose the T-Tower. We're behind by points. If we lose the T-Tower too, there's not really much anyone else that can really hold the line against it. The Crustle alone cannot just hold between the amount of damage
not as well as how a T-Tower would, I would say. Yeah, I totally agree on that. I like in terms of positioning as well. We will talk a little more about this later on. What happened in Rayquaza in terms of positioning by the Urshifu together with the Inteleon. But these are some of the highlights in that game number 3 during the middle segment over here, top lane. Now I do remember this. Oh man, it was just looking great coming out from the opponent side for Ursa.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I think this is when the Leafeon is actually got caught up by the Urshifu, but then still there was a trade-off here in the side of Pikachu.
Yeah, they literally on the side here for team, I believe Team Loading, right? They committed so much for the Urshifu and they thought they can hope to try to get out of it, but that just didn't work out because that just opened up to more options for the other damage dealer to deal with. Because remember, you're not just dealing with the Urshifu, there's still the Inteleon, there's still the Mimikyu also in the round here, and that's doing a lot of damage. Look at Flava, understanding what's his main role in this entire confrontation, being the wall between both his allies and his opponent. Not only try to keep the backliners at bay, the enemy's backliners at bay, but ensuring that his own backliner is not being controlled or gunned upon uncomfortably.
Yeah, at the same time as well, he also tends to basically dislocate the members away. Looking at that, showing the Tyranitar. I think this is the point where it's a little bit too much to handle, where Titor finally gets cleared out by the team members from Team Loading.
It's such a nasty thing because not only did he pop up the Tyrannical Rage, right? He got served into the Clefable who also propped the Gravity. All-rounders are not the most mobile Pokemon that we have in the scene, right? And, and then suddenly out of the blue, when you drop a Gravity and CC, and you're probably one of the few sluggish Pokemon in the round, it's so hard for you to really get out of those fights here. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we got something prepped for you guys. It is currently, we are back. We're drawing with Leonard and Flava for our Telestrator section here.
Yes.
So Flava, would you like to draw?
Oh no, I like your drawing better.
Why does everyone say this?
Oh wait, so this one is actually game number 3. I like that we're at this point now. Okay, before anything else, right? Look at the position here for the members. Now, if you do place a little bit forward, right, in terms of the positions over here, I think this is during the stages where you see the position here, rather than putting Urshifu in the middle, so they actually place him behind, so that if anything happens to Inteleon or even the Mimikyu or anything, he can actually save his main course who's dealing damage from behind. Yeah, so if anything will happen, we're not going to lose out Inteleon for free. We're not going to lose out any Mimikyu for free. So, of course, he's gonna be a little bit late to actually go in for any form of trade-offs or engagements, but position-wise, he's doing it like that so that if anything will happen, he is there to save the day.
Definitely for sure, and instantly, right? Just let me see if we can.
I think, yeah. So basically, this is after the surf coming off from the blast.
Okay, we're just gonna rewind back a little bit, right? So, like you said, right? The positioning of is gonna be starting with the draw now, right? So, oh my god, why is it blue? It's so hard to see.
Yeah, after every reset, yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, blue is great, but it's so hard to see. So, dude, keep your eyes on the minimap, right? Oh my god, wait, hold on.
A little bit thicker.
A little bit, yep, a little bit thicker. A little bit thicker. All right, got it.
Like thicker. Okay.
So, look at the minimap, right? from the positioning initially from the Yoshi 4 was just to ensure that that goalpost was going to be backhand, right? Because that was the only way for Get Together try to turn the tables around in terms of pressure, right? They're pressured because of the fact that of this point differential, right? So they had total control of Rayquaza. They don't Team Loaded doesn't really require the Tenet Rayquaza, but they also need to see if they can try to force a fight very favorable on their end. So at the same time, we see the tea time. I'm just gonna fast forward a little bit, right? So now we're slowly moving into the backside. Now the rest of the squad is coming in. Now the pressure is on. 50 seconds left for the clock, and they know for the fact that Get Together are trying to find a very big fight. So instantly, whoa, very massive start, right? Tyrannical Rampage already been coming in this one. They know for a fact, now Team Loader knows for a fact that this was the sign. This was the signal for the rest of the squad to come in with the initiative to really kickstart this team fight, right? But look at Lullaby. He knows for the fact that the rest of the squad is so far. He has clear vision on so many people, right? The Crustle, Daisy, and he knows for the fact that Rock Tone can only get to this range. This was pretty much the range for Crustle. It cannot go any further. Lullaby is pretty much safe, and even if it's not, he can always try to surf out of the situation.
Yeah.
So he decided that since his teammate is so well positioned, I know you guys can't see in Italian, but he's well positioned on the top side. The Clefable is in the front. Blue Sky is here. The Clefable is here. Tenza is over here. There's a lot of 3 walls, and they are very confident they have the damage to melt down this Tyranitar. So they decided to force a fight by surfing in the Tyranitar into the gravity. Before even the surf came down, they already set the gravity. They are literally leveling this guy. There is no way for him to get out, and he was so far. Look at the distance, alright? I'm gonna remove all the arrows.
I was surprised that when that cross.
Look at this distance!
I was quite surprised.
That's pretty long, okay? It's so long. There was no way for his teammates to try to assist him in any way.
They're not able to actually make it in time to actually go for any form of saving. But the thing is, Tyranitar did actually sustain to a certain level, trying to make his way towards his teammates at the bottom there.
There was no Guardian Angel for this Tyranitar. There was no one to really come and back him up with this situation. Of course, then, ladies and gentlemen, the rest is history, and they just slowly melt the guy down. Force out, and because of this situation, because the Tyranitar got caught, it forces the rest of the squad. Now they're chaotic. Now they're pressured with points. Now even the Tyranitar get pushed out away, they decided like, while he's still alive. He's not dead yet, by the way. He's not gone. He's not been taken down just yet. Now the rest of the team just dives in. Everyone just decided like, we're going all in. It's the most simple instruction. When everyone is chaotic, when everyone is really confused and pressured, the most simple instruction when your team captain tells you we're going in, everyone just abides by it, because anyone tried to disrupt that command, then it's going to be even worse. But because of this initiation, this is exactly what team loading was exactly what they were hoping for. They just try to get those fights, get more picks off, and literally they didn't even need the Rayquaza. Look at all the timings for this, right? They didn't want to waste any more time. They were already ahead of the curve with points. They just finished up all 5 members, all of them gone. Pretty much it. It was a really well coordinated round.
Yeah,
and I think like this is just one of those situations where like, sure, positioning your backlines to be safe, that's fine by me, but a little bit too far, especially when you're not in Italian. You don't have snipe shot. You're dependent on solar blades and thunderstorms. You need to get a little bit nice and close. So even if your allies were to get caught, you can actually react to it. But in this case,
time itself,
it didn't really work out as well.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, here is the new bracket after the conclusion of that game. The first match for the first series of the day itself. With that win, Team Loading moves forward from first round to the second round, and will be going up against Team Talent PH in the second round. And of course, we have more games to happen here later on in this segment. And of course, coming up next, we are going to be witnessing the second series here in the first round, which is going to be Secret Rare Diamond up against Team Road to the Top. Still a very long journey for the day here, and of course, we're back once again together with the all magical Danelie here at the Casas Dash. Dani, welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm starting to feel like a fairy type now.
Good afternoon.
It is afternoon. I double checked.
Yeah. For those who are currently in GMT plus within Southeast Asia region itself, and for those tuning in from different parts of the region, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yes. So this is going to be a pretty exciting one here. So Secret Rare Diamond going up against Road to the Top. So we have a team from the Philippines looking to potentially eliminate a team from Malaysia, and of course, vice versa. I actually think this might be a pretty close series here, Flava.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a thing. And remember, we have not seen any of them go up against one another because it's a mix between
The
Group
two
A as well as
groups.
Group B.
Yeah, so
And I'm very sure everybody had their ample amount of time doing their homework to see what both teams has to offer during day number 1 and number 2. And hopefully bring in their own spice.
yeah, so I went back and looked through my notes for these two teams because, of course, they haven't clashed before. So I had to take a look and see, are we looking at any Pokemon that these two teams are going to be fighting for? And it doesn't seem to be the case. These teams do run pretty independent styles. We do see quite a lot of Eevees on the side of Secret Rare, whereas Road to the Top, we're looking at off-meta picks. But they do like the Pikachu. I guess that's something that both teams are going to be looking forward to, which I find quite surprising. Southeast Asia really is enjoying the Pikachu pick.
I don't know. I'm guessing that they just like the... I mean, like, who doesn't love Pikachu anyways?
Well-
By also utilizing it in tournaments, which is something that we don't see much in East Asia compared to what Southeast Asia has to offer.
I mean, it's just the different style overall, right? So...
But it has worked out well most of the time. Okay, I mean, previously we did have a conversation in regards to Metagross, where it's a little bit iffy, it's like a 50-50 kind of thing. But in most occasions, Pikachu do work out well, especially when pairing up together with Crustle, instead of just for placements and more.
Yeah. So it's going to be pretty fun. I actually think these teams might need to start bringing in deeper deeper Pokemon pools, deeper picks. It might even be a good time to bring out some of those secret Pokemon you've been keeping in your back pocket, because both of these teams are on the verge of elimination, right? It's a single elimination. You get eliminated here. You are done when it comes to qualifying for that top 3 spot. So if the draft is ready, we'll jump right into it. If it's not, we're going to keep on talking here, but I want to hear your prediction here, Flava. Like, just from what we've seen from Secret Rare Diamond and Road to the Top, what do you feel like is going to be your prediction for this series?
Now, this is definitely going to be tough because this teams, when we look at the group stages itself, now Secret Rare not doing too well when we saw in their performance in Group number A, but if we look to Team Road to the Top, at least they do have a little bit of wins from their series. So basically, this is, if Secret Rare has any form of secret, this will be their opportunity to show their hand, because they need to, because track record wise in day 1 and day 2 is not looking too good.
Yeah.
And probably this could be their opportunity to turn things around. Probably they can actually get the win if they go up against Team Road to the Top from the other group.
Yeah, to be fair, they did have a very, very, very tough group there, Secret Rare. I mean, they had to deal with MYS and Rise, but they did also drop to loading as well. So it was a very tough group. I kind of think we're going to be seeing a 2-0 here. But I'm not sure which team is going to get that 2-0.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
The game is ready. Let's jump right into the draft here.
Yeah.
You know... Oh, we're not yet. Oh,
yeah,
okay. So we do have a video interview instead as you do get into the game here. So let's see what the teams have to say before we jump into the draft for game number 1.
We don't really know if we have that much fans, but we do appreciate our manager, because ever since from the start, through our ups and downs, she has always been there for us.
She trusted us.
So our manager is our #1 fan.
I mean, we are quite underdog and new team. We don't really have any fan base like Rise or MIS, but we will try our best to get some fans this tournament.
Wow, very humble responses coming from them, and despite them calling themselves, the underdogs and not having so much fans, but truly, by witnessing the games, I believe that they've garnered a number of fans based on their performance in day number 1, number 2. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our second series of the day. The Philippines Open second place winners, Team Secret Rare Diamond, up against Team Road to the Top from the Malaysia Singapore Open second place winners. Now, beginning with Secret Rare Diamond, they have Tulatis, they have Steam, Micros, Huways, and AC.
And on the side of Road to the Top, we have Genkai, Bocchi, Calamity, Roy, and Camerules. Now, this is actually going to be the second day that we see Camerules play with Road to the Top. We did update our viewers the week beforehand, but if you weren't there, we did have to have a bit of a roster change with Road to the Top, because unfortunately we had a medical issue, I believe, with Lili, so we had to go for a last-minute roster change, which is why Camerule will be playing with Road to the Top. And I have to say, he's actually been a pretty good addition to the team. They've been meshing quite well together, and I think Camerule brings a lot to the roster overall.
And if we're lucky, we get to see him actually play in the bracket itself here for this time about. So, of course, this is going to be quite interesting enough, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit team introduction for Team Road to the Top. Now, we did talk about this, Danny. Highest pick rate at 63% compared to all the Pokemons that the meta Pokemons that we've seen so far. Pikachu is at first place at 63%, followed by Blastoise and Hoopa at 50% and 38 on Mimikyu and Zoroark.
Yes, and I do remember we did an interview with Road to the Top, right? And we asked them, what was the deal with this Pikachu pick? Because I think back then they were the only team to really pick Pikachu. And their response was they actually felt that Pikachu was the answer to the current meta. And I thought that was a really interesting answer because if you consider what is currently being run so far, we're not actually seeing a lot of speedsters. Of course, we are still seeing Zoroark here and there. Occasionally, you're going to see Mimikyu, which does function similarly to a speedster, but outside of that, Pikachu is relatively untouched at the backlines.
Yeah, so as long as you actually have really good positioning, there should be no problem for you. And even with that, if you're worried, if you're concerned, if those kind of speedsters actually come out in draft, your opponent draft, you try to actually pick a Pokemon that can actually provide you some sort of security on the back end for you as well. So you can just shift your position so that you'll protect this Pikachu. So you deal damage in this same possession, so the longer your survivability, the more you can actually contribute to team fights.
Yeah, and considering that Pikachu, you're really picking this Pokemon for that burst damage, long-range burst damage.
Yeah.
Actually, there are multiple positives to Pikachu overall, considering that it's so underrated when it comes to those pub games.
Good secure, good damage.
The secure, I think, is sometimes a little bit questionable, but one thing it does that not many Pokemon can do is that actually is a really great goal zone defender. Because Thunder has been the go-to build on Pikachu. It's damage over time, and it's over a period of time as well. So as Thunder is raining down on that goal zone, you can't score.
You can't score. You're getting damage, and basically your team is actually getting shields from this since you're at the goalpost as well. So for defending purposes, that is quite amazing. Knowing it's an AoE ability, so it's going to be damaging multiple Pokemons coming out from the opponent's side. And it's very curious to see how this will transpire. Now, knowing this information, Danny, is there a possibility that probably Secret Rare Diamond would not want to deal with this Pikachu? But we'll talk a little bit on that a little bit as we look at the team introductions for Secret Rare Diamond, as what they have from their end is, in my honest opinion, is definitely meta mostly what Southeast Asia has to offer, from Clefable, Leafeon, Umbreon, Buzzwole, Crustle, and Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of meta picks here, but I did bring up the fact that Secret Rare Diamond love to run the Evolutions.
Yeah, the Evolutions.
It seems to
Double
be...
Evolutions.
It's not just Secret Rare as well. Talon PH also love to run Evolutions, so it does seem to be more of a Filipino style, if anything. But I do think if Pikachu is going to be on the board here for Road to the Top, you have to be careful. Leafeon is more or less almost always picked for Secret Rare Diamond. And Leafeon is really great at chasing down those backline attackers, such as a Pikachu, because Pikachu naturally doesn't have an escape mechanism. You can only really rely on an eject button.
Yeah, and so anything that you bring after you've utilized that, there's nothing that's going to save you from this Pokemon, so you have to be really careful as well. Same like the ones you mentioned previously as well, from Zoroark. All these speedsters are going to be very, very much trouble for the end of team their opponents here. So Secret Rare Diamond, meta picks across the board over here. They're just comfortable with just running this. Now coming back to the conversation earlier on, now is this an opportunity for Secret Rare Diamond to actually stop their opponent from actually picking out that Pikachu?
I think it's up to Road to the Top how comfortable they feel being able to guard Pikachu, right? Can you promise Pikachu's always going... Yeah. Can you also manage the Evolutions? It really will come down to picks. And I think it's also going to come down to what is going to potentially be banned here. Are we going to be looking at those meta bans, or are we going to be seeing team-targeted bans? Because I personally don't think Pikachu is something that you would want to ban if you're Secret Rare Diamond. You would rather ban something along the lines of, for example, if you can't get a hold of first pick, maybe you don't want to play against that Umbreon. Maybe you want to make sure that Buzzwole isn't going to be an option. I know Blastoise was actually one of the most picked Pokemon on Road to the Top as well. Blastoise can really put a stop to the evolution rush as well in the late game. So maybe Blastoise could be a target ban or a general ban overall, because it's just not something that Secret Rare like to run either.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can just pick it to prevent the opponents to actually pick it itself. So it also could be another option as well, whether they want to run it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that's happening. Like, how comfortable do you feel running this particular Pokemon? Are you going to run a composition that's going to be that's going to do relatively well against this early game style that Secret Rare is going to come with. Because that is something we have to sort of talk about here. Secret Rare, the Filipinos in general, they really love to play that early game. They love to really crush their lanes. They love to have those very early aggressive central laners, and so can Road to the Top match their energy? And I kind of feel like they can, because they do have Camerul that is going to be in that central lane, although the 2 times we've seen him play, it was on Gardevoir, which is a bit of a ramping mid, and can also be punished if he's
heavily punished.
Yeah, it can be punished, unfortunately. So the draft is ready. Let's see what's going to be on the table here for all of our Pokemon trainers in this second match of the day. And it looks like Secret Rare Diamond will be getting first pick, and Road to the Top will get access to last pick.
Wow, so bans off the board here, coming Road to the Top. They are going to be screening off this Buzzwole, meantime Secret Rare Diamond. AC just playing around here. They're not gonna ban the Charizard. Yeah, so it's gonna be Slow Bro from side of Secret Rare Diamonds. Now the Filipinos, if they draft up 2 evolutions again, as usual, it's gonna be something that we do expect. But the opening is probably going
Could be Clefable Umbreon, to be honest. I mean, this has been the go-to support duo for a lot of teams. It's the reason why we've seen them mostly banned in East Asia, so I wouldn't be surprised. Although Huwais is actually going to pivot to the Hooper instead. So Clefable will be available for Road to the Top if they so to choose. And it's going to be Blastoise for that second pick and Umbreon. So locking in both defenders for the team, top lane and your actual support defender here.
Yeah, solid openings coming from both ends. Probably, I think one that they might pick over here. It's a choice. I mean, like you already pick a Hooper to be played over here, so.
You're keeping your options open, honestly. A Hooper's just a really great
opener,
overall support. Although, we're going to be seeing Mr. Mime on the side of Secret Rare Diamond. Now, I have to say, this is pretty interesting. We've seen some Mr. Mime in the past. It didn't succeed.
It didn't.
But maybe Secret Rare have something up their sleeve to really want to run that Mr. Mime.
Yeah, and pairing up together with his Yololee Ninetales, so execution is definitely
lots of walls and barriers are going to be there.
Exactly. So I'm like, oh man, execution is definitely going to be key over here. Mike Ross, calm down. No Gyarados here.
That's all right. Everyone's a little excited since Gyarados launched.
Oh, and they are considering having this. No, it's okay. Just hovering around. Mike is like, I don't know what to pick, guys. Yeah, I thought it was going to be Gardevoir. So instead, they are going to be having themselves this Crustle as well as the Leafeon to secure the draft for Team Secret Rare Diamond. Now, Road to the Top.
For Camerul?
Are they going to be running? Yes, they are. Okay. It's a Talonflame.
I am pretty surprised by this pick, but if we do take a look at what Secret Rare Diamond are running, they don't have a lot of control that's going to really hinder a Talonflame. Not a lot of hard disables that Camerul is going to have to worry about. The only thing he may need to worry about is potentially flying into a Solar Blade or an Avalanche combo. But outside of that, he's going to have a lot of freedom, a lot of squishy Pokemon as well that he could possibly fly on top of, assuming that is going to be the build. It could be Brave Bird, but Fly has been the more popularized Talonflame move. Pretty interesting. I'm quite surprised. It's a very different style that we're seeing from Camerul compared to the Gardevoir central lane.
Is this a secret card that they've been holding on away from week one and week 2, day 1 and day 2, and bringing it here for now? Of course, knowing that this is going to be a single elimination bracket, it's very important that they bring the A game here, and we will see if Team Road to the Top will succeed with this Talonflame draft to what the team has to offer.
Well, it's up to Camerul. Pretty interested in seeing what he's going to be able to do with this. You know, if he does really well with his Talonflame, maybe some of the teams in Southeast Asia are going to look at this and say, hey, wait a minute, guys. I think we're looking at something here. Something that might be viable.
Could that be actually the answer to actually deal with this Hooper as well? You can do displacements if you want to.
I'm not sure if I would say it's going to be a good way to deal with Hooper. I mean, I'm happy with it to really put some pressure on those very backline squishy Pokemon on Secret Rare. Not so much for back capping, because Hooper is a really great goal zone defender in general, right? Because if you need to, Hyperspace Hole, you can bring a teammate in, you can even pop that Unite as well. So yeah, not great for back capping, but definitely for sniping, I feel, in this match.
Yeah, and of course, early rotations here from Leafy onto the top lane, providing a little bit of assistance. A lot of pressure here on the Squirtle together with the Clefairy. That's why we do see this push forward coming on from the Hooper. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it is going to rotation. Oh, forcing him out, but there's no follow-up from the team of Secret Red Diamond. Now this time, Solar Blade in the face. It's going to be Clefairy as well as... Basically, it's just 2 down coming on from the side team road to the top.
Whoa, that was a massive turnaround there for Secret Red Diamond because Cameron even came in for that top rotation. So to get 3 KOs, this will speed things up in that top lane and make it increasingly difficult for Road to the Top. They're going to bring 3 back in again, but they can't really get much out of this. No chance of them getting a KO, and of course they're always going to be under threat of that Solar Blade. Poor Clefairy not able to get away because of the barriers that are going to be coming out of this Mr. Mime. I think AC might be onto something here with this pick.
Oh man, it's going to take a while, of course. We have to remember it's going to take a while for Road to the Top to actually get online up here. We do have the Fletching. Fletching has a double evolution. We also have the Squirtle, double evolution as well. Even we actually have Italian the Sobol, also double evolution. It's already at Drizzle at the current moment itself, but still waiting for the Squirtle, not even level 5 at the current moment. Meanwhile, here at the top lane is huge Crossel set as usual by Tolares. It does seem that the Leafeon clearing out the Clefairy once again.
Oh, the power of Mike Frost. This is one of his best Pokemon as well. So for Road to the Top to give this away, almost getting Cameral basic attack to finish him off there. That means all of the central lane farm is just going to go in the pocket of Secret Rare Diamond. They even found the Umbreon forcing an eject button. This is such a scary combo that's coming out from Secret Rare Diamond. You have to worry about the Rock Tombs from the Crustle. He's incredibly tanky as well. Road to the Top don't really have the best answers when it comes to actually shredding a Crustle. They've got great bursts for those squishies, but that really good consistent damage, it's not something that this composition is really good for.
Yeah. But the thing is, this kind of lead that we see from Secret Rare is something that people do expect. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Crustle tries to do an eject, but it's not able to sustain all that damage. It is going to be the Fletchender getting that last hit in and clearing out that Crustle. Meantime, the enemy still continues here in the bottom lane. Finally, they do have the entire through. That is going to be a huge one from Mike Ross. Leaf lane in the face. Was not able to land it on the Umbreon. He will be able to actually make an escape. Meanwhile, this knife comes from Intalion, not being able to latch onto the Leafeon before he actually goes in for any form of scaring. But the battalion has arrived. It's going to be rotation by the Blastoise together with the Clefable here, marking the way to the bottom lane. This might be a big one coming from Team Road to the Top.
I don't know if this is going to be it. Unfortunately, timing that surf there for the Blastoise, and it might just potentially get bursted there, but Leafeon actually getting punished. That means Mike Ross is gone, and now the Crustle is gone as well. Maybe this is the turnaround Road to the Top is looking for. Who gets that last hit? It's the Blastoise from Road to the Top. Secret Red Diamond, unfortunately losing massively in that bottom engagement and are looking to break that bottom goal zone. Great plays from the team. I have to say Secret Rare, they did crumble in that bottom fight, maybe getting a little bit too overconfident. They did overdive with that Leafeon as well. And keep in mind, this Leafeon was level 10 compared to the level 7 of Road to the Top. That was their highest level in that fight. What a big fumble.
And that was a huge win for Team Road to the Top. Now, if Leafeon would still survive, he would have been at level 11 at this point. But all that comes to shame, as looking at top lane right now, it does seem that Road to the Top is committing to the scoring here at the goalpost. But well, a little bit too much to handle. Blastoise gets cleared out here in the hands of Mr. Mime. And pushing one is going to be Leafeon together with his mate together with the Mr. Mime. Is it going to be enough to clear out the Clefable? Yes, it will be. Mr. Mime gets 2 KOs at the current moment. Leaf play here at the goalpost was not latch on to anyone. We have a 3-man movement, 3-man defense coming out from Team Road to the Top, and they will be able to actually clear out the Lonely Ninetales from the side of Secret Rare Diamond. All this and more, as the team members of Secret Rare Diamond might be a little bit too late for them to actually returning back to their own goalpost, and it's going to be 4-man engagement upon this Mr. Mime, and that's punishment for clearing out the 2 team members from Team Road to the Top earlier on. Meanwhile, defense from this Hooper, is he going to be able to actually do anything right now? Commitments here. Homes are unite together with the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise as well. It's going to be enough to actually do much over here. It's only going to be the Talonflame get cleared out from that engagement.
Oh, that was a big fight there. Multiple unites being used on the side of Road to the Top, and they were able to push that aggression back previously, but almost overextending. Thankfully, they were able to back up rather freely, not losing too many Pokemon in that fight. Secret Rare Diamond, they have been punished a couple times in this game for playing extremely aggressive, to the point where they're just overstepping their boundaries. And if they just tune it back a little bit, don't play so far forward onto Road to the Top's goal zone, I think they actually wouldn't have so many casualties in a lot of these battles. They're going to try and dive yet again. I'm not a big fan of this move because we've seen a couple times already, if you fight on Road to the Top's goal zone, they just turn things around. They are continuously threatening there with the Rock Tomb, but they don't really have any of their damage dealers here. Leafeon actually looking to try and go for that flank, but they've lost their Crustal. Again, going in with the combo onto that Clefable, couldn't get the finish off and gets picked off again!
Wow, that I don't think it's a great idea to actually make such a mistake twice in a span of a minute. I think they overcommitted with it as the team members are way behind, was not able to provide any form of support. Look at the positioning of this Lola Ninetales, this Mr. Mime and the Hooper. Doing a dual Leafeon and Crustle combo is not enough going up against the team members.
Oh my gosh, the setup.
Losing up the Lola Ninetales as well. That surf, being ride by this Blastoise, putting a Lola Ninetales in his place away from his teammates.
Oh man, Road to the Top, they've really picked up momentum this game. They have out-leveled Secret Rare Diamond by a significant margin after winning those last couple team fights. And now Secret Rare, a team that was working quite a lot with their early game momentum, their early level lead, they're now struggling to get these KOs because Road to the Top has a rather tanky lineup when it comes to those frontliners. Umbreon and Blastoise, just such tanky Pokemon that are also supplemented by that Moonlight healing. Another Typhoon connecting, just locking Pokemon down and setting up for the team. Secret Rare Diamond have nothing on Road to the Top in these 5-on-5 team fights. Even a Snow Globe being committed at 3 minutes.
Wow, but they know this. This is a big one. They cleared out the goalpost. The second goalpost might come from top lane, from the side Secret Rare Diamond, and currently leading with more than 200 points here on this end, on the side of Team Road to the Top, and they're looking strong. They have to delay a little bit on the Rayquaza attempt, surely on not on the 2-minute mark itself, as a lot of Unite has been committed in the previous engagement. Things not looking good, Danny.
No.
Secret Rare Diamond. The Leafeon had a great start, but somewhere in the middle segment of the game,
Just over-aggression.
Over-aggression. I don't know what happened, but what made them think that the Leafeon and Crustle was sufficient to clear out the team members from Road to the Top without the presence of Mr. Mime or even a Lola Ninetales or even a Hooper during those segments?
Well, I saw a couple times like Mike Ross trying to go for these flanks onto somebody such as that Clefable. I think he even tried to go for Inteleon, but is just really not in a position to grab that Pokemon. Trying to go for the Emerald 2-step solo KO, and by himself, Mike Ross just doesn't do the damage for these solo KOs anymore. He has to come in to clean up. He can't come in and go for that very easy pickoff. And Crustle, this is the tankiest Pokemon on Secret Rare Diamond. If they lose him, they'll lose their frontliner. You can't rely on Mr. Mime.
Close one.
Camerul, yep, he had the fly set up, hoping that Crustle was going to come back a little bit sooner. We're seeing a 5,100 point score in that bottom lane by that Leafeon, but Secret Rare are still behind in points. 233 to the 379. Secret Rare, they're going to have to pick their fight into Road to the Top, because Road to the Top, they don't need Rayquaza. All they have to do is defend, delay the game, and make the timer run out.
Yep, that is true. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock here, still a lot of room, but not too much for Team Secret Rare Diamond. They have to force the scene to happen. Meanwhile, with this invitation come from Blastoise from
another
behind.
100 points.
Another
66.
Still not enough. The Surf Drive was not able to connect, but they are able to actually catch over here, but did manage to save the Lola Ninetales away. Oh, here comes the drive from the Talon Flame, but not able to actually connect with any of the team members from Team Secret Rare Diamond. Jumping inside, it's going to be the Mr. Mime. See up from behind. Is the damage going to be enough? No, it is not, but it's not able to connect to anyone. Meanwhile, Fly, Hydro Typhoon, hitting off a tree. Where is the follow-up from behind? They do get the hook up with the Unbound, and sometimes all together with Lola Ninetales and all the team members from Team Secret Diamond from that one single engagement, and leaving up this big opening to clear out this Rayquaza for Road to the Top.
There was promise in that team fight for Secret Rare. It looked like they were the ones that were hoping to catch out Road to the Top, but they couldn't get those pickoffs as they were retreating. And then Road to the Top, once they were in that central area, they knew they had the advantage. They turned, they picked off Secret Rare one by one, and with Secret Rare gone, just take that Rayquaza, deny them the game, secure that game one. Road to the Top feeling very good for this first matchup. Just need one more win to make sure that they're going to move along in the bracket. But Secret Rare Diamond, they're going to have to reconsider what they do in game number 2, because if they lose this next game, they're out of the competition.
That's true. Now, I hate to say this. I've never said this in any of the day 1 and day 2. Now, it's very rare for this thing to happen, but Road to the Top, they were just capitalizing on the mistakes that Secret Rare Diamond do in multiple occasions. The Philippines, Secret Rare Diamond, they were doing great in the early stage itself. Mike Ross was having the levels, even more than what Road to the Top has to offer, but these mistakes slowly but surely putting Road to the Top, gaining back the levels that they were losing out in the early stages of the game, keeping up, and even going beyond what Secret Rare Diamond has to offer.
Yeah.
This is gonna hurt. This is definitely gonna hurt them because they had such a great start and then just losing up due to the small mistakes and giving it to Road to the Top.
It was that one fight, really. That first initial fight when they lost Mike Ross when he had a massive level advantage over Road to the Top. It was the Reggie fight. They lost that fight. That was where all the momentum shifted onto Road to the Top.
Is this the one where he was all alone in the bottom?
No, the team was there, but the team just split.
Oh yeah.
And Mike Ross was just caught by himself. The team had to back up because he was the one dealing most of the damage. Steam. This was a really tough game for Steam. I have to say Genkai did a really good job this game constantly surfing into that Alola Ninetales because if a surf connected, Surf Hydro Pump was enough to actually just two-shot the Ninetales. So Steam was really afraid in these fights because Tolates, he wasn't going to be able to go back and consistently protect the Ninetales.
Yes, he has to be at the front, yeah.
And Hues, he wasn't able to reliably save Steam either because he would just go down so fast. The Hyperspace Hole wouldn't be able to save him in time.
There was once, yeah, I saved him in time, but not all the time.
No, it was a really, really rough matchup. So going into this next game, thoughts on the Mr. Mime? I kind of didn't feel this Pokemon. Early on, we did.
Early on, yes. It looked like he was actually holding his ground.
But as the game just shifted later and later,
you don't see much.
Really, I kind of felt like it really ran out of that oomph that what it provided. I think if they kept snowballing, Mr. Mime actually still would have been a pretty decent pick. But yeah, later on, Mr. Mime just isn't there for damage. He's there to throw up the walls, to block Pokemon, to keep Pokemon blocked. And just to be a nuisance when he pops that Unite as well. Just get on top of the squishies and hopefully open up for Mike Ross. But this was the fight where everything just...
Yeah, this is where it all began. And of course, continue on with all that. Even more is this engagement at the top lane as well, as we do see basically losing out the team members as well. Now, this Blastoise is doing so much in all this, although it's not really dishing out the damage, but the displacement using off the Surf really does a lot more compared to basically what compared to the opponents what they can actually offer to them. So yeah, at this point you look at the Leafeon, he's no longer, he's still the highest coming on from the team, but still look at Inteleon, level 13, look at the Talonflame, level 12. They're keeping up and even going beyond.
Oh, the gravity.
Oh, the gravity.
The gravity stunning the Leafeon and then just getting automatically KO'd. But yeah, like we saw multiple times trying to go for these flanks on that Leafeon and Micross just not successful.
Look at Alola. He doesn't have a choice. He has to go in between the Blastoise and the other teammates that should go in to do something about it, but still get cleansed out. Now this is going to be the big one. This team fight decided everything as all the team members was scattered around, and this gave them an opportunity for them to roll to the top, just doing clearance during that point.
So I think we're going to talk about this next game that's coming up because Secret Rare, they might have to go for a bit of a reshuffle in their Pokemon selections. Obviously going to have to clean things up moving into that next game because we saw in that composition one mistake essentially costing them the entirety of that series. But before we jump into game number 2, let's have a quick look at some of the players from these two rosters. Secret Rare Diamond's AC. His favorite Pokemon is Lapras, and he has a pretty well-rounded stat board across the board, but he's actually labeled himself as 5 stars for performance. And finally, his player comment, my goal is to win regionals and fly to Thailand to compete in the finals.
Wow, very specific. It doesn't have to, yes, if you do win regionals, you will fly to Thailand to compete in the finals and stuff. I do question, what does he mean by performance? Like, what kind of performance could it be?
He probably thinks he's a good player. I mean, if you're a pro player, you kind of have to be good. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I perform. Yeah. And of course, coming up next is going to be from Team Road to the Top, Calamity. Now, of course, I do have to agree in some of the points here. Aggressiveness, 5. Goal defense, 3. Combination, 3. Strategy, nada. He is bad at strategy.
He lets the team do the strategy.
You tell me what to do, I will do it.
He's a follower.
Yeah, he's a follower. Me cannot think. You tell me. I do it.
But he does have 5 stars mental strength. 5 hearts, excuse me.
5 hearts.
I mean, sometimes you do need that one person on the team to sort of keep everyone together, right? You can't have a whole team of people with no mental strength because everything would just absolutely collapse. So Calamity, he's probably there to just keep everyone cheered up, motivated. If things go wrong, he gives the speech, the team is back on their feet. But his comment for his player introduction is, my goal is to get top 3 in Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. More or less the same for the majority of the players. A lot of them want to win. A lot of them want to try and aim for that top score line. Very realistic goal to aim for top 3.
Yeah, I do have to agree on this. Now, if they getting in top 3, meaning that is either you get into the finals.
You get into the finals.
Either finals, or you get it through winning the loser of the semifinals fight and then get to the last slot itself. Of course, you don't want to get that. If you want to secure it fast, you go through the semifinals and just win it and get up there.
Yeah.
My question to Calamity is, since you're already there in finals, if you already made it in finals, does that mean that that's it? I mean, like, you need to win, right?
No. He needs to be top 3 in the finals. Alrighty, moving on. We're going to be taking a look at AC's stats, I believe. And yes, we are. So this is AC. He's been playing some Buzzwole. He's been playing some Crustle. Lots of options, really, for Secret Rare. They're not keeping AC on that one single Pokemon. I mean, in that last game, we saw him play Mr. Mime, so I don't think they really have him on duty for any Pokemon in particular. But he does seem to enjoy playing a lot of those aggressive top laners for the team, because he is the top laner. Quite surprised that the Crustle was on Tollates instead, which Tollates is the support defender on the team.
Yeah. I think this kind of players like IC, we did talk a lot about him, that this flexibility allows the team captain to actually do wonders in terms of how to place and how to pick Pokemon. Even the pick rate is not even that high. It's only 29% coming out from both Buzzwole as well as Crustle. So he has a lot of other options to actually go with. So this flexibility is definitely going to be very, very key for the team itself.
Yeah, I would like to see AC play a top laner that can be a little bit more beneficial to the team. Although we are going to switch on over to Calamity now, just to keep in mind, folks, these two players, they do play different roles. So AC was the top laner and Calamity is the support player for Road to the Top. So as you can see, he's been playing a lot of Hooper, he's played a little bit of Clefable if the team allows him. And obviously his job is to make sure you keep the team topped up, which is what he did in that previous matchup. Calamity played a pretty big role going into that final fight before Road to the Top got that Rayquaza. So we did see a couple of those Pokemon on his team low on health. They backed up. They gave Calamity the space to get that Moonlight healing up until everyone was at a more comfortable health pool. And then going in for the fight reset. Calamity, he's a silent hero on this team. He does his job beautifully. I don't think we've ever seen him overstep his boundaries in these fights.
Yeah, I think he's one of those disciplined people, I would say. I think
very.
It's not so much like I understand people talking about the stats that he plays in where, you know, he doesn't have much on the strategy side of things. He's just listening to people, but he's very disciplined. So in terms of execution side, he's one of the cleanest, I would say, in the competition.
I mean, for the team in general as well, just very, very stable player. So there we go. That was AC and that was Calamity. We are getting ready to jump into game number 2. And the question we have here for our teams is whether or not we're going to be getting a game 3, because if game number 2 is going to be anything like game number 1, Road to the Top will easily sweep this series. But if Secret Rare Diamond can figure out what went wrong for them in that previous matchup, either go for a draft change or maybe play a bit of a cleaner game, they can bring this to a game number 3. I do think there have to be some changes in the draft, though. I wasn't convinced.
Still not convinced with the Mr. Mime.
I wasn't convinced. It wasn't just the Mr. Mime. So Steam was on the Ninetales, and in this game in particular, Ninetales, I didn't actually feel...
He was in trouble.
He was in trouble, but he also... This was just a really tough game for Ninetales in general, because you had to not only deal with a Blastoise that was going to constantly surf into you.
That's a problem.
But there was also going to be Camerupt on that Talonflame. Talonflame just destroys Ninetales. You fly over the avalanche, doesn't give a care in the world, and is able to normally two-shot a Ninetales from half health. So yeah, it was a very tough game. Again, the frontliners weren't quite there. Really needed that momentum to actually stay ahead, and that one fight, as we saw, was probably the reason why Secret Rare really lost that match.
Actually, he also got sniped from far away as well, which was also
from Inteleon.
Yeah, from Inteleon too. I wanted to highlight about this part because I was just looking around the basically the Rayquaza bit. It's actually the Reggie bit, Reggie area at the bottom. It's like he was getting sniped. Inteleon was actually aiming him the whole time. Like, okay, I can just get an angle and try to snipe you off. It doesn't matter if you're in position. Now you have to get somebody to body block you. Sure, great. If you get somebody to body block you, he will get damage instead of you, and still a plus for them anyway. So he was in a very rocky position, I would say.
It was just, look, it was a tough game.
It was a tough game for
I would
him.
not,
Compared
do
to
not
everybody
envy.
else, he was in trouble.
Yeah, I do not envy Steam in this game at all. So I'm kind of wondering what kind of changes we're going to be seeing here for Secret Rare. So are we maybe going to be seeing Steam pivot back to Glaceon, for example? Because Glaceon has been a pretty popular pick for this player for that bottom lane. Or it could even be Mike to pick up that Glaceon, and maybe they even give that Leafeon to Steam. It does depend on the players and what they prefer. Sometimes we have seen Sylveon pop up. This is another Pokemon that is a pretty big specialty in the Philippines. Of course, Evolution makes sense.
They are
Espeon,
fine
not
with
so
running
much.
it. Yes, Espeon not so much. Not as
Not
much as
so
yeah.
much.
If I were to put into tier, it's always Leafeon, the Umbreon, and then
I think Umbreon is actually at the top because it's either banned or it's picked first.
Yes,
so
correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are basically the top twos, and then you go to Sylveon, and later on the Espeon not so much because of the nerfs getting on the Pokemon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with the opening Clefable here from the side of Philippines,
Oh,
Secret Diamond is
that
gonna be
opening again for Road to the
no
Top.
surprise. I
Umbreon
think
Blastoise
everyone
again.
tuning into the live stream for the longest time here from day one kind of expect this kind of drafts from being run. Secret Rare and Diamond this time thinking of getting that Inteleon for themselves instead, and running with the Crustle.
I do like this Inteleon pick for Steam, so at least he's going to have some mobility to work with, and Inteleon, I feel, just does more than Alolan Ninetales in the current meta. Great laner, can sometimes be left alone because he does have an amazing secure, going into that late game, really scales, and definitely does more damage than a Ninetales in a lot of cases. Great at taking those objectives, definitely better in Alolan Ninetales in that regard as well, and hang on a minute, we're seeing a Blaziken being highlighted here for AC.
And
is this the play?
Together with Zorak? Okay.
Is this the play? A Goodra is actually being considered here. Mike Ross, what's the play here? What's this Pokemon going to be? It looks like...
I don't mind seeing a Micross on his Zoroark. I don't mind it. But they are... Okay, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It actually runs something else here.
Okay, so I do like the Lapras pick here. So Lapras is a great option. Great defender. Doesn't do as much damage as it used to do, but can cut into the back lines, provide mobility for its teammate with that Lapras Express. Can still be a pretty big force to be reckoned with in these team fights, depending on whether it's going to be the Water Pulse or... Oh, it's actually going to be Tolate. So AC is going to be the one rocking the Crustle this time. Okay, so a support Lapras.
Very fine with this. Running off double defenders, they have one support, they have the Clefable, they also have the Rain Sniper on the hands of Steam, and of course,
the
Mike Ross.
Pikachu. This is mid Pikachu, man.
This is going to be interesting. Now, getting online real fast. As I said, you got the levels, so you can actually dish out a huge amount of damage. This is going to be huge. So they're not running Bocce to actually get levels higher on this. So I guess Camero is going to be running this Pikachu. Mid lane,
yes.
They do have this Blissey as well. Looking solid on the front line side, I have to admit. From both ends, one support, double defenders, one support, double defenders.
Yeah.
Where is the attention going to be? Who's going to be doing the set? We have the Rock Tomb, Crustle if he's running Rock Tomb. We have the Surf.
I think you'd be running Rock Tomb on AC this game for sure. Probably Rock Tomb, X-Scissor, and then for Lapras, I think it's almost mandatory to run the Ice Beam here. You want to have that. You want to have that the damage over time and the freeze. But the secondary move, probably Water Pulse. That has been the more popularized move
It's a more
lately.
popularized one, yeah. I really still do favor the Bubble Beam anyways, but still people do because you set it together with the Crustle, it makes sense.
But the setup for Ice Beam and Rock Tomb is even better
Yeah,
because you
correct.
Ice Beam, Rock Tomb, they've got nowhere to go, so they will guarantee a freeze on whatever Pokemon gets caught in there.
Yep, in that area, yep, correct as well. Yeah, so
lots of wombo combo.
Going up for the scores, of course, Squirtle trying to get this a little bit of winning. Does commit eject. Is able to actually make an escape over here. Does he Chansey trying to do the double slap here is in his cute wide open hands, but is not able to as Chansey provides a little bit of assistance on Squirtle at the top lane. Now, I did mention this. Instead they are running
went
this
for a roll
Leafeon.
swap.
Yeah, so they were roll swap. So instead they went for Leafeon, getting a little bit more levels on this, while Pikachu running off to the bottom lane together with yet another EV. And this is going to be the EV for Umbreon. Yeah,
Yes.
for the bottom lane.
Still not evolved yet too, so not going to have access to its first move until
Well,
it hits that level 4.
Pressure from Zoroark to the bottom lane. That is why. Who gets most of that secure? Was it?
Leafeon. Leafeon
Yeah,
got
Leafeon.
most of it with the Solar Blade.
Yeah.
So that actually was going to be the tipping point for Umbreon. So now Umbreon is level 4. We'll see later on if it's going to be that mean look or that foul play. Top lane, though, looking to actually punish this Blissey. Couldn't quite connect, actually, with the Zoro. Unfortunate for Secret Rare. And even the War Turtle just walks out of there, too.
Yeah.
Going to be wasting a little bit of Mike Ross's time here.
Oh yeah, so he rotate top lane, was not able to actually do any form of secure and either the Water Auto or even this Blissey. So that's going to be very, very costly. But he's going to make his way into the wild Pokemon area in the South area. Meanwhile, Clefable providing a little bit of cover for him in a wild area just in case if this Leafeon gets a little bit naughty. Meanwhile, we do see from both ends over here, we do have the Umbreon online rotating in the middle, now clearing up the Altaria family at the central area with the Leaf Blade doing a lot of damage. Does see Mike Ross push forward, but gets hold down here by the Pikachu. Leaf Blade was not able to connect. Instead, it's going to be the Pikachu getting cleared out in the hands of Mike Ross, but he's going to be taken down as well, making a one-to-one trade-off. But no, not really. It does
mean look.
Like holding out in position and getting out yet another here from Team Road to the Top.
Okay, so this Mean Look is nasty coming out from Road to the Top because you catch any of these squishies. Mean Look is a hard counter to Zoro. It's a hard counter to Inteleon. Both of these Pokemon can't afford to stay in that arena and try to fight within that Mean Look. So Secret Rare, they're going to have to be very careful of their positioning. Micros will need to be aware of the positioning of the Umbreon as well. If possible, try to stay away, out of range from that Mean Look if you're going to try and do any kind of damage on those squishies such as that Leafeon or that Pikachu. It's going to be a tough one here, but let's see if Mike Ross is able to adapt.
Yeah, for this. Now, Mike Ross, he knows that in the eyes of the enemy right now from Team Road to the Top, they are aiming for him. They're going to lock him down, prevent him to do too much damage over here. Of course, a little bit sniping action from the side of Secret Red Diamond on the Inteleon. Be very careful, can actually secure a little bit of body block as well. Umbreon trying to do a little bit of catching, but a little bit too far over here. Mike Ross going to be getting himself on the Reggie, still amplify the damage, but this team, they're going to be the ones losing on team members. They lost the Zora here together with the Lapras. What is going on, Danny? 3 hands of Leafeon.
They did deny the buff to Road to the Top, though, so I think that was the best thing that Secret Rare could hope for in that battle. Was hoping to get a little bit more, maybe some KOs themselves with the bonus from that Reggie, but sometimes things just happen. They're going to eject forward, final basic attack onto that Blastoise.
Double ejects.
Yes, and they're going to score into that top lane. This will break it with only a 2-point overdunk. Now, it's Umbreon up against a Crustle and a Zoro. Unless we've got some reinforcement coming in, this could be problematic. The Snarl giving that extra shielding, but here comes that Zoro. Umbreon is down. Oh, Cameroon's almost getting caught. The Mean Look, though, connecting onto Zoro, and they get the counter KO. Great combinations from Road to the Top.
Just in the nick of time with that huge damage from Leafeon from the downside to the wild Pokemon area. Through the middle over there, they managed to actually clear out the Zoro over there, meaning getting a little bit of scoring. For Road to the Top is going to be the Blastoise at the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see rotations here coming from the team members trying to actually clear out this wild Pokemon segment, not trying to do anything on the Blastoise as he does have the Blissey providing a little bit healing and assistance from there. And does seem that Road to the Top is going to do a little bit of commitment over there. Pushing this Clefable, damage a little bit too much to handle, but they're still surviving through. They managed to get the jump in, and Clefable gets cleared out. Crustle gets the berry, but still getting a little bit too much. Could not soak in all that damage. Coming from a little bit too late. It's going to be the Lapras. Hydro Typhoon hitting up the Lapras together with Inteleon. Where is the follow-up over here? They might be getting it in. They got a snipe in. They do manage to get the Blastoise, and was not able to actually get the other, which is the Lapras, safe and sound.
Oh, that was a really scary fight there for Secret Rare Diamond. Luckily, not losing every Pokemon in that fight. The eject saving the Inteleon and able to get that counter KO onto the Blastoise. Now, unfortunately, the team's not in position at all to take that Regieleki up top, but Crustle is actually trying to go for a solo down here onto this Registeel. Zoro's going to be coming in here as well, but we've got Genkai coming in now. Genkai could be problematic because he is running that Surf Hydro Pump. He might even try and go for the counter Steel. It's going to come down to timings. Beautiful timing there from Secret Rare. Going to deny any opportunity for Genkai to go in for that steal. And here comes that Leafeon wanting to punish the Zora. Can he catch Mike Ross? Look at all the reinforcement. Oh, that Solar Blade. Bye-bye.
Oh, man. The moment he executed the combo and then he realized that with 40 members, he knew, oh,
the
no.
gravity.
Oh, no. It's not over yet over
Fly?
here. Where's going to be the dive? Is damage going to be enough? They do manage to actually get on the Leafeon as well as the Umbreon over here, leaving 2 members, which is going to be the Blastoise together with the Blissey, trying to make it his way away from this castle. Was not being able to do so, but they are going to be losing out the Clefable. Is on the Hydro Typhoon, but is damage going to be enough yet? Yes, it will be. Cross will be cleared out together with the Lapras here from the side of Secret Rare Diamond. 2 KO streaks in hands of Pikachu.
Oh, but here comes Zora. He's got other plans, quickly getting rid of Genkai there, and Umbreon is there forcing out that mean look. Mike Ross, this man is so aggressive. But I feel like he has to play like this. If he doesn't go for these high-risk plays, he's just not going to be able to slow down all of these fights coming in from Road to the Top, just catching them when they're not expecting it. Looking at the position here for both of these teams, we are looking at a pretty even game with a slight level advantage in favor of Secret Rare Diamond. So the Filipinos, they are still in this game, but they have to be careful of the wombo combos that could come out from Road to the Top, because they have to worry about the Hydro Typhoon, they have to worry about the Thunderstorm coming in from the Pikachu. And even if they try and go for that one quick knockout on any of the Pokemon on the side of Road to the Top, you have Bliss Assist that's going to be coming in handy.
Exactly, yeah. So all this and more is going to be offered for them in this big encounter at the Rayquaza pit for sure. Remember,
so close.
That was close. That was close. If that latched on, it would have been a different story over there. I'm guessing that he was sweating. But of course, we're 30 seconds away from Rayquaza appearing here at the stadium very, very soon. A big opening here for Team Road to the Top, tries to secure this Regieleki for their side. Meanwhile, it does seem that Secret Rare Diamond is going to commit to that Reggie at the bottom lane, and this time it is going to be a Regirock, which is going to be giving them the defense and special defense buff for the whole team for a period of time.
Oh, this is really awkward. We've got 10 seconds to go till Rayquaza. They're going to let the Regieleki walk in, meaning that they will let Genkai get this free 100-point score.
Oh, Blastoise, this is going to be huge. And I think...
Okay, they won't catch up yet.
They
are
catch up
still
yet.
very, very close. So Road to the Top are still on the back foot here. They need to either score a few points, go for a team wipe on the side of Secret Rare, or get this Rayquaza. Multiple things need to go right, but at the same time, Secret Rare, they need to win this battle, because if they don't win this game, we are looking at a 2-0 sweep for Road to the Top.
Oh, Zoroark going on for the score instead of providing any form of assistance to the team. Right here, he did that, scoring 64 points right now, putting them in the lead, in a much bigger lead, I would say right now, 82 points. Difference leaning towards Secret Rare Diamond. Now, of course, it's going to be a 5v5 team fight here happening around the Rayquaza pit, opening up the Moonlight, a little bit healing just in case. They need to find the sniper here. They need to find the Umbreon. Is damage really going to be there? What's going to be the edge over here? Umbreon jumping on the inside. Straight going for chase on this Inteleon, but there's no damage over there. Inteleon makes an escape, chasing out from behind. They are going to be able to get
It's a team wipe!
Oh no, they're going to be losing the Brown as well. It's a full-on team wipe coming from Side Secret Diamond. This is going to be the comeback they're looking for here at the second series of the day. Team Secret Rare, the Filipinos are doing it. Secret Rare Diamond snatching up the Rayquaza and ready to dunk some points in the face of Team Road to the Top. A huge 100 here by the Inteleon. Another huge one here from the Crustle together with the Clefable. No problemo. Lapras another 100 as well, putting them at 766 to 224.
We are getting a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Road to the Top. They were behind, they were pressured, they had to engage into Secret Rare Diamond, and unfortunately, Roy not connecting on to Mike Ross. He committed the Umbreon Unite, was not able to get his primary target. The team committed into the rest of Secret Rare Diamond, and that was where they got cleaned up. They fought in a choke point, they all got caught with all this AoE, and that was it. Road to the Top. It's the pressure. Especially in that late game, when you are the one that is on the back foot and you have to decide where and when that fight happens. If you're Secret Rare Diamond, your job is to play on the defense. Play in a position where you should have the positional advantage. And it's really unfortunate for Road to the Top, because if they had a way to connect onto Mike Ross, keep him locked down and eliminate him, he was actually the only biggest issue in a lot of these fights. Yes, Steam is going to be coming in with a lot of those snipe shots from that back line, but Mike Ross is the one that Camerul and Bocce are really afraid of, because he's able to just duke and dive on top of them. Roy is normally fighting in the front lines. If he has to turn around, that's basically a green card for Secret Rare to just fight.
Yeah, but the jump coming off from Roy, I believe that that's not really for this Roy. I think they saw the opening that, they'll just take having the Italian over there, but we're not able to actually grab a hold of him. ST managed to actually make an escape, and then things just went haywire from there. Because the thing about Road to the Top, they've already committed. And they couldn't pull back from there. Whatever happens from there happens. Genkai committed together with Hydro Typhoon during that particular segment at the same time as well. So Steam must be very happy. He became like a huge bait for Secret Rare Diamond during that encounter.
Inteleon was a big upgrade compared to the Alolan Ninetales here, because I think the lack of mobility from that Ninetales would really limit what Steam would be able to do. So I think Steam, he's happy he's got this Inteleon. I think if you're Road to the Top, you're going to have to consider, can you afford to give Steam that Inteleon? Because he did actually get a number of fantastic snipes that game onto Road to the Top.
Yeah, I do agree on this. It is a much better draft. At least he doesn't have to worry about the opponents try to chip you off. This time you are on the offense. You're going to be the one putting pressure on the enemy. Now I do see a display coming off from Umbreon. I get it. He was trying to actually body block to provide a little bit of assistance on him, but still get cleared out in the hands of Inteleon. Now, despite actually securing this Reggie, look at this. Leafeon managed to secure all those takedowns, all those KOs coming up from team members. Of course, this top engagement was quite something. It does look like they are committed to actually clear out this goalpost, and they actually did it. And then they realized that they need to back off. I believe that during the segment, they managed to get the Blastoise, but the remaining members managed to make an escape.
Yeah, that was actually the one pick up ever on the Blastoise. So I believe this was the fight where everything started. So we did get a 2 Pokemon Connect there with the Umbreon Unite, but Mike Ross was just waiting on the goal zone. He was healing back up. There's teammates that were deep in the fight though. Because Umbreon and Blastoise played so far forward, the backline was wide open.
Yeah.
And so that was where Crustle and Lapras were just like, hey, let's have a party back here, because there's nothing you're going to be able to do with it. Because of that bottleneck. That is why sometimes when it comes to those team fights, you have to think, can you fight in that environment? Because if you're playing with a composition that has 2 long-ranged attackers, Pikachu in particular, you need space. You really need space to move. You can't fight in those kind of bottlenecks. But as we prepare for game number 3 here, Flava, let's have a quick look at some player stats. We're going to switch on over to Mike Ross, who is the central laner for Secret Rare Diamond. He thinks very highly of himself as a player. He's a very aggressive player. I'd argue he's at these 5 stars.
I was like, really? Come on, aggressiveness?
He has to be 5.
Mike Ross, people have been observing, people have been watching your games. People disagree.
I disagree. He's definitely
the people
5
disagree.
points.
Yeah, come on, man. I think he's being humble on this. It's like maybe not strong enough.
The confidence, yes. You need,
you
need to be confident to be aggressive.
We believe you. We believe you on this.
5, totally fine. Goal defense, we didn't really see it this game, but it was because he's playing Leafeon and Zoroark. These are not really Pokemon that are there to protect your goal zone.
That's not his job anyways. But I believe that when needed be, he is able to actually perform.
Combinations. I think he's really good at mechanically controlling his Pokemon. So he really understands when to use his moves, how to use his moves as efficiently as possible. The strategy, probably left to the rest of his team, but he does have his own thoughts when he is playing that central laner.
Makes sense.
5 points mental strength. I actually think so. He bounced back after game number 1.
He needs it. He needs it, yeah. I do believe on this last game, but possibly nobody's going to agree on the aggressiveness of today. Of course, coming up next, it's going to be Bocce here from Road to the Top. Now, a little bit different over here. Aggressiveness at maximum compared to what Microsoft has to offer. Goal defense 4, combinations 3, strategy 5. Now, Bocce knows what he's doing, which makes sense also based on his favorite Pokemon here, which is going to be you. You need to have a good strategy on how to actually utilize Pokemon, mental strike 3, and team fight 5.
Yes, and he's also a flex player as well, right? Because we saw him and Camerul actually go for role changes. So Camerul plays central lane in game number 1, Bocce deciding to play a central lane in game number 2. I'm kind of wondering what we're going to be expecting for game number 3 here. Is it going to be Camerul back in that central area? Is it still going to be Bocce? Who knows? Let's move on over to our player stats here. We're going to switch on back to Mike Ross yet again, and his most used Pokemon so far in the league has been Leafeon and Glaceon, which is on brand with the Filipino style of Pokemon Unite. Evolutions rule, evolutions forever. And he does do a significant amount of damage for the team.
I like how you created like a tagline for them.
Hey, look, the Filipinos are going to agree. They love their evolutions.
I have to agree. Looking at the stats, like 2 evolutions is not maximum for them, it's a minimum requirement.
I'm just waiting for people to do Central Lane Umbreon. So.
There was a time when I thought that the Filipinos thought that the evolution event have not concluded. That's why they were just enjoying the evolutions in all time. But of course, Bachi over here, really use Pokemons, the Blastoise and the Slowbro, the top defenders. We've seen how well Bachi played. Not just here at the ACL, even day 1 and day 2, but even in previous tournaments as well. I know how amazing this guy is and what he can actually do. It's when required, he can actually pull some amazing stuff when needed be. And he's proven from time to time he's definitely that kind of guy.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great flex player for the team.
Yes, he is.
Because he's switched on over to Central Laner, he's played Attacker, and then his main Pokemon, who was the defender for the team. I think he was the top laner actually for the roster before we had Cameroon come in. So the team had to make a couple changes. Oh, and also to accommodate Roy, because we didn't mention this before, but the team did sub Roy in for today. So lots of subs with the team. Game number 3 is ready. Let's hop to it and see whether or not it's going to be Road to the Top or Secret Rare Diamond moving along in our playoffs today.
Yeah. Now, of course, Danny, this game will decide, will it be Secret Rare Diamond, the Filipinos, be eliminated here on the first round on day number 3, or will it be the representative from Malaysia, Singapore, Road to the Top? One game to decide their fates here in the competition at this point.
Goodbye, Clefable. Goodbye, Buzzwole. Not going to see either of these Pokemon. And what's going to be the first pick here for Road to the Top? Because they did have the option to go either decide if they wanted first pick or last pick because they lost that last round.
Yes, correct. And of course, they're definitely going to be capitalizing on this benefit of actually getting this first pick. They are considering, but they are going to be comfy with this Blastoise as the first pick for Road.
I think I think if take the Blastoise, Genkai has been very consistent on that Blastoise for the past 2 games.
I would have picked this compared to Lapras, even with the Slowbro as well. It's a very situational kind of thing. If you really want a really good hole, yes, you go with the Slowbro, but Blastoise has proven itself to do wonders in multiple type of drafts throughout the whole competition. Now, the Filipinos are gonna go with this Umbreon and Hoopa looking solid. Now, Road to the Top securing this Inteleon.
Tree, wow.
Wow, we have not seen this yet currently in the series for the day.
We've seen Tree in East Asia, not so much in Southeast Asia. It's not really been a favored pick here. But I'm curious to know what Steam is going to be playing for Secret Rare because he is not going to get Inteleon. I don't think he's going to be a big fan of Alolan Ninetales, and it seems like Mew is going to be the alternative here for Steam. Great Pokemon, very, very popular, very stable Pokemon as well. So I do like this option, but Crustle is going to be the top laner, I think, for Secret Diamond. And look at this, Sableye for Genkai and Cameroon back on that Talonflame. What is going on?
Is this a secret draft they've been keeping here? But is this really the right time to play it on game number 3 that could decide their fate? Talonflame and Sableye and Trevenant in the draft.
And Micross is going to be on the Mimikyu. Okay. I'm genuinely curious to know what the build is going to be for Micross because in the last series we saw Trick Room. Now Trick Room is not normally the chosen move. It is very situational, very niche. I'm not sure if it's going to be useful here, so it's probably not going to be that Trick Room. Probably just going to be the Shadow Sneak into Shadow Claw.
I believe that will better.
Or it could be Play Rough as well.
Yeah, the better suit to work against Steam Road to the Top. Now I want to say this. Now Sableye, one of the most successful Sableye plays that we saw was mainly being played by Team MIS during day 1 and day 2. I do wonder how Calamity will be. Now Sableye will be hands on Calamity. Let's see how he's going to be playing the Sableye for this particular game because Sableye, we've seen him work so well in some of the games that actually got picked, and making its entry to this game number 3, I'm a little bit scared.
Okay, so I'm not sure how effective Calamity is going to be on this Sableye because firstly, we don't see a lot of Invade in Southeast Asia.
Yes,
a lot more in
East Asia.
Thing. But I don't know how Sableye will fare up against a Mimikyu because Mimikyu in the early game isn't going to be as weak as some of your evolving central laners. So I think after seeing Mike Ross picking up that Mimikyu, he might change his mind and instead try and go harass those side lanes instead because I think trying to outlast hit a Mimikyu is not is not really an option. And you can even see the Hooper is in that central lane too, just in case we do see Calamity here. And he is actually going to continue on with this harassment. But he has been spotted.
Yeah, he's been
3
spotted.
Pokemon. Oh
wow,
my gosh.
Committing so much here from the side of Secret Rare Diamond to defend themselves against Isabel. Of course, we do understand how much of a nuisance this Pokemon can be. Probably there's a need to actually have this. Meanwhile, oh man, trying to get even with having all those berries. Squirtle is struggling here against clear down a little bit more. But the last hit coming in from the Hoopa from behind. And now bumping up with the evolution is going to be the Crustle from Team Secret Rare Diamond. That's a win.
That was a bit of a surprise because this was a solo top lane Crustle on the side of Secret Rare, although you're losing AC here, so a bit of a mistake there. But yeah, I wasn't expecting the Squirtle to actually get knocked out there. Hooper just came in for that basic attack. They're going to get another KO. Oh gosh, and we do have a pause, so we might be getting a technical issue or some latency problems from the players, so we're going to try and get this sorted as quickly as we can, folks. We do apologize for this pause. We're going to try and unpause as soon as we can get this fixed. But this has been a pretty interesting game already. So we saw Calamity try and go in for the central area, invade onto the Mimikyu, but the respect coming in from Secret Rare.
They knew it was coming.
I mean, look, it's a Sableye. I think you're aware that there is going to be some kind of invade.
Yes.
So huge respect. They sent both of their supports to the central lane just to make sure that Mike Ross was going to get his central lane farm. That was not an issue. But I would have actually liked to see Road to the Top really capitalize on their side lanes after seeing that both supports had actually pressured the central area Sableye instead of trying to push those side lanes instead.
Yep.
Up top, I think they've done well now that they actually punished the Crustle and that Hooper. I don't think that should have happened from Secret Rare to begin with, so mistake from both sides, I believe.
Yeah.
Down bottom, though, we haven't seen what's happened down there. So,
yes, we haven't seen anything like that.
I'm not 100% sure what the matchup is looking like, but generally speaking, Mew is a pretty good solo laner.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at the Fatum together with the Drizzle here at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, it's the Mimikyu, it is the Umbreon, and I believe that rotation coming on from
Mimikyu rotated down bottom. So
yeah, together with the Mew. Yeah, I think it's a Mew.
Yeah, so they've got assistance down there. Yeah, I mean, levels are looking actually better for Road to the Top if you take a look at the numbers. So still looking at 2 level 3s on the side of Secret Rare Diamond. Everyone is 4 and 5 on the side of Road to the Top. Mostly 4 and 5 on Secret Rare. They are going to slowly catch up, but there we get the KO onto the Hooper. 3 scores coming in from Road to the Top. That's going to give him a boost of experience and start to soften that goal zone. And it's going to be Crustle by himself trying to defend this. And I mean, there's not really much you can do as AC.
There's not really much you can actually do. Yeah.
If he gets KO'd, though, that would be a bit of a mistake.
Not again. I think it was quite unfortunate he got KO'd at the goalpost from the side of Team Road to the Top in the top lane earlier on. They should have been mindful. He doesn't even have any form of shields.
Looks like down bottom, though, there's been a lot of pressure from Secret Rare Diamond because, as you can see, the Drizzile is still Drizzile, actually rotating back into its own central lane after Cameroon had left. Mew is basically occupying most of that bottom lane as well. So, yeah, Road to the Top. They've been focusing more on that top lane. Bottom lane, they sort of left the Drizzile. Maybe they'll come back and help him, or maybe they'll pressure that top lane and try and draw some attention up there. But yeah, Inteleon is now Inteleon. Both teams going for those central area Pokemon, and I think most of them went to Road to the Top.
Yeah, and of course right now, quite a standstill coming up from both ends here as they're also putting pressure, basically focusing more on the wild Pokemons. We do have the Treven in front of it too earlier on right here.
Oh!
Snipe, gotta be careful. Did not manage to actually latch on to get to the Mimikyu.
Did spot the Mimikyu though, so had forced it out of that bush.
Yeah, Manila Cooper decides to actually go to the top lane. Yeah, there are some. I think they needed much to put a little bit of pressure on this War Turtle. And this is going to be great because they were trying to find a little space for the War Turtle to become a Blastoise. It does seem to fly here. Yololee, is the Crustle going to get cleared out? Yes, he will be. And also, they have the Blastoise in their hands at the current moment, going off a chase together with Sableye on the Hooper.
Oh, she didn't
flies over there.
Oh, but it sets up for the KO instead. There goes Mike Ross. Very big KO there for Road to the Top. A nice boost of experience for the entire team. And look at this. You've got a level 9 Talonflame, level 8 Inteleon, and Blastoise. This is a really great game for Road to the Top, actually. Their early game is fantastic. Not set back at all by this pressure from Secret Rare.
Oh no, we just saw Umbreon get cleared out here at the bottom lane as he got shoved all the way to the left side of the map by this Trevenant. And they also got themselves with this Regirock, giving them special defense and normal defense. for a period of time. Meanwhile, a bit on kick here in the bottom lane. Top lane, Reggie Lecky. Definitely no commitments coming off him to road to the top at the current moment, unless Secret Red Diamond is struggling to actually take him down. But it does seem Reggie Lecky has already been cleared and hands off Mimikyu.
Yep, Secret Rare wanting to go for a big push in that top lane. We're still seeing Road to the Top make their way up there, and if Secret Rare Diamond aren't quick enough, they actually might end up going into a big fight there, but it looks like Cameron finding the Mew, the Surf buying him some time. Oh my goodness, the Mew gets out of there. Oh my gosh.
No, it's not done yet, Danny. Look at the Unite committee here by the Talonflame. Not only making this game, also managed to actually take one from the members of Team Secret Rare Diamond. Sequence to top for top lane. This is going to be the Blastoise trying to use the Surf to actually show one of the team members away to their side, but was not able to actually connect to anyone as they're being mindful in regards to their position creep. Now clearing the Altara family at the top lane segment. Meanwhile, Sableye as usual invading even more on the wild Pokemon area on the side of Team Secret Rare Diamond. If he does get caught by the team members of Secret Rare Diamond, I believe
down
that's
bottom.
We're
going to be seeing a
Russell
we're seeing
all
a
alone.
flank.
What is going on? Getting sandwiched here, but Mimikyu getting that takedown.
Wow, it's actually a double KO.
Double KO here. Losing out the Sableye as well, so that's going to be a really big win. Umbreon, meanwhile, the top lane getting screened out by the Blastoise to actually try to get off the Umbreon away from the lane.
Yeah, so there was a pretty nice double KO onto Road to the Top, but after losing Micross, they kind of just reset that fight overall. Hooper, it was a pretty interesting move actually. Hooper came into that bottom lane, but then backed off. Didn't really assist at all with that assault coming in from Secret Rare Diamond.
I think he didn't do anything anyway, so.
Maybe, or maybe looking to grab some of that experience because they are still behind pretty badly when it comes to this experience. So we're getting a big push in that top lane. Mew, though, very low. Steam is going to have to try and teleport. Needs to heal the fly. Cameron gets the Mew. Steam going to have to wait 5 seconds before he can assist his team back into that top lane. Now, Regice has spawned in that bottom lane. Reggie Alecki is ready in the top lane. Got a big Surf coming in there. And look at that Cameron with the Unite finishing off that Crustal. Frontliner is down for the team, and they're going to get another one here. Hooper, that was the Rings Unbound as well used. Going to send both of these Pokemon home, and that means down bottom, we're going to be seeing most of Secret Rare instead, focusing on trying to get the Regice, wanting the experience, wanting the buff as well. There was no way they'd win a head-on engagement against Road to the Top up there anyway.
Yeah, I think now is definitely not a moment. They need to find a really great opportunity to compensate back the difference in terms of levels between both of them. Look at this, level 13 on this Talonflame, which is no surprise as it's been doing so well. Committing Unite moves and also latching out to multiple Pokemon from the side of Secret Rare Diamond. If this keeps up and if Secret Rare Diamond is not able to keep up or resolve this particular issue, which is siding with the Talonflame, this is going to be very big trouble, not only for them at the current moment, but also in the remaining 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Meanwhile, we see Reggie Lecky here at top lane, making his way to the top lane, but getting cleared out by the Mew and the Umbreon. Trying to find into scoring. Meanwhile, we do see a bottom lane 5-man movement here coming off from Road to the Top, but instead, Blastoise way through the top lane.
There goes the Hooper. Oh, Cameron almost get it.
Almost. Oh, that was close one over there. For sure, Secret Rare Diamond must be smiling right now. Was able to actually save his teammate, and the barrier continued. Look at the map control, Danny. Road to the Top is actually invading Secret Rare Diamond's area.
They're keeping them locked up on their side of the map as well. They can't get any of those wild Pokemon for experience. They're really cutting them off, and this is going to hurt Secret Rare unless they can break through somehow. But as you can see, Road to the Top hanging on to a lot of points. Almost 50 across the board. The only one that's not really hanging on to much is Calamity and that Trevenant. Both of the supports just focusing on providing vision for the team and being ready to provide that setup. So what's the comeback plan here for Secret Rare? Because they are behind in experience. They don't really have any options when it comes to backcapping. And even in team fights, they don't really have the best AoE crowd control.
No, they do not have over there. Like, I don't think Umbreon doesn't offer this. Crustle doesn't even offer this. Let's forget about the Mew as well as the Hooper and the Mimikyu.
Oh, 3-man Surf!
Oh no, but there's no fall from behind. Snipe is not able to connect on the Mimikyu, but instead here jumping on forward, holding on to this Blastoise. Where is the damage? Is it going to be enough? Crustle charges forward. Hydro Typhoon is being led up, and they're going to be getting Hooper first over here. Venus counter gets rid of with the Blastoise in hands of the Crustle. That's 1-1. It's a 4v4 situation. Meanwhile, Crustle getting sniped off by the Inteleon over hit by charging the forward. And yet another slide taking on the third member from Team Secret Red Diamond. Going for more. There goes the Light Screen pushing out away from this, but it does seem that they will also be getting the Umbreon as well. Waiting for one more. It is gonna be the Mew. Are they gonna be able
the
to
reset onto Mew? That's gonna bring Steam back up to 4.
They have to save somebody.
Look, here's an issue. We got to take a look at Road to the Top. They committed all their unites for that 2-minute fight, but you take a look at Secret Red Diamond.
They still have
3 unites. Sorry, 3 unites. Mimikyu, Mew, as well as that Hooper. So Secret Red Diamond, I do think they may have a tactical advantage here when they come to those team fights. Steam needs to be careful, but Cameron couldn't catch him. The eject, saving him. Boosted attack, slowly softening Genkai. But this Mew is over the reset again. They just can't catch this Mew.
The Jukes, that is the Jukes. Oh, but it seems that they're trapping and getting cleared out. But Umbreon's going to be the first one. He's not losing up 14 members. This is going to be the big opening. Is this the comeback that Secret Red Diamond, the Filipinos, are they going to be doing it over here? Making the 5v1 situation at the Rayquaza pit, but then Talonflame, even with this, it's not going to do anything, even with 100 points in the face. Even gets stopped by the Hoopa. No, this is definitely a horrible situation for Road to the Top. The Filipinos open second place winner here. Secret Rare Diamond is doing it. They got the Rayquazas. They have ample amount of times to dunk in the faces of Road to the Top at the current moment. 533 points against 227 at this point right now, and they're not even done yet. Even with all this pressure, 10 seconds on the clock, it does seem the game is over here. The Filipinos, Secret Rare Diamond, will be winning this game number 3 and winning the series with score 2-1.
Oh, what a end game that was for Road to the Top.
Oh, that is gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt so much.
Okay, we gotta break this down because a lot happened in those final 2 moments. So just before the 2-minute mark, we saw a team clash coming in from Road to the Top and Secret Rare Diamond. And the thing that really surprised me was the fact that Genkai committed his Hydro Typhoon 2 minutes and 1 second on the dot. That was right before Rayquaza spawned. I think that was where Road to the Top made the call that, guys, this is looking bad. I think we have to commit to this fight. They used all of their unites in that fight as well. I even saw Bocchi committing his unite to actually getting the KO onto AC, who chased him onto his goal zone. And because Road to the Top couldn't get a clean sweep, both teams reset. And who gets the advantage in resets? Secret Red Diamond, because they had their unites.
I'm glad that point was being brought up because Road to the Top, they realized they had nothing left other than normal
MVP.
skills. MVP wise, this is going to be quite a choice. Man, remember that Jukes from Mew was also something? That save from the Hoopa was also something as well. There was some good plays. Tulate's holding on to that Blastoise, I remember, the top lane. But the damage was not enough. If the damage from Secret Rare Diamond was enough to clear out Genkai, I believe that it would have been a different outcome during that first full-on unite commitment from Road to the Top. But you know, I don't want to dwell too much on that because at the end of the Secret Rare Diamond won the game anyways. Mike Ross also someone to look up for in this game, but was he really the highlight here for this particular game?
I'm talking about MVP for the series overall. So I'm just thinking of my nominees. So a couple of nominees I think I would probably go for in general. So I'm trying to go back through these games. It's tough. I mean, Genkai actually was pretty solid across all 3 games. It was just that one fight in game number 3 that was a little bit iffy. That was where the team did go for the commitment. I actually do think Mike Ross, there were some situations I was a little bit iffy about as well, but he actually was pretty consistent across the board for his team. AC, I think after game number 1, he actually did perform pretty well for the team.
Except for the Ninetale segment.
It's tough. It's actually really tough. I'm struggling to pick an MVP here.
I also want to credit from Team Road to the Top as well. Cameral's insane Talonflame from early game to mid game. I have to admit. Wow, I was scared. I was very scared for Secret Rare Diamond because Cameral's was doing so amazing. Tough choice.
I am probably gonna actually nominate Tolates.
Yeah,
now that I can definitely give it them. Yeah. Yep.
So let's actually do it.
I think we're going to nominate Tolate. So the support defender on Secret Rare. I think he's been consistent across all 3 games. I think there were just 1 or 2 moments where he sort of wasn't quite there for the team. But game number 1, he played that Crustal. I mean, he did the best that he could in that game. Game number 2 on the Lapras, I kind of feel like the fact that he followed through all the time with AC, really great combination there, helping to set up for those KOs for the team. And then game number 3, his Umbreon mean looks were pretty key, especially when you're trying to get some of those counter KOs.
Yep, priority basically targets are definitely on lockdown because of him. So I do want to give this credit to him for this one as well. Yeah. This game number 3, Road to the Top.
2 minutes. It was that 2-minute mark.
Decided their fate here in the competition.
Sometimes you feel you have to take those fights. And I actually don't think it was a bad call to fight there.
It was not a bad call.
Because if they tried to retreat, I actually think Secret Rare would have wiped them there.
But yeah, let's have a look at
it was a tough fight, man.
Let's just have a look at the highlights over here, but we can also talk over it as well. Look at this. I think in this game, Crustle was being punished multiple times. I think there was a few mistakes that he made when he went to actually go in for score. He doesn't have any form of shields, and then he's going up. He was actually going up against the Talonflame and the other team members from a team. So he was actually struggling on this.
Yeah. I have to say, Steam, after game number 1, this man picked up great stuff on the Inteleon.
Yes.
His Mew in game number 3, I actually think he may have been one of the main reasons why the team won, right? He was being consistently hunted down by Cameroon, and he just danced around him, threw those boosted attacks in, agility, eject button. I think if he was able to catch Steam off the bat, maybe there would have been a chance for Road to the Top to make that comeback happen. But Mew, it's such a agile Pokemon in the grand scheme of things.
Yes, and also evading that. It was like a split-second kind of thing when I was actually making all those jukes.
We're probably going to see it in the highlights, and I do hope we see it. So this was the 2-minute fight that both teams decided to engage in, and this was where they actually went for the full commitment into Genkai.
See this. Now, Blastoise, that was the only opening because he was on lockdown. So I believe that in comms, they must have told him, all right, commit. We are ready. We're going to expand. You expand your Unite. We're going to expand our Unite. We're going to win this team fight and then go into Rayquaza. But the thing is, you see this? Okay, they lost out team members. Why? What was the reason why they couldn't actually go straight to Rayquaza? But the thing is like this. Because the team members didn't fall at the same time, there was ample amount of times for the team members from the orange side to actually come back into the whole thing. So it's not like a big opening for them to go to Rayquaza.
All right, so here's my thinking why they didn't go for the Rayquaza. Couple things. Firstly, the Mew was up.
Steam was still up. It was still up.
It was going to be pretty difficult for them to feel comfortable to take the Rayquaza. So it had to be. That's why Cameroon was so dead set on actually trying to eliminate Steam from the get-go. But Huwei's coming in with the hyperspace holes, actually saving his teammate, came in super clutch. It wasn't just the one time as well. It was like 2, I think, fights where Huwei's actually really teamed up with Steam to go in for those resets and buy some time. Also keep in mind, I do believe Road to the Top had the point advantage in their matchup, so they wanted to play defense with this Rayquaza. They didn't need it.
Yes.
They just wanted to run that timer down until there was no time for Secret Rare to score those points in. It was just, at the end of the day, with the Unites up, that was where things got a little bit tricky. And maybe in their minds, they were kind of hoping that, hey, we're going to try and get them to waste these Unites.
I'm not
but
sure.
They connected.
I did wonder, was that part of the strategy? Like, let's bait their Unites. Was that really a thing?
I think so. Like, what are you really going to do? Like, you kind of have to bring out those Unites at some point, because the Unites we were looking for was Mimikyu, Hoopa, and was it Crustle or Mew? I kind of feel like it was actually Steam who had his Unite. There were 3 Unites, I remember.
Yeah.
But I definitely remember Hoopa and Mimikyu having their Unites. Now, Mike Ross's Unite is probably the scariest because you can get an instant KO with the Mimikyu Unite. So that's the one you have to be worried about. And then secondly, Hoopa's Unite is a bit finicky because you can do a couple things. You can go for a back cap with the Hoopa Unite because you can bring your entire team in, or you can bring your teams in when a team fight is happening on the other side of the map, because sometimes you see those split fights, right? So it was a very complicated game. We're going to go through our drawing with Flava segment this time.
I like how you put in my name over here. But
okay,
yeah.
because Leonard drew the first time. So
okay, all right. Okay, I'm excited for this one, okay? Okay, now this is going to be clip
so
2.
Clip number 2, yeah.
Yes, that's true. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to draw this a bit just to reconfirm, all right? Now, this is at the Rayquaza bit. Now, we do have something extra coming out over here. Looking at all the positions. Now, Lapras, 4 team members here. Crustle is all the way up here. Meanwhile, all the team members, so there's 4 coming on from this end. Meanwhile, looking at the team members is all gathered here is also from the side of Team Road to the top. Alright, so we're going to clear this. Now we're going to be playing it in slow motion so we're able to actually catch as much as possible. So this dive in coming off from a Crustle, we do see the play coming on the side. Now, of course, it's the most logical thing. The entry is going to come here. And Crustle has to be on the front lines, getting all the catch. So from this, to clear this one out and play it out even more. This Umbreon jump, I still remember this one. Now, this is the commitment that we're talking about. Umbreon, I'm going to play it a little bit more to the front.
In case anyone was confused as well, the Umbreon on Secret Rare Diamond was actually Micros as the Zoro. So he actually morphed into the Umbreon, in case anyone was confused there.
Yeah, so you see this commitment. Now, you don't see it so much because you see the word Rayquaza appearing. Umbreon committed. Zoroark here in a safe space. Even the Pikachu here committed as well between all the team members. But remember, out of frame, if you look at the top left segment, now the minimap itself, Leafeon is actually over here. The other team members, which is going to be the Blissey, and together with the Blastoise is on the other end over here as well. Okay, so be mindful of these positions. This is very, very key itself when all this is happening. Alright, so now they're stuck. Umbreon is here. The catch that they're getting, they got itself with the Inteleon, but Inteleon was able to actually make itself away from this. Managed to hold in with the mean look as well, but there's no follow-up. You see here, he's actually holding position, but nobody's actually making his way to this side. As you see here, Crustle is actually pushing them away. So after all this, and just keep playing, and yeah, even the lead play was not able to connect. Now this is going to be the key. All the team members, look at all this juicy one. Not in a few more seconds, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see most of them going to be depleted and deleted from the game for a few 10 seconds and above. All right, look at this. This is what I like to so much happen. Look at that. That was insane. They already lost 3. And then the Blastoise, despite being a super tanky mon over here, he's going to be gone together with this Umbreon. A little bit too much to handle.
So I think someone's probably going to be asking, why are they in that corridor to begin with? And the reason why they were in the corridor is that at the beginning, right, the team was really far apart. They weren't in position to actually follow through with the Umbreon. So not only do they have to get close enough to actually try and go for the dive, but they were trying to actually hit the Inteleon, who was almost next to the goal zone. And to get that close to try and hit the Inteleon, you are standing next to Crustle. You're standing next to Lapras. So that was the setup that the defenders needed to open up the game for Zoro and Inteleon to clean up. But honestly, it was acey. The Unite, beautiful. Let's move to the next clip here, Flava.
Yeah, but first, clip number 3. Now, this is going to be game number 3. Now, this is going to be the deciding match itself. And I do love the production for giving us the highlights for this one. Now, this is the one that we're going to see. Now, for this particular part, we're going to see the commitment coming on from the Umbreon. He's going to be the main one. He's going to be catching up the Blastoise on this segment.
And don't forget, folks, this is at the 2-minute 10 mark. So Rayquaza hasn't even spawned. This is right before the spawns.
Yeah, this is very, very risky, I would say. Now, for this one, jumping in first. Now they spot out. The moment they actually found out the Blastoise, they are going to commit straight to this, holding in position on the Blastoise. Now, they were not sure whether is this just a normal hold for him. Now, Minlook has already been utilized, so it's already in place. And push out a little bit. Now, we don't see what's happening at the top.
We will see it in a second.
Yeah, so I'm just going to slow it down over here. Now, Blastoise still survives, ejects to the front, and rips out with the Hydro Typhoon. Now, team members are all in hold. Now, 1, 2, together with Talonflame, also committing as well with the Unite over here. So this is all big. Oh, but no way. No way.
Actually, did I just...
Wait.
Go back.
Yeah,
I think
went
we
back. I went
actually
back.
saw miscommunication from the team, possibly.
Yeah, I think that... Okay, give me a moment. I'm going to reset this, all right? Most definitely, all right?
Slow down.
Okay, we're going to slow it down. I remember which parts to slow it down over here.
So we see the setup from Genkai.
Okay, wait. Now, this is important.
And then Camerules wanted to go for the multi-man flame sweep.
Yes, and he missed.
He missed because of the serve.
Yes, exactly. He missed of the serve. So that was, oh man, that's gonna be like, yeah, because of that particular one, Yeah, he missed of that because of the serve itself. So we're just going to point it out during that part. That was quite unfortunate. He could have shown multiple team members towards the end, and it could have been something else.
I actually think Genkai surfed there because he saw himself at such a low health threshold that he felt he had to keep them stunned in the surf animation.
Yeah, so all this is happening in a split second. We do understand. I'm not trying to say that, these things happen in the heat at the moment.
And at the end of this, we all know what happened. Everything kind of collapsed and Secret Rare Diamond came in, still had their Unites. Yeah, as you can see on the screen. So we had Unites for Micros, Steam, and Huawei.
Yes, so these are the indicators over here.
Inteleon, we haven't seen it here yet, but Inteleon will use his Unite for Crustal because AC will chase him onto the goal zone. And then Trevenant, I believe he actually used his Unite later on the bottom right side of Rayquaza later on as well.
Yep, committed.
Yeah,
Trevenant.
so everything got committed.
Yep. I've already spent everything, and Trevenant was like, bro, use it. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so... Oh man, it's sad, but we have to say goodbye to Road to the Top. Their journey in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League is over, but I do hope it's not the end for the players. I do hope that they consider coming in next year, and maybe we'll even see them playing at the World Championship qualifiers later this year. So super excited for this team, plenty of potential. I do hope they learned a lot of important lessons playing in the Asia Champions League, and maybe even some connections as well, maybe making some new friends to scrim with too.
Yeah, and most definitely, this is not going to be the last that we'll be seeing of them. We're going to be seeing more of them, and there's definitely a lot of people out there from Malaysia, Singapore who's going to be rooting for them in future tournaments and stuff. So thanks so much to the team, and of course congratulations to the Filipinos for that win. It's a 2-1. Man, it's been... So the first two series of the day, 2-1s and 2-1s happening over here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, let's have a look at the updated bracket after the conclusion of that match in between Secret Red Diamond against Road to the Top.
Right, so to kick things off, we are going to be saying goodbye to Get Together and Road to the Top, as these two teams, unfortunately, have been knocked out of that first round. But that does mean we're going to be seeing some more of Loading and Secret Rare Diamond. So we're going to be going to our first second round matchup here, which is Talon PH going up against Loading, followed by Rise playing up against Secret Rare Diamonds. Those are going to be two very exciting series. I'm looking forward to them the most. Which one are you looking forward to the most, Flava?
Oh man, I have to say Talon PH. For some reason, I am quite a big fan of them after looking at the Philippines Open together with their performance in the group stage. Compared a little bit to Rise. Initially, honestly, I was a big fan of Rise, but a little bit to Talon PH after seeing the matches in day number 1 and day 2.
All right, so it's going to be a really exciting one, folks. Don't go anywhere, though, because we still have plenty of Pokemon Unite coming right up, but we will go for a 10-minute break. So if you need to go to the toilet, grab some snacks, if you have to do some chores, do all of that now, but come back in 10 minutes as we get ready for match number 3.
Roll. This man is just constantly smacking them back and forth. Look, once again locks down the slow roll. No way. Clefable, I believe he's going to be trying to do for it. Troll try to attempt for it, but it will be futile.
Team members about to jump in. Now this might be troublesome coming on from the side of Team Loading, and this coming up from the Buzzwolves. We have the Clefable, Glaceon, as well as the Inteleon bottom lane from the side of Team Loading. Meanwhile, leaving the Crustle, we also have the Blissey Pikachu as well as the Mimikyu. What's going to be entry over here? We do see the Crustle entry, couldn't make an escape, and he gets cleared down here in the hands of the team members from Team Loading, losing out the Mimikyu at the same time as well, making it a 4v2 situation. They have to back off, giving away this Regirock in the hands of Team Loading, and they're going to be marching forward. They have the advance over here. They do have the damage as well, but here comes the coming from the Buzzwole. Is it going to be enough? No, it is not, but they do manage to actually get one from Team Loading. It is going to be the Clefable here first. Here comes the jump from the Buzzwole once again to get the combo with the Clefable, but Buzzwole gets cleared out.
It's barely just sustaining with the additional shielding as well. They don't want. There's already a lot of ways for them to really try to get on top of them. So I thought maybe there will be an opportunity for them to try to get out of it, but no. They decided to go with the Ice Spear. He's pretty confident. His teammate is trying to keep him alive. However, the smackdown into the superpower as well completely brought him so far from the allies here. The Umbreon can barely do anything about it. He can only watch from a distance here. The Glacier trying to do his best, trying to bust it down.
Intense for Team Loading to handle this. Buzzwole is just displacing team members, but we do see here, oh man, look, being it from behind, not be able to actually do much of it, and gets clear out. It's going to be from Team Loading. They're going to be losing the Umbreon.
Let's just find that right moment to deny it.
Oh, but this focus fire is going to it is going to be on this red guys. Of course, Unite being committed over here. Here comes the chase coming from the side, and it's going to be on clearing out the crustle. It is a 5v5 situation for the first time here in this particular game. But it comes to the puzzle. This might not be a great idea. A different outcome on the right side at the current moment. Leading the charge here, it is going to be this puzzle. What's going to be the commitment here coming off from their side? He does have the shields. Oh, bunking it down. Going to be going down as well, but still not enough to actually go in for the clearance. But Intalion gets that Mimikyu in return. You're also going to be losing out on that Glaceon. To cut with Intalion, this is going to be bad, as they're losing out some of the main cores from the side of Team Loading. On top of that, with the Cherry on top, it's going to be the Gudra getting cleared out, making it a 1 versus 3 trade-off. It's leaning more towards the side to get together with all this smackdown from the side of Team Get Together. King Dandy here, Mimikyu getting screened out. He's trying to make an escape. Oh no! It's going to be special attack buff, and you would want that for yourself. Meanwhile, there is actually a load here at the bottom lane. It is going to be... Oh man, it's going to be Urshifu. What is he now? What's going to be the approach of entry here coming from Team Get Together into Team Loading at the top lane? Trying to serve the team member here, not being able to overall. Oh, Hydro Typhoon hitting up multiple units. But where is the follow-up? None coming out from Team. Oh, the Surf! Oh, the Surf shoving off 4 team members. Team Get Together way behind. But of course, using Ignite is going to be the talent over here. What's going to be the play? Leafeon clears out.
Oh, it's so hard because, like I said, we're talking about a lot of B3 front lines, and there's just also this problem with the Tyrant.
They got Leafeon.
Of course, for sure, because with the Dark Pulse as well, you're able to stun the player when he passes a certain health threshold as well. So no way for him to really get out of that kind of situation. A couple of more KOs here, but it seems to be absolutely fantastic.
And the last hit is going to be done by the Intalion on a long range side. Meanwhile, here comes the charge. Hydro Typhoon utilized, hitting off on 2. Is the damage going to be enough as well? Urshifu here on the back line, trying to actually catch the team members from Team Get Together, but still not be able to actually get a Surf of Drive from the Blastoise. Pushing forward, the Tyranitar here is picking up too much damage. Mimikyu secures that takedown, but it does seem that Team Loading is going to be losing their Urshifu in the trade-off coming out from Team Loading, especially from that Intalion, of course, with the Surf away is going from behind. It's Blissey. Now it's going to be very, very tough. Now this entry, this huge one, is definitely our main focus is going to be on this Blastoise. So right into the T-Tar. He's gone from in the middle. He's not trying to make an escape, and a huge Hydro Typhoon over here. What's going to be the follow-up as well? Oh, that's going to be huge, as Leafeon is going to be traded off together with the Cleavable from side of Team Loading, and multiple team members come from Team Get Together as well. Things are not looking for as they lose some of the main cores from Team Get Together, leaving out only Pikachu here at the same time. But the thing is, this kind of lead that we see from Jigorama is something that people do expect. But meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Crossroads trying to do it. Inject, but with the Cleavable here, marking the way to the bottom lane. This might be a big one coming from Team Road to the top.
I don't know if this is going to be it. Unfortunately, mistiming that Surf there for the Blastoise, and he might just potentially get bursted there, but Leafeon actually getting punished. That means Mike Ross is gone, and now the Crustle is gone as well. Maybe
that's punishment for clearing out the 2 team members from Team Road to the top earlier on. Meanwhile, defense from this Hooper. Is he going to be able to actually do any trade commitments here? Homes unite together with the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise as well. It's going to be enough to actually do much over here. It's only going to be the Talon Flame get
dive yet again. I'm not a big fan of this move because we've seen a couple times already. If you fight on Road to the Top's goal zone, they just turn things around. They are continuously threatening there with the Rock Tomb, but they don't really have any of their damage dealers here. Leafeon actually looking to try and go for that flank, but they've lost their Crustle. Again, going in with the combo onto that Clefable, couldn't get the finish off and gets picked off again.
Wow, that I don't think it's a great idea to actually make such a mistake twice in a span of a minute. I think they overcommitted with it as the team members are way behind, was not able to provide any form of
lead. They're now struggling to get these KOs because Road to the Top has a rather tanky lineup when it comes to those frontliners. Umbreon and Blastoise, just such tanky Pokemon that are also supplemented by that Moonlight healing. Another Typhoon connecting, just locking Pokemon down and setting up for the team. Secret Rare Diamond have nothing on Road to the Top in these 5-on-5 team fights.
Jumping inside, it's going to be the Mr. Mime. See up from behind. Is the damage going to be enough? No, it is not. It's not able to connect to anyone. Meanwhile, Fly, Hydro Typhoon, hitting off a tree. Where is the follow-up from behind? They do get the hook up with the Unbound. And sometimes all together with Lula Knight. Now clearing up the Altara family at the central area with the Leaf Blade doing a lot of damage. Does see Mike Ross push forward, but gets hold down here by the Pikachu. Leaf Blade was not able to connect. Instead, it's going to be the Pikachu getting clear out in the hands of Mike Ross, but he's going to be taken down as well, making a one-to-one trade-off. But no, not really.
Look.
I mean, like holding out in position and side of from the side of Secret Red Diamond on the Italian. They're being careful, can actually secure a little bit of body block as well. Umbreon trying to do a little bit of catching, but a little bit too far over here. Mike Ross going to be getting himself on the Reggie, still amplifying the damage, but it does seem they're going to be the ones losing on team there, and does seem that Breathe to the top is going to do a little bit of commitment over there, pushing this Clefable. Damage a little bit too much to handle, but they're still surviving through. They managed to get the jump in, and Clefable gets cleared out. Russell gets the berry, but still getting a little bit too much. Could not soak in all that damage. Coming from a little bit too late. It's going to be Lapras. Hydro Typhoon hitting up Lapras together with Inteleon. Where is the follow-up over here? They might be getting it in.
Wanting to punish the Zora. Can he catch Mike Ross? Look at all the reinforcement. Oh, that Solar Blade. Bye-bye.
Oh, man. The moment he executed a combo and then he realized that with 40 members, he knew, oh,
the
no.
gravity.
Oh, no. It's not over yet. Over here. Where's going to be the dive? Is damage going to be enough? They do manage to actually get on the Leafeon as well as the Umbreon over here, leaving 2 members, which is going to be the Blastoise together with the Blissey, trying to make it his way away from this castle. Was not being able to do so, but they are going to be losing out the Clefable. He's on the Hydro Typhoon, but is damage going to be enough yet? Yes, it will be. Cross will be cleared out together with the Lapras here from the side of Secret Red Diamond. 2 KO streaks in the hands of Pikachu.
Oh, but here comes Zora. He's got other plans quick.
Find the Umbreon. Is damage really going to be there? What's going to be the edge over here? Umbreon jumping on the inside. Straight going for chase on this Inteleon, but there's no damage over there. Inteleon makes an escape. Chasing out from behind. They are going to be able to get
It's a team wipe.
Oh, no. They're going to be losing the Brown as well. Try to find a little space as well, Total, to become a Blastoise. Does seem to fly here. Yololee, is the cross going to get cleared out? Yes, he will be. And also, they have the Blastoise in their hands at the current moment, going off a chase together with Sable Eye on Hooper.
Oh, should injure
over there.
Oh, but it sets up for the KO and stuff. They actually might end up going into a big fight there, but looks like Cameron finding the Mew, the Surf buying him some time. Oh my goodness, the Mew.
Sandwich here, but Mimikyu getting that takedown.
Wow, it's actually a double KO.
Double KO here. Losing out the Sable Eye as well, so that's going to be a really big win. Umbreon, meanwhile, the top lane getting speed up.
No, Steam is going to have to try and teleport. Needs to heal the fly. Cameron gets the Mew. Steam going to have to wait 5 seconds before he can assist his team back into that top lane. Now, Regice has spawned in that bottom lane. Reggie Alecki is ready in the top lane. Got a big surf coming in there. And look at that Cameron with the Unite finishing off that Crustal. Frontliner is down for the team, and they're going to get another one here. Hooper.
Fall from behind. Snipe is not able to connect on the Mimikyu, but instead here jumping on forward, holding on to this Blastoise. Where is the damage? Is it going to be enough? Crustle charges forward. Hydro Typhoon is being led up, and they're going to be getting Hooper first over here. Venus counter gets rid of with the Blastoise in the hands of the Crustle. That's 1-1. It's a 4v4 situation. Meanwhile, Crustle getting sniped out by the Inteleon over here, but charging forward. And yet another snipe taking on the third member from Team Secret Red Diamond. Going for more. There goes the light screen, pushing out away from this, but it does seem that
now the rest of the team fully committed for the goal post, and then Umbreon was able to go for the aggression and will be able to get the revenge off.
Buzzwole here at top lane, but then no problem despite having 14 members when team get together.
Hello Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia Playoffs. We are down to our final 6 teams in the competition, as we have lost 2 teams in the process for round number 1. But before we jump into match number 3, let's introduce to you our next 2 teams for match number 3.
Oh, this is going to be very exciting as well, because the 2 teams that we're going to be cast.
We've got a video, Leonard.
Oh, yeah,
let's quickly show the video.
All right.
I hate solo. I just team practice. When I'm bored, I watch like streamer, just like that.
If individually, I just play rank game with the other players in region.
Depends on my teammates' availabilities, and most of the time they are not available since they have work in the afternoon, and then we can only play night.
ตอนสกิมกันตอนสกิมกับทีมอื่นก็จะมีการอัดวิดีโอย้อนหลังมันนั่งดูกันย้อนหลังว่ามีการพลาดกันตรงไหนหรือเปล่าครับ
I play rank just a few, but I'll always play attackers low in rank or improve my skills. Sometimes we scrim with other teams and if we don't have any stream, we just go playing rank.
Mostly we play like every day, daily, such a couple hours. And when I play alone, I mostly play rank. And sometimes I watch some YouTuber that play good at some specific Pokemon, and I can learn by that.
Here we are, trainers. Very exciting here, Leonard. Let's introduce our teams to our Pokemon training viewers. Would you like to start with Loading?
Of course, starting off with Loading, who just came back from round number 1, of course. Moving forward to the next stage, it is Team Loading with their respective members. Their team captain, Blue Sky, followed by Kitty, Como, followed by Antinza.
Yes, and on the side of Talon PH, we have RBX, Sync1, Dylan, KY, and LeBron, or better known as Leb at this point. He'd like to have a shorter name. Now, this is going to be a pretty tricky one here, I think, for Loading. They're going up against a Goliath of a team, Talon PH, which is arguably the best team to come out from the Philippines.
Definitely.
And for Loading, the team is pretty solid. There are a couple things I think that they do need to clean up a little bit. But if they're able to fix their issues, they actually have a really good chance against Talon. Because as much as I love Talon, this team can get a little carried away as well.
Definitely for the fact as well. And also, if you think about it too, like even for past few games, like think about it this way. Team Loading just came back for the first round.
Yes.
Sure, it is definitely one of the few stages they have to go through before they hit to the top. But it just somewhat gives them a quick warm-up before going against Talon PH. And of course, speaking of Talon PH, this is going to be their overall stats, which is pretty significant and pretty crazy. Like you said, there were times where we see Talon PH it feels like some of the games are a little bit laid back. But if they are really on the roll, I think they really start steamrolling most of the squads.
Yeah. Well, speaking of tempo, I think that might be in favor of Talon, because Talon is a really fast-paced team. As in, they do love to pick quick evolving Pokemon that have very early power spikes. And with those early power spikes, you just like to dominate those lanes. So let's see if that's going to be the case here for Talon PH, or if Loading is going to be expecting it. And right now, it looks like we are having a Umbreon Banfest on the side of Talon PH, whereas Loading are going to eliminate the Blastoise from the pool.
Which is interesting as well, right? Like, because think of it this way, with this kind of speedster or really fast-paced lineup coming from Talon PH, it's not too surprising to see them commonly banning Umbreon. However, it does somewhat works in their favor if Team Loading choose to ban the Umbreon. So that allows Talon PH to go for their second priority ban. That would have been the Hoopa.
Yes.
But without the existence of the Blastoise, which is, honestly, it doesn't really hold Talon PH back, because their usual go-to for defenders are usually like Slowbro, Trevenant, or the Umbreon.
Yeah. Now, this is pretty interesting because I'm surprised Talon PH let Teenza get his Buzzwole. Buzzwole is one of Teenza's best Pokemon, and to let that through, I hope they have something up their sleeve to counteract this. Now, KY is going to get that get the Clefable, and Dylan is going to have access to that Inteleon. So 2 very strong Pokemon as well. The Clefable pick will sort of push back Loading in case they wanted to aim for any of those very quick active speedsters, threatening with a potential gravity. But look at this though, Loading are looking to actually pick a very tanky frontline composition that will be protecting a Pikachu. Now this, at the moment, it's Plalaby that's picked up this Pikachu.
Right.
Plalaby is the defender on the team, but we could be looking at a role swap, and that looks like it might be the case here because Kitty is usually the attacker. So we are looking at a role swap. Plalaby will be playing the attack Pikachu in that bottom lane, and Blue Sky is going to be supported by Kitty's Comfey.
I think that somewhat works out, especially when you try to play alongside with that speed. So it gives you that kind of security. The grass knot is pretty great as well on the sidelines to play alongside with the team. But that last pick, coming in with the Dodrio here. Now, we did talk about the fact that there were a couple of nerfs coming to the Dodrio. However, given enough space, given enough opportunity, and how fast-paced he is and the play style here, there's a lot of back cap opportunity here that can be quite disruptive for the side of a Team Loading. Sure, you can come in with we can come in with all
Alright, they
kinds of
swapped. Alright, that's okay. So Kitty's just going to be playing that Pikachu. Plalaby will be on the Comfey. Quite surprised though, Commod is usually the healer on the team, and Plalaby is normally the defender. So I guess Plalaby is a little bit more comfortable running that Pokemon. But I am glad that you did bring up the point that Dodrio might be an issue for Loading because it's a very agile Pokemon. The only one on Loading that could reliably lock down this Dodrio could be if Kitty decides to go for the... oh gosh, what's the move again? It's not Electro Ball, it's...
Electro Web?
Electro Web's the first move for upgrade.
Thunder?
Not Thunder, that's the nuke. the other stun, the targeted stun for Kitty. Oh my gosh, I never run that move on Pikachu. It goes to show. But yeah, so unless they have a reliable stun to catch out Sync 1, I actually think Sync 1 has really good chance of actually running away with this game. And the same thing can be said with Lucario. Lucario is also a very agile Pokemon, usually runs extreme speed, so it's going to be just bouncing around in a lot of these fights. And maybe it's going to come down to Teenza to be the one that locks these two down and prevent them from just running away with the game.
The thing is this, right? There's a lot of things you really need to take into accountability, right? There's a lot of fast pace coming from the side of Thailand, which is pretty much right up their alley as well. Now it comes into the central rotation, because I don't think we're going to be seeing much rotation coming in on from Blue Sky unless it's really necessary as well. Top lane is pretty much, I guess you can say in a way, somewhat secure, because this is the boss we're going up against Lucario. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of priority to afford that central rotation, but the bottom lane on particular here is going to be taking quite a while. They do have a decent amount of secure those wild Pokemon here, but the Lapras harass alongside with their necessary support. It can be a real trouble lane for that Sobble.
Yeah. All right, I found the move. It's Volt Tackle. So we'll see later on what the choice is going to be for Pikachu there for Kitty, but looks like Teenza is going to be causing a lot of issues here up with Lullaby. Now, Buzzwole with Comfey. This is a deadly combination. I do not see a Lucario Clefable combo being able to take them out, but maybe with the assistance of the Dodrio here, this might be enough. It's going to come down to whether or not they can combo correctly with Sync 1. There's going to be the Swablu and Altaria, and Teenza is going to play it safe, going to give that away to Talon PH, and even a Slow Smoke going to be used there by the Lucario. So LeBron actually going to be playing a bit of a disrupting Lucario this game. Quite surprised it's a Slow Smoke though, but we do have the Moonlight to heal him back up. No KOs in that top lane, and Sync 1 is back into that central lane, thinking about what he wants to do next.
Yeah, and they're also trying to prepare for that central Altaria family spawn as well, as they're currently trying to figure out a way how they want to bounce around, especially that picture. I love the timing with the rotation, although they didn't really fully commit for it, but they just want to get the necessary intel, because they did spot the Dodrio last seen towards the top lane, but they didn't know for a fact whether is he going to be slowly coming to the ball lane. Just want to give a quick check, got that reassured, slowly fall back, but look at it. Comfey has already finally reconnected himself towards the Meowscarada as they prepare for the central fight.
Yep, they got the central fight here. Dodrio a little bit late to the party though, but maybe they can actually get a nice punish here onto the Meowscarada. Clefable trying to heal itself with that Moonlight, but the damage, it's a little bit too much. It's a one-to-one trade. Clefable for a Lapras, and they are going to get another one. The Meowscarada goes down, and the Comfey and Pikachu going down to a basic attack from the Drizzile. Massive win there for Talon PH as loading, just losing Pokemon back-to-back.
The thing is this, right, if they can't really win with the numbers, they just keep piling on the damage, just keep stacking upon it, because although yes, Comfey is somewhat attached to the Meowscarada, but she himself is all alone in the face of both the Crustle and even outside of the Dodrio. That's a lot of burst despite the nerf. I'm really curious, is he really planning to go with either the Tri-Attack or the Drill Pack here?
It's probably Tri-Attack.
We've been seeing a couple of Drill Packs as well, but Tri-Attack's not that common here.
I think it's Tri-Attack. Tri-Attack has been the popularized build for Dodrio. You kind of want to have that poke, you're able to just sort of run and gun, and yeah, it is the Tri-Attack for Sync 1. We're looking at 4 Pokemon in that bottom lane there for Talon PH. Going to take this Regice for themselves, and I think loading, not really worth losing Pokemon for a Regice, so they're going to prioritize that top lane instead. Pikachu going to be scoring a goal in the bottom lane. Up top though, Teenza and Co score their points and are going to be looking at taking that Regieleki for themselves. But look at this though, continuous scoring coming in from Talon, even threatening to break that bottom tier 2 goal.
No, they know for a fact they had the initiative. They have a lot more options with the crosses.
A lot of mobility if you think about it, because you have a Crustle running around, you've got a Lucario and a Dodrio.
And think about the Lapras as well. Like, sure, you got that mobility from the Lapras Express, you got a couple of pokes, but it's not a lot of damage. But speaking of damage, it instantly melts away the Buzzwole. Copying the ultimate as well from the Azure Blue Sky here. And it will be able to find exactly where he is. But he's going to be running out shortly. But he just has enough damage to crit upon the Meowscarada. But guess what? Because there's also a conflict in this game, it's a buy one, free one deal for the side of a Talon PH. A couple of KOs and even a Regieleki for the objectives here. They're going to be able to break that goal post. They're getting all this action, all this planning is playing in full dividends here. Thunderstorm also completing as well, a very defensive one as well. But the Aura Sphere, despite how being low he was, he's still be able to pick up the Pikachu.
Talon PH, hyper aggression kicking in, and with the Regieleki, they're going to score their points in. But are they going to stick around, though? Because I know that's going to be a pretty big mistake if they do. It's up to Teenza to try and get the counter KO. He's going to try and eliminate this Inteleon here, but is he going to get sniped instead? They will take out the Inteleon, and they are going to follow through with the Clefable as well. So they get a double KO, but at the cost of that tier 2 goal zone in that top lane. So top lane is completely exposed, and the main base is exposed. This is going to be probably pretty problematic because Sync1 will now have access to the home base to backcap. And that is really troublesome to defend, especially when you're actually dealing with that Rayquaza because it's so far away.
It is.
And Sync1 is so mobile, he's going to make it back into a Rayquaza fight if one does happen.
And the worst part about it, they never had the initiative in the first place. They don't really have a
They're
choice
coming in.
unless they're able to get to the back line. Good initiation. Try to play this back and forth here to get some information on what's the rest of the score. But look at where Dojiri is. He's all the way to the back of the line. Everyone was able to surround him from all angles here. There's no form of escape. And the Rock Tomb pretty much sealed their fate. There's no way for them to run. There's no way for them to really out-damage. Even the Crustle was able to withstand the damage here. The Buzzwole tried to wrestle out for survival, but none will live to tell the tale. It feels like almost like a full team wipe here.
It was a team knockout in that fight, and Talon PH going to walk out very victorious as they extend their experience lead over loading. Although we are going to get a counter KO on the Clefable there. Meowscarada looking to get the Crustle here too, but hang on a minute though, you've got to deal with a Lucario, a pretty tanky Pokemon, zoning out the Comfey. But Meowscarada should be able to get out of this. No, the Rock Tomb denied the exit point there. But here comes Pikachu. Volt Tackle going to help get that KO onto Lucario. And hang on a minute, I think Talon PH just stuck around much too long with these two Pokemon. Pikachu does go down, and they will lose the Meowscarada. This Comfey, the next one to fall.
That is so unfortunate. Now it begins to the point where, like, not only do they not have the damage or the ability to really, like, frontline or even try to have a battle of attrition between both sides, even a simple area denial without any escape abilities, it's pretty much a done deal for all these guys. A single Rock Tomb now suddenly feels like literally a final life sentence for these guys.
Yeah, it seems to be the case there. I mean, Rock Tomb for a lot of people, I think players are just getting used to Rock Tomb, but it's just so new in the competitive space for Asia. So they are slowly adapting. We're going to be getting a nice KO there onto the Inteleon, so you're not going to be there for the fight at all in that top lane. But do they have enough firepower left? Because Meowscarada is in that bottom lane, and Loading is actually going to be losing this completely. Pikachu, Buzzwole, and Lapras soon to fall in that top lane. Comfey, Meowscarada, they were on the other side of the map. I'm not 100% sure I'm a fan of what happened just then.
They weren't so sure about it either. There's not a lot of intel. They didn't really have a decent amount of decision. All they knew for a fact that they had an option to get the gun onto the Inteleon. They spotted two people. They didn't see anyone in the brush.
And look at this. They're delaying the Aleki so that it starts pushing when Rayquaza is up.
Which makes it even more of a priority right now, because someone has to stop at the backline, and there's also a decent amount of points on the majority of these members as well. But then again, the bottom lane, I believe that's also a Unite move committed by the Meowscarada, but then again, same goes to the Inteleon. They're committing a decent amount trying to pick up the Meowscarada, although yes, it is great that they managed to pick up both the Meowscarada and the Comfey, but there is no Unite move on the hands of the Inteleon, so they do need to take that into the count, but he still has so many opportunities to secure the Rayquaza even without that one Unite move.
Kitty having to use the eject button there, and even the Lapras just to guarantee the escape. Look, this is not an ideal situation at all for Loading. I think it's going to require a miracle for this team to make a comeback happen at the Ray Pit. But never say never. Anything can happen. It's going to come down to that execution and whether or not they can find that opening. It's just, this is going to be a full-on team fight. Level 14 Meowscarada blocked in, stunned up into that Rock Tomb. Will be able to dash on out of there. Hang on a minute. They almost got the Dodrio. Pikachu, though, getting sniped immediately. Yes, Dodrio is low. They're going to actually get Teenza as well on that Buzzwole. The backbone of the team is gone. It's going to be up to Blue Sky, who almost gets KO'd by a massive snipe shot.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. It felt like there was going to be a plan, especially with the positioning coming from the Buzzwole, who was able to get a really nice wrap around to the back. But before even their plan came to full fruition, Talon PH, they knew they have the back end call. They have the right to decide where this battle is going to start and how it will end.
It's not over.
Initiate the fight.
It's not over. We've actually lost Dodrio here for 25 seconds. So if somehow Loading can win this next upcoming team fight, maybe they can swipe Rayquaza and maybe they can turn things around. But they've lost the Buzzwole. Oh no, I think this might just be over for the team. They're going to try and rush for the Rayquaza, but do they have the damage? I don't even think they have enough Pokemon to score points, even if they get this. Yaskarada gets it. They've actually got 4 Pokemon with shields, but do they have the points to score? 23 seconds, 2 Pokemon down on the side of Talon PH. Talon, if they want to have a chance at keeping this game alive, they have to break the shields or they have to block them with walls somehow. Meowscarada going to be scoring 100 points. Comfey going to attach to Meowscarada. Only have 8 points on this Comfey. I don't think this is going to be enough. 90 points from the Lapras. I think Talon PH have managed to keep this game alive. Loading though. So close.
Wait, hold on. We need to make the
so close.
Just need to do one final check for Danelie. Because there was a decent amount of points being dunked at the same time towards the last very end there. If that Pikachu dunked in alongside with the Mascara, I think the additional 7 points could have made the difference, but the rest of the team was able to fully respawn, denied the Pikachu from being dunked from the central area here. Really great stuff coming in from them. Although yes, the steal was great, but the pressure being outputted by Talon apps is literally exceptional here. They didn't really give them a breathing room. They didn't give them a window of opportunity here. Even though, like you said, even though yes, Sing did get picked off, but they just kept on the fight because they know for the fact there is still some time, even though the team members of Team Loading was respawned, there was still some time to really get into those fights, back into those areas to defend their teammates. They did not let up at all. Talon PH absolutely on the roll right now.
Talon PH on a roll, really flexing their skill as a team as well. Loading, I think there were a couple things that actually did sort of work out for the team. I did like the build that came out from Kitties. I think Kitty understood that, okay, I'm dealing with 2 Pokemon, 3 Pokemon even, that are incredibly mobile. So Volt Tackle was the choice of move here. Didn't really feel safe enough to just go for the Thunderbolt build, which was the long-range Disable. I like that. I would have liked this team to maybe stick together for some of these fights because they were constantly being picked off all across the map. Blue Sky was playing on Talon PH's side of the map, wasn't really getting any solo KOs, wasn't really breaking any goal zones either. Did focus on getting experience and maybe was hoping the late game would save them. But it was too little too late. I think the entire team kind of suffered as they just continuously got knocked out.
It feels like with the composition they have coming from Team Loading is a lot more focused not on those team fights, but just mostly trying to go for those individual pick-up, right? You got that mobility from the Lapras Express, very individual pick-off capabilities on their side as well. However, they just couldn't get that chance because before they could even build up towards that the plan that they had set for themselves with those composition, everyone just kept looking for fights. They knew they had the advantage. Talon PH knew they could start it at any time. Their team fight was a lot stronger, was a lot better. They had a better initiator compared to the Lapras. The Crosser was a lot more aggressive with his capabilities and the kit that he has here. And of course with the other Pokemon that they have on their lineup here, they have so much options of gameplay.
Oh, that Pikachu's getting sniped by the Inteleon. Oh, the life of a Pikachu. You are so squishy. Someone just sneezes on you and you get sent back to base.
Like, you see this one, man. Like, this was some of the plan that they had, right, with the Lapras Express.
But here's the issue I have with this, though. You're fighting with 3 Pokemon, and Meowscarada is busy on the other side of the map. So, what was the main objective with having that 1 KO on Inteleon? Was it just to get a quick burst of experience? Was it to maybe buy some time? It didn't really feel like it was thought out.
The thing is just, I think they suspected the fact that they will figure out that maybe the rest of the squad was more focused for that bottom objective, because the entire time they focused on Reggie before heading to that Reggie-Lecky, right? So I think when they saw the Inteleon alone trying to go for that farm, they thought like, okay, it's an opportunity, we can catch the Inteleon and slowly rotate down to this bottom lane, but everyone was hiding their brush. They didn't know where they were. They only had an assumption, but that assumption ended up playing not full dividend for them at all.
Alright, so Loading. Can they bring it back to a game number 3? That is now the question that we've got to be asking here on the panel. I do think it's possible, but I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this Comfey Meowscarada sort of play style that's come out from the team, because Talon, they've already shown that they have really coordinated team fight. They're not going to get picked off by Meowscarada Comfey. They don't give those openings. So what do you do then? Are you going to have to swap to a backcapping composition? Are you maybe trying to go for an objective stealing composition? Like, I would like them to be able to fight back against Talon PH.
True.
Speaking of loading, though, we've got Kitty on the screen here. His favorite Pokemon is Greedent, even though he is the attacker player for loading, and he rates himself very highly. So he is a very aggressive player. He has max mental strength on the team. He has a lot of game sense. The only thing he's kind of lacking, and when I mean kind of, just 1 point lacking, goal defense, combinations, and strategy. And that's probably where his team comes in to help him out.
I mean, definitely for sure, right? Especially since you're an attacker as well. So you're going to be a lot more focused on the fact on how you can actually pile on the damage while your team is also giving you that window of opportunity. But of course, enough about Kitty. Let's move on to our next questionnaire here. It's going to be Dylan.
Oh,
the
look at this man.
Talon PH, man.
10, 100 out of 100. Dylan believes in himself,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he plays Pikachu.
I think this is the part where you sort of have that kind of confidence for yourself. It is, of course, yes. There are times where, you know, great words of great mentors or usually say don't be overconfident. But Dylan, not only does he have the confidence, but he has the ability and the skill to back up that confidence there.
Yeah.
You know?
I kind of hope this confidence is just going to be enough to win this game, because Dylan's a crazy player, actually. We've seen him land some massive shots for the team. If anything, he's just so stable as a player overall for Talon. Let's switch on over to Kitty stats first before we take a look at Dylan's overall stats. So for Kitty, he's been playing a multitude of Pokemon so far. So he has played Inteleon for the team, and he's even played Lapras. And for Kitty, being the main attacker for the team, he usually dishes out the most damage. So he's dishing about 35% of the team's damage per match.
And the best part about it is as well, like, he doesn't really get an opportunity to play a lot of Inteleon, because usually at most times Inteleon gets either banned or picked away from him, gets stolen away, because most of their priority picks has always been focused towards Teensar. They really want to get that top laner, they want to get that Buzzwole, or they want to try to secure that Umbreon for themselves, for Polar Beam, for example, here. But of course, that's pretty much for it for Kitty. Let's quickly move on to Dylan, Talon PH. Now, here's a very interesting thing, right? Coming in for the side here for Talon PH, they don't really have something like a very considered pick. When I mean by considered pick, usually you see a lot of teams where they'll try to opt to go for the Inteleon, right, that kind of thing. But it doesn't really happen too much for Talon PH. They are very quick to adjust and adapt, requiring to what kind of composition they want to play for. The reason why you see Aspen being picked up here, because sometimes there will be a Glacier picking up as you pair both of those sides here, where you have that early game damage as you go towards the late game. You also have the Glacier to really best support you here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Talon is just like, hey Dylan, we're going to give you 2 options of evolutions. You can pick either one that you like, because we've seen in the past Talon just running Leafeon, Glaceon, and Espeon on the same composition. Sometimes you get some Sylveons in there. I don't think we've seen a 4 evolution team coming out from Talon PH yet, but 3 evolutions, definitely something for the team to consider, because Umbreon is a pretty popular pick for this team as well.
True.
Game number 2, loading.
This is gonna be fun, right? Because like now they know for the fact that, because I think you know the saying, right? Like usually the first game is about to get that experience, like, to get used to the team that they're gonna be going up against. Although yes, it feels like you're using your first game to you're basically sacrificing your first game to test the water here, right? To try to understand like what's the team full line here, what's the play style here. Because sometimes you see VODs, you somewhat understand it, but sometimes you just can't really get the feeling of it, right? So after you go through the first game against a team, now you know for a fact in person, okay, this is a very aggressive team. They
The
really want to
draft
throw at us.
is ready,
Oh,
Leonard.
yes.
So let's jump into game number 2 of this best of 3 series.
I'm definitely hoping for a couple of changes in the draft, especially coming from Team Loading. They need to prep for that really early aggression coming from Talon PH here.
Yeah. Talon, okay, Umbreon banned for the team.
Typical, yes.
Loading will get first pick because they did lose that first matchup, so they choose either they want first pick or first pick or last pick. And wow, Loading are actually banning the Buzzwole themselves. Looks like they don't want to give this to Teensar. They're going to swap him off onto a different Pokemon, but also at the same time, they don't want Talon to take that Buzzwole themselves. So it's actually going to be Plulubi on the Blastoise. This is to be expected, because the Blastoise and Buzzwole matchup, it just goes back a way back.
Could this be potentially a central Leafeon Teensar here? That's the real question here. Since the fact that Buzzwole is not out, since it's currently out the pool, there was a time where we see Teensar playing in the central area here. But no! Greedent, no! It cannot be.
It's Kitty's favorite Pokemon,
I
he
know,
did say.
But can it be? No. Okay, if Kitty does lock in that greeter, right, that just possibly means there's a chance that Leafeon might come in. But no, unfortunately, Dodrio is going to be the final lock in. Clefable has always been one of the more go-to supports here, one of the few best supports in this current season as well. So definitely really great for their side. They have decent amount of healing. The gravity works great against any potential person who requires speed and dashes on top of them. But Lab stealing away the Leafeon here. So now what's the next option for Teenza here? Or could it be a Teenza? No, it cannot be. Plalaby is going to be playing that Blastoise.
It could also be a Teenza Blastoise, but Blue Sky is going to pick up the Urshifu. So is this a top lane Teenza Dodrio? I'm actually curious. We've got to wait until they go through the preparation phase.
It's not too surprising to see Teenza go into the central lane because he has done it before during the group stages. However, Dodrio was not one of his it wasn't during his line of sight when it comes between the speedster players.
Wow, Sync 1 is going to turn around and say, all right, Blue Sky, I'm going to show you how to play some Meowscarada.
True.
It's a double speedster composition as well. This is pretty rare for Pokemon Unite, so I am looking forward to this variety of chosen Pokemon. But to everyone watching from home, thank you so much for tuning in to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. It's game number 2 between Loading versus Talon PH. Loser, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the competition, and the winner will go on through to the semi-finals for a chance at playing at the offline finals in Thailand next month. And looking at the preparation phase, it looks like Teenza will be locking in to the Dodrio in the top lane, it looks like. Unless they go for a bit of a lane swapperoonie here, because we're not 100% sure. I don't think we've seen Teenza play Dodrio before.
Yeah, never. Like I said, central area, seeing him in the central area is commonly fine. But however, we're talking about both Urshifu and Dodrio, right? Two particular Pokemon that somewhat thrives in both the central laning phase. I'm a little bit concerned because of the fact that okay, fine, Urshifu going to the top side, I'm still totally fine with it. Dodrio to the top lane, not much of a big fan of because he gets easily poked out depending on who's going to that top side. And Taylor is definitely going to go to the bottom. So it feels like this Leafeon might potentially go to the top side instead.
We could see a flex between the two players, we're not sure. So let's see what's going to be the play here for Loading. Who are they sending to the central lane? It's going to be Teenza in the top lane. So yes, standard across the board. Blue Sky back into that central lane with that Urshifu. At this point, I think we're going to have to predict it's a dark Urshifu because the water Urshifu hasn't been very popular. It has received a nerf last year as well, making it much weaker than it used to be. So let's assume it's dark, but maybe Blue Sky has something he wants to show us.
Yeah, we're gonna have a very slow game coming from Talon PH, right? You need that Antelope to really pop up. You also need the Meowscarada to get the necessary EXP. So a lot of responsibility just seems to fall to the hand of Lab here with the Leafeon, trying to do a decent amount of damage, trying to pressure as much as possible right before the Dodrio really popped out here. I don't think we'll see a lot of rotation coming in from the Meowscarada unless the lane really does require it if it's too much pressure. Because once the Urshifu comes out here, top or bottom, is not going to have a fun time here at all.
Yep, so it looks like Sync 1 is going to be heading into that top lane to help out his teammates when we do get the Swablu and Altaria up. They want to try and guarantee all of that experience for the team, and it looks like the assistance for Loading is also going to be in that top lane, so it's going to be a 3 versus 3 situation. Who gets most of these wild Pokemon? Leafeon is really great for securing, and is that going to be the case? Oh, Leafeon is gone! Oh my goodness, and even the Meowscarada goes down. Big win there for Loading to not only get the Pokemon, but also to get 2 knockouts.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like, the amount of damage outputted from Urshifu compared to the Floragato just cannot be compared here. But I also, at the same time, I don't think they somewhat expected the Urshifu to come to that top side. But managed to spot Lab, was able to get out of it with the skin of his teeth here. Thankfully, on this side, they may not have a lot of healing support coming from Talon PH, but with the ability to the Hoopa, they can actually try to reset a lot of this fight here if it gets too dicey here. But let's be honest, those hyperspace portal are not, it's very limited here. There's still a cooldown for it, so he really needed to choose those timing on when to send his teammate back and when to really call for reinforcement.
It's actually not safe to use the hyperspace hole too, because you could potentially set up for a wicked blow for the Urshifu, because you want to stay on the hyperspace hole. But if you're going to stay there, then you're just basically telling Urshifu, hey, if you kind of want to charge on me, you can do it now, or I'm not going to go home. So it's a bit of a rocky one. But again, positioning for the hyperspace holes, that could be key to actually preventing Blue Sky from actually blowing up this game at all. Now, looking at the status of the game so far, looks like Loading is doing pretty good. 2 level 7s on the team so far. We're still looking at only 1 with just hitting level 7 here on that Leafeon. So both teams are tying up in terms of experience. But I think at this point of time, I think Loading might have a much better early game. You're looking at an Urshifu Dodrio that's going to be harassing your lineup. And actually, they get a counter KO there onto the Urshifu in the top lane instead. Leafeon getting to secure with the Solar Blade.
This is really great, right? Because they're getting a lot into the bottom lane. They know for a fact that someone is going to get that Altaria farm here. So anticipating that kind of engagement, they can try to go for the picker and they succeed in it. It's a good bonus for them, good a decent amount of EXP, and allows them to not only get that EXP, prepares them to rotate towards the bottom lane for that first objective. This first Reggie, surface fantastic, keep them in place here on top of the slow beam as well. But it does get cancelled in the end here. But his main role here is to just keep them at bay while they quickly secure this objective. Telekinesis pulls him all the way to the backside here, and now they want to see they get a couple of ball here, a couple of pokes, a couple of serve, try to push them all the way from the goal post here. They do have the hyperspace portal, so they can be as aggressive as possible and also get out of this situation.
Loading, they're trying to hang on to their goal zone, but with so many Pokemon here for Talon PH, and the fact that they're also getting resets from this Hooper, Loading just have no way of keeping their objective in that bottom lane, because while that's all happening, Blue Sky has been soloing the top lane trying to break that top goal zone. This is just such a peculiar style that comes from Loading, because their central laner is consistently playing away from their team when he is actually one of the strongest Pokemon on the team. You would expect him to actually be there with the team when you're fighting for Regielekis, Registeels, Regiices. I'm just not a fan of this very split style.
I'm not sure whether it's stemming from the factor of fear or concern. But of course, a quick slow bro on top of Blue Sky as well. He has no chance but to come in and eject button towards to safety, but he's not really out of the clear. The serve slows down the amount of time. Solar Blade is absolutely phenomenal. He does bounce out just in time. Here comes the serve. Will he commit the Hydro Typhoon? No. But no, he keeps getting lifted out and controlled. No way for him to outrun in this situation. Sure, Blue Sky's still alive. But what about the rest of the squad here? They're coming back into the fly. Blue Sky once again his hand on top of the Leafeon here. He's currently out of the range of the hyperspace hole here, so he will fall. He will definitely get a KO for sure. Very satisfied with the consolation prize, but I don't think they really got much out of those fights here. Now I want to see a couple more
slow beam onto Teenza.
Control again. Hooper unbound. More important damage here, but will they fully commit for this, Danny?
I don't think so. It looks like they're going to retreat. They pop the Unite, maybe thinking, do we stick around, do we not? It's on top of the goal zone. Play it safe. Just take the farm on the map, get your experience. Just increase that gap, that level gap between your team and Loading. So Talon PH, they're going to slow down a little bit, get ready for that bottom team fight. Now for Loading, what is the play here? Looks like Teenza's going to be heading up top. The rest of Loading are going to be marching their way to that bottom lane to contest for that Regirock. This is a defensive buff. And again, Loading are just not playing with their entire team. Talon PH love to fight as 5, but Loading just for some reason like to play with 4 players.
They want to try to get a couple of backhat, but guess what? Instantly has to stop midway because of the rest of the squad. He saw the aggression. They're testing for it, but we're not be able to get anything out of it, but that's totally fine. They zoned them out. But thank God, he did spot the Urshifu in time, spot a Blue Sky. A quick reposition by the hyperspace hole. Will he quickly come back into it? I don't think so. Too many people are somewhat prepped in front of it, and then the Hooper will bounce back into the midst of it. Nice timing with the Hydro Typhoon. Will knock them all out and try to get a decent amount of control. Blue Sky managed to get to the back line, but just too much damage, too much defenses coming out from Talon PH, and they will thrive in the carnage. The slow beam locks down the Dodrio, and there's no way he can seal their fate. They will look for a couple of more here. Pops in the Azure, and they will find no more.
Oh, the fact that Talon, they were all sitting at such low health thresholds, and they were still fighting up against Loading. I know they're waiting for the hyperspace hole to eventually kick in. But oh my goodness, being able to juggle that fight and for Loading to not find any openings to actually get those pickoffs at such low thresholds, you would assume that maybe somebody goes down, but just the positioning too difficult for Loading to ever close that gap. But I have to say though, Teenza got eliminated so early in that fight. Actually tried to go for a bit of a backstab into Talon PH and somehow got caught. I think it was off screen as well. So without that Dodrio, I kind of wonder if Teenza was present, would they have been able to actually finish all of those Pokemon off?
Yeah, and the positioning coming for Talon PH just makes it even more harder on how they want to get to the back line. There's just too much. Like, it's not about like who's the wall here. Like, Slowbro can only do so much to stop most of these guys at bay, right? But it's just the positioning, where they station themselves in a lot of these T fights as well. Not too far, but not too near or not too forward either, right? There's not a lot of option for them to really get into it. Not without committing certain mobility items for themselves, but it just didn't really happen. Not according to their plan, at least.
So, the plan here for loading. Plan comeback. That is actually the plan for this team.
The Rayquaza.
Yes, the Rayquaza. The
But
comeback.
okay, let's think of it this way, right? Then towards Rayquaza, right? So coming from the side of Talent PH, they have decent amount of secure on that Rayquaza. You have the Solar Blade, you have the Intellion there for you. But on the side here for Team Loading, you do have the Dark Urshifu. You also have
Loading
the
his team
Electrical.
fight.
Right.
Leonard. They have team fight. They have a Hydro Typhoon. They have Mew that can come in with the Surfs.
Yep.
You've got an Urshifu that can set up for the team. You've got a Dodrio that's going to come in and pick up the squishies. Like, they actually have a reasonable chance at beating Talon around this Rayquaza pit. It's just making sure all their moves connect and they actually fight together. That's the one thing I've been seeing happen with this team consistently. They are constantly spreading far apart from one another that they can't even reinforce. Like right now, we're looking at 3 Pokemon and a slow beam onto Blue Sky because he wanted to go for a backstab and he gets punished. This was not part of the plan.
This is definitely not part of the plan.
Not part of the plan.
They thought, and the best part about it, they thought they had the lead, especially for Team Loading, which they got
And that's the Hydro Typhoon used.
And no follow-up for it too. They couldn't find anything else. Everyone is just coming in one by one. It's in a complete disarray, Danny. Everyone just coming in and there's just no proper initiation. However, they're all getting relatively low as well. And then they tell them they managed to get on top of it despite the weird initiation, despite the weird start. And of course, they only picked up on Blue Sky. They were able to find their hands on the Italian. And he's currently out for 20 seconds. Can his teammate buy the time though?
Okay, so here's the thing. We've still got Unites across the board. Hyperspace Hole, sorry, the Rings Unbound going to be used there by KY. So they want to force that fight in. Hopefully the Inteleon comes back in. But without the Unites, there was only a Unite available on the Urshifu that's already been used. Clefable is gone. There's no sustain for the team. And Blastoise is gone as well. 3 left on the side of Loading. Can they redeem themselves? Dodrio, Urshifu, and Mew. Some really strong attackers. We've got some basic attacks. The charge up, the damage reduction, not enough for Blue Sky to be able to stick around in this fight. We even saw some points being dunked in. Teens are getting out. RBX just going to cause some issues here for this poor Mew. And up top, you've got a Clefable that's trying to figure out, what do I do with the Leafeon?
Oh, that's just pretty much sit and done. Just piling the pressure, piling the offensive here, and Talon PH, despite this back and forth fight between Team Loading and themselves, Talon PH will secure their spot in the 3rd segment here as they move forward into the brackets here, and they will fight against Team MYS.
That's basically a grand final matchup right there, sir.
And of course, one of the largest walls that any of this team has to overcome for themselves when they want to secure towards that top 3 spots. However, you're looking at it on the bright side, right? Whoever actually falls in the semifinals, it's not really the end of the road for them. There is still an opportunity in the semifinals loser bracket here, but that's going to be a talk for later.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to Loading.
Yes. It's so
2-0,
sad.
no chance to bring it to that game 3. Look, very valiant effort coming in from Loading. MVP nominations here. I kind of want to give it to KYY.
KYY, okay, interesting. Reason?
Fantastic support. He's the one that's been able to keep this team consistently topped up in these fights. And Loading have actually really struggled to finish off Talon because they're constantly getting these resets off.
Interesting. Okay, we'll shall go for that.
Who was your nomination? You gotta tell me first.
I actually thought it was Leb at one point because I felt like he just did enough pressure and enough pressure. Whether it's from the second game as the Leafeon or the first game when he was on the top side, he just did enough amount of pressure and space. But you know what? We'll just stick with KYY because he has been one of those few dedicated supports so far here. At least I guess you could say a little bit more consistent here since he's been dedicated to that one role.
Look, it's hard to stand out as a support, okay? It's not an easy job.
I know. I can tell, right? Like it's so crazy because we don't really get really amazing hoopers, right? Sure, we have good hoopers, but we don't have really legendary hoopers that really reach world class.
There are world class hoopers. They are very hard to spot because the good things that hoopers do, they always go unnoticed by people that don't play support.
I know.
So therefore. KY deserving the MVP award for me anyway. I know Leonard's thinking Leb. I mean, they're both fantastic players. They both do great things.
It's so difficult, Danny, because of the fact that I feel like everyone just really did their part. Like, don't get me wrong, Inteleon is going to be one of the more laid-back ones. So I'm not going to talk too much about Inteleon players, except the fact that if we see some really insane snipe shots, of course. But other than that, everyone just really ensured that they really got to that stage here.
Yeah. Oh man, what a game. Talon PH with a very convincing 2-0 sweep over Loading. Unfortunately for Loading, not really ever getting a foothold in this game. They scored some points, they did all right, but all the objectives went in the way of Talon PH, and I kind of feel like it goes back to this play style that Loading just really loves to play, which is during the early game, Blue Sky just constantly away doing his own thing. When it feels very contradictory, in my perspective, I could be totally wrong here, but I feel like it's contradictory to the role when you have a mid laner that's supposed to be your tempo controller for the team. And Urshifu is a great Pokemon, but he's not a Pokemon that needs to think about late game scaling.
Yes, correct.
So I would have suspected that the team would fight together because they had a lot of team fight moves, right? You got Typhoon, you have a Mew, you had the Urshifu that's going to threaten the squishies as well. Dodrio is supposed to come in from that back line. And the fact that nothing came together, it just splat.
It's like what you said, right? Like, and Urshifu played an addition, a particular secondary role besides the blasters being the threat in the front line. The Urshifu was supposed to be there to create the space for the Dodrio to come in really seamlessly as well, right?
It makes me think, right, that they were hoping that they would be able to somehow win 4v5 or come out evenly or on top, and that they would somehow benefit by having Blue Sky scoring up top lane for free.
Yeah, but that didn't work out, right?
The odds of that happening is low too.
Exactly, and the worst part about it, Talon PH, they just didn't hesitate, right? Everyone was in sync with their thoughts and ideas. When they said, you know what, 4v5, why are we hesitating? Just go for it. Go for the pickups, and what's even better, they got intel on the top lane, right? They see a Urshifu on the goal post, they say, great, it's a guaranteed 4v5. They don't have a Hooper, we have a Hooper. They don't have they're lucky one member, we have more members.
Speaking of members, we're gonna see all the members in our drawing with Leonard segment, or drawing together segment. So let's have a look and see at what clips we're gonna be showing it today. So clip number 2, I believe. There we go.
All right, I believe this is the second game.
Yes, so let's watch this in slow motion so we can kind of see what is happening here for both sides. So
okay, this is an idol. This is the one where, yes, this is what I'm saying, right? The craziest thing about coming from Talon PH, right, is not because of like amazing like frontliners or walling, right? Because look at this. Our dear Slowbro is never going to be the great wall to protect the rest of the line. What was amazing in this entire team fight coming from Talon PH is they're making use of the benefits coming from the goalpost, but most importantly is positioning. They are always in a position where they understand the fact that superior team fight coming from Yololee. They spot the Urshifu. They also spot the Mew. They have spotted a lot of. They have a lot of great intel on the rest of the squad. And don't forget, there's also still the Hydra Typhoon, still being aggressive but defensive at the same time while waiting for the rest of the squad. And they're pretty confident for them to really jump back into the fight. And there's still a decent amount of Unite moves here. Remember, there's still the Leafeon and the Miascara.
This was actually a pretty dangerous choke point as well, if you think about it, right? Because the whole northern section is guarded by Talon PH, and if a fight happens, you're going to be pushed towards the wall.
Yes.
If you're loading, you don't have room to move.
Correct.
So let's play this team fight here, Leonard. We're going to delete our drawings so we can see it in full. So let's watch this in slow motion, because as you can see, Talon PH, they are going to be coming into this fight, and it's so awkward because loading has no space to move.
Yep, definitely for sure. And what's even better is the fact that they saw how low the Dodrio was. The Leafeon was able to rotate all the way to the brush and came in exactly right here. He's not too worried about the Urshifu. He wants this core target. The Slowbro is already keeping both the Blastoise and the Clefable. The two-person that not only needs to be the Great Wall for the rest of the squad, but also the support to sustain this Dodrio. There are nowhere in lane. And the Mew was completely the next one to finish, to move forward after he actually get rid of the Dodrio. So I'm just going to quickly continue forward with the replay in slow motion, right?
Yeah.
So instantly Urshifu decides to forego this. He decided to forego to save his teammate and dive into the backline. He felt like he needed to get rid of the Hoopa, which is going to be a priority target for him, right? And Hoopa understands this. He decides to lure him into the rest of the squad, bringing it into a 1v... Okay, hold on. He's trying to bring it to the fight between a 1v3, between the Urshifu and the Miascarada, and even on top of the Inteleon as well.
Yeah, Inteleon's charging on the goal zone.
Right.
He's charging a snipe shot. So he's ready to go wherever.
Yes. And what's even crazier, the Blastoise is still being locked in place here. The Clefable finally gets into position, but I don't think he has the Moonlight at that time as well. So continuing forward with the rest of the clip as well. Dear Mew, we all know an attacker like Mew, in the face of really mobile, agile, and high damage dealers, there's no way here for him to pick it off. But I love the quick transitioning indecision, right? Just gonna do a quick pause, right? The Leafeon understand like he's also one of the major damage dealers for their team, right? With the Solar Blade. He sees the Intelligence having a little bit of tough time alongside with the Masquerade against the Yoshifu. They need the space to do the damage, but they just can't as the Yoshifu is doing the rest of the combo. The rest of the team started to converge, and now the Leafeon is in a very prime position to land that leaf blade. If you understand, I'm just going to draw a couple of leaf blades options for him to land here to really cancel out the Yoshifu.
And let's not forget too, so this targeted Unite was actually on the Inteleon, who was actually healthy enough to survive the Wicked Blow.
Right?
If it was a different target, he actually would have gotten the knockout, but he prioritized the Inteleon, hoping he'd have enough to finish him off. Doesn't finish him off, instantly gets counter KO'd, and everything just collapses, right? This is where you see Leb charging in, forcing back both Mew and Clefable. You've got the Slowbro pulling up the Dodrio. Teenza, this is where Teenza just pops. Oh.
And I don't even blame the Dodrio for going back in, because look at how low everyone is. Everyone is just so low and right for the taking, right? He just decided that he just had enough damage. But the Slowbro, the most patient Slowbro, the amount of confrontation, the amount of patience that he had to wait out the slow beam to really assist that team.
All right, let's go to clip number 3. This is game number 2, right before that Rayquaza. So let's watch this in slow motion here, Leonard. So at the moment, as you can see on the screen here, we have most of loading at Rayquaza, whereas Talon PH are coming in from the southern side.
Easily popping the Hooper Unbound. What's even crazy is the fact that because of where everyone's positioning, right, and they have clear view, they're all separated. You have they spot Kitty here, they spot the Yoshifu, because before they started this entire fight, they have massive vision of everyone else. I love the positioning coming from KY as well. He stood here to be the one to cut off any route of escape, really. He completely isolated Kitty. The rest of the squad is going to be coming forward, and look at where the Blastoise. They're coming for the Slowbro. This will be the final destination for the Slowbro, which is going to be connecting on a couple of players. And there is no Unite moves. There's no Hydro Typhoon to counter initiate here. There is no ability for them to really get out of this situation here. Sure, you do have the Unite move coming for the Yoshifu, but there's still just not enough. So I'm just going to continue playing forward here.
All right, so we're going to play this through, and that's also just a massive stun that came in from KY on that Hooper. I just feel like the way KY played this late game, it was so well done, because he created the openings, not just him, but also RBX, creating the openings for Sync 1, Leb, the entire team to just come in and really do their job.
Yeah. And look, and because of this isolation, and remember, KY has not moved from that spot.
Doesn't need to. Yeah,
exactly. Doesn't need to. He understands he is going to be the wall. He has the Hooper Unbound, so he's pretty durable compared like the rest of the squad here. And our dear Clefable, Komon has no idea who can he save. The person who's trying to save Kitty is trying to make a run for it, but the Meowscarada and the Leafeon is currently hot on his tail here. Not knowing where else can he really engage, but it's just a complete breakdown for them here.
Yep, so we're going to continue on with the clip here, and I think this is where we start to see things just start absolutely collapsing. So we saw the Unite actually being used by the Urshifu, doesn't really connect and finish anything off, and this was the Wombo combo. Just catching all of loading, setting up for the damage, the Emerald 2-step. Yes, they didn't get the Urshifu there, but I mean, he's expended all of his main moves. Like there's no one here that he can actually one-shot.
It was so hard because there was a lot of isolation, there was a lot of priority pickups coming from their side here. There's no way for them to really try to figure out how they can really try to turn the tide in this battle, not especially without those team abilities and team Unite moves here.
This slow beam was basically it for Blue Sky.
Oh yeah.
He was just too low, no support around, had to run away. I think he died to a basic attack, where he gets knocked out by a basic attack in just a second. Oh no, that's a Silver Blade.
An absolute finisher.
So that's going to conclude our third matchup of the day, Loading versus Talon PH. We are going to be seeing Talon PH going up against Team MYS later on today, which is match number 5. This was match 3 though, so we got match 4 first.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the brackets here, Leonard.
I love how you jump the brackets here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's pretty much it for the second round here. Now we're moving forward to our second best of 3 in the second round. It's going to be Team Rise against Team Secret Rare Diamond here. Now this is going to be quite the challenge for these guys, right? So like I said, Secret Rare Diamond was able to take a win out of Road to the Top in that best of 3, 2-1 scoreline as well. And of course, although yes, it seems a little hectic, a little bit of misplay in some hands here, but now it's their turn. Can they thrive? Can they really bring it? Can they really rise to the challenge against Team Rise? Because Team Rise is one of the few top teams that we have in the group stages. Went even toe-to-toe with Team Onyx, and was not, although yes, not able to take one of the wins here, but it's still strong enough here. Great talents, great members here, and I can't wait to see what this game will entail for us here. But speaking of which, that's going to be, while we prep for this game here, I would like to reintroduce back to Professor Flava for joining us back at the Casters Desk as we prep for this fantastic series that's going to be happening towards us.
Yes, most definitely, and it's something to look forward to for not just for us, but also for everyone tuning in to wherever you may be on this ACL for regionals for today itself. Now, hopefully you guys are ready, because coming up next, we're going to be witnessing Team Rise up against their opponents here from the Philippines. They just won the match itself, which is going to be Secret Rare Diamond. Whew. Now, of course, let's have a look at this. But before we keep tossing on, let's have a look at this interview video with Secret Rare Diamond.
Individually, I usually review my own thought about my mistakes, and when we are practicing as a team, we always talk to each other and review our game together.
I think I train individually. I'm just like playing rank like 2 hours per day with my friend, and then for team, like we train like 3 hours, 5 of us with rank, and then scrim other team.
Rise practice, I guess it should be similar to any other team. So we play rank matchmaking as 5 people, and we also have scrim sessions with a lot of teams outside of Indonesia. So we have teams from Southeast Asia, but also from Asia, APAC East, like from Japan, Korea, or even Taiwan. And we just play together a lot. We try to correct our mistakes, and we try to have meaningful discussions regarding the game. And obviously we try to correct our mistakes as well and try to improve. And basically, the next time we play, we try to be better than how we were before.
We do practice our own roles. Like me as a defender, I practice all the Pokemons that we consider metas. But usually we practice more on a team, because for us, practicing as a team is more efficient and effective. We can also easily determine our errors and correct it. And practicing as a team is a very good step for us to do better.
I usually practice on my own during afternoons whenever I'm free, but I'm mostly very active when it comes to team practice, especially when it comes to scrims.
Ladies and gentlemen, after overcoming the first obstacle of the day in round number 1, Secret Rare Diamond is back once again. The Filipinos' second place open is here for Secret Rare Diamond. They'll be going up against Indonesia's finest, Team Rise.
This is going to be a really fantastic game for me, right? Because of the fact that we're talking about, okay, we know enough about Rise, a very experienced team, absolutely on the roll, getting ready to steamroll any of the team here, and very informative here. However, Secret Rare Diamond, they have, although one of the few fresher teams here, they have a lot of great seniors, a lot of great mentors, and the manager has been there to support them every step of the way here. I think with that young blood that they have within them as well, allows them to be as creative and innovative in some of those compositions as well. Although I do admit there were times there are certain composition and certain series where it was a little bit shaky at times. But when it really came down to the wire, when it really requires one of their members to step up, everyone stepped up when it was required. So it was really fantastic coming from Secret Rare Diamond. Of course, this is their stats overall for most frequently used Pokemon as well.
Yeah, of course, we're looking at Clefable being at the top of the list over here for some. Looking across the board, more or less meta Pokemon being utilized over here, including the Cleavables, the Hoopa, the Leafeon, Umbreons, and Mew. And of course, they do love their evolutions in their draft over here. They've displayed them multiple times. And of course, their opponents over here, Team Rise. Now, it is the Indonesia's finest over here. It is definitely a battle of pride here, Leonard, between the Philippines against the Indonesians. Of course, some of the top picks also playing around meta picks here. Blastoise, Glaceon, likes of Hoopa, Umbreon, a little bit of Ninetales going on, and together with Clayfield, one of the hot healing supports here in the game at the current moment. Now, this is going to be something different. Going up against Team Rise, to my knowledge, they are one of the most hard-working teams there available in Southeast Asia. And knowing them being the #1 team in Asia, this is not going to be an easy match for the team itself.
It definitely won't be a very easy round for sure. They will have to give their all here. This is one of those few walls that Secret Rare Diamond just need to overcome and possibly even surpass to move forward here, because we are looking for those 3 teams to represent, right? We're not just saying like, oh, you won, that's great and all. No, they are here to leave their name in history for this year's ACL 2024. Of course, to do that, you need to surpass one of these walls here. Team Rise is an absolute mountain, a massive mountain. Literally Mount Everest for them to climb and surpass. But then again, if you think about it this way, right? When it comes to the draft, this is where things get. This is the part where it gets really interesting, right? Both teams really love their evolution. Evolution lines up.
Yes, both of them.
Now the real question is whether are they going to let certain evolution Pokemon go through. For example, are they going to ban them? Are they going to ban the Umbreon? Or will they actually be a very respectful ban with the Hoopa? I think in the hands of Zoe with the Hoopa, it's a little bit too insane to me. It is his exclusive. He has over 1,000 battles with the Hoopa throughout his entire career. It's insane for him on the side here on the hands of Zoe. And even if I don't talk about Zoe, there's still Eeyore on the side of Rise here.
Yes.
Which is also a problem for them.
That's going to be quite hard. I believe that now the ball is in their hands to decide on whether or not they want to go for respect bans on it. I believe that they should. It's kind of tough. Actually, if you can actually clear out some of these priority picks coming on from the opponents, it's key to actually take away some of the big advantages that the team actually has. So we will see and get to know more about this, ladies and gentlemen. Just a gentle reminder that this is going to be a single elimination bracket, meaning that at this point, since we're currently in the second round itself, if you lose the series, you're out of the competition.
And the crazy thing about it as well, if you look at their drafting, especially with their go-to comfort Pokemon as well for their selection composition, is relatively similar. So
yes, very relatively similar.
It's not going to be following up to our usual drafting with certain teams where like, oh, you ban this, then it's just like, okay, that's great. I don't have to steal an additional Pokemon because I know for a fact that you may not even specialize in this Pokemon. But it's a little bit different for both sides here. It works 2 ways. So what I'm really looking forward into this drafting between these 2 sides is those off picks. Something that's a little bit off the books for them here, if they want to try to go for it. I'm talking about especially for Secret Rare Diamond. Bring back the Zoroark on LC. I think that'll be pretty great. It's fast-paced. It's a lot of damage and a lot of opportunity coming from the hands of LC and the hands of Secret Rare Diamond here. But the thing is this, right? I don't think you can stop the wrath coming in from Team Rise. So this is where Optics really comes in. Something unorthodox. Whether it's unorthodox or just something that hasn't been seen, something like what Betchin did yesterday, right? He brings in the Lucario, something that is not really common for their side here. Can be played, sure.
Yes, can be played, yeah.
But it's not something he really commonly go to here. But when he brought it, that's where we started to see, like, we were concerned, but when we see it, we're like, oh my god, he just made it work.
but the thing is, the concern is still valid. I mean, like, you want to go off books, but at the same time as well, would you be able to execute as well as what you originally have planned for, or you have planned together with your team as well? Now, this is actually one of the main concerns. When you go meta all the way, you play around with more or less the same Pokemons. It's all about whether or not you have the right composition. It's about the right execution. Or if you want to go off books, you want to catch opponents off guard, but you don't want to catch yourself off guard as well. Because at the current moment, you think that, hey, maybe we do this, we'll catch them off guard, and they're not able to actually, prepare themselves for what about to come. But you need to make sure you're prepared about what's about to come as well. Now, we've seen a lot of matches transpired so far for the day. 3 series so far. There are a few picks which caught a few of us off guard, I would say, coming up. We saw some plays where there were some instances where we saw the Pikachu being utilized. We saw Mr. Mime. We also saw the Trevenant being displayed. The usuals that we usually say has always been the Clefable, the Slowbro, the Blastoise, the Umbreon, we utilize, which is more or less the common ones that we will see, and we'll keep seeing more of them until the end of the day, I do believe.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like there's so much. Like in this drafting, in particular, it's gonna be pretty much the hardest drafting I think both Secret Red Diamond and Rise will have to go through, right? Rise, sure, they know exactly what they want to go for, but Secret Red Diamond is what's the order of things. Because I'm not sure who has the priority pick here.
Yes, we'll only get to know when the draft actually begins.
Exactly. So depending on who is the priority pick, this is where how the tempo already begins. This chess move, this very first chess move, will someone decide how the game flow is going to be ending up like. Because can you imagine, you can lock in like your main damage dealers, like maybe you can lock in the Baswell, you lock in Thailand, that's as your first 2 picks. But suddenly out of the blue, you lose the opportunity to secure those defenders that can help you set up for those backline picks as well. Like so, I'm really interested to see who's willing to start off with what first. And there are times when you get counterpicked really hard as well. Like imagine you locked in like your whether it's Lucario or your Baswell, right? Suddenly you get counterpicked into the not really counterpick, but just more like you end up walking into a pick where suddenly your Venusaur comes in. Now, how can you deal with a Venusaur who is not only dishing out damage, but sustaining the damage that you're outputting? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, enough with the theory crafting regarding the drafting. This is the real thing. This is here and now. And Secret Red Diamond, of course, will be starting off with that first pick for themselves, and Team Rise will follow up with the second.
Us team being a little bit cheeky over here,
no,
yes.
But that's what I'm saying, right? You know, in Pokemon VGC,
I
right?
see battling the Mewtwo.
There is an ability coming for Gyarados, right? Intimidate, right? You know, sometimes when you leave with a Gyarados, Intimidate will actually reduce the attack damage coming in from your opponent's side. So this is that initiator, right? That rite of passage. I'm going to reduce your damage. Hopefully that works for me. We get into the round. Because, you know, God bless VGC. Well, let's quickly go back to Pokemon.
Yeah, of course, Secret Rare Diamond with the ban on the Hoopa. We did discuss it a little bit on what Leonard mentioned. And of course, the ban of the Leafeon, not the opening pick, Clefable. I think this is one of the top supports that we actually see in the game itself. In recently as well, if you had to choose between him together with Wigglytuff, together with Blissey, I think one of the main ones has always been Clefable, the regeneration. But the response coming on from the Indonesia's finest, Team Rise went with the Mimikyu together with the Umbreon here as the opening 2.
This is great. And I'm not too sure whether they're going to be swapping up the role. Def can play a Mimikyu, but there are times he does go a double defender alongside with Illuna here if they want to choose to opt to go for it. But let's just see how it goes. They do have the Umbreon, so that just means, and there's really not much option for supports left, decide to go with the Blissey, and that's going to be ensuring that survivability for that one particular Pokemon. I'm not too concerned if the fact that coming for Secret Red Diamond, since they did lock in the Clefable, there is an option for him to choose between Gravity or Follow Me. But basically, this is somewhat of a statement to tell the rest of the squad for T-Rise, hey, you want to go for your speedsters? We are prepped. And now even with the Slowbro prick, there's a lot of options. They have multiple policies set up for themselves.
I don't think they're going to Follow Me in this. Yeah, looking at it.
Right. Like I said, that's how flexible this kind of lineup that they have for themselves. And now with the Slowbro as well, there's a lot of statement to say, bring in your speedsters, bring in your divers. We are ready to try to counter-initiate you guys and beat this massive wall against you. But of course, it does come down to who gets that, who's able to snowball first with his aggression, because a lot of early game potential coming from both Team Rise and even Secret Red Diamond. Of course, without the accountability of the Blasters, he still needs some time to get that Blastoise form, because Squirtle's multiple evolution form, unlike the Umbreon here. Once he gets that level 4, he will be able to run alongside his team members here. We might even possibly see a 5v5 if the situation calls for it.
Yeah, I totally agree on this. Now, I believe that Rise will probably get online slightly faster. You can play around with the Mimikyu. We'll see the Umbreon coming on even more faster. The Alola Ninetales, even together with Dodrio as well. So Team Secret Red Diamond has to be careful. They might try to actually punish this Squirtle before he actually goes into Water into the Blastoise. That is going to be one of the main priority lanes that they want to handle itself. Now, Glaceon eyes are on Glaceon for the side of Secret Red Diamond. Now, Mike Ross, this man has proven himself to be a key player here for the team, most definitely, and we'll see how well he will perform here in this second series that will be competing for the day. It is going to be Secret Red Diamond from the Philippines up against Indonesia's Team Rise. It's going to be a long day here for Secret Red Diamond. Are they going to be moving further through the brackets to the semifinals, or will Team Rise be stopping them into in their tracks and move forward to go to the semifinals?
I love it. The Clefable slowly walking down the ground. He knows for the fact that this Squirtle would not be easily picked up by both by both the Chansey and the Mimikyu this early as well. So you want to see it can be as annoying as much as possible during this invasion. I don't think he's going to be able to find the Dodrio too
The Chansey is rotating as well, so she provided a little
they
bit
got
of
the
assistance.
intel, right?
You
don't see anyone in that lane, you'd be like, alright, someone is coming.
Someone is coming.
Someone is knocking on our door.
Yeah, so basically, basically Chansey is forcing out the Clefairy away from the lane, so they're returning to respective lanes here, going off in the top lane. Meanwhile, we're going to be saying this Mimikyu together with Chansey. We do see the Clefairy together with this Mimikyu. Meanwhile, we do see rotation coming from Dodrio from the top lane. Trying to find a little bit of course, he needs to build up that speed. So compared to other Pokemons, he can't be standing still because then it will require him to actually build up even more speed. So he has to be rotating around just like this. Probably coming up from behind doing a pack. Will the damage output be enough? Yes, it will be. Clefairy being the first, being cleared up over here in the hands of Team Rise and creating a little bit of opportunity of scoring for them at the top lane.
This is what I'm saying, right? This is what I was concerned about because right now, until that Squirtle get to that Blastoise level, he's currently the weakest link here. And of course, nice timing rotation, he did notice that the Clefairy is still in his base evolution. He just took that chance. Couldn't really get on top of the Squirtle, unfortunately, but they will get some consolation prize, a couple of pokes, a couple of points for themselves to start things off for Team Rise. Now the Clefable is here with the Moonlight. That should be able to give them some form of security, a little bit of assurance as well. But now they're slowly converging towards the central area. They want to secure more EXP from the wall Pokemon from the Altaria family. The rest of the squad comes in a couple of pokes, but then again the Umbreon is currently standing in the front, but respecting the amount of damage. He did spot the Mew. He spot the Glaceon. Not going to be too forward with this confrontation. Will slowly position himself all the way to the back line. And now quick rotation coming in for the Slowbro will be able to secure a KO for their side. Although it is going to be a support, but it's totally fine. But that Avalanche, that is absolutely insane, but still have to respect. That's a lot of damage and a lot of players. But a quick swift entry for the Dodrio will be able to secure for, and the positioning coming from the Ninetales, absolutely phenomenal as the Avalanche was able to connect all 3 players.
Wow, Leonard, that is a 4 KO streak in the hands of Dodrio. Pushing him forward, he's at level 9 at the current moment. Here's 7 minutes into the game. Have a great start here for Team Rise, but not too far. It's going to be the Glaceon, Mike Ross from Team Secret, Rare Diamond with the level 8 at the current moment. What a big opening there for the Dodrio in that bottom lane engagement. Have to be careful. That amazing, huge burst amount of damage coming on from him. Meanwhile, here we do see Team Rise engaging on the Regirock at the bottom lane. Does not seem that there's going to be any commitments from the team members from Team Secret Red Diamond. Meanwhile, at the top lane, now this is going to be a little bit of tension over here. A little bit too late for the Slowbro to actually try to get the attention here from the Regirock. Top lane, kickstart
too
things
slow.
off. It's a 4v2 situation that Kurumova jumping off from behind.
I can't believe it!
Where's the damage? And Warthog is going to be the one getting the Regieleki. Is going to be signing on to a Secret Red Diamond. Quite unfortunate here as the Dodrio plus together with the Blizzy was not able to actually secure that takedown.
It's totally fine for them, right? Like, totally waited it out. They're fine with giving up the objective to the bottom sides because they really didn't have the Blastoise, you said. They don't have the team fights yet. So they're fine with giving up focus on the Regieleki here. But more areas are being controlled by Team Rise, asserting their dominance, trying to find any opening in the Chink of the Yama here. Because Slowbro did manage to spot into the Yama, did drop down the mean look here, but now slowly piling up the damage, but he's able to sustain. But a big KO pickup happening to the bottom lane. The Glaceon absolutely melt away the Dodrio. Guess what? He's not only level 11, that's going to be a bonus boost for the Glaceon here. But of course, Avalanche once again keeping this Slowbro at arm's length here. The Umbra doing a phenomenal job sustaining it. Another set of Avalanche locks him into place, forces out the eject, but another rest of the team have to respect the fact that this Glaceon is a little bit too comfortable piling on this damage as he's pushing out abilities for this.
Oh no, bottom lane, we do see the Glaceon going up against the Dodrio.
Round 2.
Was not able to actually go in for a score, but instead it's going to be come back just when he's about to actually have a little bit lead over Team Rise. Team Rise comes back here with a one.
No way.
But meanwhile, here at the top lane, seems that Umbreon managed to catch on that Clefable. He's going to Mimikyu, holding on to that, but the damage output is still not there. Not enough to get about. Instead, it is going to be Mimikyu gets traded off. They got the Blastoise over here.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. They're currently at a stage where they don't mind taking this fight head out, even on top of the bonus defense from the goalposts as well. They have the numbers, they have the advantage. They're not gonna be hesitant about it, and they will assert it. continue piling on the pressure. Now slowly from having the central part of the area, they're slowly moving their control towards Secret Rare Diamond's area as well. Trying to deny them as much of this wild Pokemon farm here, as they're currently ahead of this level race, and of course it seems like also in this game as well.
Yeah, now it's going to be the Regis here at the bottom lane. It is going to be a 4v3 situation at the current moment, as we see Dodrio as well as Mimikyu currently at the middle, as well as the top lane over here. Umbreon low in HP, but then the bottom block coming here from the Blissey, trying to protect him from
So
anything that happen. Looking very good, but it does seem that this Regis is going to be in the hands of this Glaceon from Team Secret Rare Diamond. Meanwhile, during all that and happening before all this even began, Mimikyu managed to actually dunk a chunk amount of points on the top goalpost, which is making the score at 313 for Team Rise, with Secret Rare Diamond not having much of an opportunity to actually do any of scoring, with only 18 points at the current moment. Now, map control, Leonard. Looking at the same control over here, it is definitely leading towards Team Rise. They have the comfort of farming and the wild Pokemon area on their own central area, as well as the opponent's central area as well. Looking at this Dodrio making its entry as well. We have Mimikyu on the top lane. We have a little bit of assistance. Even the Umbreon's doing a little bit of scoring here at the bottom lane as well, destroying the second goalpost from Secret Rare Diamond at the bottom lane.
Which is still totally fine for them, right? And now they're slowly waiting things out. They're still a minute away before the Rayquaza here, but they want to prep for it because they didn't really take out the Regieleki. They're waiting for the Rayquaza to spawn in a couple of seconds, then they will try to attempt for it. They're fine with leaving the Regis initially because not only do they not have the Mimikyu, but it's not really a buff that they really required for themselves. They're fine with letting it slide here. But look at the rest of the side. Constantly backcapping. They just keep making the Secret Red Diamond to keep on their feet. When they thought they had some form of insecurity, no, you don't get that chance at all. Rise said, you know what, you want to go to the top side? We'll head to the bottom. We're totally fine with this. Now, Rayquaza is going to be spawning in a couple of seconds, and this is the part where they prepare to do this Regieleki, and hopefully this can be the distraction, the pressure Secret Red Diamond to decide, do we want to defend this, or do we want to go for the Rayquaza? And that small time frame, that tiny hesitation, a window of hesitation, might be a chance for this Dodrio to go on an absolute roll on their backlines, or at least a specific member here.
Yeah, I think they're literally keeping themselves off it, knowing that they don't really have information where this Dodrio is. It's very risky for the Glaceon. Now, the thing is, with having so little farming space for the team members of Secret Rare Diamond, it gives them very little opportunities. They're way behind in terms of level. Looking at level 14 on the Mimikyu, as well as level 13 on the Alola Ninetales to get the Dodrio. Level 14. Meanwhile, here at the area, it does seem that Dodrio managed to actually get on the Glaceon. They're ripping off with the Typhoon, but with the damage output going to be enough for him. Together with the Avalanche as well, they managed to get the Blastoise. They also managed to actually get on the Clefable as well, losing 14 members over here, chasing yet another. It's going to be this one. They are going to be losing out the Mew, making it a full-on team wide here from Team Secret Red Diamond. Team Rise, they are coming in hot.
Regieleki not even necessary. They have the position, they have to call for it. Maybe we can jump into the fight, forces out the members of Secret Red Diamond to commit to that fight. And guess what? The rest is pretty much history. Everyone dives in, everyone committing Unite moves. And guess what? All those Unite moves out of the picture, that's when the Dodrio flies straight in. And all Mew can do is just eject himself out of the situation just to try to escape with his lifeline. But it ended up a flat line as everyone still ended up falling.
Wow. And the first Pokemon to actually getting enough from all that so happens to be the Glaceon from Secret Rare Diamond, and losing such a key player here on Nerasor is going to be very, very costly this year. Now, the thing is, Team Secret Rare Diamond, they can't get out from the base to actually do any form of scoring. Meanwhile, Team Rise, they have an abundant amount of points to actually score, but they don't have any more of their shields, and that one Slowbro, a little bit overextension, and the top lane gets picked up by the three Pokemons, which is going to be Umbreon, the Alola Ninetales together with the Dodrio, and a little bit scoring here by the Mimikyu as well, joining together by the Umbreon with 30 seconds on the clock. The gap of 547 points here. Make that, 47 points here in between both sides. A little bit too much for Secret Rare Diamond to actually come back for this, unfortunately.
Just too much points here, and Secret Rise, they just had full control from the very beginning all the way to the other end here. it was a really it was really tailor-made for Team Rise. They really outdid themselves in how they really want to play out this round. Secret Red Diamond definitely have a challenge on their hand here as we prep to go towards the second game, right? But before we talk about the drafting or what's going to be the potential plan, right? Before we get into theory crafting, right? Let's quickly go through a little bit on terms of the stats coming from both sides here, right? Like, cause I felt like in the beginning there was a little bit of a slower pace because, like I said, the weakest link at the time was LC, right?
Yeah.
With the Squirtle here. And Dodrio and Eero seized that opportunity and started engaging, did his rotation, his very first rotation, to literally attack that weak link here. He's not a weak player, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in the weak link in a way where he's still a Squirtle.
Yeah, exactly.
Going toe-to-toe with both a Mimikyu, a Blissey, and a Dodrio.
Oh yeah.
The timing hit for their leveling was a little bit too significant, and you saw the aggression coming from Death alongside with Zoe as they were trying to get those levels out faster and deny those levels from Elsie. They even trade spots, by the way. They were totally fine. They're like, Mimikyu can't pick up the Squirtle in level 1. Neither of them can really pick them off.
Yes.
It gave them so much an opportunity for Who-Wise to invade into the jungle, but he didn't really. But how fast Eeyore actually cleared and his path of clearing those wild Pokemon in the central area didn't allow him to really run into Who-Wise initially. They only met each other much later, right after he cleared that second or third camp.
Yeah. I think coming from that as well, this is very, very tough. Like, if you look at Mike Ross, yes, he has the Glaceon. If he gets online, he doesn't have enough firepower over here. The only person he can actually rely on is definitely going to be Steam. Solar Beam together with Light Screen. Wise probably providing a little bit of healing from behind. Slowbro being the front line for all this, but still not enough. They need Icy on this. It was definitely looking like a 4v5 situation from start to the mid game itself. So Team Rise was just capitalizing on that whole idea. And Eeyore, he was not gonna let up on that big opportunity for the team to just punish Secret Rare Diamond for this. So now, gotta be careful. I'm guessing that with Secret Rare Diamond down one game, they can't afford to lose the next game itself, because if they lose, Team Rise will be knocking Secret Rare Diamond out from the competition.
Definitely, for sure. I felt like, don't get me wrong, the competition coming from Secret Rare Diamond and the idea they were trying to go up against Team Rise was pretty much it's pretty much their comfort on. It's their usual go-to here. However, I feel that could be a quick change-up, especially in the Slowbro in particular. Don't get me wrong, Slowbro is a great defender. He is really fantastic, one of the few go-tos as well by his own right here. But when you go against Team Rise, who has a lot of damage output, they have a lot of options, a lot of ways to really tackle. Too many priority targets for Secret Red Diamond, and they, at the same time, not only do they need to keep them at bay, they also need to secure their backline and safety as well and create that opportunity for them here. But you see this one I'm saying? Instantly, the minute the competition ended, when the game started, the Dodrio knew exactly where he's going to start his attack already.
Yeah. The thing is, he knew well the pinpoints is now. This is actually when things were actually looking good.
I was so concerned.
Oh man, actually things were looking well for Team Rise over here. Look at it, landing at 4-man Avalanche has got to be such a beaut over here from the Alolan Ninetales. The Match Quit and the Dodrio just sealing the deal over there and finishing in the job, getting off on 2 Pokemons over here. And looking at this particular engagement as well, Dodrio is just getting the backlines. You can actually push forward, and there's nobody who can actually stop him.
Yeah, AXQ just really went absolutely crazy with that Alolan Ninetales. Although yes, it was only because of the fact that there was so much great space being made by his defender Umbreon here, but he still has really great position for Landos Avalanche. Even towards the one which you see just now previously at the highlights, even committing the eject, but his only form of escape, but he knows for the fact that they don't really have the damage to really jump upon him. Ejects forward, gets a 3-man Avalanche, is absolutely insane. His positioning is also really well met, offensive, but at the same time not too far forward, where his teammate will have to commit to try to be defensive to save him here. So really well thought out coming from both sides, even in their backline damage dealers here too.
Yeah, and actually doing that kind of setup, I just want to highlight when it comes to Alolan Ninetales, it's not easy, because when you see the line, look at the lineup, what the team has to offer from Team Right. They don't really have somebody who can actually set it right. So basically, it all boils down to how he actually executes his own Avalanche on this. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the questionnaire here together with the team members bringing here. So let's have a look.
Yeah, it's going to be our player Zoe from Team Rise here. Favorite Pokemon is Hoopa. Didn't really get that opportunity as it was a respectable band coming from the side. He was Secret Rare Diamond here. But his questionnaire here, his category here, he put it himself, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We did not choose this category. They fill it in themselves. They choose for themselves here, written it by themselves. And coming in, Movie Watcher, 4 stars.
Movie Watcher, 4 stars.
This man, this is a man of culture.
Yes.
He knows what he's wanting.
A very important piece of information of it. He puts up Movie Watcher, but 4 stars. It's not even full. So yeah, so
there's just too many movies to watch. Let's be
I
honest.
agree. Yep. I'm guessing. And his goal is definitely to become the number 1 team.
It's a very high order.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I'm guessing in existence since it's not written, so I wouldn't want to assume it's just restricted to ACL. But of course, a little bit on the player's data over here on frequently used Pokemon and some of the average damage taken and dealt throughout his plays here at the ACL regionals. Now he is definitely a big fan of the Hoopa over here, but of course they did not give them the opportunity as you utilize Hoopa here, as it was being banned by the opponents themselves, and also favoring in that Clefable.
Yeah. But sadly, of course, since it was Clefable was already
it was already played by them, yeah.
There's still the Blissey. And thankfully it's because they have the Umbreon this year, so there's not really anyone that can really really deny that Blissey with the Bliss assistance as well. And most importantly, they have so much control throughout the round. He didn't need to worry about who's he going to be throwing that Bliss assistance upon. So at any time, he could just focus on top of his core backliner, and that's pretty much it. Especially since the Leonard has always been ensuring that his position is right next to Zoe, or Zoe ensuring himself is right next to AXQ. That Bliss assistant can drop defensively at any time and anything. Of course, next player stats here for our introduction in this case is going to be Huwise, their other support player.
Oh yeah, that's one. It's more or less looking the same here. Always with the Hoopa as well as the Clefable.
Who's the better Hoopa?
Who's the better support? You know, two different supports altogether, but in a much different manner of support for the team itself. Also great in its own ways. I believe that throughout this whole competition, we wouldn't be seeing any Hoopas unless somebody decided, hey, we're going to allow you to actually play it from both ends.
True. But you know, there's something, like I said, it really depends on what's the priority of certain team captains, right, in those drafting, right? Like, which Pokemon in particular do they have a hard time with, or maybe a particular player which they had a hard time dealing with at the same time. That's why we call it as it is, right? Respectful bans, respectful fan, or a great deny towards that player, right? Just out of the respect of the fact that him on that particular Pokemon is just too much for them to handle. Despite it in comparison to like other Pokemon that we have in the field, Zoroark, Umbreon, like really high priority pick, Buzzwole as well. There are just some times where they just be like, you know what? We don't care about this guy.
Yeah, exactly. The key is actually
we fear you.
The key is actually the support, who actually provides a lot of assistance in the whole game itself, which does not get much love. We have to admit. Usually, we kept seeing all the main cores actually getting all the limelight, but sometimes
it's a nuisance, right? Like especially with the Hoop, when you're going up against a Hoopa, right? If you have a lineup that is designed, that composition is particularly designed for long-term battles, right? In that Pokemon battle itself, suddenly out of the blue, when you feel like you have an edge, you slowly tickle down the HP, right? You slowly peel off the layers, right?
Yes.
The layers, right? That thick layer, and you figure out, okay, this is an opportunity for us to gun upon them. But suddenly out of the blue, one snap of the finger, Hoopa brings everyone back, comes back in round 2, fresh. Don't get me wrong, Clefable has decent amount of heals, but it's not as crazy as it's not a massive reset unless you fall back, spend a little more time for the heal under the moonlight. Then yeah, sure, coming back in, that's fine. That's a reset. But it's not as clean.
And it's instant as well.
It's not as clean.
Yeah, basically you go back to the base and then basically to the Pokemon Center and you return back looking fresh, everything. So it's actually quite insane. So rather just regenerating while being under fire from the enemy side.
And the worst part, used in the right situation, it can really hurt the mental state.
Oh yeah.
Because can you imagine you commit a Unite move, 3-player commit a Unite move, and you
reset.
save your teammate, reset. Oh my god, it's like it hurts.
Yeah,
so much.
you're gonna go up against the fresh team, the same team, without having your Unite. So some of the core abilities for the match. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump into this game number 2 in our 4th series of the day. And Team Rise this time about, I believe that they are going to be banning the Leafeon instead, and Secret Rare Diamond as usual, not going to be allowing that Hoopa to go through for this draft. Most definitely. Now, this is going to be a quick first pick. I believe that Secret Rare Diamond should have what they want here, and they're going to be securing the Clefable for themselves again for this game.
Definitely for sure. It's great. It's fantastic. The gravity, and like I said, the gravity and the fall mate is a really great flexibility depending on what's the line that's going to be coming from the side of Team Rise. They banned the Leaf here, so in other words, we're not going to see a classic bite Ross in this situation. No high burst, no long distance pokes as well. but still gonna stick with what works for them. You know what? You know the saying, if it ain't broken, you don't fix it. So starting off with the Umbreon and Mimikyu has been so far great for them. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Now they're bringing in the damage, right?
Oh,
now
yeah.
they're bringing in the heavy hitters. You got the Inteleon for the backline for the late game. You have the early game aggression with the Buzzwole here. This is gonna be a ball of a time for the side of a Team Rise. A lot of Ninetales pretty great for creating space between both LC and themselves here. But this instead of bringing in, and they feel like, okay, we need to really melt this guy. Although Avalanche is really great, but eventually he can still come back in here. So bringing in the Glaceon here, now you're slowly scaling towards a late game damage here. But what will be the final call for them? I'm really interested for their size, because now Secret Red Diamond, it feels like they have the dream team here. You got a Clefable, you got the Inteleon, the Buzzwole. I would have loved if you guys bring the Trevenant. That's absolutely fantastic, because now you have this guy who's going to be right in your face to be as aggressive as possible. Don't get me wrong, Blastoise is great for team fights.
Yes.
But once you're done with the Hydro Typhoon, what happens next? Whether it's a Surf or Rapid Spin, that's pretty much all you get. Trevenant, on the other hand, a lot more faster pace, a lot able to roll alongside with your team, and then a very massive nuisance in your face. You need someone to really dive alongside with your Buzzwole to keep them in check. Something that both the Glaceon and the Alolan Ninetales do not like at all.
Yeah, this is something that this is going to be quite an issue, because they don't really have an answer for this Trevenant, how to hold him down. This Team Rise, I think that they don't have a choice. Probably Minlook will be the choice over here to actually catch people like Macross.
I can tell you this for now, Flava. This is what you call big damage. You know, they're about to go all the way.
And then they got one of each as well. So they got the speedsters, they got the defenders, they got the all-rounders. They got the attackers, and even got their support. So they are ready, Leonard. They're so ready over here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this match will decide on whether we'll be jumping into a game number 3 later on, only if the situation is that Secret Red Diamond actually wins the game, or if Team Rise actually wins, they'll become the winner of the series and move forward to the semifinals here at the ACL.
Now I'm curious, how much tempo can be set by Mike Ross here with the hands with the Zorro in his hands here? As he will go to the central area here. There's still the Mimikyu on the Mimikyu is going to be going to the top side as he goes toe to toe with the Buzzwole here. From my experience as well, Mimikyu going up against the Buzzwole, not really technically a fun lane. It is somewhat doable. But once a single rotation comes in for the assist, that's when the whole playing field absolutely bounce back here. A very quick Glaceon already comes in, already hitting the level 4 here. But still gonna go a couple more wild Pokemon before going for that central area. But where will be the rotation go to? Do they want to try to keep the Buzzwole in check, or go straight to the bottom and try to hold out on this Sobble?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very tough decision, but we're still waiting for the rotation coming on from the Zoroark together with the Glaceon here in this game. It does seem that probably Glaceon is going to be coming in from behind of Team Rise at the top lane. Meanwhile, Zoroark also making his way to actually top lane, so provide a little bit of assistance over here. But I think they're not able to actually do much, as a little bit too late, as we do see a turnaround coming up from Secret Red Diamond. Bottom lane, still on the EV, is going to be the EV going to be the Umbreon later on to get the Ninetales going up against... the Altaria family being cleared out as well. Who's going to be getting it? It does seem that it's going to be leaning more towards the side of Secret Red Diamond here at the top lane. Now making a bad positioning behind, way and far away from his teammates. Mimikyu gets cleared out in the hands of Zoroark.
Oh man, that guy, he really wanted to get those points in as well. But now without his presence as well, that just means 3 additional players for Secret Red Diamond is going to be able to drop in a couple of more points. That's a lot, 53 to 6 here, but massive damage from the Zoroark. Able to get a second KO. The rest of the squad coming in for the reinforcement here, but Mike Ross just decided, you know what, I did my part, I did my job, I'm gonna fall back here. But then again, a quick rotation coming in for the Trevenant. Although yes, a KO has been secured on the Buzzwole here, unable to save him, but he will get the trade back here on another core members of Team Rise.
Oh, that's not gonna be free for sure. You
get
get our Buzzwole. We're gonna be taking that Mimikyu of yours. 1-to-1 trade-off. Meanwhile, look at that last hit. Beautifully done from Team Rise. Meanwhile, looking at level-wise, we do see 2 Pokemons at level 7 from the Team Rise, but a little bit low here. The Chansey, who just recently became a Blissey. Meanwhile, in the top lane, maybe trying to go a little bit scoring, but getting punched at the back by this Buzzwole. Trying to get a little bit of recovery, a little bit sleek over here. Tries to get one of the barriers and tries to make his escape. Will he be able to do so? He does more scoring here in the face.
This guy.
Oh no, but Zoroark dashing forward. display. It's going to make you, I believe that he's not able to actually escape anymore as Zoroark is going to be finishing the job.
It's fine. He overstayed his welcome. Didn't really anticipate a quick rotation coming in for the Zoroark here. But then again, our first rate is going to be spawning in for a couple of more seconds here. We're definitely going to be seeing this Zoroark coming to this bot lane very shortly. Glacier is not really in position as well. So I guess you could say if he doesn't really make it in time, this could possibly be a 4v3. Something they could not expect. And instantly baited out and melted away like hot knife through butter here. As they all fall 2 KOs. Could possibly be a third, but a quick horn leash to pull the Umbreon all the way out from the safety. But the Glacier comes in with a sheer shot from the Ice Spears, will secure that pickup. Although yes, they did manage to secure the Registrar. Guess what? The damage buff comes in, and instantly the rest of the team say, you know what? That's a damage buff. Fall back. They hurt a lot more than usual. Do not take that risk. But guess what? Since with that reset for themselves, Regieleki is free for the taking for Secret Rare Diamond. If they choose to go for it, actually.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to engage together with a Zoroark, a Buzzwole, and a Nutella, which does have an attack buff that is going to be very, 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 very important. Of course, our next suggestion is most definitely going to be here at the Regieleki top lane. There's no way the Team Rise is going to come in anyway at this current moment, knowing these guys do have the buff, and it's a little bit too late for them to actually commit to the Reggie as well. Giving a little bit opportunity for the team members in Team Rise. We have the Glaceon here at the middle segment together with the Blissey to actually clear out the wild Pokemons in the central area. But of course, it was incomplete as leaving on the Altaria, and they'll be making their way safely back to the Pokemon Center over here. Meanwhile, Mimikyu while being at top lane, bottom lane looking a little bit active over here. Umbreon tries to make an escape. He's not going to be united.
Oh, the slam.
The slam man coming up from the Buzzwole, but it does seem that Buzzwole will be traded off as well after taking out the Blissey and not going up for more. Umbreon catches up on Inteleon, but this time the Glaceon gets also the Cliff Fable. Losing on 3 team members from that date off, going to create a big opening. But his Wood Hammer hitting off on multiple units, but he still gets cleared out, Leonard.
It was so... I can't believe it, right? It was so overzealous coming to Secret Rare Diamond, right? They all tried to go in for the pickers, but guess what? While they went for their priority targets, the Umbreon and the rest of the squad went in straight for the Inteleon. They saw the Inteleon pretty far forward. They say, you know what, this is a chance. We won't find a better opportunity to really get our hands on top of it. Meanlu drops down, no way for him to escape upon. In the face of both the Alolan Ninetales and the Glaceon, he could not sustain at all. Even though, yes, the Basu did pop in the Ultra Slam, but it's still only a very singular target here. The Trevor also was having his back against the wall too. And without the main damage and the backline being caught, everyone just fell like dominoes here. So that was a very massive recovery round for Team Rise. They had the back against the wall initially, but instantly from one team fight here, they were able to turn things around. Look at the level game as well. Instantly clawed themselves back up here. Now Secret Rare Diamond, again, pressure back. But like I said, they're not out of this round here. A beautiful KO, by the way, coming from Mike Ross. But they have to be extremely careful at this moment here.
Yep, Mike Ross tries to make an escape over here as we see the BC together alone Ninetales here in front, but he's getting sandwiched, getting chased down by the Glaceon here at the back of the base. But it does seem that he is able to actually make his, was not able to actually make his escape away. He gets cleared out. Meanwhile, coming back into the heat of action is going to be the Regieleki Tam here at the top lane. But it does seem that both teams wants it for themselves. So what is going to be the play here? And it is looking at 4 Pokemons from the side of Team Rise up against 3 for Secret Rare Diamond. Displacement here coming from the Buzzwole. What's the follow from behind to get the Avalanche?
Oh, no.
Damage going to be now. Buzzwole will be the one to get cleared out instead, despite him kicking start off the initiation.
This is the part where they say, now we make the calls. Now we get to decide how we like our bats and how we like to start. Good timing with the Phantom Forest to try to delay as much as possible. And guess what? Him alone, the Trevenant alone, keep 4 players back at bay, allowing them to completely isolate the Umbreon and pick them off slowly one by one. They say, fine. You're strong in team fight, that's totally fine with us. We won't even try to fight you guys head up. We'll pick you guys one by one, and eventually we will succeed. Although yes, AXQ and both, I believe also both Eeyore has no choice but to fall back for this. Have to sacrifice the rest of the members here as for the Rare God, but they're not still too far behind. But from another confrontation, Secret Rare Diamond finally turned the tables around back into their favor here.
Yep, I think they're quite equal when it comes to levels at the current moment. I think they do quite okay. Now, this is very concerning. Team Secret Rare Diamond and Team Rise, the point gap between them is not that big. meaning that just by scoring a bit, oh my bad, like scoring 50, Secret Red Diamond Zoroark is going to be very, very impactful over here. This time, Team Rise does have the defense buff, especially the special defense buff from clearing out the Regirock, but they are behind in terms of points. Secret Red Diamond mid-game, they were able to actually get back in the lead away from Team Rise. But Team Rise, despite them having all these advantages, they are still behind in terms of points.
But this do take into account the positioning as well, Flava. They have no intel with the Bustle or even the Zoroark here. They haven't really revealed themselves. They've been really chilling on that top brush here. And they're not pressured for points either. So at any time, they can do a quick wraparound depending on how aggressive this Trevenant. But look at the repositioning coming from the Mimikyu as well. He also had the exact same idea, but they cannot afford to lose any of the members here. So playing a little bit safe, got caught up, had to be brought back all the way to the back line. And Teleon still have the call alongside with the Bustle and the Zoroark as well. Very calmly waiting for the right opportune moment. How much space can this Illuna can set up for the squad here, but also the center give them the necessary amount of team intel at the sideline.
Oh yeah, even the rotation coming up from the Glaceon as well. He's rotated from the right side to the left side here. Because the Mimikyu low in HP as well. But it does seem that Glaceon's going to try to go for element scoring. Now it's going to be a huge 100 points here in the pace by Team Rise on Secret Red Diamond. That puts them at the front. Now Secret Red Diamond has to be the ones killing out on this Rayquaza. What is going to be the outcome? Who's going to get it in? It is going to be the...
No, he got it in the head of Team Rise!
Team Rise actually gets him. Alola Ninetales gets the last hit in on that Rayquaza. Meanwhile, also clearing not only Trevenant, but together with the Buzzwole. Now Mimikyu gets the intel as well. That's a 4-man down here from Team Secret Red Diamond, giving a big opportunity for Team Rise to not only score 100 from that Umbreon, not just from that Glaceon, but also from the rest remaining members from Team Rise.
Eeyore, you cheeky bugger! This man knew for the fact that this confrontation is going to be a lot back and forth. They knew for the fact, Team Rise know for a fact that the Secret Red Diamond members would not fall for any baits. They would not fall for any ploy for a forced fight, for a forced team fight.
Exactly.
So Eeyore decided as a team captain, hey, you know what? I'm getting a lot of hit counts. Everyone's on the top hemisphere of the area, and they don't even have the hoop. He went straight for the bottom, dunked 100 points because this is during the Rayquaza timing, so points are double. They got pressured.
Yeah,
instantly pressured.
Yeah, instead of it being Team Rise who has to clear Rayquaza, Secret Red Diamond's like, no, we need to get this. Actually, it's our minute now.
Eeyore just pretty much, let me tell you something for a fact now. Secret Red Diamond had 1 foot out the door, and Eeyore just decided to slam back towards their faces. Just say, nope, you ain't leaving this building just yet. And that pressure literally allowed them to be so close to the rest of the squad. Eeyore, it's been a phenomenal match. Should be the man of the match, I feel, for these 2 games. But seriously, Flava, when everyone got pressure to the Rayquaza here, everyone just grouped up perfectly for both Eeyore and AXQ to absolutely be on an absolute roll. Sure, they did lose Zoe initially, but the rest of the damage, the rest of the ability committed by Secret Red Diamond was towards the Rayquaza. So Team Rise had the comfortability to not only secure. I don't even think their ability was like intended to secure the Rayquaza. It's more of the fact that they just wanted to melt as many players as possible in the pit.
Exactly. I think what they did was they wanted to make sure that the attention has always been on them. So if they start picking Rayquaza, all eyes are definitely going to be looking at where the position of the team members of Team Rise. They could have assumed that, knowing that it's a Glaceon going for scoring, right? It's a Glaceon, for goodness sake. So there's a very high chance that Glaceon might be hiding off in the bushes, or probably trying to find a good positioning for himself, but they did not anticipate the Glaceon to actually go in for the scoring and for everyone himself.
How quick the tables has turned for our dear friends, man. So that's how crazy it was, because the point differential between both sides is not too significant initially as well. 100 points can just suddenly out of the blue just cause absolute chaos for them here. Although
I can just imagine the communications, like it must be like, code red in the building.
And I love the part of the fact that, like, don't get me wrong, the rotation coming in from Secret Red Diamond around the Rayquaza pick is somewhat understandable here, because they just didn't want to get a wrap around. They didn't want to get picked off one by one by the Mimikyu, because the Mimikyu was intended to get to that backline because to be disruptive. But guess what? During this motion, maybe it could be a whole plan. Flava, I felt like it just could be entirely a plan for them, right? The Mimikyu intention, although yes, if he gets an opportunity to jump to the backline, that's fine. But if he couldn't, it was to try to force them, all the majority of the members of Secret Red Diamond, to get to the top part of the map. In other words, the bottom part was free and open without protection here.
Which means that they will not have enough time to actually commit or even try to actually defend the goalpost in any way.
So that's what I'm saying. If that was the call coming from Eeyore, their team captain, I say he's an absolute strategist at that point. Man. That is insane.
I do hope we have the opportunity to actually interview him anyway to actually hear what his thoughts are on that particularly. Only he knows all the answers to it. But remember, okay, now coming back, this is the highlights come from in this game number 2. Look at that Zoroark here at the early stages of the matches. He was just snowballing. Some really good plays coming up from him. But of course, it was a little bit back and forth coming up from both ends. Things were looking kind of great coming on from the Filipinos, but the thing is overextension, and by the time they were also winning, they didn't back off. So so basically Team Rise just punished them.
It was really back and forth. Like at one moment they had the lead, and next thing you know, Team Rise brought back the lead for themselves. Then suddenly this fight, I love the planning. One man alone, the Trevenant. He himself committed the Phantom Forest to keep 4 members at bay, and they know for the fact this Umbreon loves to position himself forward to try to zone as many players out of commission. Because the reason why he did that, because he wanted to ensure this Regieleki can actually get to that goalpost, but it ended up backfiring. But look at this. Instantly, everyone just full panic. It was just absolute chaos here. And best part, you couldn't ask for the 2 exact people they needed inside the pit itself to literally pour down all of that damage here.
That was a big opportunity for Lula Ninetales as well. Now here's the thing, so you guys are all inside, right? So I'm gonna pop everything off, and there's no way you can actually make it.
They marinated them so well. Eeyore is a master chef. He just marinated everyone so well towards the very end there. And absolutely, I could be overstating it. I could be crazy about the fact that maybe he could be a fantastic strategist. I'm not too sure.
Yes,
like I said,
not sure.
This is all speculation. This is all theory crafting.
Yes.
But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a quick art and craft session with me and Flava here for the telecrafting. And by the way, this is absolutely crazy. This the reason why I say I have a feeling why all this was somewhat planned out coming from the side of Eeyore is mainly because of the fact that the minute they got enough intel and they spot a lot of them rotating towards this top side, because
it's even a sandwich as well,
right? And because of that, right, they figured they got so many people towards the top side that happens here. I felt Eeyore just made the call. He said, guys, I am going to dunk this point. I'm going to dunk 100 points in their sideline. And once he declared his intention, Iluna was already aggressive. Iluna already moved forward in. He said, alright, we're just going to bottleneck them in here, try to zone them out as much as possible here, and see if we can get that point, and see what can we get out of this outcome. Because there's still 1 minute left on the clock. It's not 2 minutes, by the way, Flava. Not 2 minutes. 1 minute left on the clock for them. So just
it's quite a rush.
So instantly, I'm just going to see if we can time this pause correctly, right? There you see. Alright. This is what I'm saying, right? Instantly, 100 points came in. Everyone was already in panic mode. Everyone was just figuring out how they want to get into it. Instantly, you see a quick switch in priority. Mike Ross diving straight to the Rayquaza. Trevenant trying to see you can try to zone out as much of this Umbreon as much as possible, but also getting assisted alongside with the Yololee Ninetales here, as you want to try to get a couple of more players. Mimikyu, by the way, was able to survive the initial confrontation, was able to reset and about to get back into this fight here. Not only did Team Rise have the lead now they have full control of the entire game at this moment here, at this very last moment while it's being so chaotic. So I'm going to quickly role play this round. Although yes, it's unfortunate we did lose the Clefable here, but look at the positioning, right? Every core target they ever wished for. Christmas came early for Team Rise, okay? Although yes, it's currently January, but it came relatively early, or maybe even late for them here. But it's still the best present they can ever hope for, right? So instantly everyone's in the pit. You have the Glaceon here. You have the Yololee Ninetales here. You have an additional member currently on the top side. They're about to converge on this area here, and there is no way for them to escape here. It was literally everyone was being cooked in this pot here for sure. An absolute round. I'm going to quickly roleplay it because instantly everyone just got melted away. Even the Inteleon, I think possibly the worst thing for the Inteleon was the fact that he got knocked out by the Rayquaza Tornado ability as well.
Oh yes.
So he couldn't really try to get that basic attack in onto that Rayquaza to try to steal it back for themselves.
Yeah, since they were actually stuck within the area, they couldn't actually make any form of mistake. They have melee Pokemon who need to actually be in the pit to actually dish out damage as well, so it's quite unfortunate. And it creating a golden opportunity, I would say, coming out from Team Rise.
Oh man, it is an absolute like incredible feeling, but also at the same time just how dangerous that records of pit is, right? At any time, like depending how the game is run.
Exactly.
It has so much potential to really turn things around. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, because this was the second round of the brackets, that just means that was pretty much the end of the road for Secret Rare Diamond. They had such a great run for themselves here. They have such potential as well. But you know, there are always going to be taller mountains to climb here for themselves. They will definitely come back stronger. All these teams came into the regional stage here much more stronger than last year. So new teams or not, or new rosters, they have been quite phenomenal here. But ladies and gentlemen, that just means we have finally reached the semi-final stage here, Flava. And in a way, 80% have already sort of confirmed 80% of the teams that's going to be moving to Thailand. 3 out of the 4 teams here will be moving forward here, and 1 will be going home.
You are literally like 75% of your foot in to Thailand. It all depends on whether or not.
It's so definite for them. They're like, I'm
here. That's
they already see the finishing line. They see the finishing line there.
Yeah, it's just there.
The Holy Land. They just need to cross it. One last push to that final lap here.
Oh man, by the way, now this is gonna be tough. Now, of course. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming close. I believe that we're halfway through over here, Leonard.
Really?
Ooh, 4 teams remaining, and only 3 will be making it to the next round, which is going to be the ACL Finals.
Which, of course, we have a quick video of you guys on what's happening about E-Arena here, so do check it out.
ส่วนตัวผมรู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบลึกมาถึงรอบออฟไลน์นี้ครับ
ของผมก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับแล้วก็กดดันนะครับก็ในการเตรียมตัวไปแข่งรอบนี้ก็มีอยู่บ้างครับก็กดดันพอสมควร
พวกผมค่อนข้างมั่นใจมากครับที่ด้วยการฝึกซ้อมหรืออะไรทุกวันนี้ก็มั่นใจระดับหนึ่งครับ
โอเคของผมก็มั่นใจในทีมระดับหนึ่งครับก็ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดก็น่าจะไปได้ไกลกันอยู่ครับโอเคก็มีการฝึกซ้อมทุกวันนะครับเพื่อไปแข่งรอบนี้ก็มันก็อาจจะมีการแก้ไขกันมากขึ้นกว่ารอบก่อนที่แข่งในรายการ AS นะครับ
การฝึกซ้อมเป็นอย่างไรใช่ไหมครับก็คือช่วงนี้ผมก็คือถ้าซ้อมคือซ้อมทุกวันกันอยู่แล้วครับแต่ว่าจะมีช่วงนี้จะแบบไม่ค่อยได้ซ้อมกับทีมในประเทศแล้วครับไปโฟกัสซ้อมกับทีมต่างประเทศที่จะได้เจอศึกษาแผนศึกษาการเล่นอะไรประมาณนี้ครับสำหรับผมคิดว่าขอพูดเป็นทีมแล้วกันครับพี่ไม่เจาะจงรายบุคคลเป็นทีมMYS กับทีมไลท์ครับแล้วส่วนทีมที่ผมคิดว่าอาจจะน่าจับตามองอีกแต่คือด้วยความที่ไม่ค่อยได้เจอกันเลยยังไม่ค่อยมั่นใจเรื่องนั้นเท่าไหร่ครับแต่ผมคิดว่าเป็นทีมจากญี่ปุ่นครับ
ของผมก็จะเป็น MYS กับไลท์เหมือนกันนะครับก็ของ MYS นี่น่าจะเขาเล่นค่อนข้างดุดันนะครับแล้วก็หลากหลายส่วนไลท์เขาค่อนข้างจะเป๊ะระดับหนึ่งครับส่วนก็เหมือนอาร์มเลยครับก็ญี่ปุ่นนี่ทางนี้ไม่ค่อยได้เจอก็
ครับผมถ้าสำหรับผมที่อยากบอกก็คืออยากให้มาเชียร์กันเยอะๆครับเวลามีคนมาเชียร์แล้วรู้สึกมีพลังครับมียังไงมางานออฟไลน์กันเยอะๆนะครับ
โอเคก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับก็ในการแข่งที่สิ่งนี้ก็ถ้าไม่ได้มาเชียร์ที่งานก็มาเชียร์ในตามเพจช่องทางเพจพวก E-Arena หรือว่าเพจผมก็ได้นะครับผมจะพยายามแชร์ไว้ให้ขอบคุณมากครับ
Still getting a little bit too much. Could also get all that damage coming from a little bit too late. It's going to be Lapras. Hydro Typhoon hitting up Lapras together with Inteleon. Where is the follow-up over here? They might
the
be getting
snipe.
it.
Wanting to punish the Zora. Can he catch Micros? Look at all the reinforcement. Oh, that Solar Blade. Bye-bye.
Oh, man. The moment he executed a combo and then he realized that with 40 members, he knew, oh,
the
no.
gravity.
Oh, no. It's not over yet over here.
Fly?
Where's going to be the dive? Is damage going to be enough? They do manage to actually get on the Leafeon as well as the Umbreon over here, leaving two members, which is going to be the Blastoise together with the Blissey, trying to make it his way away from this castle. Was not being able to do so, but they are going to be losing out the Clefable. Is on the Hydro Typhoon, but is damage going to be enough yet? Yes, it will be. Crossel will be cleared out together with the Lapras here from the side of Secret Rare Diamond. 2 KO streaks in the hands of Pikachu.
Oh, but here comes Zora. He's got other plans quick.
Find the Umbreon. Is damage really going to be there? What's going to be the edge over here? Umbreon jumping on the inside. Straight going to chase on this Inteleon, but there's no damage over there. Inteleon makes an escape. Chasing out from behind. They are going to be able to get
it's a team wipe.
Oh no, they're going to be losing the as well. Right to find a little space more as well, Turtle, to become a Blastoise. Does seem to fly here. Yololee, is the Crossel going to get cleared out? Yes, he will be. And also they have the Blastoise in their hands at the current moment, going off a chase together with Sable Eye on the Hooper.
Oh, Shedinja
flies over there.
Oh, but it sets up for the KO and stuff. They actually might end up going into a big fight there, but looks like Cameron finding the Mew, the Surf buying him some time. Oh my goodness, the Mew.
Sandwich here, but Mimikyu getting that takedown.
Wow, it's actually a double KO.
Double KO here. Losing out the Sable Eye as well, so that's going to be a really big win. Umbreon, meanwhile, at top lane, getting screened up.
No, Steam is going to have to try and teleport. Needs to heal the fly. Cameron gets the Mew. Steam going to have to wait 5 seconds before he can assist his team back into that top lane. Now, Regice has spawned in that bottom lane. Regieleki is ready in the top lane. Got a big surf coming in there. And look at that Cameron with the Unite, finishing off that Crustal. Frontliner is down for the team, and they're going to get another one here. Hooper.
Well, from behind, Snipe is not able to connect on the Mimikyu, but instead here jumping on forward, holding on to this Blastoise. Where is the damage? Is it going to be enough? Crustle charges forward. Hydro Typhoon is being led up, and they're going to be getting Hooper first over here. Famous counter gets rid off with the Blastoise in the hands of the Crustle. That's 1-2-1. It's a 4v4 situation. Meanwhile, Crustle getting sniped out by the Inteleon over here, but charging forward, and yet another Snipe taking on the third member from Team Secret Rare Diamond, going for more. There goes a light screen, pushing out away from this, but it does seem that
themselves, and I think loading not really worth losing Pokemon for a Regice, so they're gonna
the Electric Express, you got a couple of pokes, but it's not a lot of damage. But speaking of damage, it instantly melts away the Buzzwole. Copying the ultimate as well from the Azure Blue Sky here, and it will be able to find exactly where he is. But he's gonna be running out shortly, but he just has enough damage to crit upon the Meowscarada. But guess what? Gopos, they're getting all these actions, all this planning is paying in full dividends here. Thunderstorm also completing as well, a very defensive one as well. But the Aura's field, despite how being low he was.
And with the Regieleki, they're going to score their points in. But are they going to stick around, though? Because I know that's going to be a pretty big mistake if they do. It's up to Teenza to try and get the counter KO. He's going to try and eliminate this Inteleon here, but is he going to get sniped instead? They will take out the Inteleon, and they are going to follow through.
Good initiation. Try to play this back and forth here to see to get some information on what's the rest of the score. But look at where Dojiri is. He's all the way to the back of the line. Everyone was able to surround him from all angles here. There's no form of escape, and the Rock Tomb pretty much sealed their fate. There's no way for them to run. There's no way for them to really out-damage. Even the Crustle was able to withstand the damage here. The
Meowscarada should be able to get out of this. No, the Rock Tomb denying the exit point there. But here comes Pikachu. Volt Tackle gonna help get that KO onto Lucario. And hang on a minute, I think Talonflame just stuck around much too long with these two Pokemon. Pikachu does go down, and they will lose the Meowscarada. There's Comfey, the next one to fall. Competitive space for Asia. So they are slowly adapting. We're going to be getting a nice KO there onto the Inteleon, so you're not going to be there for the fight at all in that top lane. But do they have enough firepower left? Because Meowscarada is in that bottom lane, and Loading is actually going to be losing this completely. Pikachu, Buzzwole, and Lapras soon to fall. It's going to be a full-on team fight. Level 14 Meowscarada blocked in, stunned up into that Rock Tomb. Will be able to dash on out of there. Hang on a minute, they almost got the Dodrio. Pikachu, though, getting sniped immediately. Yes, Dodrio is low to the team. They're going to try and rush for the Rayquaza, but do they have the damage? I don't even think they have enough Pokemon to score points, even if they get this. Meowscarada gets it. They've actually got 4 Pokemon with shields, but do they have the points to score? 23 seconds, 2 Pokemon down. Situation. Who gets most of these wild Pokemon? Leafeon is really great for securing. And is that going to be the case? Leafeon is gone. A
couple of ball here, a couple of pokes, a couple of serve, trying to push them all the way from the goal post here. They do have the hyperspace portal, so they can be as aggressive as possible and also get out of this situation.
Loading, they're trying to hang on to their goal zone, but with so many Pokemon.
But no, he keeps getting lifted out and controlled. No way for him to outrun in this situation. Sure, Blue Sky Sky still alive. But what about the rest of the squad here? They're coming back into the fight. Blue Sky once again his hand on top of the leaf field here. He's currently out of the range of the hyperspace hole here, so he will fall. He will a quick reposition, but the hyperspace hole, will he quickly come back into it? I don't think so. Too many people are somewhat prepped in front of it, and then the Hoopa will bounce back into the midst of it. Nice timing with the Hydro Typhoon will knock them all out and try to get a decent amount of control. Blue Sky managed to get to the back line, but just too much damage, too much defenses coming out from Talent PH, and they will thrive in the carnage. The slow beam locks down the Dodrio, and there's no way he can seal their fate. They will look for a couple of more here.
Looking at 3 Pokemon and a slow beam onto Blue Sky because he wanted to go for a backstab.
Even by the time though.
Okay, so here's the thing. We've still got Unites across the board. Hyperspace hole. Sorry, the Rings Unbound going to be used there by KY, so they want to force that fight in. Hopefully the Inteleon comes back in, but without the Unites, there was only a Unite available on the Urshifu that's already been used. Clefable is gone. There's no sustain for the team, and Blastoise is gone as well. 3 left on the side of loading. Can they redeem themselves? Dodrio, Urshifu, and Mew. Some really strong attackers. We've got some basic attacks. The charge up, the damage reduction, not enough for Blues.
Probably coming on from behind wing attack. Will the damage outweigh enough? Yes, it will be. Farouq being the first. Make sure
will slowly position himself all the way to the back line. And now quick rotation coming in for the Slowbro will be able to secure a KO for their side. Although it is going to be a support, but it's totally fine. But that avalanche, that is absolutely insane. But still have to respect, that's a lot of damage and a lot of players. But a quick swift entry for the Dodrio will be able to secure for, and the positioning coming for the Ninetales.
Top lane, kicking. Kickstart
it's too slow.
It's a 4v2 situation that Kremomo jumping off from behind.
I can't believe it.
Where's the damage? And Warthog is going to be the one getting the raid over Team Rise. Team Rise comes back here with a 1-1 but meanwhile here at the top lane, seems that Umbreon managed to catch on that Clefable. He's going to Mimikyu holding on to that, but the damage output is still not there. Not enough to get about. Instead, it is going to be Mimikyu gets traded off. They got the Blastoise over here.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. They're currently at a stage where they don't mind taking this fight head out, even on top of
level 13.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Southeast Asia playoffs. We're halfway through the day already, and we've had to send 4 teams home, and now we're left with our top 4. But unfortunately, one of these teams is not going to the offline finals, Flava.
Oh, yes, that's right. Now, with this 4 teams, as you know, only 3 teams will be making it to the Pokemon Unite ACL finals. Now, who will it be? We will get to know this very, very soon. Now, of course, the winners here, we're currently here at the semi-final segment, which is the semi-finals 1, as well as the semi-finals 2.
Yes, this matchup is going to be a really great one because firstly, these 2 teams have never played against each other yet.
Ever.
And they are top contenders for actually qualifying to the offline finals. Let's introduce our 2 teams, Talent PH and Team MYS. Let's introduce them with their interview video.
If I had to say there are any players from other teams that I'm particularly aware of, I would say like Overlord from NA, basically most of the Luminosity and TTV members from NA. And then for EU, it's probably Team Nouns, the current Team Nouns. If I had to say from APAC or Asia, I don't think there's any like particular players I'm aware of, because I think like most of us, like my team is stronger than them.
我会讲是 NA 的 Overlord， 因为他能保持一个蛮长久的巅峰期啊，我觉得。
Yeah, the player would be Solo from Too Easy because he used to play Serena very good and he stomped us years ago.
I think they are my equal. I think of them as my equal.
Only one that I admire and I want to beat him. It's MYSHT.
No
Boy,
way.
that was woof. Gotta say, it's quite heated here, Danny.
Let's introduce the 2 teams first because I've got a lot of stuff to say about those 2 teams.
Most definitely. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is a semi-finals 1 between Philippines' finest Talent PH up against Malaysia, Singapore's open finest Team MYS, both ranking first in respective country open championships. Starting off with Talent PH, we have RBX, Sync1, Dylan, KYY, and Lab.
And on the side of Team MYS, we have Yang, Ice, HT, Yemu, and Night Mew Foxy. Now, going back into the interview video, firstly, Ice is ice cold. He's like, there's no one in Asia I'm looking up to. I'm just looking up to people outside the region. But HT, he's going to have some issues.
Oh, yeah. So people have some eyes on you, HT, here in this competition. So you better watch out. They're here hunting you down. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit team introduction in regards to Talent PH. Now, aside from being the Filipino champions over here, now these are some of the frequently used Pokemons from their place in day number 1 as well as day number 2, including today Madrid for the matches. For Talent PH, pick rate 50% on the Blastoise, and together with Slowbro, more or less meta, I would say. Clefable, Espeon, not really, but and Inteleon and Leafeon.
Yeah, we haven't seen Talon play Espeon at all today, right? So
Yep.
this has sort of fallen off their
Because
pool
we
of
only saw like only one series with them?
two games.
Yeah, 2 games, yeah.
basically.
So one series, yeah.
So let's switch on over to Team MYS. Now, unlike Talon, we're not going to have as much information on them in these brackets because this is the first time they're going to be playing today. So they technically have some secrets that they could keep up their sleeve, but they've also had some time to analyze Talon in their previous matchup. But speaking of the Pokemon that they play, pretty standard across the board. If Night Mew Foxy is given that Mew, I mean, he's always going to snap it up first. Dodrio, I think Ice's Lucario is starting to make an appearance as well.
Oh,
with 33%
yeah.
pick
Made it
rate.
into the list.
Yep, making it to the list. Sylveon also making that appearance too, as we have actually seen quite a lot of top Sylveon for MYS as well. So
Yes.
pretty different choice of Pokemon from both of these teams, right? A big priority on defenders and supports on Talon PH, whereas for MYS, it's a bit of a mix across the board. They're not really focusing too much on one particular role or one player on their team.
Yep, that's true. Now, the thing about Team MYS is that now they are a strong foe here. And the thing is, the only data you actually have based on their performance is mainly from the group stage for day number 1 and day number 2. So basically, Talent PH, they have to work with whatever information that they have from them. Now, but the thing about Team MYS is that you've had loads of information from even the previous years because they're actually quite a strong team. Now, of course,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump into game number 1's draft in this best of 3 series. Talent PH will be on the purple side, meanwhile Team MYS will be on the orange side. And it seems that the ban will begin right now, and we'll see which one we ban from both ends.
No Buzzball for Yemu.
No Buzzball for Yemu?
No Buzzball for Yemu.
But
Not
they're
gonna
going to be
deal with that.
allowing that Mew to get snatched.
Yes. Well, technically, if Talon want to take this away from Foxy, they
They
absolutely can, right? They've got first pick, but they're going to go for the Umbreon instead. So I think if you're Talon, if you're not going for Mew here, you are expecting MYS to pick this Mew, and you have to have something in your back pocket to deal with that.
Yes, that's true.
The question is, what is a really good counter to Mew? Because this is not just any Mew, this is Night Mew Foxy's Mew, and even now, right, they aren't even feeling pressured to pick it up. Instead, not even going for the Mew, they're going to take the Inteleon instead because Talon PH have shown a lot of success with Inteleon too.
I think it's quite normal for MYS to draft it out. Usually we would see the Mew to be picked out on the second draft segment for them, so usually their third and fourth pick, so this is quite normal. They don't have to rush it as well. So Inteleon together with Hooper, and it has the Team MYS, and the response coming out from Talent PH, they are bringing that Dodrio as well as Blastoise. Now we saw how well Dodrio being utilized in the recent games itself, and how will this be in the hands of Talent PH? Strong pick, having the Blastoise, huge Hydro Typhoon can be utilized for big team fights, but Team MYS, they have their eyes, and they're going to be locking on the Trevenant together with the Slowbro.
This is actually going to be very scary for Sync One now because he's going to have to be quite cautious and careful when he maneuvers himself around these fights because you're possibly going to run into a Slowbro that will want to slow beam you. So Sync One, I hope he's going to be all right, but it looks like the attacker is going to be that Pikachu for Dylan, also known as Thorfinn back in the day in 2023. And HT, he's going to go back on that his signature Zoroark. He's played a lot of this, and he actually earned a name for himself last year because of his amazing plays on this Pokemon. So I hope Talon PH are ready to deal with a Zoro if this is what he's going to choose, and that looks like it is going to be the case.
Oh man, I do remember him utilizing because it was actually during the time when Zoroark was actually having a buff.
Yeah.
He was actually in the SL, so he was wrecking the competition with his Zoroark, so there was a good reason why people actually do have mad respects on him on this. Now the draft is complete, coming off from both ends. This is going to be tough. talking a little bit about the Dodrio and how you want to lock it down, I believe that it's lacking a little bit coming from Team MYS side. If you want to really talk about the slow beam, it's a unite move, so you have to expand that to actually happen, and it does not happen very currently. So, and you have to make sure that knowing this with this information in hand, Talent PH is definitely going to be wary of it and ensure that you can actually body block, or you can try to find ways to let the slow bro to actually expand the unite ability on somebody else before he actually commits to any form of engagements. There's so many ways to actually play this out, and we will see who will be the winner with the drafts being brought here for game number 1.
Yeah, so both teams, I feel like, are going to be hot out the gate. They're going to want to be as aggressive as possible.
It's not going to be passive at
No,
all.
not at all.
No.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Dodrio and Zoro running rampant on this map, but I want to know what are the lane priorities for both of these teams, because MYS, they are going to want to make sure that Nightmare Foxy has a decent lane down bottom, but Inteleon early game, even as a Sobble, has a pretty good is a pretty good soloer if he has to at all, right? Because it's got great secure, especially down in that bottom lane. So maybe the focus is going to be up top, say, all right, Foxy, we're going to kind of leave you down there. I'm going to focus up top just to make sure that Yemu has a great lane. Once we've got that settled, we'll come down, we'll help you out, and we should be good to go.
Oh, but it does like that Fatum is going to be doing a little bit of invasion. Probably not, but I think straight to the top lane to do a little bit scoring for himself. Now we do see the Zoro together with the duo in the central area here, farming out the wall Pokemons. Meanwhile, at top lane over here, we do see a 2v2 situation. No invasions coming up from both ends as well. The only, I believe that if we look at both ends, now Inteleon together Blastoise double evolutions. So that's going to be a little bit time consuming. So we're going to see who's going to be getting to that final stage evolution faster than the other.
And it looks like both mid laners are going to be swapping lanes here. So Zoro is going to be going down bottom, and Dodrio is going to assist that top lane. So both teams will have at least one decent lane, assuming that they can get these spawns coming in that will be from the Swablu and the Altaria. So I do suspect that both central laners should secure this. But actually up top, though, we are going to see the Trevenant evolve. And we are still seeing a Squirtle as well as the unevolved Eldegoss. That's actually unfortunate for Talent. They would have loved to evolve there.
Yeah, so it's going to take a little bit of while. Now, of course, giving a little bit of space, Dodrio has to leave the lane, coming back to the wild Pokemon area to actually go off for his farms so that the Squirtle can become a war total at this point. It's going to take a little bit of time. And meanwhile, they already have the Eldegoss over here as well. I believe that almost everyone, basically I think we're just missing out literally just the Blastoise together with Inteleon.
Yeah, so basically the 3-stage evolution Pokemon are just waiting to fully evolve.
It's going to take a bit of a while.
But I have to say, this has actually been a pretty passive game. We haven't seen much action across the board. Looks like there was actually a little bit down the bottom there. Pikachu getting KO'd by HT. And also Nightmare Foxy getting out of there too. He did walk out with some low health. Ate a berry, has come back into that lane. So HT going to be drawing that first knockout of the game to hopefully speed things up here for MYS. But I do suspect Talent PH to retaliate sometime soon.
Oh yeah. Now, this is definitely not the usual, but we usually see when we see matches involving Talent PH and Team MYS.
We have no idea HT is there.
Oh no, here comes rotation, coming from a Sing one coming from behind, but the damage output is still not enough to actually clear out on the Trevenant. Meanwhile, Zoroark, now this is going to be key here. All eyes on this Dodrio together with this Zoroark. Who's going to be the one who's going to come out on top from this particular clash? Now, of course, they are trying to clear out with the Swablu and Altaria family. Most of them going up in the hands of Team MYS at this point, which means that they are currently leading into this level for most of the members.
Yeah, actually, massive lead here for MYS, managing to secure the majority of those wild Pokemon there. Talent PH are hot on their heels, but objectives have spawned here. We're going to get a Regice in that bottom lane, and Regieleki is waiting up in the top. What's the priority for both of these teams? It looks like both solo laners are staying up top, and the rest of the teams 4v4 in that bottom lane for the Regice. Now remember, this is not a defensive or attack buff, it's a health regen buff. They are fighting for experience here, and if they can find that opening, it'll be great. And they actually are going to get rid of that Slowbro, so no ice for this team fight. Yemu's still in that top lane, and without ice, you've lost your frontliner for MYS.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very, very troublesome. If you don't have anyone soaking up damage right now, this is going to be leaving
Steal?
a here comes coming. No one's not able to actually get it. Pikachu is going to be the one getting last hit in. Umbreon clearing off on that Zoroark, meaning that losing one and also not being able to secure that Regice from the bottom lane. And of course, when it comes to buff on healings, Eldegoss is going to be taking all of that in. Now coming on engagement, Slowbro is back into all the fray. Is he going to get cleared out once again? Nope, he's going to return back with the help from the Hooper from Team MYS.
That was a really nice engagement there for Talent PH, bringing them back into this game and actually leading with experience now as they hit level 10 on Sync 1's Dodrio. Now for Talent PH, if they can snowball from here, this would be really good for them coming into this very solid mid game. But knowing MYS, this is a team that's not going to sit on their heels when they fall behind. If anything, this actually makes them a much more aggressive team, and they will be using the hyperspace hole to send Pokemon up top to get ready for this Regieleki, because after losing that bottom objective, MYS want to get something for themselves.
Wow, this Dodrio and this Zoroark, they're in a marriage right now. They are sticking like glue and not trying to let each other. I'm trying to ensure they're always there when things happen, but that Dodrio is going to be getting that Traven a little bit overextension over there. Was not able to actually provide any form of assistance from the Hoopa, Talon, or even the Zoroark. Even if they're there, they can only provide offensive assistance, but not really anything to support, as they don't have their slow bro here, as he's currently in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Regieleki, so they're going to be in tension, but a little bit of sniping action from the Talon from Team MYS on the right side of the map.
Yep. MYS is really struggling to get into these fights, but hang on a minute though, Thunderstorm going to eliminate HT right off the bat, as well as that Hooper, so no more resets for MYS, and they even catch Nightmew Foxy. It's a triple KO in exchange just for the KO onto Sync 1, and Talon PH with a big victory, looking to break this goal zone, being denied by Yemu. This Trevenant is turning into such a pain in the backside. We do have the Hooper coming in and HT as well, so Talon, maybe they've stuck around for a little bit too long after getting those KOs, but there's so many AOS points on the ground there, trying to get that Eldegoss, but HT can't finish him off. But the Trevenant catching out this Blastoise type, forcing out the Typhoon, connecting onto 2, and it looks like the Trevenant's going to go down yet again. Yamu struggling to survive in these team fights.
Oh wow, what a turnaround over here. Talent PH bringing their A game here in this game number 1 for this best of 3 series, pulling away in terms of levels compared to Team MYS, which we saw earlier was actually dominating the game. This mid-game turnaround being brought up on Talent PH showcases and tells the world that why they are number 1 here from the Philippines. And meanwhile, Regieleki here does seem that Team MYS will also want a piece of this as well. Meanwhile,
Unite as well.
Oh, it's going to be a Reggie still at the bottom lane. Who's going to be getting this one? Surf.
They're holding on.
They're still holding on. Who's going to be getting this last hit in?
Foxy.
And Italion is going to be the one from Team MYS securing this Regieleki. Oh, got to be careful. Blastoise low on HP. Provide a little bit of assistance with Eldegoss. Right on with the Surf. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane with the Hoop of the Unbound committing with the Unite here, which seems to be okay, I guess, because we're currently 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
They brought the team in as well just to get the clear on that Reggie.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And of course, with that
up top, actually, they teleported up top, and they got the punish onto Blastoise because Talon PH were actually trying to push that top goal zone. And now continuing on with the assault here, because the Regieleki is still sticking around, will finally go in, and it's a double KO there, Flava. They've lost Sync 1 and the Eldegoss Pikachu all on his own there with the Blastoise. No way these two can defend, so they had to sacrifice that goal zone, which is going to put Team MYS in the lead here with a scoreline of 106 to 30. I have to say, this is probably one of the slowest scoring games
and smallest scoring being done by 2 teams here coming on to this point itself. Something that we didn't expect, but I'm guessing that both teams know what's on the line here. They want the win, Danny. So they want to make sure they win the series and get their tickets straight to Thailand. And of course, things are coming intense as we're only roughly around 15 seconds away before Rayquaza appearing at the central area.
Big level lead by Team MYS though. HT sitting on a wonderful level 14. Nightmew Foxy on that 13. And for Talon PH, the highest level is only 13 on Sync 1. Is trying to get those levels, but look at this. Rayquaza has spawned. No more time to farm experience on the side of Talon PH. It's time to fight.
It is time to fight most definitely over here. Now, Talon PH, they have to be the ones going off of scores right here because they are low on scores. It's roughly around 76 points. Gap in between them, signing more to his Team MYS. Lots and lots of AOS points over here because
no one can score.
No one can score. It's like, hey, it's everywhere. You got 50, I got kind of along the way. Yeah, everybody kind of says, oh, of course, using the 3 heads of a Dodrio, trying to go for a little bit scoring over there. 62, 106. But still not video, and Bobby committed as well, going out for the chase right here. Where is going to be the damage? Also committed with Champions Unite. Here comes in Italian at the same time as well. Where is Typhoon? Riding over the surf. This could be a very big one. No, not really. Chasing up from behind. They do manage to get their hooper and still trying to get on this here, but the score coming in from the Champion from behind. It is going to be the Blastoise getting clear over here, losing out every single team member from Talent PH. Team MYS is doing it here at this game number 1. Umbreon has returned back into the game. Will he be able to actually make it again? Any last hit from here? I highly doubt it. And Trevenant getting the last hit in on that Rayquaza.
What an ending to this series. We were not looking at too many points on the leaderboard, but that last fight was very intense. It actually started with MYS engaging into Talon PH. Talon PH were retreating, then somehow got into a favorable position, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon. Talon PH then started to engage onto MYS, but I kind of think things were saved by HT because he had to run all the way from that bottom lane to the top lane because Hooper got KO'd whilst he was in his Unite form. So MYS, after a very long tussle with Talon PH, these teams really squaring off in this series as well, earning themselves that victory in game number 1, and now just one win away from securing their tickets to go to Thailand.
Am I surprised? Not really.
I don't think anyone is, to be honest.
Yeah, the thing is, we're looking at the 4 best teams here in the Southeast Asia region. We do expect some high-level plays to be placed here in this match, but there can only be one winner. And for this game number 1 in this best of 3 series goes to Team MYS. Ooh, what a match, Danny.
It was look, this matchup, I think it just showed us how much respect Talon and MYS have for each other because we didn't see very many sloppy plays. I think the only sloppy kind of play we saw was down bottom where HT tried to get that last hit onto the first Reggie and kind of got blown up, unfortunately. Yeah. And then Talon kind of snowballed for a little bit, but after that, everything kind of stabilized and it really came down to that late game scenario, that one fight in that top lane. Now, I do want to quickly mention here, I think Dylan did a fantastic job on this Pikachu with how everything went. And if anything, I kind of feel like MYS are looking at Dylan now and they're going to say, hey, that Pikachu was quite problematic, that matchup, especially with how far back he was. He was unreachable to HT because he would have to dive so deep to try and go for this Pikachu. There was no way Nightmare Foxy would get him.
It's very risky as well. There's no way Nightmare Foxy... he can, but he has to go for a big wraparound to actually catch him, which is highly impossible.
And the 2 people I feel like suffered the most on MYS was Yamu and Ice because they had to sit in the front lines and they just kept taking damage from Thunderbolts. They were just like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm just getting slowly ripped apart and Yamu was just getting KO'd because of this Pikachu. So next game, I'm not sure if Trevenant's going to be a favorable choice here for Yamu. Maybe he's okay with it. But I think they need something that's going to make it a little bit easier to dive and maybe peel that Pikachu away from the team. Because you can't just let Dylan fire off all those Thunders and Thunderbolts from the back.
Oh, yeah. But I think everything was well executed from the Team MYS side. Yes, it's quite unfortunate for Yamu that he had to be the sacrificial piece in the whole thing to actually soak up all that damage. There were multiple instances that got cleared out. But he was, I think that his contribution led up to the team's victory at the same time. So he must have been screaming for Thailand when committing all that. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at some of the highlights on what has transpired in that game number 1. And during this stage, the early stage, during the segment, I think that Talent PH did quite well. They were actually leading in terms of levels compared to Team MYS, but I think it is going to be this one. It's going to be this one. It's going to be a turnaround coming up from them.
This was the fight before, I think this was like the second last fight before we had that top fight in that Rayquaza pit. Regardless of what happened though, props to MYS for keeping up their macro because teams that try to fight like this, sometimes they get so lost in the team fight that they forget to go back and actually farm wild Pokemon, get your experience in. But they somehow managed to actually out-level Talon PH, even though Talon PH was consistently attacking these top and bottom lanes. And sometimes it really comes down to your macro. Are you farmed enough for that late game to start outscaling?
Yeah, and in this sense, we can see that I think both teams did really, really well over here. I think this was one of the most important fights where it was full-on team wipe from Team MYS, which made them the winner here for the particular series. Now, of course, that was only game 1, ladies and gentlemen. The things are not over yet. Team MYS, they're only 1 game away from actually winning the series and getting their ticket to Thailand. But now, knowing Talent PH, they are the best on what PH has to offer. Most definitely, they're definitely going to be bringing something fresh, something new here for game number 2 to prevent that from happening for Team MYS and force that game number 3.
Now, speaking of fresh, we're going to have a fresh face on the screen here. It's going to be none other than Sync1 from Talent PH. His favorite Pokemon is Delphox. He's rated himself rather modestly when it came to the player report card. And then his player comment is, my goal is to win everything. And I think if he means everything, I'm pretty sure he means ACL, his pubs, worlds, his practice matches, his scrims, just win everything.
He's winning everything, yeah.
Win in life.
Yeah, everything in life, most definitely over here, yeah. Winning ACL is not good enough itself. Of course, for Sync1 as well, coming out next, we're also going to be looking at HT from Team MYS. Now, of course, he also graded up himself quite humbly out there. Aggressive fits at 4, goal defense at 3, foreign combinations, for his strategy 1 on mental strength, and mechanics at 4. And his play comment is, my goal is to win Asia Champions League 2024.
I mean, that's the first goal of the year. The second goal will be to win the World Championships.
Ah, yes, that's true.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, just 1 game away from reaching and making his way to the next segment itself, which is going to be the finals. And of course, we're also going to be talking a little bit about the report card in terms of their Pokemon usage here during the fragments of day number 1, 2, and 3. Frequently used Pokemon over here, Sync1, see this, the Dodrio, as well as the Glaceon.
Yeah, so Sync1 in general has been dealing some moderate damage for the team. Something I kind of noticed with Talent PH is that they don't really spread their damage evenly across the team. Sync1's job is to peel, to pull Pokemon away, to finish them off. The big damage numbers, though, come from Mr. Dylan. Mr. Dylan has been doing the heavy lifting for this team. So yeah, the damage numbers might be a little unimpressive for Sync1.
Yes.
Let's take a look at HT's report card here just to do a bit of a quick comparison here, because we are looking at a number score of 16%, 15%, and 7%. Alternatively, we've got the mid laner here for MYS HT. 25% of the team's damage on average per match.
Wow.
Absorbs 16% and also can self-recover 12%.
Well, actually, that's some big numbers being displayed over here. But looking at his Pokemon pool, it will actually make sense.
Well, considering, yeah, he plays so much
He plays so
Zoroark.
much. Yeah, exactly. I believe that most of the numbers are actually coming in from Zoroark rather than the Dodrio. Probably Dodrio as well. It does contribute to big sum, but I think Zoroark contributes the most out of all that.
It's also, I think, the different play styles between the two players as well, because something I kind of noticed is that with HT, he does play more of that core. He's a core mid laner, right? His objective is to be big alongside Foxy. Whereas on the side of Sync1, he's more of an enabler for the team. He's not really there to be a superstar to dish out all the damage. He's there to set up for his teammate Dylan. So
exactly.
It's just a contrasting style of play between these two players. It kind of gives you a better idea as to why the numbers are so different. Because some people are going to be like, why are the numbers so low? Or why are the numbers so high?
Is this guy dealing less damage? Yes, the person is actually dealing less damage than the other. But there's also good reasons behind it as well. Sometimes you work together with your partner to actually, securing any form of takedowns. So of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump into game number 2. Now, as mentioned before, Talent PH, Philippines' finest, they have to win this game to force a game number 3 if they want to continue their journey here in something I would say like more or less kind of like the semifinals segment of the competition. Team MYS, they have 1 foot into the finals. They just need to put yet another. Will they be able to do so here in this game, or will they be are they required to actually do so in game number 3? So here are the bands. Danny Umbreon from the Philippines, and we have Malaysia, Singapore banning in that Cliff Able.
Why does it look like East Asia? It does look like Southeast Asia, these picks and bans. Obviously heavily influenced, but also these are very strong Pokemon that are really popular right now because they do essentially counter the meta. And look at these 2 picks coming from MYS. So the Hooper was totally understandable for KY. But for Yemu and Ice, again, double defenders, really big, fat, tanky front line here for MYS, and a lot of crowd control as well. You got the Typhoon. Chances are Ice is going to go for that Rock Tomb as well. probably X-Scissor, if that's been the popular build. Unless we see triple defender there with Foxy looking at that Lapras. I think that was a bit of a lie, but he is highlighting his Mew, so I wouldn't be surprised if that Mew does get picked up. Dylan's going to be happy, though, because he has the Inteleon this time.
Oh,
Pikachu is great, but... Oh, Espeon? He's actually going for Espeon.
All right. Okay. So we've seen MYS actually running Espeons before, multiple times. Not just in this instance in ECL, but also in previous years as well. They ran it.
Look, I'm too used to seeing Nightmare Foxy playing a Pokemon that does big deeps.
Yes.
Right? Because Espeon, it's more consistent damage over time. It's not dishing out like the big solar beams, the big snipe shots. You know, those kinds of things.
Yes. This is a little bit different. I really thought he was just going to secure that Mew because it does wonders for the team, and we know how well he can actually utilize the Mew. But I guess so if they want to run the Espeon, I guess Meowscarada getting over here.
Hello.
By HT. Hello. Quite
wow.
interesting.
Alrighty.
Is this really the time for them to actually run something like this, or is this like a pocket strat they have been keeping for quite a while? But I want to talk a little bit about Talent BH. Now, they do have the Buzzwole. And for a defender, that they're running a solo defender this time, is going to be a Slowbro for their end.
So I do think putting RBX on the Slowbro is a really great choice here, because now you are going to be able to threaten MYS with that slow beam in the late game. Now, obviously, HT is going to be a little afraid of this because he doesn't want to be slow beamed. I've also seen cases where teams actually slow beam the support Blissey, right? Because in those late game team fights, if you catch out the Blissey, there's going to be no Bliss assist. And that can really assist you in those late game fights because you don't have to worry about the shielding, don't have to worry about a super powered up Yemu coming at you or a HT, for example. And you remove that defensive mechanism because Blissey is your sustain as well. So I'm curious to see what the plan is here for RBX, who his priority target's going to be. I think the obvious one is HT. Yang might be the secondary target, and at the same time, even Yamu could be a priority target too. You don't want to get that Hydro Typhoon out. It's a case-by-case basis. Trust in RBX, but these lanes, I do think if you're Talon PH, and just looking at the lanes in general, they want to win those lanes, right? Buzzwole is a lane winner, especially up against the Blastoise. Going mid lane as well, you're also expecting to win in the central area as a Glaceon, because Glaceon is also extremely powerful in that early game.
Yep, that's true. And you're also going to be getting online way faster rather than a Meowscarada itself. So basically, we do expect you to actually have this in the bag itself. Of course, a little bit of assistance here by the Hoopa to the mid lane. We already have our Glaceon here for the side of Talent BH. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we do remember this. I believe that this is going to be the Umbreon, Eevee, and we're going to be having the Crustle, the Inteleon together with the Slowbro. Yeah, into a Slowbro later on as well. So this is going to be, I think most of these Pokemon is going to come online really fast. A little bit slower from Team MYS side because they need to wait for the Meowscarada together with the Blastoise.
And the Crustle, actually. If you're stuck as a little Dwebble is actually not that great.
That's true. But single evolution, I think you should be kind of okay.
Yeah, just get the last hits. That's the most important thing for this top lane in particular. We do have the Florgato coming up top, so HT looking to provide some assistance. But we also have the Glaceon here as well. And I think once you've seen that Glaceon, you're kind of thinking, is this worth it? Because we've seen what could potentially happen if you get caught out by a Glaceon. And hang on a minute, they managed to actually catch out the Squirtle. And they will get that Squirtle with the basic attack. So Yamu's sent back to base. He'll have to walk his way back and will be delayed in evolving to that War Turtle.
Wow, punishing Squirtle this early in the game. Now he's currently at level 4. Chansey at level 3, being the lowest here, but no worries. But getting chased down here by the Hoop. But together with Glaceon, I believe that he's gonna get cleared down as well. So that's 2 men down coming up from side from Team MYS. Talent PH bringing in all the action instead of Team MYS, which is a little bit different, I'd say.
Yes, we still have the Glaceon in that central lane, and it looks like we are going to get that Meowscarada for HT. So no KOs, no punishment at all. Fully evolved, ready to go. Looks like he might actually want to try and pressure that bottom lane because in the central area, completely dominated there by Talon PH. They're going to try and go easily onto the Drizzle, not really able to do anything at all. And it looks like everyone escapes except for the Crustle. 1 Pokemon down, not going to hurt too much, but if Talon want to fight on top of this goal zone, I am going to actually question this because this is going to get dangerous. They do have the Hooper, so resets are going to very much be a possibility here. They're going to keep on fighting, and MYS are actually struggling to fight on their goal zone. They've got only all their squishy Pokemon up here. They do lose HT in the process. They will get the reset off onto that Glaceon. And actually is going to be coming back here. Poor Crustle getting lifted. This is Telekinesis Slowbro as well, so getting lifted. This is going to be some great setup for the attackers on Talon.
Wow, that was a huge win from Talon PH. The only person that actually lost was only the Hoopa from all that trade-offs under the Team MYS. Popos at the bottom lane over here, the Team MYS. That being said, I think the levels are quite balanced up, but slightly more leading towards Talon PH as Glaceon is currently at level 9. Now this is going to be huge, as is going to be a Reggie steal. Now look at this. Talon's going to be the one sniping out from far away. Now you have to be careful, as Team Talon PH currently has the attack and special attack buff for themselves. If you do engage in a 5v5 situation, the ones who's going to be having the upper hand is most likely going to be Talon PH. Chasing down on this Slowbro, probably not a really good idea, as the team members here under the goalpost.
Yeah, both teams are still sticking around in this bottom lane. Still a 1v1 up top, but they've actually caught Ice again. So without Ice, you've lost your front line yet again in that bottom lane. You've only got the Blissey, but you kind of don't want to front line as that Blissey either. So trying to dish out damage there with Night Mew Foxy's stored power on that Espeon. We're coming in with the Meowscarada as well, but is HT going to be able to do enough for the team? They're so scared to actually jump in, but they managed to find RBX. He actually surfs out. They will catch him with Ice this time. Telekinesis catching the Crustle. They almost finish him off. The Icicle Spear just not landing that final hit to get the KO. RBX though, he did get KO'd, will have to walk back to this bottom lane, but I think if you're MYS, you've got to be happy to get that KO. You've slowed down that pressure coming in from Talon PH.
Yeah, it's very much needed breather coming out from the air over here. Now look at his Rock Tube, he's doing so much Danny. In multiple occasions, he was able to actually fend off or screen off the Slowbro from actually making any form of mistake. Now this time, once again, the surf away towards the right side instead of to the left side. There comes a little bit of scoring from the end and destroys the goalpost come from Team Talon PH. Telekinesis used up here on the Crustle, but where is the follow-up come from behind? No, there isn't. Once again, Slowbro here stuck and might just clear down to where is the damage from Team MYS. They're still holding up once again. Sent back to the base by the Hoopa. But Hoopa gets rid off here and is going to be returned back from the Pokemon Center at the base.
Yeah. Dylan saving the day in that little skirmish there. If he didn't catch HT, I think that fight would have continued. You've got to be so careful going up against that Inteleon.
This is the problem of him being the only defender anyways.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why.
And also what's happened in that top lane is that Leb has forced Yemu to stay in that top lane. He actually crushed him in that top lane matchup as well. So keeping the Blastoise meant that down bottom, it was only Ice that was going to be able to keep things going for the team. But we've got another fight happening, and it looks like we are going to be seeing the Buzzwole come in and the Blastoise walking into the surf there. Typhoon only going to connect onto the Buzzwole, who's just about to get knocked out here. Both Buzzwole and Slowbro being knocked out in exchange for HT on that Meowscarada, but it looks like it should be a free Regirock here for Team MYS. I think they deserve it, especially with how active this early game has been in the bottom lane.
Whew, Talon PH. This looks somewhat like what happened in game number 1, as Talon PH is just dominating the early game and leaving a little bit pressure on Team MYS, but Team MYS slowly getting back on their feet over here, but still behind in terms of levels. So we're looking at level 12 on the Talon together with the Glaceon. Meanwhile, highest level 11 Meowscarada together with the Blastoise. Meanwhile, they also lost the Crustle here at the top lane, committing to
Psychic Select!
Holding on to Pokemons in position. Here comes the countdown. Here comes the brawl from the Buzzwoles. Damage going to be enough. Yes, it will be. And of course, still the Gunsing up. It is going to be the Inteleon gets raided off coming up from the side of Talon PH. Here comes the chase. Glaceon, where is the damage? Is it going to be enough to actually clear it out on this Blissey? Using off on the surf, hitting out here, but that is just a Shedinja over there holding on to Meowscarada. But where is the damage? Instead, it's going to be Slowbro gets raided off from the side of Team MYS. This is going to be insane.
Both teams doing a fantastic job in this game so far. It's actually just been a full clash. We haven't seen a complete team wipe on any side as of yet. Everyone realizing when to back off, when to just give away those KOs, when to give those knockouts away. Level-wise, we are slowly starting to see Talon PH creep away. So the macro game for MYS hasn't been as good as game number 1. But we do have a little bit of time here before we get ready for that last 2-minute stretch here, Flava, because Rayquaza's coming up. Let's just deal with the rest of the wild Pokemon, deal with the Reggie Alecki, get your Unites up. And I think we're going for the final hurrah here. Can MYS force a 2-0 victory, or will Talon PH make it to a game number 3? It looks like it might be in favor of Talon PH, but Rayquaza It's a gamble. It's a 50-50.
Oh, it's definitely a 50-50 over here. But once again, Danny, the points, Talent PH is currently in the lead. Now, we saw what happened earlier on where they actually managed to actually make it a turnaround, forcing Talent PH to be the ones who are actually going for the scoring. Now, it's going to be yet another Reggie here at the bottom lane. Does seem that Team Talent PH is going to come into it. Now, this is going to be a big one as it is going to be a Reggie steal. Now, the one actually clearing this out will be given special attack as well as attack buff here. Now, this is going to be quite a tough one, but they do have a Hooper just in case. If they're going for top lane, Blastoise currently here in position close to the top lane area. Hooper, knowing this, he needs to get in position real quick.
He's gonna check.
He's going to check. Glaceon is there as well. If he gets caught off here by the Blastoise, it is going to be proven fatal. Espeon rotating all the way down to the Reggie area. Here comes the hole on the Crustle, but it's not going to be doing much in any way. But he has multiple uses of that telekinesis.
Are we looking at a two-way flank here? We've got Blastoise and Espeon
Oh no,
potentially
it's going to be a
going for
big
the
sandwich
wraparound.
over here. All the team members of Talent PH currently surrounded from behind. Now
Blizz
holding on to
assist?
base. Now the slow beam's already over there, but sending Slowbro back to the base over here. It's going to be huge sandwich.
Typhoon!
Hitting off on the multiple units.
Psychic
Solaris
Solaris!
big utilizing as well. But what's going to be outcome and trade off here? Also the Buzzwole with the Unite. What's going to be the damage? But Unbound Hooper is going to be the first one taken out. Espeon gets turned out at the same time as well.
Oh,
making
Dylan, there are so many low health Pokemon. If any of these snipe shots connect, this will be massive.
But siding towards Team MYS at the current moment, Danny, it's a 4v2 situation right now.
And there's a Slowbro here too, though, so you're not 100% safe. Telekinesis, they got to get rid of Dylan. They get him. The Inteleon is gone, but here comes the Glaceon and the Hooper here, Flava. I don't think MYS are in the clear as of yet. Here comes that Hooper, going to try and buy some time. Glaceon's coming in. Slowbro's here as well. They do get the Rock Tomb off. The Icicle Shards connecting onto Blastoise. MYS focusing on trying to get this Rayquaza, but who's going to get the last hit? It's going to be MYS! But hang on a minute though, they're not in the clear. Can they break those shields? They will get the Blissey. They're going to leave the Blastoise, Meowscarada and the Crustle as well. It looks like it might be a 2-0 here, folks, for Team MYS.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be looking at the first team here from the ACL regions for Southeast Asia, making it to the ACL finals. Team MYS winning this game number 2, as well as making the score 2-0 here in this best of 3 series at the semifinals 1 against Talent PH from the Philippines. What a way to win the match. And that, let's admit, that was a very close one. Talent PH could have had the opportunity to snipe up that thing, but yeah. Oh, but
Talent
instead,
won by
Talent
1 point?
No, wait, it wasn't enough.
No way!
No.
Oh
way!
my gosh!
Okay.
1 point!
Okay, Team MYS is gonna be flipping right now. They were like, no way. No way.
No.
No. They missed 1 point? What?
1
Who scored?
point.
Who scored? Because the point says
1 point.
Who scored?
Okay, I'm gonna make a special request to production if they're hearing us here.
We will take the whole recording.
We need to watch what happened during that last.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the whole thing.
As soon as Rayquaza was taken out, we've got to watch that last section there because we need to see how many points Talon was able to counter score in the process. Because we did see, right?
Yeah, we saw, yeah.
We saw, I think, 2 Pokemon just run immediately to Team MYS side because they realized they couldn't break all the shield in time.
Exactly. So, like, well, what's the point of trying to actually go for defense? What's the point, right? Well, let's go dunk some. So the thing is, I would assume that because they are EOS points for them to pick up, because if they get cleared out, they don't have EOS points with them, so they have to get them picking up as well.
Just gonna say something, folks. We are blessed with a game number 3.
I think everybody will be happy to actually see a game number 3 for sure.
Oh my gosh, I'm actually in disbelief. I can't believe we've had such a close game.
Okay, this is gonna be 1 point gap. This is gonna be a huge one. This is gonna be a huge one over here. Team MYS, they thought they had it in bag, but Team Talent PH, they're still holding on.
We thought it was in the bag for MYS
Yeah, for
as
sure.
well. So
For sure. For sure. But then,
we're not safe either. I think we're pretty guilty for this too.
yeah, our apologies.
Okay,
on
so
this.
as we can see there,
we
can actually see the points scored. So we saw a number of points in the final 2 minutes scored. 20 points from Slowbro, 62 from Hooper, and 106 from Buzzwole.
So they got the Buzzwole in. Okay, here's the thing. Buzzwole didn't just score 100 points. Even scored an additional 6 points as well, which means they got 3 points in from any wild Pokemon in the area. Which is understandable because they don't have much to score during that time. And I think with the time given as well, because like I said, when they got cleared off by the team members in Team MYS, yeah, and even with scores, actually Team MYS also didn't manage to score much with the time given. So they only managed to score 126.
1 point.
Here by Meowscarada, 100 by the Blastoise, and 88 by the Crustle, Danny.
1 point, sir.
1 point.
1 point. This is Pokemon Unite.
Welcome
friends.
to Pokemon Unite, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, this is gonna be a big one. Now the Philippines' hopes are still open, Danny. Let's have a look here at the highlights.
They still got the chance. All right, so we're going to take a look at the highlights and hopefully we can see that final 1 minute. Holy moly, what a match we got to see. If anything, though, props to Talon because Talon did play a wonderful early game up against MYS.
Yes,
they did.
most definitely.
They did a very good job really pressuring MYS all game, not making it easy, not allowing them to snowball at all. Even in that late game, they really made that game difficult before they could actually get that Rayquaza.
It feels like a different game altogether because in every single segment we see matches between Team MYS. They are usually the ones who's always, on the offense, snowballing through really hard. But then Talent PH is actually the one bringing on the heat upon them. You can see that they are actually leading up and all this. So that's like insane, right? Wow. So there is no way.
Look, I know we're not the only ones in disbelief.
Oh man,
like,
I
Chat's
think
just lost it.
I think Chat's is like, no way, like 1 point. You have to remember how big of difference this 1 point is.
So hold on. We had 33 seconds.
Okay,
to
36.
score
Yes,
those points.
this is a big amount of time, all right? So remember this: Meowscarada got that last hit in on the Rayquaza.
Yep.
Yeah. So all this happened. So Rayquaza is already off. Okay, now look at the movements on the minimap for every single Pokemon over here. Hoopa, Buzzwole was like, okay, that's it. We're just going to be leaving it out over there. If we're not scoring, Hoopa's down there on the bottom segment. Buzzwole's over there on the top segment.
Hang on, we got 8 points. The 8 points from the Hoopa is the reason why they won.
Yeah.
KY actually saved the game.
Nobody was there to stop him.
I'm writing MVP. MVP for KY. All right. Hold
Oh
on.
yeah.
There he is. MVP. Done.
You guys have to remember this, right? Now, in an instance of a why do we see 1 point and not 2 points? Is that if in an instance of a draw, the team that actually gets that point and the one who made it into a draw, the team that actually made it into a draw will become the winner for the match itself.
Yes.
So 1 point.
1 point.
Wow.
KY.
KY.
KY is
That
the reason.
that man
Give this man a promotion, Birdie. He deserves it after
deserves
this.
it.
I know Leonard's over there crouching and this man's dead.
This man's dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Leonard's dead over there, so I don't know if we're going to get him back again. But let's take a look at the player introductions before we get ready for match number 3. We have Leb on the screen here, and he did play the Buzzwole in that latest matchup, so he finds himself to be a very aggressive player, and I do have to agree with this, especially with the matchup that he had up against Yamu in that top lane. He gave Yamu a rough time in lane.
Oh yeah, most definitely over here. It was insane over here. Lab most definitely. I like how the production decided to actually give him the feature and hit fire coming on from the report card. Now, I do agree with some of the numbers being displayed here when it comes to the aggressiveness and mental strike he has. He's been displayed in it a lot. And most definitely to be the very best, this is his opportunity together with his team from Talent PH to do so. And coming up next is going to be Yamu from Team MYS. Now, whoa, there's quite some big numbers happening from his end over here. Everything's 5 except for combinations, aggressiveness together with mental strength.
I've always admired Yamu's top laning. I'm going to say that. Always admired his top lane. He's always such a solid player. But the fact that he's a solid player and for Leb to be a great player as well, to be able to take him down. I know the matchup for Blastoise isn't that great as well. Buzzwole tends to have the better matchup, and it also forces Blastoise to go into Surf Hydro Pump as the build, because Rapid Spin, not ideal when you're just going to be thrown out of it by that Buzzwole. So, for game number 3, what kind of changes are we going to be looking at for both sides? Now, to be completely honest, I kind of don't think we should be having Nightmare Foxy on Espeon. I don't really think this is a Pokemon that maximizes this kind of player's potential. You want him to be on something that's high impact. Not to say that Espeon isn't.
Yeah.
But at least the difference is I feel like for Foxy, he is much better on sniping Pokemon. Pokemon that have big targeted moves that deal heavy damage. So I'd be fine if he was playing, obviously, his Mew, his Inteleon is great. He's actually pretty decent on Venusaur as well. So anything with that really big nuke, it really fits Nightmew Foxy's playstyle. So that would have been nice. Crustle. I'm not sure about the Crustle here for MYS. Now, I know it was Ice that played the Crustle in this particular matchup.
But the thing is, Crustle did...
What do we think?
Crustle actually did like a lot of things here. I mean, we saw that even in the previous matches when utilized by other teams. Crustle with the Rock Tomb, the screening coming in, and the amount of pressure you actually put on the opponent's side. It forces a lot of things. Like, it's either you want to commit and help your teammate where he or she cannot actually make any form of escape. You have to force the eject, and if it happens once again, you don't have any means of escape unless you have any form of dashing ability for your Pokemon. Yeah, especially with that lock on to as a Slowbro, I remember from previous as well.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, have to say this. This is the deciding match in between Malaysia and Singapore's finest, Team MYS, up against Philippines champion Team Talent PH in the semi-finals 1. Now, this game number 3, the winner for this match will be the winner for the series and will be going to the finals for this regionals.
Look at this.
As well as the next one as well.
No Hooper allowed for MYS because MYS lost that last round.
Yes.
They were given the option if they wanted first pick or the last pick. So they want first pick, no Hooper. Now this does mean other Pokemon can go through, so Umbreon's going to be the choice here. Ice is very good Umbreon, so I kind of feel like this actually might be better for MYS. Very, very high impact Pokemon for somebody like Ice. But this does give Talon the next 2 Pokemon. So even though Ice is getting that Umbreon, LeBron's going to be going back onto the Buzzwole and Dylan's back onto the Inteleon. So a really strong start here for Talon PH. But what are the counter picks here for MYS? What are they going to put Foxy on? What is Yang going to be on? Or whether they go for Yamu? I kind of think they're going to stick with HT's Pokemon last, as always, because they want to make sure that he's not fully counted in any way. So
yeah, you
Yamu,
want to give him the most amount of space, I would say,
Yeah.
to be the main core for the team, for Team MYS.
KY is messing with us. I
No,
don't believe
there's
this
no
man.
way.
No, okay, hold on. All right, there we go.
No. I wouldn't mind it if it was from Team MYS, but if it's
Yes,
Talent PH, yeah, I
okay.
think they're running it standard. So they are going with the Glaceon, Slowbro as the 3rd and 4th pick here. I think it's still okay. They have a defender.
They're really considering Espeon again for Nightmew Foxy. HT, you're not pulling off MJK here, are you? You're not. Oh my gosh, we're pulling off.
They are running a Caesar here.
It's a Scyther. 100%. It's a Scyther. He's pulling off a Lucapo. Oh my goodness.
Is this really the time for him to actually pull off something like this?
Okay, but here's the thing though. Okay, so I kind of think HT has the capability of being able to pull this off. So Scyther is one of the most snowbally Pokemon in the entire game, but it does not allow for any mistakes. Absolutely zero. We saw that yesterday with MJK when they actually put Lucapo on that Scyther. He fumbled the first couple initiations in the laning stage, and that was it. Game was over. Lucapo practically did almost nothing for the team. He had one moment where he looked like he was going to come back, but Scyther, you have to lead with levels. You have to out-level your opponent, and you have to destroy them all game. And I actually think HT has the potential to do this, but you have to consider the Pokemon is going up against. Sync 1 is on Glaceon. He can auto-target HT on that Glaceon. LeBron could potentially jump on top of him as well, and if heaven forbid RBX slow beams him.
Wow, this is going to be quite a big opening. And it's going to be a lot of pressure for RBX as well. You need to make sure that you target that slow beam, hitting on that Scyther here for this particular match. So it's got to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft is complete coming on from these two teams. Team MYS, once again, the champions from Malaysia, Singapore, up against Talent PH, Philippines champions. This is going to be the final match, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Team MYS or will it be Team Talent PH securing the slot? The first slot, making it to not only the regionals finals for Southeast Asia, but also securing the ticket to Thailand, which is the ACL finals.
Oh boy, it would be a I think it'd actually be a big upset if Talon PH are able to beat MYS here, because the expectations in Asia, or at least for Southeast Asia, is that Team MYS is the best team in the region so far. And I don't think people can really deny this either, because they have a proven track record. The team is extremely consistent, and the new additions to the team of Ice and HT really bolster the credibility of the roster overall. Now, this is not to say that Talon PH themselves aren't a credible roster themselves. The only difference is that I think between these two teams, consistency is going to go back towards MYS, because we have seen a couple moments where Talon PH, they did falter, they made some mistakes, and they kind of spiraled from there on. But in this series, though, Talon PH are definitely playing at their very best. They are ready, they're prepared, but this bottom lane is a disaster because look, this bottom lane is hard.
It's very
really
hard.
tough.
I mean, you have to remember, you're going up against two evolutions from Team MYS. You have the Umbreon you have to handle, you have to handle the Aspeon at the same time as well. And it's giving the opportunity, the thing that we were trying to highlight, which is a Scyther as well. You want the Scyther to be big here for Team MYS, and that's definitely what they're definitely giving, which leaves an opportunity to Team Talon PH to actually excel here at the top lane, as they're actually bringing the Eldegoss, the Glaceon together with it, which comes in rotation.
HT.
Of course, HT with the Scyther coming from behind, going off on the Buzzwole.
This is
But starts
it.
from behind, trying to get himself with a little bit shield. Will that be sufficient? No, Scyther gets his taken on as well, and coming from the back line, clears out the third KO on this Glaceon from Talon PH.
Right, this is the Scyther that you want if you're going to draft this Pokemon. High risk, but high reward if you're able to execute. And I also feel like at the same time, Talon PH, they weren't ready for this mentally, because you almost never see Scythers. And so now to see how quick HT is moving with this Pokemon, how quickly these movements are happening, and how much damage he's able to do.
Oh, no.
He's just destroying the roster. HT wants that ticket to finals.
Oh, wow. And currently, Scyther at level 9, leaving Talon PH and the dust in terms of levels. Now, Talon PH, they need to figure out ways on how to shut down this Scyther. My apologies.
He's level 10.
He's level 10.
He's level 10.
He's level 10. We're only 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. He's already 5 levels away from actually max level. And this is actually quite insane. Now, the key is Talon PH needs to find ways to shut him down here in this game. What are the options? We only have the Inteleon right here at this current moment. Full evolutions coming up from the side of Talon PH right now, but who's going to be the one clearing out this side? Who's going to be the one catching him here? Do you really have to expand the slow beam on him?
Well, it's mandatory at this point, but it's not a guarantee either, because you're also going to have to worry about a zoning Typhoon. I'm very sure Yemu is happy to commit a zoning Hydro Typhoon just to stop the damage from Talon PH. And additionally, you've also going to eventually have access to the Bliss Assist. The extra shielding might be enough to keep HT around long enough to not only survive the fight, but even turn onto Talon PH. And again, we're seeing another fight. Psychic Solaire to keep Talon in play so that HT can come in for the cleanup crew. And look at this, he's looking for a triple KO in that bottom lane to secure that Registeel for the team. Sitting on this level 11, Talon, for them to make the comeback happen, one of several things is going to have to happen. They're going to have to somehow punish HT, as in focus him down and eat those levels up, because he is going to give away a lot of experience.
Oh, yeah. But it's not going to be that easy, knowing that it's going to be Umbreon. Meanwhile, all that has come to a halt. It does seem there's going to be drive here coming from the Blastoise. It's going to be Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 3. And follow-up coming from behind is going to be the Blastoise hitting off on the Eldegoss. But it's going to be a trade-off here.
Bliss
As they're gonna be
Assist!
losing
Oh, he's
off
gone!
the Umbreon together with the Slowbro as well. And going off the chase here, time about. This is definitely what they're looking for, as they finally managed to find the opportunity to not only shut down Scyther, but together with the Aspeon here, Danny, making 4 KO streak in the hands of the Buzzwole.
Oh, that's a big ouch there, because you're given a bunch of experience away to Talon PH, which has closed the experience gap between the two teams. And now look at this, Talon PH are now looking very threatening here, because it's just the Buzzwole as well as that Blastoise here. Between the two of them, the three of them, it's not enough. Slow Beam not being committed. It was a telekinesis onto ice. So the Umbreon is taken out of the pool. Team MYS, they need to reset. They can't funnel back in onto the goal zone. Oh, that one fight might have actually cost them the lead here for MYS.
I have to agree. That was most definitely costly over here. It created a huge opportunity for Talon PH to actually come back in terms of experience and levels. Meantime, here at the top lane, Umbreon. Now, do remember, early on in the bottom lane. When he just returned to the lane, he got cleared out. He's got caught by the telekinesis by the Slowbro together with all the follow-ups from the teammates of Team Talent PH. Now they're all kind more or less on the same levels right now. Umbreon charging from in between multiple Pokemon here from Talent PH. What's going to be the drive over here? Oh, Psychic Solar holding everyone in place, but the damage is still not there. But manages to actually make an escape over here. It does seem that the team members here, the first one getting follow-up is going to be the Inteleon together with Eldegoss coming from side Talent PH. In return, Umbreon once again gets cleared out in the hands of Talent PH.
They're still sticking around here. Looks like Glaceon's just about to go down, trying to survive with the life still coming in from the Icicle Spears. Doesn't survive though, the berry's not enough, and it looks like MYS will be taking that top Reggie Alecki. Talent PH, they were so close to clutching it, but just did not have the sustain, unfortunately. This is such a close game, Flava. I really don't know who has the lead here.
Oh man, the point is so close right now, and I'm kind of happy that this kind of situation is actually happening for this game number 3 itself. So 195 to 129, Team MYS. I believe that this is the first time we actually see at this point into the game that Team MYS is leading. Previously, we do see Team Talent PH is the one who actually leading for the first 2 games itself. But top lane looks like Talent PH is committed to actually go in for the push in and do a little bit scoring. Hydro Typhoon committed here, hitting off on 3 bombs support from behind. It is going to be the members, but Buzzwole bringing on the smackdown a bit, but Saito takes out on the Eldegoss during this fray, gets on the Slowbro at the same time as well with 4 team members in total. The Glaceon and the Umbreon's getting traded off on it. So it's a 1v4 trade-off, signing more to his Team MYS.
Might have been a little bit of lag there for Nightmare Foxy, just sort of standing. And yeah, he's still kind of standing, all right. Just I'm not sure if he's scratching his nose, maybe. not 100% sure. But LeBron is actually trying so hard to catch HT in these fights, but this Scyther is just too slippery. And at the same time, right, even though Talent PH, they do have a couple of great nukers that can potentially just shut down that Scyther, HT has just done such a great job jumping all over the place, being practically untouchable, and at the same time eliminating all of the squishy Pokemon that Talent PH are running. We're almost at the final stretch here, Flava. 2.5 minutes. Reggie Rock is going to go in favor of Talent PH, but looking at the level situation, HT is at maximum capacity. He's level 15, who's rearing to go. He is the win condition for this team. I fear that if HT gets taken out too soon in this upcoming fight, the game's over. The game's over. Talent PH is definitely going to be capitalizing on that huge advantage they'll be getting if such a situation were to actually happen. But not too far off is the Buzzwole here at level 14, followed by the Glaceon at level 13. Because you see, even though Scyther is level 15 right now, none of the team members are even at level 14 or even 13. Maximum in second place is only level 12 by the Blastoise, the Blissey together with that Espeon. They found ice. Now they found the ice here. Now what's going to be the game coming up from Talent PH? Because they're the ones here with less points. They need roughly around 66 points here to actually be on equal terms right now. So they need to be the ones who actually clear this Rayquaza or try to be sneaky and actually scoring some points to overtake the points what TMMYS has to offer. Oh, they've actually found Nightmare Foxy, and that was a slow beam committed onto the Espeon.
Oh, they found another this time. They're going to be holding on to their Blastoise, hitting off on 2 members for Team MYS. Now losing on 2 members, the situation is going to be a 5v2 right now. As they loses. That means that Talent PH is currently right now making it a 5v2 situation. They don't have they have the Scyther, but what can he do at this moment?
HT, he's making the play. They're going to actually try and go for a wombo combo here. Bliss assisted onto the HT. Can he get the steal? No!
It's going to be Inteleon get the last hit. No, Inteleon gets the last hit, meaning that now this is going to be a huge amount of shields in the hands of Talent PH, and they're definitely going for scoring. And it does seem that the Espeon to get the Blastoise is trying to fan us. This top lane Slowbro is in position here on the middle goalpost area.
100 points!
100 points, that's it. 229
in the middle too!
Now, is there anyone from the side Team MYS going for any form of scoring at the current moment? It does not look like anyone is making their way towards the other side of the stadium. What is going to be played here from Team MYS?
I think this might actually just be it, Flava. We're down to 30 seconds in this game. The only Unite left is the Psychic Solar there on Nightmare Foxy, and they have to somehow score over 250 points. They will actually get 1 score in that top lane, though, 373 points. But 10 seconds to go here, Flava. I don't think MYS is going to be able to do this. Talent PH, they've locked their ticket in to go to Thailand. 5 seconds to go. The Filipinos have done it. They have taken the crown from MYS. Oh my lord.
The Philippines champions, Team Talent PH, has won the series with a score of 2-1 against Team MYS. Malaysia and Singapore's finals here at the semi-finals won, Danny.
I'm sweating bullets.
What a match. Now, I have to say, what a match.
MVP.
People didn't foresee this.
Look, I'm thinking, honestly, I've got to put on KY. This man just game number 2, keeping Talent PH in the game.
Oh man, I couldn't deny it. I think KY most definitely. I mean, I think his presence it's very rare, but KY's presence ensured that survivability of all the team members Talent PH for that game itself. MYS, it's very unfortunate that when they caught Nightmare Foxy, after that they even caught him with Yemu. They don't even have anyone to actually do any form of set.
That was quite surprising, right? Because I can understand Nightmare Foxy getting caught without using Unite because he got slow beamed. No chance to make a recovery. But the fact that Yemu also got caught out at the same time, and Ice as well, leaving HT and Yang to somehow pick up the pieces between the two of them against a 5-man roster on Talent PH, you're expecting a lot from a Scyther, especially if you're trying to make the comeback happen.
Yeah, I think it's tough in that situation. When they lost up the Espion, they've really lost a lot of firepower from Team MYS during that segment. The only thing that Team MYS could actually do is just back off and just wait for Nightmare Foxy to actually come in, or just wait till the last second to actually go in for the snipe on the Rayquaza. But losing some of the key ones as well, they were not able to utilize having Yemu there to execute the Hydro Typhoon, which is Unite ability, with having Ice there as a defender for the team. HT was pressured. He was leaving Yang behind. So you know what, guys, I'm just gonna jump in. You know whether the odds probably is able to actually catch any Pokemon from Sign of Talent PH, or even lucky enough to actually land that last hit on the Rayquaza. But this is definitely gonna go down in history. Talent PH, whatever it may be, I think the Philippines Pokemon Unite community most definitely will celebrate well here for their representative, their champions here at Talent PH. Now they have secured 1 out of 3 slots, making it to not only the finals here for the ACL Regionals, but also to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals happening in Thailand.
Yes, so they've got their ticket. And the great thing for the team is that they are guaranteed top 2 seed at least. If they win the grand final matchup, they will get the top seed. And we haven't actually seen what the seeding's going to mean for these teams as of yet. So our assumption is that being first seed will put you in technically the better bracket at the finals. Now, don't quote us on this because we don't have information on how the seeding is going to work as of yet. But once we do, it should come up on social so you guys can see what those brackets will look like after today's matches. But wow, Talent PH making it to the grand finals and forcing MYS into the lower bracket 3rd place match.
Wow, this is most definitely, I believe that people in Philippines should be celebrating upon this great achievement being achieved by their champions over here. Now Team MYS, and they got knocked out here at the semifinals one, meaning that they'll be dropped into the 3rd place match, which will be happening later on this evening. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights here for this game number 3 on what has transpired between this match between Talent PH up against Team MYS. Now, let's talk a little bit about this game, Danny. Things look really, really well for the Cider.
It did.
He was a force to be reckoned with. But this was the turnaround when they actually got the opportunity to actually clear out the Scyther.
The issue was that HT, okay, I'm not sure if this may have been an overconfidence thing or maybe he thought something else, but he dove very deep. And it was deep to the point that even a Bliss Assist wasn't going to be able to save him, right? The Bliss Assist shield is pretty significant, but Scyther at the same time is paper thin. And with the 3-level advantage, you're giving a chunk of experience away to the opposing team. And how Scyther functions fundamentally is that the whole point of this Pokemon is to snowball and to stay snowballing. You are supposed to stay huge all game to threaten the fact that you can two-hit KO somebody if you get on top of them. Now, there was a lot of Pokemon that could potentially control him. I think some people are going to question, like, why Scyther to begin with? Obviously, HT must have believed in his skill as a player to be able to execute this Pokemon, even though there were some hard counters on the other side. but the inevitable was always going to potentially happen. You know, for all we know, maybe this game goes smoothly and they wouldn't have caught him at all.
Oh yeah,
but
so yeah,
it was high risk. He had to play high risk. I think otherwise they would have just lost this from the get-go.
Yeah, most definitely on this. Now, I can't wait because I believe that later on we're going to be jumping into the going through some of the main highlights that actually happened in the series itself, and we'd love to actually talk a little bit more about that. Most definitely, especially after that last team fight in that game number 3.
Yes.
That's going to be a beautiful one over there. Now, it's going to be the winning moment for Team Talent PH.
All right, so I do believe it's going to be drawing with talent, drawing with casters segment. I'm not sure. We'll watch in slow motion because this was where everything went wrong for Team MYS. So let's take a look at the positioning for all the Pokemon on the map as of now. So before all of this, Talent PH were sitting around the bottom side of the Rayquaza pit. MYS were trying to go for a flank with Nightmare Foxy. So as we can see, hopefully this drawing thing does work here. So as you can see, Nightmare Foxy is coming in from the bottom side, hoping to actually surprise Talent PH. But somehow, someway, they actually caught vision of this Espeon. And that was actually the call for RBX, which is on the Slowbro right here. He instantly went for the slow beam and the team jumped Nightmare Foxy.
Oh yeah.
And everything just went wrong. So hopefully I can do this. I'm not so
Look at the positions over here.
So here we go.
Look at the positions of all the Pokemon that's actually here. It looks like a sandwich that Team MYS coming in from the top line.
And the team came to try and save Nightmare Foxy, but by the time they got there, it was too late. And look at the positioning there for the Blastoise. He came in from this side, and that left him open for LeBron to just pull him back. Telekinesis. No way he was going to throw a Typhoon down. It would have been perfect if he got it. But because he was trying to be saved by Ice, Ice even got caught in the line of fire. He even committed a Unite too. So a lot of panic on the side of MYS. And I actually think to a certain degree, right, you can see Yang and HT considering, do we want to get into the middle of this? And with a numbers disadvantage and Ice about to go down, they had to back off. They had to figure out another way. How do we buy time for our teammates to come back into this fight? So we're going to keep on watching this in slow motion because I don't know how long this clip goes for. Ice goes down. Yang and HT book it. And this is when Talent PH think, all right, let's go straight for Rayquaza because if the Scyther comes anywhere near us, we've got enough damage, enough targetable moves to keep them at bay. Now, HT and Yang, they tried to go for a wombo combo. So HT dove in, and we're going to see in just a second Yang actually go for the Bliss Assist to boost his damage, and HT tried to line himself up to sneak that Rayquaza. Oh gosh, the clip has ended. I'm not sure if we get the rest of that clip there. Let's see. Nope, that's not the clip.
Not. Yeah, but from that engagement,
That
if
was
you
a
look at the
different clip.
position of all the team members in MYS, I think it looked like something very ideal because they were trying to create a sandwich position where all the team members are actually surrounding the team members on Team Talent PH. But instead of that kind of situation, Talent PH was actually the one who actually started off this engagement and went straight up to all the team members, the Team MYS, one by one. In the scenario of Espeon, he couldn't do anything about it. In the case of Blastoise, couldn't do anything about it. And basically, it was just a big fumble over there. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the updated brackets after the conclusion of that match for the semifinals one between Team MYS against Team Talent PH.
Oh, here is the updated bracket. So Talent PH are guaranteed a spot to go to Thailand. They've locked in their ticket. They're now going to play for the prize pool of the league stage. Will they get first? Will they get second? We're going to find out very shortly later today. But before that, though, we do need to play the second semi-final matchup, and it's going to be an Indonesian showdown between Onyx and Rise, the two Indonesian representatives in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Who is going to come out on top? Now, I think the general consensus is that Rise is the better team. They do have a track record. But Onyx, they have shown themselves to be an amazing team, Leonard.
It is, and the crazy thing about it as well, like I said, even though yes, we are finally in the actual thing, in the playoff itself, teams are still getting better. They're getting stronger. They're learning as they go, and every match is literally a way to help them self-improve even further here. And now this is the real match of the century. This is literally a grudge match between both Onyx and Team Rise. Because Team Rise did beat Onyx in their respective group, in their respective stages. Although in the group stages they were somewhat separated, this is the part where they really determine who is truly the best of the best here. And this is the part where we're also deciding who's going to be the one going to that second spot.
Yep. Well, let's meet our Indonesian teams as we get ready for this second semi-final matchup.
First is Aurofel. He's young. He's good player. Number 2 is Ior. He is a leader, I think. And dia mainnya jago juga. And number 3 is, I think, is MYS. Yeah. He is very versatile player in Asia.
Untuk pemain yang kuat menurut saya itu ada di tim MUS, yaitu Nick Foxy, dan yang kedua itu ada di tim saya terutama yaitu Chale, kapten saya.
Yang saya kagumi itu Rice, terutama playernya itu Dev. Saya sudah idol dari sejak pertama kali saya ikut kompe Pokemon. Dev itu salah satu player favorit saya sampai sekarang.
One player who I admire is S4L from Team Mosquitoes, who will be participating in ACL East Asia, if I'm not mistaken, right? In the East Asia League. I believe he's also the captain, and definitely a really strong backbone and foundation for that team, because they have some changes, but with the new roster, they are still as strong as ever. And yeah, I admire him from captain to captain, and I wish him all the best for ACL East Asia, for him and Team Mosquitoes.
The name of the player that I admire is Adesu. I don't know which team he is now right now, but the last time he is announced, so like we fight against them at WCS. He's so strong, I guess. I think.
Alright folks, we're here for the Indonesian showdown between the Indonesian Open second place and the Indonesian Open first place. Let's start off with Onyx. We have Kale, Dragods, Trixie, Resorte, and ALR.
And of course for Team Rise, you know him, you love them, you support them still. It's gonna be their team captain Eeyore, followed by Dev, Zoe, AXQ, and Iluna. Let's be honest, right? This is the craziest of showdown. Feels like almost like, although yes, we're not really technically the grand finals, but it feels like a grand finals moment for these teams here. But of course, let's quickly pull up the team stats here for Team Onyx here.
So Onyx has been a bit of a surprise for us, right? I think we didn't really expect Onyx. We had no expectations for the team because we didn't really have a lot of data to work with.
Right.
Outside the fact that the Onyx players, up until now, they have been active Pokemon Unite players in other separate rosters. They only recently came together to play as a team, and so far this iteration is doing really, really well. They've got fantastic synergy. I do like their pool of playable Pokemon. I also have to say, definitely inspiration there from Rise, because they do play a rather similar pool of Pokemon.
Right.
And I'm kind of wondering, because Rise, they've beaten Rise before, but I kind of feel like Onyx has been getting better and better as we played the league stage. Can they actually beat the Indonesian champions now?
The thing is, it's going to be a very difficult thing to say, right? Because Rise has been having a really great run so far, great reputation. They have the skills to back up their confidence, and I love the fact that you also brought up the fact that they're getting better, not just in terms of knowledge and gameplay, but they're also slightly incorporating Pokemon that was not somewhat in the meta, it's not off the meta. We see Dodrio coming in, a little bit more usage of the Loompa, especially when it's not being banned now. But of course, Team Rise, on the other hand, still pretty confident with their respective picks as well. If the situation does call for it, they are very quick to adapt to the composition and getting ready to tackle the respective teams.
It's kind of funny too, because we look at the frequently used Pokemon, there's like one Pokemon for every player on the roster, right? So you've got Iluna's Umbreon, Axq's Ninetales, Eeyore's Glaceon, you've got Dev's Blastoise, Hooper for Zoe, and then again you've got another top laner for that Mimikyu, because Eeyore never plays Mimikyu.
Yep.
So it's pretty interesting. I kind of like it.
That just shows how like fundamentally
Just
they're
play the same
prepared, right?
You don't have to change it.
Right? It's like sure, it's cool that you're flex, but we want to be the best at one, master of one instead of being a jack of all trades, right? That kind of thing. Basically, there's pros and cons in this kind of fields, right? Being flex is great. Being really specialized in one is also just as fantastic, right? You can get countered, so what? I know what exactly I can do. You can counter me, that's fine. Many times we've seen from various teams, especially coming from Team Rise, even if they were to be counterpicked, they still come out on top despite their disadvantages.
Yes. So, with that said, I think we're almost ready for this first game for this set, because someone is going down to the third place matchup. someone's going to the finals. Now, we already had a pretty unexpected matchup for match number 1 because, again, I'm going to say it again, MYS were the favorites to win that series against Talon, but Talon proved us wrong. But now the question is Onyx going to do the same against Rise? Because if Onyx make it through, then that means MYS and Rise are going to have to play that third place match, and one of them is not going to go to Thailand. Again, this is a hypothetical. We haven't finished this game yet. Can Onyx beat Rise?
It feels like anything can happen, especially since Talon PS was able to take over a series from Team MYS. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, finally the moment has arrived. Drafting has been set. Of course, a lot of variety coming into that Buzzwood as well, totally respecting that top lane, but also removing the Mimikyu, surprisingly coming from Team Onyx, who has been trying to ban out those Umbreons and those Hoopas instead.
So, respect to Dev, but also respect to top lane for Onyx. So both top laners not going to get their favorite Pokemon. But this does mean Trixie will be able to get his hands on the Umbreon, which again, strong defender. A lot of teams love to play this, but Eluna and Zoe are going to get the first 2 choices here for Rise. No, they're going to lock in Axq's Ninetales first because remember, Onyx also love to run the Ninetales.
True.
These 2 teams, they have a pretty similar pool of Pokemon, and because of that, Blastoise is possibly going to go in the way of ALR. Triple defend!
No, this is what I was wanted to bring. No, this is what I wanted to bring. Oh, no way.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on.
Okay, so Danny.
So is this Wish Umbreon?
This is... Okay, wait.
That has to be Wish Umbreon. There is no... But Dragons is the support player on the team.
The thing is this, right? This is what actually I wanted to bring out, right? The fact that you see both top laner, all-rounders have constantly been banned now. The first thing that came to my mind was it leaves for an option for Blastoise. Blastoise just has a really tough time to deal with Buzzle and Mimikyu. But at the same time, a really big surprise. Triple defenders. Not a lot of defenders left in the pool, by the way.
They're so big. You know, I feel bad for Axq because how is he going to KO anybody?
They're going to walk right in, by the way. Just going to slip right in. Trevenant has a lot of work on his hand. And the worst part about it, not only are these very aggressive defenders and divers as well, you had to add onto the Dodrio. And just in case for late game, if things doesn't go south, you have the intelligence for the late game to secure you guys. Everything has been set out for them. Look at that. Team Right decided, you know what, fine. Bring in the walls, we're bringing the speed, we're bringing the damage. We're going to poke you out into submission in hope for the fact that we can actually try to outscale you guys while we try to snowball in this early game.
I have to say, this is a
That's
pretty...
a lot of damage.
Look, they need the damage
Right?
to take down all of these defenders.
That's all. I feel like the dice has been thrown.
They did swap. So Dragons will be on the Umbreon, which means
Understandable.
it should be Wish Umbreon. So I'm kind of curious to see like what the build is going to be. Wish plus what? Is it foul play?
Nah.
Yeah, okay.
Nah.
Or I don't know. We'll find out.
It's so hard to tell, right?
Dragons, teach me how to play this Umbreon with all these defenders. But I have to say though, Onyx draft it is looking really interesting, and I'm kind of worried for Rise because when you're up against a lineup that's going to be so big, and remember, Wish also gives you damage reduction plus the healing. If the frontline on Onyx is able to just absorb it and run on top of Dev, Eeyore, and Axq, what do you do?
Okay, so this is how I'm picturing the whole scenario, right? There's no healing support. There's no healing support coming from the side of Onyx. There is no.
There is. They have a healing support in Umbreon.
Alright, yes, that's one. But it's not like, we're not talking about like a Clefable, that kind of thing, right?
Well, it's an yeah, I guess so. It's still an off healer. You still get sustain.
True. But what I'm trying to see from the scenario is that the fact that we're talking about a lot of range damage coming from their side. The Leafeon, the Alola Ninetales, which bears, by the way, great disengagement if necessary with the Avalanche, and the Glaceon. With the sure hit, I don't think he's going to go with Icy Wind. He could go for the Icy Wind if the situation gets a little bit too close. That is an option for him, for at least that's an additional dash to get out of those tight situations. But
maybe, but remember, you got a Crustle that's gonna have Rock too.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it's like he can opt to go for it, or he just decide, you know, I'm just gonna hold my ground, let Trevenant to deal with the Crustle, and then we just try to create some space with the necessary skill, range damage to try to poke them out, and because they don't have a lot of sustain, except for the Umbreon, of course, they will actually be forced to back off if they get able to get that distancing right.
Yeah. All right, let's have a look and see how these lanes are going to go as Onyx are going to apply some pressure in that top lane as they are able to get the KO there onto the Clefable with the rotations from Kale. This is going to speed up the evolution of that top lane. So we do have the Umbreon on the field for top lane. And Eeyore did manage to make it up here, but just a little bit too late to provide assistance for the team. And I do believe it's Icy Wind that's going to be the build here for Eeyore. So he wants to have that ability to dash as well as have that little ability to burst, because I think if he did try to go for the Icicle Spear, might be a little bit too vulnerable being caught out of there. He needs to dash out of the Rock Tombs.
Yeah, there's so many, not just the Rock Tomb, there's so many things he needs to try to get out of it, right? Like Rock Tomb, Surf, if the Blastoise choose to go for it. Because I think he really needs to try to figure out to close the gap here, unless he's very confident enough that the Umbreon and Crustle will do their part to lock in that, to lock those targets in.
I want to take a look at Dragods later, because I'm still not certain if he's gone for Wish or if he's actually gone for an offensive build. They're pressuring up top lane. We're going to focus on down here at the moment here with the Crustle as well as the Drizzile. Doing pretty okay down here as well, not struggling too much. They have prevented the Phantom from evolving, so that's going to stop Phantom from really doing what he wants to do. Central lane farm though, looks like we didn't quite get to see who was able to get the majority of that farm. Axew is there though with Eeyore, so I actually think Rise probably got the majority of that farm.
Yeah, Dodrio really had to respect that. Sure, he's already a Dodrio, but there's just a little bit too many EV evolutions, and including a Lone Ninetale present at the moment. Don't forget, it's not any Talon yet. There's still the Drizzle, so they cannot really take those fight head on. Wartail not having the best of time against the Solar Blade. Does call smash to probably the wrong direction, and no way for him to escape. Instantly picked up and even dropped the gravity just to secure that nice KO pickup here.
Yeah, so the Wish unfortunately didn't save the War Turtle there. And sometimes you get the damage reduction. Not always going to be enough, but sometimes you have to test your limits. So it's going to be Wish Mean Look here for Dragod. So a very supporty build for the Umbreon. Not so much going to assist with the basic attacks, but will set up for the team. And additional setup for that Unite. Looks like we're seeing a big rotation down to this bottom lane here. So Rise are aiming for those objectives. Now Onyx, they don't have their Blastoise here. It's just going to be a 4 versus 5. But how are they going to come into this fight? Mean Look does connect onto the Leafeon. They're going to try and go in with the Dodrio, and they immediately pop that Leafeon. They're going to try and go for the Trevenant this time. Still there on low health. And hang on a minute though, Onyx running on some low health. They do get the X-Scissor that connects onto the Trevenant. Crustal's all on his own and actually gets KO'd in the process. A little unfortunate there. They can't finish this Trevenant. They're trying so hard, but Onyx still sticking around. Here comes a Spinstoise going into the back lines, wanting to connect onto that tree. He won't be able to finish him off. It's actually going to be the heal going on to Rise, getting the Regice. A big turnaround, so no KOs for Onyx, and instead it's Rise getting the KOs.
This is really great for them as well. They did lose the initiative, but now here comes the counterplay. They want to get a couple of points here, and the Solar Blade will be the last thing this Umbreon will ever see in this situation, and that will cost them the first goal for so many objectives, so many KOs, Danny. They're getting so much out of this situation, despite losing the Leafeon earlier into the fight. However, despite the disparity, the Dodrio still back at the farm. He's still ahead of the curve here in terms of leveling. Even the level race Rise is still pretty even between both side Onyx and Rise. Now, by the way, we also got the confirmation. It is not a Surf Blastoise. It is going to be the Rapid Spin. He's literally, it's going to be like, we're back to that all-rounder Blastoise. It's going to be really melt down this Trevor or anyone that comes close.
Yeah, he can afford to do it because he doesn't have to worry about a Buzzwole or a Marchant pulling him out of the Rapid Spin. Oh, Axew, and they get the Leafeon as well in that bottom lane. So 2 Pokemon down. We are going to see a massive fight here. Massive Phantom Forest there from the Trevenant. Can they finish off Onyx though? They do get the Umbreon. No, the Wish healing coming in clutch to keep Dragods up. And now the Rapid Spin onto this Clefable. Unfortunately for Crustle, he's not looking too healthy, and without the Umbreon nearby, won't get any heals up. And we're going to have round number 2 here for Rise to try and attempt to get this Regieleki. But look at Onyx. They was flying around like flies, wanting to get the KOs. They can't get Eeyore. He gets the berry at the last second. They even get the Snow Globe off with Axew. And they've lost the Crustle for Onyx. So down another Pokemon. And even the Blastoise getting caught with the Emerald 2-step. Kane has to walk out of there. The Dodrio, without his defenders, not feeling too safe.
That Trevenant is literally their best friend. Stick to the Trevenant, stick to the Clefable, then they'll keep you alive and well at any time, at any day. Especially since with the existence of the rotation coming from the Dodrio, they managed to secure the Regieleki, which is totally fine. They have fantastic ability to really secure one of those objectives. And the Umbreon, of course, do need to take into account of his positioning as well. Just get a little bit far forward. Look at the amount of damage halfway through. after which they try to sustain a little bit as well. They try to the solo blade, but it will not connect here. But then again, an objective solo from the bottom side here will be able to be a great, decent amount secure because they do need that health regen. This is one of those situations where that Regis does come in quite handy for a team who doesn't really have a lot of healing.
Down bottom lane to Glaceon, actually getting the KO there onto the Dodrio. So Eeyore is racking up that experience, sitting on a whopping level 12 here, turning into a massive force and also keeping up with the Dodrio. Dodrio needs to stay out of the competition. You don't want to tie it with a Glaceon. You've got to make sure you don't get those solo KOs. If anything, you kind of want to be the one getting the KOs yourself. But Rise are doing a great job keeping up with all this pressure coming in from Onyx, even though they're running this incredibly tanky lineup.
It is.
The advantage for Rise is that, unfortunately for Onyx, they don't have a lot of sustain compared to Rise. Rise has a Clefable, the best healer in the game next to Hooper. So if you're going to go for a long, dragged-out battle, the team of Clefable is always going to come out on top. Whereas for Onyx, they kind of are okay with those long, drawn-out fights, but you also, at the same time, have to get those bursts on those pickoffs.
The real trick for the side of Team Onyx is how do you get these guys separated? How do you actually land them separately, individually in those big fights? The moment will finally come when we reach the records a bit because here comes the priority. Rise is still ahead of the pressure in terms of points, but look at the side here for the Italia here. And also on the side of one more member of Team Onyx, they have a decent amount of points. One back cap is pretty much enough to send Rise in a complete spiral here because the point differential, Danny, is literally about just 20 or 19 points only. A single down is enough to cause the entire member of the Team Rise to go in an absolute chaos.
Yeah, both teams have scorers as well, right? Dodrio can go for the back caps and Leafeon can also go for back caps. So both teams, if they need to somehow widen that gap or catch up, they do have the opportunity to do so. But with 15 seconds left on the clock before we hit that last final stretch here for this game, Onyx being the ones behind, how are they going to make this comeback happen? Is it going to be through back caps? Is it going to be through the process of catching somebody out? Is it going to be getting the Rayquaza last hit? Let's see what they decide to do here.
Okay. Crustle spots out the Leafeon. That's a good intel. Now they know exactly where this person is. But what about the rest of the squad? Not too worried about the Trevenant. The Umbreon, look at it. Umbreon and Blastoise. Keeping them both at Triangle Bay. Instantly ejects out because instantly spot out by the Glacier. Melts away their one front line. But guess what? Don't worry. There's still two more with the Hydro Typhoon.
But that's a supporter though. You need your Umbreon if you're expecting to go for any of these long drawn-out engagements. We've got the Rapid Spin coming in here, just chipping away at that Trevenant, trying to get the connections also onto that Crustle, but Axew missing the Avalanche combo. Now Dragods, he is back and he's actually going to chase up to that Leafeon to prevent him from moving. Rapid Spin again by this Blastoise, but he's just slowly being chipped away. And with no way to sustain himself and Dragods so far away, the wishes are going to start to come in here. But if you're Onyx, you have to make a move at some point. And it looks like it's going to be Rise to make the move. Crustle is gone. The Typhoon does connect, but is it going to mean anything? It doesn't look like it's going to be the case here. Well, Glaceon does go down though, so Rise, they've lost their mid laner, but Blastoise and Crustle are gone for Onyx. Rise, they've got 3 Pokemon left. Their support, as well as their 2 attackers down in the bottom lane. No, Dodrio going to be scoring points, putting Onyx in the lead. So Rise now have to go for Rayquaza, or they have to backhand.
Oh God.
Who gets the last hit? Is it going to be Rise? They do get it. They've got the Rayquaza buff, and Onyx, the only way for them to come back, they're going to have to somehow outscore them or break their shields, and that's what Crustle's trying to do.
Oh, they're trying to do their best, but 1 point's in. They're back in the lead. There's no way for them to stop them at all. They can attempt and try, but there's no other points on their belt to dunk even more, unless the Intellon has the opportunity, but he just cannot leave this defense. Not with so many people, 2 people in front of them with 50 points, or I guess you could say 100 points respectively.
There's the Leafeon going to score
Driving
100.
But 5 seconds is all over, ladies and gentlemen. Rise brings it back. So what if the Dodrio pops in another 100 points? They have the control, they have the damage, they have the secure, and they have this game in the bag.
Oh boy, Onyx trying to make that comeback happen at the last second with the back cap for Dodrio, but they just didn't have a way to steal away that Rayquaza once Rise realized what was happening. Oh my goodness, the pivot between the two teams, the defense, the attack, the defense, the attack. But it just goes to show how close Onyx and Rise are in terms of skills. Onyx, again, this team just continues to impress me with the way that they play.
Yep.
unorthodox composition. Yes. I
Yes.
don't think a lot of people draft like this. But they kind of did make it work for a while.
No, it really did. It really was fantastic. But the problem about this kind of thing is that if you're hoping to run with a very unorthodox competition, you really hope you can actually try to put your opponent's team members 6 feet into the ground because to really ensure your victory, right? Because in that entire fight, right, it really came down to who can really secure that Rayquaza. And if you look at this whole Pokemon competition on both sides, you can definitely tell for a fact that Rise has more option of securing the Rayquaza, whereas it was only Risotto. Kale could not even go near to the pit. Sure, he got this really nice background. He got a nice 100 points in, got a really nice background, but he was all alone. The rest of the squad was on the left side of the map there. He's on their right side, but he cannot dive in without risking his life. There's just too much damage on their side. Still, too many players still standing.
Oh my goodness. Game number 1 going to go in favor of Rise. And for Onyx, they now have to go through the long route, meaning they need a double reverse sweep in their next 2 games if they want to get top 2 and to guarantee their ticket to fly to the offline finals. But for Rise, that's all it's going to take now is 1 game. Is Rise going to give them the next game? I mean, under normal circumstances, you don't just give games away.
Yeah, exactly. I love how you say, are they going to give a game like it was like a Halloween treat, you know, like trick or treat. Oh, here's 1 game for you since you already took 1. No, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the highlight from the first game itself. It was really action-packed, all back and forth, just trying to see who gets that opportunity. Although, at first, it did seem like there was some form of control coming from the side of Team Onyx there. But eventually, once the Unite moves are currently on cooldown, there was really nothing else that can really confront them. That's when you start seeing them poking them into submission. More damage, reeling them down. And the best part, because they had not much support, even though the wish is great coming from the Umbreon, it still cannot compare to the healing coming from Clefable to sustain them.
Yeah, it's never going to compare. Although just looking at the drafts, like the fact that they decided to go for triple defender, this was triple defender from the get-go as well. Like they kind of revealed half their hand during the drafting stage. And obviously, if you're Rise, you're going to look at that and say, hey, we're going to deal with a lot of tanky Pokemon. But we've got a Clefable. So the job for us is to just outlast them in these battles because it's just an Umbreon that's on healing duty. There's no one else that's going to give that sustain. Which is why in a lot of these fights, right, we saw Rise fighting into Onyx, but they would never fully commit until you started to see the gas running out for Onyx.
The thing is this, right? I felt like even if they were to lock the 3 defenders early, I think I'm still totally fine with this, right? Because now you had to try to figure out how to counter this. However, I felt if you were to try to go for this kind of lineup with the triple defenders, I get the goal if they want to go for the blasters, right? But I felt if you're going with this kind of triple defenders lineup, it would have been a nicer addition to have the Trevor over the blasters. I felt like you have a lot more aggression coming into it compared to the blasters since you still need to wait things out. The team, I believe the Hydro Typhoon is really fantastic. If you want to set up for those fights, allowing those pickoffs coming in for the Dodrio. But of course, this is the players' questionnaire. Coming in is going to be all player Trixie from Team Onyx. Favorite Pokemon, by the way, is Slowbro.
Favorite Pokemon is Slowbro. He's going to rate himself quite highly. The only thing he feels like he is personally lacking is that strategy. And he even rates himself 3 stars when it comes to stealing objectives. So he doesn't feel comfortable stealing the objectives. Obviously, if he has to, that's going to be part of the job description. But yeah, I think the reason why at the same time he actually just rates himself this way is probably not given the right Pokemon to steal objectives as well. Like, generally, Trixie, he's playing defenders, and not many times are defenders going to take those objectives.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not to say impossible. It's just relatively rare, you know, compared to the more higher damage dealer Pokemons, right? But either way, love the goal coming in for Trixie. I think this is exactly what you need. That kind of resolve when you're trying to be the best of the best here in this kind of tournament, right, to represent. But of course, enough about Trixie. Let's quickly move on to our next player questionnaire. It's going to be Illuna. Another defender for Team Rise.
And just apparently 3 stars. He rates himself for everything.
I think this is the first time we ever see like a perfect 3-star like for all categories actually. We've seen 5-star, sure, but never 3-star like this. Very like humble, very calm.
So Illuna's maybe insulting all of us, saying that when he plays, like this should be the standard. This is the norm. You know, I am the baseline. If you're not as good as me, get out.
No, I guess you could say he's really not.
He's not like that. Don't worry.
Yeah, exactly. He's not like that. But it felt like he's the jack of all trades, right? He just fits anywhere, right? Not too aggressive, of course, not too crazy about anything else.
He's very stable.
Right.
He's
consistent.
a very stable support defender for the team.
Yes.
I've never really seen Illuna overstep his boundaries. He knows what his limits are, especially on his Pokemon, because he also realizes that he plays a significant role in enabling his team.
Yes.
We're going to switch on over here to Trixie yet again for Onyx. He's been playing a lot of Slowbro for the team. And of course, we've got Crustle to join this list because he also played Crustle in this particular game, swapping with Dragos, who drafted it for him because they did show the Umbreon first. Maybe trying to trick Rise at the same time, because I know some of the players, they'll pick Pokemon that they would play, and then at the last second they'll just be like, oh no, this is a support. Gotcha.
Now, let's quickly move on to Yoluna, another core defender. Honestly, I would love, and I'm going to say it right now, I would love to see Yoluna playing alongside with Def as the double defenders. I feel like these two really just play off really nicely as a defender role. But you know, sometimes damage is really the way to go in some of these situations. Because Yoluna, most pick, of course, is the Umbreon. No one ever rejects it. Everyone completely loves it.
If anything, I kind of blame the teams for giving Illuna Umbreon. Like, that should be illegal already, so...
No, that's what I was telling Flava, right? Like, in the patches, all these Pokemon are getting all these nerfs, but Umbreon is the only one that just gets out scot-free, you know? Untouched.
Against Rise, I think. Because we don't normally see Umbreon let through. It's always one of the two Pokemon that are banned.
Yes.
And if it's not banned, then it's first pick by first pick team. Or Clefables, kind of depends on the team's preference.
Which is why I'm very surprised this time. Because especially I believe Onyx was first pick, right? So I'm surprised this time they chose to actually lock in the Umbreon for themselves instead of banning it this time. Because usually even against certain teams, they still ban it instead, even if they have first priority.
The draft is ready, so let's jump into the draft here.
Let's go!
Game number 2 between Onyx and Rise. Who is going to win this match? Because for Onyx to stay in the competition, they need to tie this series 1-1, so that means they have to win this game. But if they drop it and give this game to Rise, Rise will guarantee their ticket to Thailand, and Onyx will have to fight their way through MYS in that 3rd place match. And if anything, I'd say that's worse than playing against Rise.
I agree. And the best of it is, with the exact same ban, it feels like Blaster is still somewhat in the pool if they want to choose to go for it. But no, Onyx will once again lock in the Umbreon. Something that is a little bit irreplaceable, but something cannot be passed to Team Rise as well.
And the same thing again on the side of Rise. They want to lock in Axew's Ninetales and for Zoe to get that Clefable.
Very satisfying.
And we get the Crustle maybe again for Trixie. Are they really going to go for support Umbreon again?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. But then again, if you think about it this way, mean look at Rock Tomb into the Glaciers combination, it is a very nasty thing to deal with here. Even though, yeah, sure, you're going to eject, but sure, you're safe. You have a dash a bit, that's fine. But what about those that doesn't, right? So I love the fact that this time Death comes in with the Lucario. He said, okay, fine, that mean look and Rock Tomb into the Glacier, a little bit too nasty for him. So comes in with another all-rounder, but also with the ability to scale between walls, intervals. He's totally fine with this. That gives him some form of security. But again, another triple defender here, which is relatively surprising here.
Now they revealed this last at least, but the thing is, I don't know if Rise is phased by this at all, because they have the tools yet again to outlast Onyx.
Right.
They still have the Clefable. They have a tree that can self-sustain. You've got a Lucario that provides himself his own shields. If the fights draw for too long again, Zoe's just gonna basically undo everything Onyx does.
And don't forget the fact that we're talking about like a very fast-paced team now.
And
on the side
at the
of
same
Onyx.
time, Hooper has not been picked by either side.
They have no worries at all.
Is Dragod's not comfortable playing Hooper? Like, is that what we're kind of looking at here? Because he's choosing the Umbreon.
The thing is this, right? I feel it's not a matter of whether he's comfortable with the Hooper. I feel it's more the fact that they are just worried that they just don't have enough option or damage to really settle these guys, because they're very fast-paced, a lot of damage. They just need to try. They decided, I guess, in a way, they want to bring a lot more options into the field. Sure, Hooper allows you to reset, but is resetting your team really enough to try to fight against Team Rise?
Well, yeah, because at this rate, right, we saw last game, if the fights take too long, Rise is just going to run over you because of Zoe.
But now it's a little bit different, right? Now they have the Glaceon. Previously, I believe they went with somewhat differently. So now with the Glaceon, a little bit more high burst to play alongside with the team.
Yeah, so they had Inteleon and they also had Dodrio.
Yes, so this time it's no longer the Dodrio. They're bringing in... No, it's still the Dodrio, but they're bringing in the Glaceon this time. So without the Inteleon...
There's no Dodrio in Onyx. Rise, yeah, there's no Daedrio. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry, I saw wrong there.
Someone's drunk.
I'm sorry. The first game was a little bit too crazy for me.
Not enough water for this man. Someone get him a drink of water.
Oh man,
Alrighty.
no worries. I always have a 3.5 liter bottle.
I want to have a
next to
drink
me.
there. All right, so
Will do actually.
All right, so we've got both of our central laners just going to snap up their experience before they decide what they want to do for their side lanes as we sort of figure out what's happening here. Now, Rise are going to be a little bit quicker off their feet there with the Leafeon, and actually Leafeon is thinking of rotating into Onyx's central area. Is he trying to punish the Glaceon?
Oh no, it's fine. The Force Palm really just gave him a little bit of space to get to safety too.
I think he was scouting as well to see maybe if Glaceon wanted to try and invade Rise's side of the map.
Oh no, but then again, he's still in the EV form though, not even close to leveling up as well. Even if he did take out the Banuri, it's still not going to be enough.
Not enough. Thankfully for Dragon, it's just going to survive for now, but we are looking at two very low health Pokemon for Rise, so Onyx going to be pretty happy with their position now, because they won't be under threat anymore. So just a truce in that top lane. Bottom lane looking, again, very favorable for Axeq. His Ninetales is just going to be a nightmare for that Sobble. Won't be able to get anywhere near the wild Pokemon, and if he's caught by that Avalanche, it could be really problematic and potentially could get KO'd if he's also set up by the little Phantom.
The thing is this, right? He's very close to getting the Trevenant too as well. Although yes, the Crustle is here, but the Crustle is not really that. It's not really quite low. Try to reset into the mix as well. Once we get that Trevenant out, this fight actually might go slightly differently. And he's almost very close to hitting that level 5. Now he got the Altaria, he gets the Trevenant out. Now we're going to see a little bit more passive plays. However, quick rotation is not going to be the Icy Wind this time as he brings the Icicle Spears now.
Oh, so Icicle Spear for Onyx. Interesting choice of move. This will be pretty important too when you want to lock onto those very quick Pokemon for Rise. So Leafeon and Lucario won't be safe if they are the chosen target for the Icicle Spears.
Oh yes.
But again, Zoe I think will play a really important role in this matchup because the Clefable healing can potentially save you from a big stack of Icicle Spears, and Clefable can tank quite a lot of those spears too. So we'll see if Zoe's going to play a crucial role in this team.
I'm trying to see who has a better poking potential from each side, right? You have the Intelligent with the Snipe Shot on the side of Team Onyx. However, sure, Solar Blade is great, but its range cannot be compared to the side here or Snipe Shot here. So I'm trying to see who will be able to outpoke each other towards the mid game here, especially towards our very first objectives.
I think it's going to depend on the levels as well, right? Like, can Inteleon hit level, like, can he evolve at a reasonable timing? And same thing for Blastoise, which thankfully Blastoise hits that level 7, so he's going to be good to go, hitting that power spike with stats. Down in the bottom lane, though, I do believe that was a secure by Rise, and it looks like they may have caught Dragots here. A little bit too tanky there on the Umbreon, so not going to be able to follow through, unfortunately, for Rise. But Onyx is going to be okay, but we've got a KO, folks. Glaceon eliminating the Leafeon in a little fight situation there. Now we're going to be looking at a fight in that bottom lane. Kale is going to start working on this Regirock. Now Axeq is the last hope here for Rise. He can try and go for the steal, and Axeq's a really great stealer, but will he get it though? Doesn't seem to be the case. Onyx get the debuff, get the buff for themselves. And that's going to be a wipe. Rise are gone.
It was so imperative for Team Onyx as well, right? Because the minute they got the pick off, straight away, two members hit level 9. Glacial Stage was also coming in as well. So much damage to stack on top of the members who was also competing for that bottom objective. Although he has 3 kills was selected, which was fantastic for Team Onyx. But on the top side, Team Rise, of course, not wasting any more time, trying to get as much points into the goal post and prep for that top Regieleki. Actually, honestly, they might just give it up entirely, depending on the situation. And the Clefable completely isolated from the serve. Well done coming in from the side here of the Blastoise to isolate to pick up that KO.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to go in favor of Onyx. So Onyx will take this very, very nicely, and that's going to have the Regieleki start bouncing its way towards that top tier 1 goal zone. And with the Crustle here as well, Crustle is so good at pushing Pokemon off the goal zone so they can score. But we've got a backline gank coming in from that Leafeon. We got an instant K. Oh no, we didn't. Actually, not enough damage. It's actually the Trevenant that goes down. The Emerald 2-step, not enough. And Inteleon actually sniping the Leafeon. Goodbye, Eeyore. Onyx, they are hungry in game number 2.
This is what I was worried about, right? Like, who has the better poking capabilities, right? You got the long range, you got the mid range, and your front line is perfect to really set things up for you. There's really only so much Trevenant can only do for you in this kind of situation. Sure, you got a Fable to give you that heal from the Moonlight to sustain, but the thing is, it's great for sustaining dot damage, small damage. What about burst damage? And we're not just talking about from the intelligent snipe shot, from the crit damage. We're also talking at the top of the Glacier. With the Icicle Spears, it's a sure hit. It's a guarantee hit. Most of the time that you might even melt away if you're not too careful.
Yeah. Actually, I have to say Dragods has been such a pain in the backside here for Rise. They've almost caught him here. The Wish damage reduction going to come in very handy and will heal back up. So Dragods drawing so much attention here from Rise. This is not the first time he's done this either. He did it last game as well on the Umbreon, providing his team so much vision because he's saying that, hey guys, I've got Rise here with me. I'm telling you, I'm going to try and go for the last hit. Oh gosh, the buff was going to go in favor of Onyx again. The defensive buff. Rise can't get it. 2 Pokemon down. Oh no, what a disaster for Rise. Onyx are making a really strong comeback for game number 2, and they're just not letting up.
This is really happening, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening right here before our eyes, and Dragon still very calmly. The fact that Team Onyx members are having a ball of a time if one of your defenders is just not with you at all. Completely just farming his own respective levels. Well, he finally caught up with the rest of the squad, hitting that double digit. Trevor and Clefable is still currently on their way here, but can they try to pick up on the cross here? But look at how he tries to lure the rest of the squad. The rest of his team is not too far apart, and he's pretty tanky at the same time. They pop it in the Unite move, but what about the top side? Dragon Ghost 1v1 in the face of the Lucario, but the Milo does block him in place. But guess what? The Leafeon comes in for the second round for round 2. It was a 1v2 the whole time. They managed to pick up a Dragon God. That's great, but an equivalent trade of KOs having to the bottom side, and here comes a massive rotation here. If they manage to catch this Leafeon and Lucario off guard, and by the way, the Trevor is not even there to assist them in any way. They bet and they felt the insecurity. They feel it in their sixth sense, Danny, and they choose to back off to safety.
Not feeling too confident here, Rise. Just going to give all these objectives away, focusing on those levels instead because they do acknowledge that they have been dropping a lot of these skirmishes. Focus on those levels. Get ready for that Rayquaza. We're down to 50 seconds before we are in that last final stretch for the game. We're going to start talking about objectives here for both of the teams. Now, Onyx, obviously, they are leading. They have been winning the majority of these team fights. They have a lot of crowd control, so thinking about this late game fight, it's going to be up to Rise. What's the objective here for Rise? Can they actually afford to 5-on-5 fight? Are they looking to backcap? Like, what are we thinking here?
I think it's this, right? Backcap will always feel like the most safer route, right? Because you can't be dependent on trying to secure the Rayquaza here. It's a little bit too risky. Sure, you got Solar Blade, you got the Lucario, but on their side, they have the Glacier with the Icicle Spears. They have the Intelligent with the Snipe Shot. That's a lot of crit damage here to deal with here. So they cannot solely be dependent on trying to secure that last year on the Rayquaza. They need to be an unorthodox pick. That's pretty much why you see the Leafeon try to sneak in their goalpost. He's trying to tip the scales, but it's not happening at all. The Blastoise is a little bit too good to read the situation.
Yeah, looks like Rise are going to be grouping up. This Crustle, though, is trying to get on top of Rise in that top lane. And look at Rise scatter. They are so afraid of Onyx engaging onto them with the variety of engagement skills that they have available. So Trevenant doesn't connect onto Trixie, unfortunately. So this Crustal's going to keep on going. The mean looks, though, I think this is the go call. They've actually caught Axew with this mean look. The Crustal caught by the Trevenant, going to be pushed into the wall as well. Will be sucking up a very big Icicle Spear from that Glaceon. Just drops him to half, but you do have Clefable healing with that Moonlight. Lucario, though, going to slowly start poking that Rayquaza at the top. There you can see Eeyore holding onto those 50 points, wanting to backcap. But is he going to feel safe to do so? Looks like the Blastoise dancing between that top lane, worried about a potential backcap because Onyx haven't seen Eeyore. Where is this Leafeon?
Yeah,
oh boy.
Oh my god, but then again, Eeyore decided not to go for the backcap. He decided to go right back into the fight again. But then they are losing too many members in this time. He dives into the mix here, Hydro Typhoon, but guess what? No more Unite Mode, allowing the Leafeon to dive in. But he just ran into the dens of the lion as they chewed him up and spit him back out. 4 will fall. Rayquaza not even needed. Onyx had already been confident. They secured themselves, ladies and gentlemen. This is the part where they say triple defender. Who needs double defenders when you can have 3? Wow.
Oh, the power of the Leafeon, just not enough to take all these very big, fat Pokemon on the side of Onyx. Going into this next game, is it really the triple defender that's the issue? Or is it maybe a case of Rise just not picking the right Pokemon to deal with this triple tank composition? Because that's what we're looking at, right? Triple tank, damage reduction coming in from the Wish, the threat of getting caught by a Rock Tomb, as well as that mean look, the Typhoon from the Blastoise. If you try and engage, you're potentially going to be caught in a massive wide AoE. Onyx, they trusted in the strat. And the strat believed in them as well.
Exactly, and I think it really helped out. Like it really gave them a lot more options when they actually swapped out the Dodrio for the Glacier on top of Kill.
I think it was the draft order that really changed this for Onyx, right? Because instead of going for the triple defender from the get-go, because let's be real, okay, I think most teams, if they see a double defender pick, they're like, okay, there's no way they pick another defender.
Right.
Onyx is the exception to this. They picked the double defender again, but they started with the Umbreon and the Crustal. They ended the drafting phase with the Blastoise. They showed it later, and Rise, I think that when they saw that, they just thought, oh. Because at the same time, Kale and Resorte, at least they got two great attackers, right? Attackers that can follow through from a distance behind their defenders. Glaceon and Inteleon, really great combination for this kind of composition. I can understand the idea behind what Rise was trying to do at the same time, right? Because they got Eeyore on that Leafeon. You want to pop those very squishy attackers with the Emerald 2-step, but he really just struggled to get past that front line.
Actually, I might actually have a solution for this. I'm not too sure whether Eeyore wants to do it. He has played this Pokemon, hasn't really shown into this entire group stages or playoffs just yet, but he does have it in his belt if he chooses to go for it. If they want to bring in the frontliners, and especially the fact that it's very difficult for speedsters to jump into this kind of lineup as well, right?
Triple defenders, yeah.
There is an option for Eeyore to bring in the Venusaur. A lot of damage, loss sustained. You can literally run past a lot of these defenders to get to that.
Is this Petal Dance Venusaur we're talking about, or Solar Beam?
That's really up to him, really, like depending on the scenario here. Because I feel that that is really his call to make. Petal Dance will be pretty great.
I'm not sure if you'd want to be running that Venusaur if Axew is going to be getting the Alola Ninetales again. Because ideally you wouldn't want to have both of those Pokemon on the same composition. Unless you'd be running the Petal Dance variant.
Yeah, that's
so possibility, but at the same time,
because like I'm trying to think it from a point of view where what would be very comfortable for them, right? Because it's already going to be a head-on fight. Whether it's going to be hit from the back or not, they still have to deal with all of these players, right? So sure, Venusaur, I thought that was an option because you have the sustain. However, what about other unorthodox picks? What about something like the T-Tar here? Since the Blastoise is really going to be coming to the pool as well.
let's take a look at the highlights as we discuss this.
All right.
Okay, T-Tar not ideal against a triple tank composition because the benefit of T-Tar is that he pierces through shields, so he's better off against squishy targets that give themselves shields. And he's also a great goal zone defender, so that's fine. I really think if you're going to try and fight up against this triple defender lineup, you need something that deals a lot of damage. Something that even though you're a defender, you are still going to threaten them with potentially a 2-3 attack combo if they're not careful with their positioning, which is what Glaceon is actually really good for, right? Like, you get close to Glaceon, it gets max stacks on those Icicle Spears, every single one does more damage than the last. So I kind of feel like the fact that Eeyore lost that Glaceon was a big factor for the team.
Yeah, which is why I was saying, right, that swap from the Dodrio just gave them so much capabilities, right? Now, oh man, okay, let me try to theory craft, right? The entire game, really just trying to find a way to burst through. You look at that, they just really ran right to them, and they just couldn't sustain as much, even with the existence of the Clefable, right? So, I thought Venusaur would be great with the Cricket Trainer, right? You don't really have to worry. Even speedsters wouldn't have that limitation as a speedster either way. Like, you still can actually run into the fight and still be fine out of it. Okay, but besides the Venusaur, what are the other options that you have for ourselves here? But of course,
let's have a look at AXQ first.
Yes, the questionnaire coming from AXQ here to see what he has to say here.
Oh man, look at AXQ's stats.
Oh, he's dead set already. He's just like, nope, Anything else? What have you saying? I don't care. As long as I get my Ninetales, I'm still fine with this.
He really loves Ninetales. I think that's an undisputed fact. But when it comes to rating himself, everything is pretty average. The only difference is that he does think that he is a very mentally strong player, meaning that he's able to bounce back even after bad losses. And he's rated himself a 4-star manga fan. So this man does a lot of reading. Lots of leisurely reading.
Right.
Maybe he's trying to learn from the anime protagonist. You got to pull out the plot armor.
Right. Oh man, this is great. Love him. I would have loved to see him playing in Italian, but of course I'm not going to deny him his favorite Pokemon. Of course, I can't just deny him. It's too hard to say.
It might be up to Eeyore actually to change things up because
To break it, are you saying like it's his job to break his heart? You can't get your favorite Pokemon.
No, I'm saying Eeyore changes his Pokemon. Because I don't think the Leafeon is really a great solution.
Right.
Because we saw already, right? The past couple of Emerald 2-step combos he tried to pull off, it didn't get the KOs, and instead he actually was the one that got KO'd. So Leafeon, I don't really see this Pokemon really working, especially with what Onyx is running, unless we are looking at some steals. And when I say steals, I mean maybe Blastoise going in the hands of Rise instead.
That's what I thought, but that would mean you're also giving the Trevenant away, right? That kind
Well,
of
I don't think Trevenant's the issue though, because the reason why Blastoise works so well for Onyx is that they're running a top lane Blastoise. They're running it all-rounder style, damage dealing style. Trevenant doesn't do that.
Okay, how about this, right? Instead of stealing defenders, right? Instead of stealing defenders, what about attackers, right? Let's just focus on EO, right? Because AXQ is going to be untouched, right? And of course he's an absolute chat, so we're not gonna stop him with the 9.
He does lots of damage. There we go, 33%.
A lot of damage, right? Eeyore, there's 3 options, right? I see the Venusaur, that'll be my fan favorite. I'm a bit biased about that one. But what about the other 2? Him taking away the Inteleon, that gives them a little bit more back lane damage, allows him to slowly poke out of all these really tanky dealers, or him actually picking up his Dragonite. Although it'll be relatively slow.
Wait, Dragonite for Eeyore?
Yes, Eeyore.
Did we see him run Dragonite?
He does play a Dragonite. 700 battles, by the way.
I haven't seen him play it competitively yet. But let's take a look at Kale here first, because we do have our player profiles before we jump into game number 3 of this matchup. So, Onyx, the difference between Kale and Eeyore so far is that when it comes to average damage dealt, Axew does 3% more than Kale does for the team. And they do run very different styles of Pokemon too, right? So Kale is a central laner, Axew is a bot laner, so their choice of Pokemon is going to be vastly different. Dodrio, very popular with Kale, as well as that Glaceon. And then I think it's safe to say for Axew, like, he does play other Pokemon, but just put 100% along on Ninetales. I actually think that makes sense.
No, but you also need to think about the fact that because...
And I guess Espeon was there too.
Yeah, but also at the same time, you need to also take into account that there's also ALR in his team as well, who's playing the Buzzwood, who's been dishing out a pretty decent amount of damage as the top laner too. So pretty much quite sure. That's honestly 30% of damage of the team. That's great. But I think the other majority is being shared between both Resorte and ARR. They're also being the main damage dealers on their squad.
I'm just thinking if Axew is going to change his choice of Pokemon, what other Pokemon has he played? Because off the top of my head, that's assuming he even gets Inteleon, right? Because they've been prioritizing other Pokemon. So there's Inteleon. He has played Chandelure in the past, but I'm not sure if Chandelure will be a good option either. Draft is ready, so let's hop into this right now.
Okay, speaking of Chandelure, I'm actually liking the Chandelure, mainly because you have a lot of damage, especially with Flamethrower. However, Chandelure falls...
Overheat is the technical build.
Yeah, technical build, yeah, I know. But on any side, they do love that Flamethrower. But, you know, Chandelure and Decidueye falls in the same category where if they get jump on, that's pretty much it. They just can't do anything about it.
Okay, so this immediately looks like a Blastoise first pick for Rise because they're trying to get rid of the Buzzwole because Buzzwole is the worst matchup for Blastoise.
Correct.
So let's see what the option is here for Rise. Are they going to go for the Blastoise or are they going for something else? No, they're going back for the Zoe Clefable. So
it's too much to trade for.
They really value the healing from that Clefable. And it's surprising, Onyx actually banned the Umbreon themselves, so no Umbreon for Dragots.
I think they suspected the fact that Umbreon might have been a potential first pick for the side of Team Rise.
Could have been, yeah.
And Team Onyx have been always banning Umbreon, like I said before. That's why I'm saying it's not a surprise. I was quite surprised when they keep banning the Mimikyu. But this time they get the Mimikyu for themselves for ALR.
So great Pokemon across the board. I think some favorable picks here for Rise. They're pretty happy with their first 3 picks, to be completely honest, right? You've got Zoe and Clefable. The Luna is a very experienced Slowbro. Eeyore loves that Glaceon, so they will be able to deal that damage. But this does give Hooper to Dragons. He's played a lot of Hooper in the past.
Oh, yes.
And Resorte is actually going to be the one to get his hands on that Ninetales, meaning Axew is going to play something different. And if it's going to be that Pikachu, Is he gonna play the Pikachu?
But there is still the Inteleon in the pool, though. I'm really trying to think
Nope.
about it. Nope,
Nope,
he's
it's
going
the
with the
Pikachu.
Pikachu.
And at the same time, Dev still gets the Blastoise.
Okay, let me try to picture this, right?
So that's going to be the Mimikyu against Blastoise matchup.
It's somewhat fine with him, with the Pikachu, because of the fact that their range is not relatively that far. And it's pretty close quarter. You're able to burst down any of these guys if you get relatively close with the Pikachu, right? You got decent amount of control and CC depending on the build he's going for. But now since there's not a lot of option for them, Dodrio just might be the option for them for that speedster.
Yeah, although this is not the easiest game for Dodrio too, because Zoe's got the option to go back for Gravity. And Gravity alone is enough to actually keep Axew pretty protected.
Correct.
So
I guess it depends how much presence ALR will have impact in the fight, right? Like, will it be enough to really force out those abilities for this Dodrio to really freely come to the main? I really think a lot of responsibility does come into the hands of both Trixie and ALR to really set things up for them.
But just looking at the composition, so most of the damage is going to come out from Resorte. Early game damage from Kale. ALR will ramp up later on in the game. A lot of the gap closing is going to fall back to ALR and Kale. So the job for these two Pokemon is to catch out Eeyore and Axew. Now I kind of think Eeyore, he's changed the Shell Bell actually for his build. So, and he's gone for Shedinja as well. So, okay, Eeyore actually going back for quite a lot of protection.
Which is
for himself.
Which is really understandable, right? Because you just can't really tell how.
Is this Icy Wind?
Hold on,
I
wait.
think it'll be Icy Wind for Eeyore.
It is definitely a possibility.
Because of Trixie playing on the Crustle,
Correct.
it really feels like it's going to be the Icy Wind. We'll check as soon as he gets the evolution going, but totally understandable if that's going to be the build.
Yeah, totally fine. But they said
Game
that
3.
even if he doesn't go for it, that just shows how much faith he has in his teammates to really keep him safe, right? That kind of thing.
I mean, it's a favorite Pokemon of his too, right?
True.
So Eeyore will also know the limits.
Now,
of
the top lane in particular, this is where we're gonna be seeing how well they can really sustain it, right? Because this Dodrio is he's gonna get that Dodrio pretty fast, right? And that Squirtle is gonna take some time to really come out. And Mimikyu is totally fine. They can really outrun either the Clefairy or even the Squirtle if they want to. They have decent amount of harass. On top of the Dodrio, enough damage to really melt any of these two players here.
And wow, really great stuff coming in from Dev so far. They've actually gone for a really aggressive play. No, that's fine. They were just trying to get Dev that opening to farm, and he was able to actually take some of the Bunnelbees away from Onyx. So if he's actually able to just get the last hits in, I don't actually think he really cares that much. And if anything, Eeyore could probably come in for the assistance. But really great steal there from the Mimikyu to take a wild Pokemon himself. We do have the Baltoy here, and Dodrio coming in for assistance. So Kale going to actually try and come in with the tri-attack. Not going to commit, but they will take that middle farm. I'm going to deny that from Rise, and unfortunately for Eeyore, not coming in close enough to help the team early. But it's going to come down to this central farm here. It is Icy Wind on this Glaceon, so he's going to be doing quite a bit of burst damage here, and looks like the Mimikyu Shedinja is going to be there, but I think this might just be it for that Mimikyu. Unfortunate.
He thought there was an opportunity. Maybe his team, I'm not sure whether miscom or not, but I thought he had a chance to really set up for the Dodrio to really dive in, but didn't really find the necessary damage too. But then again, on the bottom side, pretty back and forth skirmishes. I don't think we'll see any pickup unless with that quick rotation in, or maybe a slight mistake happening from either side.
Well, actually, Axew's doing great down here. He's level 6. He's actually out-leveled the bottom lane at home. We've actually got a KO. There's Squirtle, unfortunately, going to be going back home.
This is what I was concerned about, right? Like for now, he is just the weakest thing. Not because he's the weakest player. He's definitely not the weakest player.
He just has to get to level 5
Exactly.
first. Yeah, he really needs that level 5. And hang on a minute, is that play rough on the on the Mimikyu? Okay.
Interesting. All right.
Okay.
Not the Shadow Claw.
No. Interesting choice of moveset here for the Mimikyu. Alrighty.
Okay, quick question. Is there enough slow for actually that Mimikyu to bring in the Trick Room, or will he go for the sneak attack here?
I don't think anything's really going to slow him at all. So probably not Trick Room. I think he might just go for the Shadow Sneak. Because he also, ideally, if he can, Shadow Sneak onto Axew. So if he can somehow gap close, Shadow Sneak is going to be the best way to go if he wants to try and catch out that Pikachu. But he could prove me wrong. You know, I eat my words all the time when we're casting with Pokemon Unite. But it looks like we are seeing some aggression coming out from Rise, bringing a lot of Pokemon to that bottom lane. We've got 4 here compared to the 3 on the side of Onyx. Just trying to guarantee those experience and levels. But on the top lane, though, I do see a struggling Wartortle being dove on his own goal zone by a Dodrio. He's going to be all right, though. He won't go down. I think the Berry was able to keep him up. But yeah, it's a pretty tough game here for the Blastoise. He does hit that level 7 regardless, so even though he was under that pressure, still able to get that experience.
But still, again, they are somewhat diving onto the opponent alongside with the Mimikyu. But the bottom lane are going to be taking a really slow approach to try to pick up the Regirock, though. But they get so low as they find an opportunity with no rotation coming from the Dodrio. This was the chink in the armor, in the defense there, to allow to start snowballing the damage. Now the stalemate has been officially broken here. They got the objective, they got the defense bar, but here comes the Dodrio. Time to the mix as well, will not be able to connect on anybody. The Rock Tomb was fantastic. The Thunderstorm committed. The Reinforcer come to the mix as well, but there's just too much nuking damage for them to sustain. They needed to bring an umbrella into this fight because let's be honest, they are constantly raining all over their parade.
Oh my goodness, the damage output coming from Rise just decimating Onyx as they came into the fight. In particular, I think I saw Resorte and the Ninetales came in through one combo, was stunned, and then just was melted by the thunder that came from Axew. Really have to respect the damage output from that Pikachu. We've seen time and time again, the range catches a lot of players off guard. Yep. And it's a big AoE as well.
Exactly, and it works so much for them, right? Because the range between the Alolan Ninetales abilities and the Pikachu is somewhat similar as well. So in terms of contest, it's not an Italian. So he welcomes the fact that they're really close for them to get the necessary amount of nuke. Just need the setup. Although I'll technically say this right now, that Alolan Ninetales did not expect that Thunderstorm. He just casually just arrived back to the scene. He's like, all right, guys, I'm here to help out. But instantly gets nuked out of commission.
Half health here onto the Regieleki. Along the Ninetales, able to help get the KO there onto Zoe, so there's going to be no Moonlight coming in from Rise. We are very low on that Blastoise. On the cusp of it getting eliminated, but the Pikachu getting the secure. They do catch it with the Mimikyu Unite, but it's not enough, and they even take down the Ninetales. The Thunderstorm does too much damage. They do set up with the Thunder onto that Mimikyu. The Shedinja does absolutely nothing. You are just setting up for Axew to delete you. This Pikachu pick doing wonders for Rise so far.
Oh, he's satisfied. He's very satisfied. He's a very happy boy. Sure. Pretty much it's just him reminding everyone that, hey guys, I'm not just an Alolan Ninetale player. He can pretty much play any attack if he chooses to go for it as well. An absolute lad. But now the rest of the squad slowly resetting, a little bit of invasion, a little bit of intel reconnaissance coming from the Hoopa. Trying to figure out where's the rest of the squad. Did manage to spot out the Pikachu. Pretty decent amount. Check out the whole entire center area on the left side of Team Rise. Would not find any point to claim. However, a quick wrap around to the backside as the Dodrio and the Hoopa will be able to gun on top of the Blasters as well.
We're dropping very low, and it might just be it here. Curtains for Dev getting KO'd by a two-man engagement there by the Hoopa as well as the Dodrio. Down bottom, though, it looks like the Alolan Ninetale swiping away the Regice. Rise, unfortunately, not able to secure the objective. Yes, Onyx may have lost 2 Pokemon in the process, but I think they're happy that they've denied that from Rise. It could have been worse. It could have been the Regice and 2 Pokemon. They are going to catch out the Slowbro here, getting the stun off there with the Rock Tomb and the X-Scissor. They're still chipping away, though. I think this Crustle sticking around for a little bit too long. We do get a fly, I think, coming in from the Clefable to help knock out that Crustle. The final hit going in the way of Axew. It's a back and forth between these two teams. We are looking at a point lead here for Onyx, but when it comes to power between the two squads, I do think it can go either way when it comes to these team fights.
Oh man, now the pressure is really on. Dodrio is trying to do his best. Kale trying to do his best to try to duck as much as points as possible to the top side and try to set things up for the Regieleki. However, in the bottom lane, constant back and forth between the team here. But Blastoise, I feel you're walking a little bit too deep into enemy territory. But the serve, he stays alive on top of the Moonlight as well. This man is God sent and chosen. Still staying alive. Will hopefully try to reset and really come back into the fight. But rest of the squad, they're fine. We're not engaging too much to the bottom side here. Able to use the hyperspace hold to try to get back to safety as they try to prep for this Regieleki.
Yeah, so got a few Pokemon up in this top lane for both teams, but most of them so far are going to be on the side of Onyx. So maybe a numbers advantage here, whereas for Rise, I think they're just going to give this away. They're going to focus on getting their experience instead. The team isn't grouped up. They're not really in position to fight together. If anything, they just trickle in and maybe just feed a couple of KOs. So play it safe. Get your experience because Rayquaza is about to come up. 15 seconds before we hit this final stretch, Leonard.
Yeah. Despite all these fights slowly falling into the hands of Team Rise, Team Onyx is still in the lead in terms of points, but of course not too significant. Of course, in terms of controller-wise, in terms of level, they're also somewhat slightly ahead as well. Rayquaza will be the one that really determine the entire situation, unless they get a couple of back caps here. But look at our dear friend Kaleblade into the drill. Ever so sneaky, this guy. Getting ready to sneak into the point. And once again, Blaster is being put in a spot where how well can he really defend within the team? Does he really come into assist with the initiation or try to defend that goal post? That Dodrio is being very patient about this right now.
Yeah, the Rock Tomb so far just connecting onto the Slowbro. Eluna doesn't mind this at all. He kind of wants to be the one to absorb the damage. Zoe is there ready with the heals, but 3-man Rock Tomb into X-Scissor. Is this the initiation?
No,
Onyx are looking forward to Axew though coming in, finding an opening for him to go for the Thunderstorm, and the Thunder backline damage to Pokemon KO'd on Onyx. I think this is a turnaround for Pokemon Down.
I can't believe it.
Have broken through Onyx's defense, and what can Kale do? He's the Dodrio going to try and score 100 points for the team, scores 32. But with all these Pokemon on Onyx and all these shields, it's going to be so hard to defend. He just pops! Immediately pops when he shows himself to Rise.
Completely gone. Now they're ahead of the point in terms of points as well. They want to try to see if they can deny anymore, but guess what? Team Rise is currently rising to the top, ladies and gentlemen. They are getting ready to go to Thailand. Getting ready those passports, getting ready themselves especially, because ladies and gentlemen, we have finally found out and secured that second spot to Bangkok.
We've got 30 seconds to go, but Rise putting on a spectacular show, and I think in particular we saw multiple things just go right for Rise as well. The fact that they positioned themselves in a way so that even though they were constantly getting hit with these rock tombs, they were Pokemon that actually weren't afraid of being initiated upon, right? Eluna face tanking all these rock tombs. Zoe always in position to heal his teammates if necessary. And then Axew, this man, I don't know how he does it. He always finds a way to position himself to attack from a safe distance and yet still be in range to pull up a thunderstorm.
It just works so well for him, right? It's that kind of thing where you don't really have to worry about how the distance yourself, that kind of thing. You're all in a relative similar range here. And I think the best part about it, because alone Ninetales is also his favorite Pokemon, he understands like what is his perks and quirks, what's the range.
He knows he knows the limitations.
Exactly. So him picking the Pikachu is just more like the fact that, you know what, Eeyore goes to Glaceon, I bring a little bit more nukes to really put in the damage here.
MVP for the round.
Oh man. I think it has to be AXQ.
You think Axew?
It's either XQ or Eeyore. I feel it's either one of these two guys here.
It could be... I'll let you choose the MVP. I chose the one last time.
Oh, it's so difficult. I feel like I'm going to end up slapping myself in the face after this. but I think I really... Okay, wait. I think if I'm looking back at the first two games, right? Nah, I think it has to be XQ. I feel XQ just did a little bit too much in those first two games, right? A lot of distancing. Eeyore, sure, with the Leafeon was pretty great, but I think he was still very limited because of the fact he was a speedster. XQ, the fact that whether it's a Pikachu or even with the Alolan Ninetales, right? He just somewhat understands like where he's placed in this entire team fights. It's just that the only difference was the initial, in that second game, there was just a little bit more burst coming for Onyx to really melt away the rest of the squad.
Yeah. And I think between the two teams as well, you can just see the massive damage lead by this Pikachu. 86,000 damage by Axew alone.
Insane.
And the closest Pokemon to do that same number of damage was actually ALR on this Mimikyu. It just goes to show how tough this game was for Resorte as well on that Ninetales. I know this is also another specialty Pokemon that Onyx run, but he just had a very tough matchup. Bottom lane wasn't easy. Axew put so much pressure on that bottom lane, denying Resorte any kind of pressure. I believe it was was it Trixie or Dragods that was babying him in that bottom lane? I think it was Trixie.
Yeah, it was Trixie.
Yeah,
it was Trixie with Resorte, yes.
I don't know how Axew does it. This guy is just too consistent.
It's too crazy. I think it's very scary if you end up using the Pokemon he specialized against him as well. I feel that that just gives a little bit too much of advantage.
I don't think people expect Axew to specialize in Pikachu, okay? I will say that at least.
No, I'm not talking about Pikachu. I'm talking about the fact that if you were to pick his favorite specialized Pokemon, like the Alolan Ninetales, for example, he just somewhat just knows, like, okay, I know how to go head-to-head with you. I
know the range at which you have to get in to attack me.
I know what I hate the most.
Myself.
Or can you imagine like asking for the viewers like the only counter to the Ninetale is me. But of course, look at the stats, right? Like it was the scaling wise was somewhat in the favor of Team Onyx, right? Because I think maybe because of the fact that we were still waiting for Team Rise with the Blastoise, right? They were slightly ahead until that one team fight. Then everything just started shifting. Like there was a significant lead at one point. It was pretty equal. But then after that, Onyx was able to somewhat stabilize just based on farm. The Dodrio was somewhat one of the more high. Kale was one of the most highest level on their side here. Lost somebody a lot of Ninetales, right?
I think it was the bait as well going into that final 2-minute stretch.
Correct.
Because Onyx, they weren't able to score, but they were the ones to force the engagement, and Rise were just kind of waiting and saying like, all right guys, let's wait for this, let's see what happens. And Luna just working his magic, just always forcing people, hey, do you want to rock to me? I'm a slow bro. I'm not supposed to absorb this damage. And even though, and weirdly enough, right, even though it was a 3-man Rock Tomb X Scissor that came out from the Crystal, Rise kind of just shook it off.
Yep.
And they turned everything on its head from that moment on.
Yeah, it really did. And the thing is, like with the benefits, I'm really surprised. Like this was the part where they really broke the stalemate between these two, right? Because like we had a little bit more control coming from Team Onyx, until the point where Kale decided to stick around a little bit longer to that top side, allowing the Eeyore with the Glacier to just completely ran over the rest of the squad.
Alright, so as we let these clips run on through, I do want to congratulate Rise for guaranteeing their spot in the offline finals in Thailand. But they are going to have to play against Talon PH later today for seeding and also for the prize money for that league stage.
You know, even though yes, congratulations to Team Rise, but I really gotta give my love and support to Team Onyx. I think they really played out of their minds in this game.
They did, yeah.
This is so far, like, not only were they the scariest, the most unique one as well with unorthodox composition to go against a team which they are trying to surpass that wall. They got relatively close as well. If I'm not mistaken, even group stages, it was not really, it wasn't like a 2-1 kind of thing. We didn't really go to that third game here.
Yeah, and this was basically the end of everything, right?
Yeah.
That 3-man surf that came in after the Crustal actually caught Rise. Yeah, Dad was like, thanks guys, thanks for the setup into my Hydro Typhoon. I'll take over from here. And the game just basically settled for the team. We are going to have our favorite segment of the day in just a second here. We got Drawing with Leonard. Although it's more like watching the game in replay in slow motion. So let's watch that together, shall we, as we break things down as we get ready for our second last matchup of the day. Because that's going to be coming right up. Our lower bracket match before we have our final match. But let's take a look at this here, Leonard.
So this was actually right after the Regice fight as well, right? This is the part where they didn't really have a lot of Unite moves, but do take into account, there was still our dear friend here. He still has the Unite move. He still had the Thunderstorm here. But then again, you could not ask for a more better bait, right? This was a very tasty bait. You have a really nice rock tube. You lock a lot of people in place. Intel was coming into a lot of the majority of the members saying like, there is no Unite move. Nada. There was no Unite move. So pretty much there's really nothing else they can really try to combat back. And a lot of the members just respawn after that fight.
Yeah, you can see them trickling in on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're just going to quickly I'm going to play in slow motion, right? So even more further engagement, right? You see how low the rest of the team, right? Low. Zoe is so low. Everyone is so low. You couldn't ask for more better initiation. What really came as a surprise to these guys was the Unite move being committed for the side here from the Pikachu. And the thing is, at this point, everyone thought it was an act of desperation, right? Because everyone was slowly falling. They were trying to see if they could burst this guy at the same time. But the minute that Thunderstorm being popped in, we see the Dodrio already slowly making his Kale was slowly trying to make ways back by using the Tri attack, trying to poke him out of the commission, trying to get out of the range of the Thunderstorm, but that just didn't happen because that Thunderstorm range is just absolutely significant. And I'll be honest,
look at the 3-man stun. Oh, that Thunderbolt is juicy.
Where's the umbrella, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay, I thought
everyone needed an umbrella.
I thought umbrellas attract thunder. Wait, what?
No, because they were they had their parade completely rained upon. A storm came and completely wasted every single one of these players. It was really a phenomenal round. I believe even they couldn't believe how much damage just came out. The Alolan Ninetales just came in, by the way. He just walked right in.
Just respawned, yeah.
Just to get nuked and disappeared here. So, but it was really well played here.
Even here, you can see how hard they're trying to chase down Axew. Like Hooper, his boosted attack didn't even hit Axew. And then you got Kale here, who's I don't know if the clip goes long enough, but Kale's like, okay, never mind. This Pikachu is too healthy now.
But I also would like to take into account, like, do keep your eyes on the fact on the clip on Zoe as well, right? Like, although the clip has ended, but Zoe, the entire situation was
MVP right there.
yeah, just keeping an eye on Kale, sticking to that Pikachu, sticking to the Glacier. Everyone was just grouped up, like it was like the best bro hugs between all these three guys.
The warm fuzzies keeps them going.
Right, I believe now we're moving on to the next clip here. This is actually the final clip. I believe this is your turn, Danelie.
Well, we're just going to watch this in slow motion, shall we? So, we are looking at the last minute and a half in this game, right? And so, everything started with Trixie, who is on the crystal on the right side of that bush. Now, Rise were on the back foot because, unfortunately, they were behind on points. So, they were poking Rayquaza to force Onyx to actually fight into them. A lot of teams do this. They poke the Rayquaza to force their opponent who are playing defense to eventually run into them. Now, here's the issue here with Onyx. Onyx are in a very awkward position because they unfortunately have to protect 2 goal zones.
Correct.
The one thing that I find pretty bizarre, though, is that you have Dodrio in such an aggressive position up here. He's nowhere near the team. It's going to take time for him to come in.
I'm surprised too.
Mimikyu, totally understandable as to why he's here, but again, it's going to take him time to be able to come in to help the team. And Ninetales is just out of reach as well. So let's watch this this little bit in slow motion here. So as you can see, we start off with Trixie, who is going to come in with a 3-man Rock Tomb, right? That Rock Tomb was the initiation for the team. I'm not sure if we're going to get the 3-man first or the 1-man. But let's watch Trixie here. We've got the Surfs coming in as well from that Blastoise, just trying to slow him down.
Right.
Trixie coming in. That's the 3-man Rock Tomb right there. And this was the sign to go. Now, I want you all to take a look at where everyone is on the map, because this, if you are Onyx and you're watching this replay, where is the follow-up?
Yeah.
Where you have the perfect initiation right here. Your Alolan Ninetales is out of reach. Your other 2 damage dealers are in the top bush.
Right.
Where is the follow-up? And everything from here on out starts to go U-shaped. So as you can see, we're going to keep on going in slow motion here. The initiation is there. We've got damage coming through. Hooper's coming in. He's going to try and teleport the team in, but I feel like everything just starts to collapse at this moment. Look how awkward this position is. You've got the Blastoise here in the middle of that team fight. You know what's coming up next.
Oh, yes.
So as we move along here, position is perfect for the Blastoise, waiting for the opportunity to pop that Hydro Typhoon. Dev is so patient, and instead of going straight for the Hydro Typhoon, goes for a 3-man Surf. Look at this! Positioning for the Hydro Typhoon. Resorte walks in range of the Hydro Typhoon. Luckily, Dodrio is out of range. I don't believe he gets caught at all. But this is the perfect initiation for Rise to follow through, because where are the damage dealers? They're all here. They're all in position to go.
Oh, yes.
This is such a big difference between these 2 teams in that late game, because positioning is so key. So we're just going to finish up this replay, and then we're going to wrap things up here. We all know what's going to happen.
Oh, yes.
Typhoon connects. Everybody goes down. Thunderstorm. Everything just raining down. Pokemon go down. We got the triple trample that only connected onto Eeyore, but does that really matter when the rest of your team is going to fall down?
Yeah.
I think we can just play this at, I don't know how to play this at full speed.
I think this is press this,
Yeah, that's basically it. So the game practically ends here, right? Because there's no way Kale is going to get a Rayquaza steal.
I'm actually really surprised that Kill didn't even try to attempt to go for the goalpost, because he wasn't really too far. But I felt like maybe because of the fact that he actually decided to turn back. Because remember, you still have the Hooper to really bring him into the fight if it's necessary, if it's too far. But I felt like he just decided, like, for some reason, I think when the Crossel decided to initiate in, I think everyone just decided, like, drop everything, just start this whole thing. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is your updated bracket. We have already solidified 2 people that's going to Thailand. That's Talent PH, Team Rise with an exceptional game. And now we are currently waiting for that last spot. And that will be determined in our semifinals lower bracket between Team MYS and Team Onyx. Danelie. Honestly, it seems pretty okay for the semi-final brackets, but now this is the semi-final lower bracket. In other words, there is no longer a lifeline for these guys. No more safe zone. This is literally one shall stand, one shall fall. Someone is going to be moving forward and someone is going to be going home.
Yes, and anything is going to happen in that lower bracket match, right? Because if I think the top 3 predictions, and this is a pretty obvious one as well because I think the community's been pretty vocal about this. The top 3 predictions for Southeast Asia, it was supposed to be MYS, Rise, Talon, PH. Onyx was never in the equation, but Onyx has started to prove us wrong. Can they beat MYS though? That's going to be their biggest opponent.
This is going to be crazy,
We will go for a 10-minute break though to give the players a little bit of time to talk, to get ready. If you guys need to do anything, do it now. You've got 10 minutes, but make sure you're back in those 10 minutes because we have our 2 hottest games coming right up. We'll see you after this, Pokemon trainers.
ส่วนตัวผมรู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้ผ่านเข้ารอบลึกมาถึงรอบออฟไลน์นี้ครับ
ของผมก็ตื่นเต้นนะครับแล้วก็กดดันนะครับก็ในการเตรียมตัวไปแข่งรอบนี้ก็มีอยู่บ้างครับก็กดดันพอสมควร
พวกผมค่อนข้างมั่นใจมากครับพี่ด้วยการฝึกซ้อมหรืออะไรทุกวันนี้ก็มั่นใจระดับหนึ่งครับ
โอเคของผมก็มั่นใจในทีมระดับหนึ่งครับก็ถ้าไม่มีอะไรผิดพลาดก็น่าจะไปได้ไกลกันอยู่ครับโอเคก็มีการฝึกซ้อมทุกวันนะครับเพื่อไปแข่งรอบนี้ก็มันก็อาจจะมีการแก้ไขกันมากขึ้นกว่ารอบก่อนที่แข่งในรายการ AS นะครับ
การฝึกซ้อมเป็นอย่างไรใช่ไหมครับก็คือช่วงนี้ผมก็คือถ้าซ้อมคือซ้อมทุกวันกันอยู่แล้วครับแต่ว่าจะมีช่วงนี้จะแบบไม่ค่อยได้ซ้อมกับทีมในประเทศแล้วครับไปโฟกัสซ้อมกับทีมต่างประเทศที่จะได้เจอศึกษาแผนศึกษาการเล่นอะไรประมาณนี้ครับสำหรับผมคิดว่าขอพูดเป็นทีมแล้วกันครับพี่ไม่เจาะจงรายบุคคลเป็นทีมMYS กับทีมไลท์ครับแล้วส่วนทีมที่ผมคิดว่าอาจจะน่าจับตามองอีกแต่คือด้วยความที่ไม่ค่อยได้เจอกันเลยยังไม่ค่อยมั่นใจเรื่องนั้นเท่าไหร่ครับแต่ผมคิดว่าเป็นทีมจากญี่ปุ่นครับ
ของผมก็จะเป็น MYS กับไลท์เหมือนกันนะครับก็ของ MYS นี่น่าจะเขาเล่นค่อนข้างดุดันนะครับแล้วก็หลากหลายส่วนไลท์เขาค่อนข้างจะเป๊ะระดับหนึ่งครับส่วนก็เหมือนอาร์มเลยครับก็ญี่ปุ่นนี่ทางนี้ไม่ค่อยได้เจอก็
ครับผมถ้าสำหรับผมที่อยากบอกก็คืออยากให้มาเชียร์กันเยอะๆครับเวลามีคนมาเชียร์แล้วรู้สึกมีพลังครับมียังไงมางานออฟไลน์กันเยอะๆนะครับ
โอเคก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์พวกผมด้วยนะครับก็ในการแข่งที่ถึงนี้ก็ถ้าไม่ได้มาเชียร์ที่งานก็มาเชียร์ในตามเพจช่องทางเพจพวกArenaหรือว่าเพจผมก็ได้นะครับผมจะพยายามแชร์ไว้ให้ขอบคุณมากครับ
To dash on out of there and hang on a minute. They almost got the Dodrio. Pikachu, though, getting sniped immediately. Yes, Dodrio is low to the team. They're going to try and rush for the Rayquaza, but do they have the damage? I don't even think they have enough Pokemon to score points, even if they get this. Yes, Garada gets it. They've actually got 4 Pokemon with shields, but do they have the points to score? 23 seconds, 2 Pokemon down. Situation. Who gets most of these wild Pokemon? Leafeon is really great for securing. And is that going to be the case? Oh, Leafeon is gone. Oh.
Up on the ball here. A couple of pokes, a couple of serve, trying to push them all the way from the goal post here. They do have the hyperspace portal, so they can be as aggressive as possible and also get out of this situation.
Loading, they're trying to hang on to their goal zone, but with so many Pokemon here.
Oh no, but no, he keeps getting lifted out and controlled. No way for him to outrun in this situation. Sure, Blue Sky's still alive, but what about the rest of the squad here? They're coming back into the fly. Blue Sky wants to get his hand on top of the Leafeon here. He's currently out of the range of the hyperspace hole here, so he will fall. He will a quick reposition, but the hyperspace hole, will he quickly come back into it? I don't think so. Too many people are somewhat prepped in front of it, and then the Hoopa will bounce back into the midst of it. Nice timing with the Hydro Typhoon will knock them all out and try to get a decent amount of control. Blue Sky managed to get to the back line, but just too much damage, too much defenses coming out from Talon PH, and they will thrive in the carnage. The slow beam locks down the Dodrio, and there's no way he can seal down Fate. They will look for a couple of more here.
3 Pokemon and a slow beam onto Blue Sky because he wanted to go for a backstab.
may buy the time though.
Okay, so here's the thing. We've still got Unites across the board. Hyperspace Hole. Sorry, the Rings Unbound going to be used there by KY. So they want to force that fight in. Hopefully the Inteleon comes back in. But without the Unites, there was only a Unite available on the Urshifu. That's already been used. Clefable is gone. There's no sustain for the team. And Blastoise is gone as well. 3 left on the side of loading. Can they redeem themselves? Dodrio, Urshifu, and Mew. Some really strong attackers. We've got some basic attacks. The charge up, the damage reduction, not enough for Blues.
Probably coming on from behind wing attack. Will the damage output be enough? Yes, it will be. Farouq being the first. Make sure
will slowly position himself all the way to the back line. And now quick rotation coming in for the Slowbro will be able to secure a KO for their side. Although it is going to be a support, but it's totally fine. But that avalanche, that is absolutely insane. But still have to respect, that's a lot of damage and a lot of players. But a quick swift entry for the Dodrio will be able to secure for, and the positioning coming for the Ninetales.
Top lane, kicking. Kickstart
it's too slow.
It's a 4v2 situation that Kremomo jumping off from behind.
I can't believe it.
Where's the damage? And Warthog is going to be the one getting the raid over Team Rise. Team Rise comes back here with a 1-1 position. But meanwhile, here at the top lane, seems that Umbreon managed to catch on that Clefable. He's going to Mimikyu, holding on to that. But the damage output is still not there. Not enough to get about. Instead, it is going to be Mimikyu gets traded off. They got the Blastoise over here.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. They're currently at a stage where they don't mind taking this fight head out, even on top of
level 13 on the Alola Ninetales to get the drill. Level 14. Meanwhile, here at the
no way!
Area, it does seem that Dodrio managed to actually get on the Glaceon. They're ripping off with the Blastoise Typhoon, but with the damage output going to be enough for it. Together with the Avalanche as well, they managed to get the Blastoise. They also managed to actually get on the Clefable as well, losing 14 members over here, chasing yet another. It's going to be leaning more towards the side of Secret Rare Diamond here at the top lane. Now making a bad positioning behind. Wait.
I'm going to fall back here. But then again, a quick rotation coming in for the Trevenant. Although very shortly, Glacier is not really in position as well. So I guess you could say if he doesn't really make it in time, this could possibly be a 4v3, something they could not expect, and easily baited out and melted away like hot knife through butter here. I say all
back to the Pokemon Center over here. Meanwhile, Mimikyu while being at top lane, bottom lane looking a little bit active over here. Umbreon tries to make an escape. He's not going to be united.
The slam.
The slam man coming up from the Buzzwole, but it does seem that Buzzwole will be traded off as well after taking out the Blissey and not going up for more. Umbreon catches up on Inteleon, but this time the Glaceon gets also the Clefable. Losing on 3 team members from that data. Going to create a big opening, but it's Wood Hammer hitting up on multiple units.
Now we get to decide how we like our bats and how we like to start. Good timing with the Phantom Forest to try to delay as much as possible. And guess what? Him alone, that Trevenant alone, keep 4 players back at bay, allowing them to completely isolate the Umbreon and pick them off. Slow.
The left side here, Mimikyu low in HP as well, but it does seem that Glaceon is going to try to go for a scoring. Now it's going to be a huge 100 points here in the pace by Team Rise on Secret Rare Diamond. That puts them at the front. Now Secret Rare Diamond has to be the ones killing out on this Rayquaza. What is going to be the outcome? Who's going to get that hit in? It is going to be
No, he got it in head of Team Rise!
Team Rise actually gets Alola Ninetales gets the last hit in on that Rayquaza.
It's a health regen buff. They are fighting for experience here, and if they can find that opening, it'll be great. And they actually are going to get rid of.
Have anyone soaking up damage right now? This is going to be leaving
Steal.
While here comes coming. No one's not able to actually get it. Pikachu's.
MYS is really struggling to get into these fights, but hang on a minute though. Thunderstorm going to eliminate HT right off the bat, as well as that Hooper. So no more resets for MYS, and they even catch Nightmew Foxy. It's a triple KO in exchange just for the KO onto Sync 1 and Talon. A little bit too long after getting those KOs, but there's so many AOS points on the ground there, trying to get that Eldegoss, but HT can't finish him off. But the Trevenant catching out this Blastoise type, forcing out the Typhoon, connecting onto 2, and it looks like the Trevenant's going to go down Blastoise because Talon PH were actually trying to push that top goal zone, and now continuing on with the assault here because the Reggie Alecki is still sticking around, will finally go in, and it's done.
Losing the 3 heads of a Dodrio, trying to go for a little bit scoring over there. 62, 106. But still on the video, and Bobby committed as well, going out for the chase right here. Where is going to be the damage? Also committed with Trevenant. Unite. Here comes Inteleon at the same time as well. Where is Typhoon? Riding over the surf. This could be a very big one. No, not really. Chasing up from behind. They do manage to get their Hooper and still trying to get on this here, but the score coming in from the Trevenant from behind. It is going to be the Blastoise getting clear over here, losing out every single team member.
Going to very much be a possibility here. They're going to keep on fighting, and MYS are actually struggling to fight on their goal zone. They've got only all their squishy Pokemon up here. They do have to do enough for the team. They're so scared to actually jump in, but they managed to find RBX. He actually surfs out. They will catch him with ice this time. Telekinesis catching the Crustle.
From Team Talent PH. Telekinesis being used up here on the Crustle, but where is the follow-up come from behind? No, there isn't. Once again, Slowbro here stuck and might just clear down the where is the damage from Team MYS. They're still holding up once again to send back to the base.
HT. Top lane. He actually crushed him in that top lane matchup as well. So keeping the Blastoise meant that down bottom, it was only ice that was going to be able to keep things going for the team. But we've got another fight happening, and it looks like we are going to be seeing the Buzzwole come in and the Blastoise walking into the surf there. Typhoon only going to connect onto the Buzzwole, who's just about to get knocked out here.
Over here, but still behind in terms of levels. So we're looking at level 12 on the Talent together with the Glaceon. Meanwhile, highest level 11, Meowscarada together with the Blastoise. Meanwhile, team members of Talent PH currently surrounded from behind. Now holding on a bit. Now the slow beam's already over there, but sending Slowbro back to the base over here. It's gonna be Husan hitting off on the multiple units. Hussein Solaris big utilizing as well. But what's gonna be outcome and trade off here? Also the Buzzwole with the Unite. What's gonna be the damage? But Unbound Hooper is gonna be the first one to get out. Espeon gonna
try and buy some time. Glaceon's coming in. Slowbro's here.
Well, Pokemon trainers, welcome back to the one series that really mattered for us here at the Asia Champions League. For the Southeast Asia side, Leonard, also known as Yololee, joining me and gracing us at the cast test once again is Flava. Flava, we're finally coming down to the very one series to decide who's going to be taking in that last third spot to Thailand here.
Yeah, and at the same time also addressing which one of them will not be heading to Thailand as well.
Yes.
Now, what do you mean by the only one that matters?
Yeah, it is the only one that matters.
The rest matter too.
I know, true. But of course, we'll talk a lot. We'll elaborate that a little bit more. But of course, first things first, ladies and gentlemen, we do have an interview video just for you guys. So do check it out and enjoy.
So for me personally, I really like Japan. So it was a dream come true for me to go to Pokemon Worlds last year in Japan. But if you ask whether I have any country that I'm interested in, probably no. But I'll be very happy to visit Hawaii this year and Thailand.
我觉得还是会偏向于我们的老对手 Hi-Fi， 不过他们现在改名叫做 SAR， 因为他们的队伍有一个蛮强的打野，叫陈帝。
Probably the NA region because our Pokemon pool and their Pokemon pool is totally different, which sometimes makes me think which part would be stronger. So only we would know if we would play in the World Championships.
I think Philippine team, they have very strong draft, good player.
Negara yang dikunjungi itu Filipina. Because untuk Filipina itu banyak gedung-gedung yang bagus sama wisatanya mungkin.
Japan and Korea because I like anime and K-pop.
Wow.
ALR reasoning is by far the most truest reason that any person can give.
I agree. I totally agree on this. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, this is going to be our second last series of the day here for the Southeast Asia region. It is going to be Malaysia and Singapore's finest, Team MYS, up against Team Onyx, the Indonesia Open second place winner. And of course, let's introduce the players who will be going up and about here for this upcoming match. Starting off with Team MYS, we have Yang, Ice, HT, we have Night Moon, Foxy, and I think there's another one.
Oh.
I forgot another one. It's already swapped out, but it's okay. And of course, we have their opponents over here. But before that, let's have a look at the team introductions for Team MYS. Now, this is going to be the frequently used Pokemons for the team. And yeah, thank you so much for introductions. Yeah, we also have another player for Team MYS, which is Ice. Okay, and of course, some stats in regards to the average damage being dealt, taken, as well as recovery. But of course, these numbers are actually from day number 1, day number 2, and some of the stats of their games from today as well. But before this particular series. Now, of course, pretty standard meta picks over here. And Team MYS, interesting enough, having
that Sylveon pick that they have utilized during the group stage segment.
But you see, here's the crazy thing about it, right? This is just merely literally a teaser of the kind of Pokemon they can actually potentially bring into the scene as well.
That's true.
They have played multiple options to save the line. The Lucario, they tried all kinds of unorthodox ones. Even the Scyther bring into the line as well. Honestly, seeing Team MOS somewhat gives me a very familiar picture of what we've seen from Team Kapichan as well. That flexibility, that variety that they have for themselves. But of course, this is going to be the team introduction for Team Onyx with their respective picks. There has been a culmination from the group stage all the way until this very day here. Although yes, comparing to the side of Team MOS, Team Onyx is a little bit more truer with their selections here. A lot more comfortable, a lot more confident with their fundamentals. Not to say that Team MOS fundamental is not out there. It's absolutely solid as a rock for sure.
Yeah, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely going to be something because their drafts is almost similar to one another, and both of them are very quite flexible when it comes to picking Pokemons here from the draft pool. This is definitely going to be something very interesting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a very important point right here. Now, these two teams, just want to highlight that Team MYS and Team Onyx so happen to be the first seeded teams from respective groups. But then, unfortunately, both of them got taken out by the second seeded teams from respective Group A and Group B from day number 1 and day number 2. Who saw this coming?
I mean, let's be honest. At this point, anything can really happen. Right?
Yes.
Teams are getting better, teams are getting stronger, teams are having a better understanding of their opponent's team and are better prepped and suited to counter it. But of course, our first drafting in the very series to decide which of these two teams are going to secure that final spot in Thailand. This is literally do or do not try the kind of situation, ladies and gentlemen. Team MOIs, of course, will have the priority pick here, as they will first ban out that Buzzwole, denying the fact that they're coming in from his hands in ALR. They will opt to go for the Umbreon ban instead here, so there is still the Mimikyu option for the hands of ALR, unless Team Onyx would like to try to showcase the triple defender composition against Team MYS.
And of course, with that ban on that Umbreon, this is opening, huge opening for Team MYS to secure themselves that Hooper for themselves. We do expect this happening because previously they never actually had the option to actually play together with Hooper because most of the time they only let out the Umbreon. So now they're like, hey, we got tired of using Umbreon anyways. Let's have it to ourselves. But Onyx is going to be playing with the Crossel and Intalon as their opening 1-2 for this.
Interestingly as well, we're talking about Yang's Hooper. Like, absolutely crazy. Well-timed, well-positioned as well. Really know how to make the enemy, really knows how to make the opponents really hurt. After committing so much ability, so much Unite moves, Yang is just dead to pretty much just like, hey! You use so much to try to pick up my teammate? No problem, I'll bring it back in, reset fresh for round number 2, and you guys will not have anything to really counter it. But of course, since the Hooper has been selected as the main support, this just leaves an option for Onyx to lock in that Clefable. Nothing can go wrong with Clefable, has been one of the few best supports to bring into the scene here. However, he's hovering over the Gudra. Don't do it, Ice.
Don't do it,
Don't
Ice.
play with me.
Now, I want to say this, I'm very happy.
I think of all, I love what Danelie also pointed earlier as well. HT so far has been the only player to really show how Scyther was able to play.
Oh yeah, he played it well. I believe that.
I believe that. Still bringing it too. Wow.
Oh wow. Okay, now I believe that if you guys actually tune into the match where HT actually played outside, for that particular match, unfortunately, they actually lost the match where it was actually up against Intalon PH in game number 3. But he played a mean Scyther, let's be honest. And I'm very happy with Team MRS because this time, rather than running like an Espeon or anything, they're actually running Mew for Night, Mew Frosty for this one.
Right.
I believe that this is a very comfortable pick that he's very much familiar with. There's something that people do feel that he should be holding on dear to because it is open for him to choose, and that's all for them.
Yep. I also love the fact that for the last pick coming for Team Onyx, although yes, Mimikyu has been one of the few go-tos, the second go-to after the Buzzwole on the hands of ALR. But I love they actually like hover it for a couple of seconds because they were really trying to weigh out the options here,
yes.
Right? Because they did have the option to go for the last pick. They have an option to go for the slow bro if they want to try to lock down this Scyther as much as they want throughout this entire fight here. Really adding an additional restriction towards HT here. But after weighing out the pros and cons, I think they just figure out like, you know what, it's fine. We can actually still try to play around this game here, around this Scyther here. There's a very specific timing and a specific way the Scyther HT has to play out the Scyther in this round. They can just bring the Mimikyu as they just want to pile in even more damage because the minute HT slips, which is by the way very rarely he slips, there'll be an opportunity for them to really play offense skill with that Mimikyu.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we do want to be on the lookout for anyone who can actually lock down this Scyther. Now, he's actually quite agile at the same time as well. But he's basically a glass cannon. So
he really showed how is it supposed to be played too. For
oh man, it was scary. But then if you've actually done well, if snowballing through the whole game itself, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 1 in this best of 3 series for the match in between Team MYS up against Team Onyx. Now the lanes are as follows. We do see the Eevee here at the central area together with the Scyther with a little bit of assistance coming on from Hoopa for Team MYS. Meanwhile, at the top lane, we do have this Mimikyu. I believe that it is going to be together with, I do see a Clefairy, I think.
The thing is, bottom lane is going to be having a little bit of a poking back and forth, right? It's a little bit difficult, especially when you have both the Dwello and the Sobble in this early stage. Mew is definitely going to be having have a beautiful time as he's trying to secure as many of these wild Pokemon as possible, and he does have the capability and still oppressing them as much as possible. Top side. Still need to really keep an eye on that Glacier rotation. I think a little bit aware, you see the positioning coming from the Hoopa as well. Pretty overextended towards the bottom side of that lane, just to ensure this Glacier to really have an opportunity to jump on top of this girl. Didn't find any openings in their defenses. Decided to try to rotate to the bottom side. Try to see if he can open up some space here for this Dwello to get that crossover, because they did that evolution here. But a quick dive into the side here, and they will be able to get a really nice time for themselves.
Wow, look at that slice and dice coming up from Scyther to the top lane, rotating all the way from the bottom lane to the top lane and actually clearing out that Clefairy. Now he is currently in the wild Pokemon area on the side of Onyx instead. Tried to get all these buffs, leaving a little bit opening. Now War Total here at the top lane doing a little bit scoring at the same time as well, having a mano situation up against Mimikyu from Team Onyx. Meanwhile, Invasion coming on from the Glaceon inside the central area at the same time as well. Now Scyther, he's on the lookout for it. Once he returns, he's going to be seeing this Glaceon, but he will be returning back to the Pokemon Center.
The thing is this, right? It's like he was trying to clear as many of these Pokemon as possible, but he just clears it a little bit too fast, a little bit too quick as well. And by the time he came back, he just not trying to be a little bit defensive and goes back for the reset. Woodhammer comes in, but guess what? HT comes in for the rotation here. Not able to get a chance because the eject button was coming in for the side of Resorte, and still will be able to get back to safety. No one will fall into this lane. A little bit of skirmishes here and there, but will not garner any form of control, except for the fact that with this back and forth push, that's going to allow this HT to secure the Altera family in the central area. That's a lot of XP here.
Yep, I do agree on this.
He's
now,
level 8, by the way.
oh yes. This is looking good right now. Now, we don't have any Now, of course, with this early lead coming on from Team MYS, and with this big opening by leaving the Squirtle all alone in the top lane, he was able to actually get the, basically a lane to himself. He get the levels, and he's already Blastoise at this point in the game already. But with the pseudo rotations coming in to the bottom lane at the current moment, Glaceon trying to make his way towards there, as the attention is going to be on the Reggie appearing here at the bottom lane. And the Reggie that's going to be appearing will be a, I believe that, it's going to be a Regice.
They need to bring in everybody. As many bodies as they can throw until this objective. If they can get a couple of KOs, that's great. The Secure Regice is also fantastic as well. But look at the Trevor so aggressively towards the forward with the Hood Hammer. They know who's the target. They know who needs to go for the pickoff. Sure, HT does go down, but not without the fact that he didn't go down alone. He picks up 2 KOs in the process here. Will be able to zone a majority of the teammate, and the Regice is still standing here. Cross over the shells, trying to find an opportunity. But then again, there is the Mew to secure that Regice. Not only did they get to the objective, but they also secure 2 KOs. But then again, a big shutdown on the side here did allow them to elevate in terms of levels.
Yeah, but while all this is happening at the top lane, Mimikyu managed to clear out the Regieleki and so goes for a little bit scoring at the top lane. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, it does seem that Clefable will be cleared out here in the hands of that Blastoise over there. Got to be careful here as we do have a full frontal assault coming on from Team MYS at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, giving a little bit of space for both the Scyther and the Glaceon back again to the wild Pokemon area at the central area, as it's going to be a little bit tight here coming on from both ends from here on forward, Leonard.
The crazy thing about this as well is like, we're talking about Team MYS who is just loving these challenges, right? Like, sure, it's a glass cannon. It's a high risk, high reward kind of situation. Usually most teams doesn't really like to try to pry or even have the sheer idea to even try to attempt it in such a high stake game. But no, Team MYS just welcomes it with a smile on their face. But then again, this is still the one series that is going to determine a pretty high-stake game as well.
Oh man, close range. Snipe coming on over here, and of course bringing them back with the Hooper over here, saving out the Traveler, trying to go low, scoring. Might not be a good idea as they're getting chased down by the Crossel, together with the whole village of people from Team Onyx over here. Clears out that Traveler, and they are at the front of the goalpost here at the bottom lane from Team MYS. Now what will be the play? We do see a little bit of rotation coming up from the Blastoise as well here at the central area, going up against the Mimikyu, I believe here. Yes, it is. Meantime, what is going to be the play? We do see a 3-man defense from Team MYS between Traven and the Hooper together with the Mew. I believe that this will be sufficient going up against the 4 team members from Team Onyx. Now, of course, the next Reggie will be appearing here in the next few seconds, and we'll see what will be the gameplay here coming up from there. And this is going to be a big one. It's going to be a Registeel, which is going to be giving a attack as well as special attack buff to the team that actually takes him down.
I want to see what can they do against HT. He's level 12, but they got a lot of intel. Well done coming from the Mimikyu. Able to spot down the side, going all the way to to the wild Pokemon side. They don't really care about the Registeel. They have a lot of teammates to give them the intel, but they're engaging the bottom. They want to try to shift his attention to the top side to find an opportunity. It's a 2v2. Not sure what's really happening to the top side. Thank you, Observer, for shifting the camera through. Nice, they were able to force them back away from the second goal post. But not much progress really happening to the bottom side. Even though it's technically a 4v3, but they still didn't really able to find that opening. But again, a good caught in the crossel, decent amount of damage to force him back. Fable doing his best to keep him nice and healthy for the impending fight that's going to be coming in shortly.
Yeah, of course, here all the sniping action from the Intalon trying to screen out the team members in Team MYS here at the bottom lane. But we see Trevenant charging forward over here, trying to make some plays here for Team MYS. We do see shift in terms of positioning as well with the assistance of Hooper. Mimikyu is keeping the Scyther in check here in the wild Pokemon area while giving a little bit of space for the Glaceon to actually get a little bit for himself. Now this Rex Reggie over here still uncontested coming off from both. And what is going to be the plan over here? We do see 2 from the side Team MYS and 2 from Team Onyx on the top side, while the remaining 6 team members from respective teams are currently at the bottom lane right now. And the point gaps are not really that big between each other. It's probably roughly around 109 points between both of them, leaning more towards Team MYS. Reggie still untouched over here. What's going to be the play now? There's a lot of poking going on here, Leonard, but still no takedowns happening.
Yeah, so far nothing's going to be really the right call here. Just they're allowing this stalemate is definitely going to be ending pretty shortly as well, especially since it requires it's going to be spawning in a couple of seconds here. Flava, none of these 2 teams are letting themselves up here. ALRR want to see if they can try to force a couple of fights as he starts off with the objective here right before the Rayquaza spawn. It gets really down low as well. Now the rest of the team is really interested for this Registeel. It gets a lot more lower, a lot more commitment, but then again the Rapid Spin comes in to secure the Registeel with the least amount of effort here. But guess what? HT is low, but so what? Sends him back home. Yang gives him an express train back to call him back for round number 2. Well prepped for this Rayquaza with the Registeel buff on top of it at the same time.
This definitely going to be giving Team MYS the edge with this buff. Of course, it has a specific duration to it itself. Now, how is Team Onyx going to be approaching this itself? Now, we do have the Crossel from the side of Team Onyx, who's going to be on the front lines. We do have some sniping action from the Intalon on the most furthest right side. Coming together as well with a little bit of mid-range attacks coming on from the Glaceon. So it all boils down to how they're going to approach it. But of course, Yem is going to be putting a little bit of pressure on this as he's actually standing at the doorstep in front of this Rayquaza home at the central area. Mimikyu is currently within the central area. So I'm about Rapid Scan being used by the Blastoise, screening out the team members from Team Onyx. If they want to commit, they need to penetrate through this particular Pokemon itself. Oh no, getting chased down from them right now. How is this going to try? They actually got up with the Trevenant here in the hands of the Intalon, making the 5v4 situation favoring towards Team Onyx at the current. Rapid Spin, but the Blastoise, they need to grim up just in time. Will they be able to actually make it? Yes, they do. Mimikyu is going to be clearing out on the Blastoise too, making it 2 men down from Team MYS. What is going to be the next play for him? Mew tries us out with the Solar Beam here. Still damage insufficient at the current moment. Trying to go in for a chase. It is going to be HT over here as trying to make an escape, but instead Mimikyu is going to be the one taken down here in the hands of the Trevenant, but they will be getting that unbound Hooper, Leonard.
But then again, it's so back and forth. 30 seconds left on the clock, and the Rayquaza is still totally fine. They need to try to find a window of an opportunity, but they just can't find it. Rayquaza gets reset once again. Eyes come to the fight. He's trying to zone out the Glaceon, but guess what? The Mew comes in. in. He wasn't going to cover the ball. Pops the serve, gets in the backline. Italian all alone, instantly finished off by Ice himself. Literally left frozen solid. Cross-out Trixie. All he can do is just watch as his team falls one by one. He tries to be the attention, but no one gives a damn about him. They just want the backline. They want the points. Team MYS secured this round without even losing a single goalpost and without even having to take the Rayquaza.
Wow, what a match here, Leonard. Strong defense here coming up from Team MYS, preventing any form of takedown, and Rayquaza here on the central area of the stadium. And of course, Team MYS here winning the match with a point of 196 to 87 against Team Onyx in this game number 1.
This is an absolutely insane round, and especially like after that round against Talent PH as well, coming from the side for Team MYS. HT finally realized, okay, guys, gotta really cool down. Just stick around with my team and just find the right opportunity to really go in, go out, hit and run, and just get the necessary targets that we're trying to look for as well. Seriously, like, because if you think about it this way, both Yang and HT and Ice, these 3 players, they fall in a very similar category where they get actually really fired up in this kind of moments, but these 3 really stay calm with their demeanor, right? Whereas other players will have their somewhat like, I guess you could say, their indecision and hesitation, right? There's a fine line between nerves and excitement, and they contain all of that, seriously.
Yeah, that's true as well. But they are able to actually be very, very composed in terms of the execution for this game. I believe that it is quite clean coming on from their end. We don't see any sudden pickups coming on from both ends over here, but I think MYS did it much cleaner in this particular game itself.
Yeah. But then again, if you sorry, what is it?
No, it's okay.
No, I was just saying like if I think about it in another way, right? Like HT in particular, I think HT is a lot more flary in the moment, right? The kind of thing. He really likes his spot in the sun, right? I mean, of course, he's from Southeast Asia, right? That kind of thing. He enjoys his time in the sun, in terms of the spotlight, right? And when he's in this moment, when he's really picking off players, right? His teammates really setting up for him. He's getting a lot of these pickups. He's setting up a lot of this tempo for his squad. Someone gets that power from his teammates, right? When he sees his teammates like really on the roll, they're cheering, they're chanting, they're screaming. He just gets all this power and they get so motivated, and he just says like, I feel like I can take on the world, and that's pretty much what happened with HT.
Yeah, man. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the highlights here on what has transpired in that recent game number 1 in between Team MYS up against Team Onyx. Now, of course, at the start of the game itself, Scyther pulling off ahead and being able to actually do so much over here. And I believe that was actually Scyther's first takeout here in the game itself. As the game progresses, Team MYS having the lead. Well, of course, not so much, I would say, when it comes to points in between them and Team Onyx. But as long as they're able to hold on to this, they should be able to be awarded the win.
Honestly, it makes me feel like you could actually try to probably bring a little bit more defenders in, right? Because I feel like the crosser was doing a really great job on side of Team Onyx, right? Trying to keep them at bay, but it just felt like it didn't feel really enough for their side. Because in the other hand of Team MYS, you have a lot of options, right? You have a really aggressive initiator with the Trevenant, right? You have a fall back and a safe plan with an all-rounder Blastoise. Despite being a defender, he went for rapid spin to do decent amount of damage towards the Clefable, right? It just makes me feel like if you had an additional player, an additional person to really like stand in front to fight, I think it might be a little bit more of a taxing situation, even for HT to try to find an opening into those kind of scenes. And even Trixie, right? He alone can only hold back somebody, but the rest of the squad just ran past him. Like, they just didn't care about him.
I think it's a great idea to ignore rather than actually giving a little bit of attention to him right there. I think that's basically the main idea.
Yes.
I think Team MYS also, during this whole encounter, they were able to actually address the Intalon, even during that takedown in the Rayquaza pit. They managed to actually catch him off right there. Of course, let's have a look at the players' report card here, starting off with HT from Team MYS. And of course, for those who just tuning in to our live stream itself, you guys not familiar with this. Now, of course, every one of these players are actually given a report card where they get to fill in by themselves on the categories that we have highlighted, but only 5 are the one coming from our end. Meanwhile, the 6th category is actually written by them, customized by them themselves.
Yeah, I can guarantee this for sure. But let me tell you something, although he put his mental strength only 1 star, by the way, 1 point for his mental strength out of 5, but after making that Scyther work, right? I think that stat just instantly just shifted to full points for themselves. But of course, let's quickly check out Resorte for the side here. On the side of Team Onyx, an absolute lab with a favorite Pokemon is going to be Leafeon. Of course, his comments, his goal is to win the Pokemon Unite ACL before. It's great to have that dream, but it's time to also ensure you achieve that dream. Because let's be honest, it's not the end of the run for Team Onyx. There's still one more game in this last series. It's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's not best of 5, it's a best of 3. So this next game will somewhat decide whether Team MYS will be taking the final seeding, or will there be a comeback run coming from the side of Team Onyx here?
Yeah, Team Onyx needs to win the next game, which is game number 2, to force a game number 3, which is a deciding match between these two amazing teams to secure which one of them which actually get the ticket to Thailand for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. So this is going to be a very important match for both of them. I would say Team MYS just one game away from the win. Meanwhile, Onyx can't afford to lose any of the games.
Yeah.
Wow, now HT, of course, for the stats for Team MYS over here, we do showcase some of the average damage dealt, taken, as well as recovery. I would assume that that's not much coming on recovery from him, but hey, so we've seen him playing Dodrios and Scyther, to be exact. Of course, it's been displayed here. Caesar, he has been playing numbers 2 Scythers here today, and one, unfortunately, on the first match itself during semifinals 1. He was not able to actually win the game with it, but he has shown himself to be a force to be reckoned with having Tiger.
You know, some people could even dare say that first round with the side that he brought, it could be a test run, right? That kind of thing.
A test run.
A test run, a test drive, the real quick. Once you get the good feeling, you know, the kind of thing when you drive your first car, you get used to that new gear, then once you get used to it, it's just pretty much smooth driving.
You test drive it in the semifinals 1? Okay, Leonard, okay.
I mean,
gotcha.
That's the kind of confidence you gotta have, right, for such a team to represent. But of course, Resorte is gonna be our next follow-up player stats in Team Onyx. So far, by the way, this is actually one of the few times he was actually able to bring the Italian, mainly because of the fact that he always played around the lower Ninetales. Not just that, but also the Mew and the Leaf in here. His favorite Pokemon as the Speedster. But I guess in this case, where giving them possible race to a TMYS was a little bit too much, he actually opted to go steal the Inteleon for himself, which is actually a really good call. But I think what they didn't really expect is just another off pick with a Scyther here.
Yes, I think, and it's very punishing as well. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, enough chit chat from us. Let's head on straight to the draft here for game number 2. And we're going to begin with the banning phase, as both respective teams will be banning 1 Pokemon each.
Okay, the thing is this, right? Like I said, there was an option for ALR to go for the Slowbro for the final pick, right? And then not to say that he never played Slowbro before. He has played Slowbro before. But I think as a top laner, I don't think you really want to kind of switch things up for yourself here. That's why they opted to go for the BBQ. They definitely had a plan going in their last drafting. But now this time something has to be changed. Now, honest for the fact, they didn't want to give the ability of Inteleon to the side of Team MOS. So the safest way for them to do it is to ban the Inteleon and lock in the Umbreon for himself. And now there's some kind of security for both sides here. Very flexible defender here, and one of the few best to go for.
Yeah, now this gives a bit of opening for Team MYS. Of course, they were running Umbreons all day long. But of course, this time they're still going to be taking up the Hoopa as usual. Just that the only difference is that since they're actually having second pick, they can actually secure the second Pokemon together with that Hoopa, which is going to be a Blastoise. Now, it didn't work out so well for Yemu, and that encounter Rayquaza Pit because he was cleared out before he was able to actually rip off his Unite move, and we'll see if this time. But of course, it's still a win for Team MYS. It's just unfortunate in terms of he was actually just locked in position and he was not able to actually execute in any way. But Onyx gonna get themselves with Slowbro and the Glaceon here for the second and third pick.
It feels like we're slowly leading to a Leafeon selection going to be coming from their side, right? That kind of thing, because you have the Slowbro, and whenever there's a Slowbro, there's a potential Speedster that's going to be coming into the lineup of Team Onyx here. However, are they really confident in bringing the Leafeon? Not. Actually not. They decided to go a little bit of safety. You got an Esper for that nice early damage as well. And if the fight does go sideways, you have the Psychic Solari to really displace a lot of those, to disengage a lot of their opponent's team here, or be very offensive to really try to set things up to open up for your team side here. But of course, ALR, I'm pretty sure this has been a while, but finally seeing him to join the hype, literally the trend here, I guess you could say, with the Lucario.
Was ALR the one who actually played Lucario during the group stage?
I believe not, actually.
No, I forgot. I think there was actually a team that actually played Lucario in the group stage.
That was actually Team MYS. Actually.
MYS, alright. But of course, interesting enough.
And Sableye.
yes, of course, we remember this Sableye. But Team MYS getting that Delphox.
Oh yeah.
There as the final pick for their team, together with the Crustle. Gonna be interesting enough. 2 defenders over here. We have
quite a number of firepower coming up from both ends. Double evolutions, triple evolutions, in fact, coming up to Team Honest. So they're going to come online really, really fast. Now, this could be a big opportunity for them to actually punish Team MYS early on before basically two of the two-stage Pokemon is going to get online.
You know, here's the interesting part, right? This is especially looking from the items coming in from the Umbreon. It's going to be actually a support Umbreon coming from the sidelines here. But that just means he's going to go with Wish, right? I think he's actually going to go with Wish for that healing, right? But now they actually locked in with the Delphox. Now, here's the beauty about the Delphox, right? Not only does she have the necessary burst, although not the most popular one, but it somewhat fits in this kind of line, mainly because of the fact that there's not a lot of healing coming up from the Umbreon.
Yes.
Delphox is really great for mitigating some of those healings with her abilities as well. So, if you, with that little bit of healing, and to mitigate even more healing, you know the saying, 1 minus 1 is equals what? 0. I mean, of course, some healing will still go.
No, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that. I was so worried when you asked me that question. Is this a trick question? Should I answer it? But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. Game number 2. And as you know it, Team MYS have just won game number 1. Team Onyx needs to win this game to force a game number 3 upon Team MYS. And if Team MYS wins, they will be the winner for this series and will be getting that final ticket to Thailand for the ACL finals.
This is gonna be the moment, the real moment of truth. But then again, as you can see as well, Delphox, and as you know for Squirrel, Delphox is also in a much similar category where she also has multiple evolution stages as well. So EXP, I think we're gonna be seeing a little bit more calmer seas from the side of TMOS as they really want to try to focus on that EXP. Sure, there are gonna be a couple of confrontation. I think that's pretty much why they decided to lock the Crossel for their side, because they at least need someone to be that early pace to really slow things down, to be that big wall, and you're gonna ask for a more better wall to have this Crossel to play alongside with you. The Rock Tomb is fantastic, Aerial Denial. It does sets up for the Mew as well for the early poke, and also great Aerial Denial if anyone tries to attempt to escape for you, or even force out ability if necessary. I think that the fact that if the Crossel is able to force out like Unite moves from the Glacier with the Glacial stage, or an Eject Brother with the Rock Tomb alone, I think that's just like one of the best trades you could even ask for. But a massive KO to the bottom slide, and of course courtesy of both the Rock Tomb with the Mew combination. That is a lot of burst, a really nasty combination to deal with, especially.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough one for Team MYS. If Onyx decides to play very, very aggressive, which they actually can, with having this triple evolutions, it is going to be a very scary opening for Team MYS. And if they're able to actually hold their ground for all this, or if they possibly could actually own this early game, it's going to be great. But surprising enough, this time Umbreon got caught off guard in between two Pokemons from Team MYS at this current moment at the bottom lane. We do see rotations here by the Espeon. Rock Tomb holding Espeon in position, couldn't make it there, but forcing that eject as well. But here comes the chase by the Mew from behind, but it's not seeming that it's going to be enough to actually clear him out here from Team Onyx. We do see 4-man movement from Team MYS to the bottom lane here, up against 3 Pokemons for Team Onyx for defense. Meanwhile, at top lane, 2 from Onyx, 1 from Team MYS. But of course, they're going to be swapping up these lanes, putting a little bit of pressure here at the top lane, especially knowing since they actually have Iglesion over there, which would definitely be our main shift of attention. And they both actually got cleared out by the team members of Team MYS here at the top lane. That is quite a rotation coming in. Now this is the power actually having Hoopa here in your draft.
The thing is now they're finally showing asserting their dominance. They abided that time. They of course tanked the Team Onyx despite having really great early aggression coming out for them. They didn't really assert that aggression or dominance to the side of Team MYS. They are very thankful. They're being polite. Now they're going to return that favor in kind to showcase their full intention here. Really pressuring it out alongside with the Hooper in the front line, alongside with the Rock Tomb as well. Who's going to be able to secure it? Of course, nonetheless, Team MYS secures the Red Eyes. Now the entire fight comes to the mix. Rapid Speed is of course going to be doing a decent amount of damage. And of course, the poor Espeon. No way for the escape here with the Rock Tomb to secure and seal his fate. Once again thrown, and no chance for to even commit the eject button. He knows for sure that is not going to be the ideal place he wants to be in. They try to defend the goalpost, but there's just too much damage. Now it has begun. Team MYS slowly outscale their opponent's squad. Although yes, in terms of leveling, we see them slightly ahead for now, but for how long?
Wow, that's totally true right there, Leonard. Now that was insane. Now we've seen this Rock Tomb capturing one of these evolutions multiple times right now, forcing them to actually use the eject, because if they don't actually utilize it, it's either you have that or you can
can actually force yourself to actually be utilizing your Unite, where you can actually get a little bit of shields, recovery from that. But you really want to force yourself to actually be using that during that particular encounter. So the team members, Team Onyx, they have to be careful because there's going to be a lot of burst, a lot of CC coming up from Team MYS. Now, of course, Umbreon here getting chased and hands on the Mew, and he's going to be getting this takedown here at the central area and definitely going for more. We do see the Espeon together with this Slowbro at the bottom lane. This time, meanwhile, while all this is happening in the top lane, Glaceon gets it in the hand of the Delphox from Team MYS. And looking at the score, Leonard, 164 for Team MYS and 2 for Onyx. Quite a big gap over here. Now, Team Onyx, they need to find their place. They need to find their groove here in this game number 2. If not, their journey here will be over when making it to the ACL finals.
Oh, there's just so much nuking damage coming from the sideline here. You think Mew is a problem with the Delphox is also dishing out just equivalent amount of damage here. Can they try with the slow win? Can they melt away this Crustle? But he's just so beefy here. He's an absolute monarch. Although it did commit a Unite move. 4 members to finally melt down this wall here. But look on the other side, everyone has been pretty casual with their respective farm here. Although yes, they will have to surrender the Regieleki here for themselves. They tried to go for the attempt, but good dive into the Lucario as they were able to get on top of the Mew as well. But a very defensive serve all the way to safety to the rest of the squad. He has no choice but to forsake that KO and fall back for the reset. Now the reinforcement comes in. Now the re-engagement into the team fight here. Can they find some form of success? The Lucario tries to dive in. Sadly, the skill would not be able to connect. And none will fall. I spoke a little bit too soon. A beautiful snipe connection coming in from the Mew, from the sidelines here. Espeon wants to farm this Arterial family, but can he do it? A nice company with the mean look to try to lock them down in place, but here comes the Rapid Spin. Try to zone them out as much as possible here.
But a lot of trade deals happening here at the zone, but it does seem that there is a pause here from the admins. But we're not sure what the reasoning is behind all this, but probably once this is resolved, we will be right back with everyone who is inside the game. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, Team MYS is currently in the lead in terms of levels as well as points, as they are currently dominant in the exchanges between them and Team Onyx. Now, Team Onyx, things are not looking too well for them right out here. They need to actually get some points in for them.
Usually, okay, if we talk about just points alone, sure, I agree. But then again, there is still a potential because like all attackers, right, except for the Venusaur, of course. I feel Venusaur is a little bit too durable, right? But like all attackers, the Delphox and the Mew will still fall prey, especially if any all-rounder or anybody was able to get on top of them. They feel very uncomfortable, but they're not able to, when they're currently being disrupted, right, in any way. But they are easily picked off. They're very easy to be controlled here. Mew is great. You have that serve to really allow you to disengage out of the situation. But that Lucario is a little bit too fast for you. Even with the serve, he still was able to catch up towards the back line. But now here is the real concern. In terms of leveling wise, relatively close to each other, slightly ahead, of course, for the side of Team MYS here. But that final round, that requires up. Because right now Onyx is also playing a little bit safe. If we're talking about like in terms of securing requires Team MYS hands down has it a little bit better. But now they need to try to see if they can get really good positioning. Yeah. Their positioning really does count into the final spot here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to actually recover from this as well, because we're only 1 minute and 30 seconds away before Rayquaza actually appearing here in the match. Meanwhile, our attention's a little bit here at the bottom lane as Reggie still has appeared. And we do see 3 of the team members trying to clear him out of this. Now Reggie still is going to be at the hands of the Delphox, giving them application in terms of attack as well, especially attack buff. Chasing up from behind is going to be the Rapid Speed. Blastoise over here, screening out this Blastoise away. They managed to actually get the Lucario. They also managed to get the Espeon as well, and now they got themselves hand on that Slowbro, leaving out the Umbreon together with Glaceon here at the bottom lane. But of course, due to discipline, Team MYS will not be pursuing them any further and will not try to be too greedy and decided to back off and farming up more and more of these wild Pokemons here on the stadium.
Such a really bad call coming from Team Onyx. You do not have the range capabilities in terms of really outpoke them in terms of range. They also still re-engage into the fight where Team MYS had the lead. Not only when I talk about lead, I'm talking about the fact that they have the Registeel buff, the attack, especially attack bonuses in the hands of both Delphox and the Mew, and you still want to stick around. Let me tell you something, that is begging for punishment. So Team MYS getting another opportunity to dunk even more points, still breaking the stalemate here. But Lucario, of course, still trying to keep up with the necessary amount of level. Like, he's level 13 alongside with the Espeon and the Glacier is of which, by the way, he just also hit level 13 as well here. Positioning is so crucial for Onyx here. They do have the damage output. It's just whether they can get their hands on top of them. But then again, Yang, such a slippery bugger. At any given time, if they were to jump on top of any of their backline and damage dealers, Yang is always going to be there to ensure their safety here. You also need to deal with Yemu, who's constantly in your face as well. So it's like, there's so much things that needs to go right for Team Onyx to ensure this victory. If not, Team MOS in this final 1 minute left here, Flava, most likely will potentially walk out of this with a clean 2-0 and a spot in Thailand.
Now, Yemu, they did manage to actually clear out Yemu in the previous game itself, but still, MYS still took the win here in this game. Now, the burden of taking down this Rayquaza is going to be in the hands of Team Onyx. Meanwhile, we do see engagement here coming up from top side. Rapid speed being used by the Blastoise tries to get up, but big send home here by the Hooper. And going to be coming back fresh over here, so got to be really careful. Aura Spear being shoot out there here, but not be able to clear at anyone. But a good chase hitting off on, of course, the Unbound here by the Hooper. Meanwhile, Blastoise hitting up on the Glaceon here. So we was not able to actually connect to anyone at this current moment. Slowbro managed to juke out to the left. Meanwhile, all this chasing, hitting off on the Slowbro here by 3 of the Pokemons coming up from side of Team Onyx.
That's such a crazy rock top.
Unfortunately, they actually lose out with Slowbro a little bit more coming up from the Blastoise, but it's going to get punished here in the hands of the Umbreon. He's going to be the only one left standing here in Team Onyx here at the central area. Meanwhile, Glaceon has appeared back from the Pokemon Center. Is going to be returned back here to the central area to do a little bit of divine punishments on the team members, Team MYS, but will it be enough? Slowbro will be joining him in the next few moments. Now securing this Rayquaza pit from Team MYS at this current moment. There's no form of entry. The only play they can do is try to go for any form of scoring, but it's only 42 points here in the hands of the Glaceon, and that's not much here in the hands of Slowbro. We only left 20, and I doubt that is going to be enough.
Yang is ridiculous. Do you know how many times he made it hurt so much? That gives Yemo so much opportunity to be aggressive as much as possible and reset so many Unite moves. Final countdown. Yemo and Ice coming in with the crossover with the Rock Tomb as well, constantly punishing them. Even though they're losing a couple of players, but it just doesn't matter. There's not enough time. And once again, Team MYS ends their second round here without losing a single goalpost. But guess what, Flava? Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia, Singapore, rejoice as Team MYS brings it back and secure the final spot to Thailand.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that now it made things worse that the Hooper actually scored another additional 100 points there at the end as well for Team MYS. So just adding more points to their mix. And of course, as mentioned just now, congratulations to Team MYS. They are placed third here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Regional Southeast Asia. Yeah, by winning this match against Team Onyx in the losers of the semifinal segment. What a match.
I get it. It's so crazy to me because like it felt like this game really started to go wrong when you start giving all of their core Pokemon, like core Pokemon, right? To these Pokemon traders, you give them their core Pokemon, it's absolutely insane. You give Yang his Hooper. You give Nightmew Foxy his Mew, so you let Yemo go absolutely ham with the Blastoise. There's really nothing else you can do about it. Ice was just there to really be an absolute lad. That's just in case if Yemo was not in the picture. Don't even talk about HT, right?
Don't even talk about HT, like this guy.
His performance is all you need to see. That's the statement you need to hear alone. But of course, finally MVP, right? It's so difficult because first round, you see HT has so much impact, right?
Yeah.
Second round, sure, he's a nuisance with the Delphox, but that's where you saw Yang start to shine. Yang was really well timing with the Hooper with supports as well. Yemo being such a nuisance. What's your call, Flava?
Oh man, I also want to give credits to Nightmew Foxy because he was going crazy here with the Mew. When being given the opportunity, he can actually play some really high-class Mew plays here in the match as well. He was able to actually get some single pickoffs on his own here during the early as well as the mid-game segment of this game number 2. But if I have to give credit, I think probably Yang as well, because the thing is, being a Hooper player, you're more or less kind of like the playmaker and how things are about to unfold in matches, and he did quite well in actually using this one as well. So Yang, congratulations for this one. I think personally, I do want to give you for this.
It was such an amazing route for me, right? And like there were so many things that was really happening. It felt like it was just scripted, right? Coming from both sides here, like. everyone was the protagonist. Everyone was just trying to find their way to really get into the side itself, but just couldn't find that chance. Like even coming for the side here of Risotto, right? With the Espion pick, I wasn't really too sure about it. Like there was a grand idea. There's possibly even a grand plan, a grand idea, right? Where you have this really early game comp that's really coming into the mix. Early games against this late game right now, because you're fighting into both the Delphox and Blasters with the multi evolution Pokemons, right? But they just couldn't find that opening. Ice just kept roaming around. Nightmew Foxy kept applying a little bit too much pressure to that bottom lane. It didn't really give them an opportunity to really somewhat decide like which area do we want to engage upon. Like they lost control of that center area. They couldn't even find a way to get into one of those objectives. Look at that graph, my god!
My god. I think this is actually quite similar to the first matches out. There was no room for Team Onyx to actually overtake Team MYS at any point in the game in terms of points.
Yeah, seriously,
it's the same.
The first 4 minutes, like maybe not for the 4. The first 2 minutes here, they should have that opportunity, but they just didn't have it, right? You suddenly out of the blue at the bottom lane, you have this really nice rotation coming to allow that dwellable to become the crosser, right? Then suddenly out of the blue, you have a both Mew and the crosser in the lane to go toe-to-toe with the Espion. And if I'm not mistaken, first KO was also secured at the bottom side.
Yes.
I'm not sure what can they actually do at that time here.
I mean, you're looking at Crustle together with Mew, and to make...
It's a nasty combo.
It's a very nasty combo. You're forced your hand to actually use your reject to actually make an escape, and if you don't actually make any form of escape, you still get cleared out. So basically, in that position, it's kind of tight for you. And in multiple occasions, you get caught off with that Rock Tomb, which is quite a pain to handle with as well. Here in the bottom lane, of course, as usual, the Secure coming on from the Mew from the Electro Ball. Looking at the whole context of the game, you do expect that Team Onyx need to be the one who's dominant here at the early game. But that was not really the scenario. They were actually struggling going up against MIS. Now, the thing is, you're not supposed to see them in an equilibrium at this point. It should be them, and basically this will be the time when MYS try to do catch up. Now, if you give that opportunity for Team MYS to get online really, really fast at early stages of the game, it's going to be very problematic. That even if you have the evolutions online earlier on, but you give all the space to Team MYS, basically there's not much you can actually do right at that point. And looking at this Mew, he is punishing Team Onyx left, right, front, and center throughout this whole match itself, which gives even more reason for Nightmare Foxy to just secure that Mew whenever possible, which is pretty standard. When we look at Team MYS, they always pick this Mew during their second pick phase, which is pick number 3 as well as number 4, or pick number 4 or 5 for the team as well, because there's not really a rush to it. Nightmare Foxy can also play with other Pokemons as well, which fits into dealing what the enemy team has offered during the draft phase.
Dude, like, even just seeing these highlights once again, right? It just felt like they just couldn't find the next amount to open it. But most importantly, everyone really did their part. Everyone was really prepped for the very first objective.
Look at that rock.
That's what I'm saying. It's the most insane rock tomb you could ever get. You really locked them in a very specific area. There's no way for them to run. It's perfectly lined up for that, for Nightmare Foxy to literally have the time.
That's a nightmare. You don't want to deal with the Cross who's able to actually execute those kind of plays in a high level championship, especially when we look at something like what we're seeing today itself. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion of that match, the game number 2, Team MYS wins the series with a score 2-0 against Team Onyx in this series. And as mentioned before, they are going to be the third and the final team representing Southeast Asia to the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League Southeast Asia region. And of course, before we continue on further, let's have a look at our teleprompter. Yeah, basically our drawing with Leonard and Flava here for what has happened in that game between Team MYS and Team Onyx.
All right. Well, we're gonna before I start the slow motion thing, right? Okay, we're about to go into the Matrix, right? I want everyone to keep on track of the fact that we're just seeing Yemo, right? Yemo was playing the Blasters, right? He's been in an absolute role, right? This Rock Tomb was committed to force a couple of reject buttons coming from the side of the team here. Although he's getting relatively low, even the Glacial stage was somewhat committed to try to melt this guy, right? The whole point of Yemo being so frontal with this is the fact that to see if he can try to foster a couple of more Unite moves in this kind of process, right? Because of the fact that merely of the existence of Yang. Yang plays such a crucial role here. He's literally the king. Let me try to draw a crown here. Okay, he's literally the king of the entire squad. He's literally the one that's stabilizing a lot of his teammates here. He can allow them to be as aggressive as possible, and of course ensuring their entire safety. And now I'm going to slowly play this in really slow motion, right? Wait, hold on. Wait. Wait, hold on, it's not. Alright,
Yeah.
there it is. So the slow motion, every time, the minute he gets solo, Yang just brings him all the way back, resets the entire situation, right? While waiting for it to really send him back, he gets the necessary healing, resets, comes back into the fight in a really opportune position. And once again, Glacier and the slow run, I'm going to pause again. I know it's a little bit, you can barely see them, but once again, he returned to a spot to once again really gatekeep this only entrance into the Rayquaza pit. The Glacier and Slow Road is currently out of commission. The Espeon has no choice but to do this massive rotation towards this entrance to try to back up the rest of the squad. Lucario was able to get nicely to the back line. He sees an opportunity to get his gun on top of HT. He even pops up the Aura Spear to try to do maximum amount of damage. But at the same time, he is also concerned about Yang. Yang is currently in a position to literally getting ready to support either his teammates here or here at any single time and at a moment's notice here. Now I'm just going to continue to play this, not in slow-mo anymore. I think we can a little bit fast-place this a little bit slightly. Orosius comes in, eject button also committed. And by the way, let me tell you something. Eject button was committed on the side of Delphox, and then eject button was also committed for Lucario to try to get it nice and close. Now he is no longer able to close the distance between the Delphox, and he's still chasing him, by the way. Still chasing him down. The Espeon is here to try to dish out the mountain as much damage as possible. The Umbreon is also keeping him in place, but guess what? As a support or a defender, your job is to try to divert attention as much as possible here. And what better way to ensure to have not only one of the damage dealers, but even the Umbreon, who's in charge of actually trying to lock down most of these cores.
Yes.
So now him out of the picture, and knowing Yang itself, there is no CC on both the Espeon or the Umbreon. Really, there's nothing at all. So no matter how low they can try to burst out Yang, at any given time, he is going to pop that Hooper Unbound to get back to base to safety for the reset. Teleports in, teleport back, but guess what? He brings in fresh reinforcement, fresh from the battle for a third round to clean up house of the rest of the squad here. And what's even better? This Rockton. This positioning.
Oh, this one.
Absolutely perfect. I'm not sure whether you guys noticed it, but Ice actually, I forgot whether he actually eject button or fall back, but either way, he went for this really massive wraparound to have a perfect angle for a rock to lock them all here. It was absolutely perfect. And stacking on top of the Hoopa ability, Hoopa Unbound, is pretty much all said and done.
All said and done. Yeah, that's true. I mean, great execution here coming. So many great highlights to actually be mentioned over here. Remember the match itself, but the crossbow making such big rotation coming in from behind. That requires a little bit of effort as well, but you're required to actually get in such a position because you want to angle up with Rock Tomb, right? So that's exactly what he did right there.
It's such a what a series. Really, what a series. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we just got a call from our production team as well. We have an interview prep for you guys. Of course, nonetheless, it is Ice once more from Team MYS. Ice, buddy, congratulations for securing the final spot to go to Thailand. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling happy and not really sad.
What?
It's still a shock that we lost to Thailand. Like, I mean, my friends told me I was unlucky, but I think like if we just play better, we would have won easy 2-0, maybe even 2-1. I think it's ridiculous that.
Was there any particular reason that match particular with the Scyther that didn't really go according to plan? Like anything particular?
I think most likely, I think this is true. Like in Pokemon Unite, if not all 5 players are very strong not all 5 players are strong in that match, you always have a chance of. And that's the case for our team, which is, I don't know. I think my team most of I think strong, but that match we fumbled. So of course everyone like me, I should have played a lot better. I should have played better, but.
Oh man.
Honestly, Ice, I think you guys did a really great job. But then again, I am still very curious. Right? Is Scyther that kind of like a fallback plan for you guys, or is it just something that you just decided to be very unorthodox with?
For us, our jungle player can play everything, or almost everything. So that we always do that when we do our drafts. So we thought Scyther was a good pick there, and it probably is a good pick, as you can see. And Foxy, we won bot lane in that match, and then our jungle came and took the lead from us, and then me and him went top together, and then we snowballed the lead. That's why you saw him level 10.
Yes.
But we after that, and we misplayed.
Right.
Yeah, I really want to talk a little bit about that as well, because when you brought in Scyther for that game number 3 and we were like Trill, I said, oh, okay, you're going to bring Scyther. It's quite a risk because quite fragile. At the same time, of course, you dish out a lot of damage over there. Now, after snowballing through, right, during that particular match, unfortunately, your team members got picked off one by one in that Rayquaza attempt for game number 3. So what actually happened during that time? How was the comms between everyone during that moment?
I don't really remember, but I think we tried to pause and then we didn't end up pausing. Not really because of the admin's fault. It's not really the admin's fault. But, Foxy was having some ping issues, so we kind of like lost in thought. As in, like, we lost our momentum because Foxy griefed us. Internet griefed us. So everyone just got distraught at like 2 minutes. So we just got picked off. Right. And everyone, because when Foxy got caught, honestly, I think it's okay. But then when Yemu got flash grabbed, I thought our Blissey was gonna unite him, and then we will start a team fight there. But he didn't have plans to unite him, so
right.
Like we were just getting picked off one by one, and it looked very bad.
Right. Okay, Ice, I do have one question, right? Like usually, especially now, you already secured your spot in Thailand, right? And you definitely need to do a couple more preparation as well, right? To go towards it in the next 2 weeks. When you're usually practicing your comps or scrim with other teams, right? How do you usually like choose the team you practice with, really? Or is there like
a minimum requirement on who gets to scrim with you guys?
I think the first requirement is that we're not gonna play the team in the near future.
Right.
So like for example, don't scrim them at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second is both teams has to respect each other, because I think if there's like too huge a gap of level between both teams, one team will eventually start trolling, and then both scrims will be inefficient for both teams. Like the scrim will be inefficient for both teams.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so Ice, thank you so much for your time. But before you leave, can you give one last shout out to your fans and friends who are here currently supporting you?
I didn't expect. Okay, so thanks for. Technically, like we lost. By the way, I just want to slip this in. I feel like there should have been a loser bracket. This like it's bullshit. Like we like compared to Talent lost two series or 1 series.
Yeah.
And then somehow we're third. That's ridiculous. Again, so it's not fair at all. Okay, but thanks to our fans. I know there are some like Malaysian fans that supported me on Instagram and Twitter. After I joined MYS, I'm really thankful for my family. Thanks, Mom, for supporting me as usual. And also, I saw on Twitter a lot of teams, a lot of opponents or Japanese people also support us. So thanks for you guys' support as well. It means a lot to me. But unfortunately, today we didn't play to our best standards, and maybe we there was a lot of things that we could have changed if either one person played better or we maybe prep better in draft. It could have been different.
Right.
Anyways, we'll do our best. Make sure it doesn't happen.
All right.
Because hopefully we'll see. It will be in the finals, I guess.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much, Ice.
Thank you for speaking your mind. Thank you for being very honest. And we truly enjoy this review together with you. We do hope to see you at the ACL finals. We'll see you in Thailand.
Shout out to Rice. You guys better fucking do.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, like no, this is what you call passing down the wheel of fire, right? It's like, like, hey, the very team that put us here, I hope you Rise, you have a responsibility to take that clean 2-0. The wheel of fire has been passed to you, Team Rise. Will you answer the call? We shall see. But of course, thank you, once again, thank you so much to Team MOS to secure, not only are they in 3rd place here, but also securing that 3rd spot to Thailand. Of course, let's just quickly go through. If you have no idea who Team MOS is, which I can't believe you guys don't know them, you should know. They are Yang, Ice, HT, Yembo, and of course, Night Mew Foxy.
Yeah, congratulations, guys. You guys have made it. It's of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done yet. Before we go in further into with our day itself, let's have a look at the updated bracket here after the conclusion of the match between Team MYS and Team Onyx here for the Southeast Asia League Day number 3 at the main bracket itself. Now, Team MYS making it into the final 3, which means that they'll be third place going to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. And of course, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the finals here for the Southeast Asia League featuring Team Talent PH representing the Philippines and Team Rise representing Indonesia. Now, this is definitely going to be something interesting. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have the honors to welcome back our very own magical Danelie here to the casting table for this finals match itself. Danny, welcome back.
Thank you. I didn't realize I was a fairy type.
Yeah.
All right, so this one's going to be a really exciting one because everyone looks forward to those grand final matchups. And it's a pretty unexpected one as well. Everyone thought MYS was going to make it to the grand final, and it was either going to be whoever makes it through. It's not MYS.
Yes, not MYS.
It is Talon PH
Yes.
coming in with the surprise knockout of MYS, going up against Rise. Now, this one's a pretty interesting one to me because in the group stage, MYS beat Rise. But
Yes.
for Talon PH to beat MYS, does that mean Talon PH is the stronger team? Or is it maybe a play style issue between the teams? And maybe we're looking at a circle of life situation here.
Yep, and all this will be answered very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, let's have a look at this interview video just for you. Have a look.
The country I've been keeping an eye for is from Singapore, Malaysia region, which is Team MYS. We have fought them before in other tournaments, and we win sometimes, lose sometimes. And I think right now they are the strongest team in Asia.
Japanese meta is very interesting. They are very unique. I always love to see them play in the tournament, and I love to fight them.
Indonesia first, because I believe that not only we have two very strong teams from Indonesia who will be participating in ACL, which is us and Team Onyx, but we also have the most active tournament scene in Southeast Asia, I believe.
I love that confidence coming up from E. You're definitely putting Indonesia here on the stage. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the final series of the day. It is going to be Team Rise, Indonesia's Open first place winner and second seeded in the group stage, up against Philippine champions or Open first place winners, Talon PH. Now, of course, Danelie, please do the honors of introducing these two amazing teams and who the lineup comprise of.
Let's start with Rise here. We're going to start with the captain of the team for Indonesia. We have Eeyore, Dev, Zoe, AxQ, and Iluna. And on the opposite side, Talon PH, we have RBX, Sync1, Dylan, KY, and Leb. We're looking at two very talented teams as well, with very established rosters and players. They have proven themselves in the past. Neither of them are underdogs. They are very, very strong teams that have both participated at the World Championships, with only a couple players not being there. But does that really mean anything? I don't think so with how well they're doing.
Yep, and that's true. And they definitely have proved it here. Not just during the day number 3 main bracket itself, but even during the group stage itself, they are the best that Southeast Asia can offer, which is also more proven as they have made it here to the finals. And something to highlight is that both these teams are actually the second seeded teams in respective groups, and they have made it here to the finals, as both of them have actually knocked down the first seeded teams from respective groups over to the so-called loser bracket semifinals bracket just a while ago. And of course, this is a little bit of a report card for the teams, starting off with Team Rise on some of the numbers of the average damage being dealt, taken, as well as recovery. And of course, we do see some pretty nice picks here from Team Rise. Some of the interesting ones we do see is Sylveon, which usually happen for Team MYS early on. And rather than favoring more on the Clefable, they're more leaning towards the Blazion instead.
Yes. Now let's take a look at Talent PH's stats here and do a bit of a comparison between these two teams because they do run vastly different play styles.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure if anyone has taken note here, but the difference between Talon and Rise's stats are pretty significant. So on average, Rise was doing about 200,000 damage dealt, whereas Rise was, well, look at Talon, 300,000. So this is a team that is hyper aggressive, wants to fight, wants to do damage because average damage taken is also higher than Rise's on average. The recovery between both teams is more or less exactly the same. So Talon love to fight. Rise are a bit of a team that likes to ramp, but we have seen them match the energy of Onyx and MYS in the past as well. So maybe Rise's playstyle will actually do better against Talon PH's.
Yep, we've seen how Rise actually adapt to situations, able to actually be on par with people who really want to progress, who really want to fight in team fights and all here. And we will see later on. Now, of course, it might be different. We'll see how they want to approach game, the first game itself. Second, it could be defensive, and it all boils down to the kind of draft that they want to execute as well. If they get online real fast, that's probably the way that they want to actually play it, just to match the energy on what Talon PH has to offer. So, gotta be careful because these two teams, we've seen them from start to finish. It's been a long 3 weeks progress, and they are definitely going to be bringing the A game here in this final best of 3 series. The first out of 2 to actually win 2 games will be crowned the winner and champion here for the regionals of Southeast Asia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Danelie, Productions given the cue. We're jumping into game number 1, and we're going to begin with a banning phase from both ends.
And it looks like first pick is going to go in favor of Rise. So the bans are looking like Buzzwole for Rise, whereas Talon PH are going to be removing the Umbreon. So a couple of Pokemon that are going to be opened up because of these bans. Buzzwole, the hard counter to Blastoise. That's going to be something that these teams are looking for. Rise do love to run that Blastoise for dev, so possibly a first pick option for this team. Now, for Talon PH to get rid of the Umbreon, Umbreon is a hard counter to a lot of speedsters, to a lot of Pokemon that want to go for those backline flanks. Mean Look is just nasty. So with that out of the pool, that is going to open up a lot of really quick attackers for that central lane.
Yeah, but now the option, there's quite a vast amount of options here. More will be answered on once they've actually cleared at least the first segment of the draft from both ends. Now, this is a big option with Talon PH. They might just be locking in that Blastoise for themselves. Amazing Pokemon. Since its entry into Pokemon Unite, you have an amazing Unite move that is very, very important to be utilized, especially during the Rayquaza segment here in the game. Now, we've seen this being played a lot over here. Crustle. Now, Rock Tomb has been a hot move here, being utilized as Crustle here at week number 3 for the regionals itself. And now also pairing up with the Crustle is going to be the Glaceon.
This is also a deny pick as well because Talon themselves do love to run that Glaceon as well. But Sync 1 actually going to pivot back to the Venusaur. First one we're going to be seeing today. Pretty interesting choice because Dylan is also going to be on that Inteleon. So far, the build looks like it might be the Solar Beam build, but he might change his items later on. We're not 100% sure. But the final 2 picks here for Rise, it's going to be that Mimikyu and the Leafeon. So Rise want to play quick. They want to have fast evolving Pokemon, whereas for Talon, they're going to take a little bit of time because they have 3 Pokemon with 3-stage evolutions.
Oh wow, that's going to take a little bit of time for them to actually get online, and given such a situation, Rise is definitely going to be capitalizing this at the early stages of the game. If you see, they have 2 evolutions here from the right side of Rise. They have the Glaceon together with the Leafeon, and once they get online level 4, they're definitely going to be punishing these Pokemons coming on from the side of Talon PH. And it does seem that the draft is complete here, coming up from both ends. We do have one defender coming up from Team Rise here, which is going to be the Crustle up against 2 defenders from Team Talon PH, the Slowbro together with this Blastoise coming up from the end from Talon PH. Now, this is going to be interesting enough. Now, talking about that Venusaur, right? Since they actually already kind of have 2 defenders from their end, so it's quite safe for him to actually go for an Acid Spray together with the Solar Beam. Packs huge amount of damage here, but if executed well. But knowing that, I don't think Team Rise is going to be giving them quite an opening. Probably they want to catch him in the back end, and they also have to be mindful of the Inteleon as well, which is going to be sniping from time to time.
Yeah, it could also at the same time be that Giga Drain solar beam build. We've seen that quite a lot actually being
for a little
popularized.
bit of recovery, yeah.
Not just for the recovery, but also just for the cooldown as well. So it's something to consider. We will take a look later on as these Pokemon level up. But game number 1 is going to begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand final for the Southeast Asia qualifiers for the offline finals. Winner of this match will get the first seed and also the first place prize just for this league stage. Most important thing though for these two teams, they've qualified. Let's get that seeding and a big chunk of prize money.
Oh wow, invasion over here coming on from the side of Team Rise, and it does seem that we do see this signal here coming from the end, but it does seem a little bit assistant here for Hooper on the Bulbasaur on the side of Talon PH.
Just wanting to make sure there's no harassment.
Yeah, just in case. We just provided a little bit of support. You know, of course, amplifying the speed of you clearing out these wild Pokemons at the same time as well. Top lane here with Mimikyu together with the Clefairy, the Squirtle, and the Hooper on the side of Talon PH. I believe aggression-wise, coming on from both ends, highly unlikely that any trade-offs will actually happen unless we do see rotation here coming on from the middle segment Pokemons like the Glaceon or even the Ivysaur from the side of Talon PH. So it's great to actually have this Ivysaur coming in online real fast as he's able to actually get his main abilities here for himself even before actually getting himself to Venusaur. Meanwhile, the bottom lane is definitely going to be this Glaceon here at the bottom lane, putting in a pressure towards Team Talon PH. Waiting for a little bit scoring. Oh, a little bit more. Sobble trying to make his game. Unfortunately, he falls in the hand of this Leafeon. He's going at level 6. Oh, Solar Blade in the face, but stopping him in his tracks, forcing that eject. But Leafeon is ready on standby with that Leaf Blade just in case you actually utilize that well. A little bit more. Was not able to actually catch him. Hooper as well right here, Danelie.
Look, Rise are ready to fight. They already said from the get-go, from the draft, we know you have multiple evolutionary Pokemon. So what we're going to do, we're going to capitalize on that early game whilst you're still weak. We're going to beat you down before you ever have a chance of really fighting into us, because the early game is where Rise is really going to benefit in these fights. Now we are at the 8-minute mark. We've got the spawns in the central lane, and I think most of it is going to go in the way of Rise. Talon not really in a position to attack this at all because they're dealing with a Crustle.
Yeah. That's not going to be an easy thing, so it's going to be time consuming as well. It's quite durable. Meanwhile, here at the bottom lane, they do find this Slowbro, but I don't think they actually have the damage to go from it. But saying, trying to send them back as well. They are going to be losing one here at the bottom lane.
This Sobble is level 4 Flava. This is a really tough game, unfortunately, for Dylan. Now, let's be realistic. Dylan, in his previous games, has had a relatively safe lane, was uncontested. Now, Rise realizing the importance of Dylan, putting so much pressure on him. Now I'm kind of wondering what's going to be the contingency plan here for Talon. Is Sync 1 going to be enough? Great body blocks from that Slowbro just to make sure that Venusaur does not get KO'd. But are they going to lose that Slowbro as well? RBX, no! Cut down with that Solar Blade.
Well, coming close to...
They're rising fast.
Oh, they're definitely rising fast right here. Danelie almost coming close to the goalpost, trying to grab a little bit shield for himself, was not able to actually do so here. But this is definitely what Team Rise need to get here at these early stages of the game, because they know that they actually have the advantage here by playing in the early segments of the game. Now, we do have the Blastoise from the top lane. It's already a Venusaur already coming off from Team Talon PH. Meanwhile, Mimikyu getting cleared off here in the hands of the Blastoise, but they are chasing it down here with a huge Solar Beam coming from behind. Now, Rock 2 closing on the path for his own teammates as well, so they're not able to continue pursuit here on the Clefable. They know he's here. Now, not really a good place to be, holding up in the position using Telekinesis. Solar Beam, but then they follow him a little bit. Now, but he's going to be taken down by the boost attack coming on from the Venusaur. Rock 2 once again stopping in the tracks, but Slowbro is able to actually do a little bit of scoring here in the face of Team Rise. But what's going to happen? Solar Blade has to utilize it, but it's going to be enough, saving the Venusaur away back to the Pokemon Center, but he's going to be returned back using the jump from the base. Meanwhile, things are not done here, Danelie. SLT saying now with the Glaceon. Additional damage hitting off on the
Spears.
This time, it's going to be the Slowbro. Gets cleared out in the hands of Team Rise.
These fights have been so cleanly executed by Rise. Their positioning, we saw multiple times that the fact that Axeq is able to get those final last hits, Eeyore ejecting into an aggressive position so that Talon can't body block those Icicle Spears. Talon are slowly losing control of this game, and Rise, if they can keep this up, they will build up a very big extended lead and leave Dylan behind. Dylan is slowly catching up, however. He's level 9 on that Inteleon, and the game is not over yet. We haven't seen any big unites connecting for Talon PH, but if things keep going like this, it could be pretty disastrous as 3 Pokemon have been KO'd on Talon. They just can't keep up with all this pressure.
I think they need to regroup back and rethink on how they want to approach these team fights. Because
They need to regroup, yes.
They need to regroup, most definitely, because if they keep throwing us up, yeah, Typhoon is over there, but there's no follow-up. It's just a safety Typhoon to actually prevent himself together with the Slowbro getting picked off here in the hands of Team Rise. Now, no Typhoon for a set period of time. And so knowing this, Team Rise, they are in good hands to approach this Reggie Lecky at the top lane, and he's going to be Sakura even commit with the Unite as well, but will be taken down in hands of the Mimic here at the top lane. Meanwhile, we do see the screening coming on from this Crustle. Putting him in place is going to be the Slowbro together with the telekinesis, but there's no follow-up from the teammates. But Hoopa did manage to actually send his teammates together with himself back to Pokemon Center, and they're going to be coming back fresh new cuts over here, but things are not over yet.
They can't get KY.
They don't even have enough damage over here. Still chasing down on the Crustle, and he decided that, you know what, go back home.
Good stuff coming in from Talon. KY just dancing all around those Rise supports. Dev, though, is on the run. This Mimikyu is trying his best, but it looks like his Shadow Sneak can't connect onto anything. He's trying his best. He's juking everything, but the boosted from the Slowbro will finally end him in his tracks.
I thought he was going to enter the goalpost to try to get a little bit of shields. But then I'm guessing that he was also trying to juke the snipe shots coming out from Inteleon at the same time as well. But bottom lane, Danny, things are looking interesting here with the Reggie steal.
Yeah, so Rise, unfortunately, they're going to give that bottom objective away because the team is just not in position to contest at all. But are they looking to go for that wraparound? Because both of the attackers on Talon, the Leafeon and that Glaceon, they are in that central lane. It looks like they're just going to recover, get their experience, and get ready to go, because we are looking at a pretty big lead here on the side of Rise. 13 for AxeQ, 11, now 12 on both the Glaceon and that Mimikyu. I think Rise, they're just trying to make sure that they can get as big as they possibly can and then continue on with all of this pressure that they're applying on Talon PH. Because so far, the fact that they've not given them any room to breathe, Talon have not been able to have any bit of quiet time to just focus on farming those wild Pokemon, getting their levels and getting ready for that last 2-minute stretch. We've got 1 minute to go before we are going to be seeing Rayquaza pop up and potentially the end of that game. Rise cannot afford to fumble now because, again, they're still running this early game lineup. They're still not in the clear. All it takes is one team fight to end it for Rise.
Yeah, that's true. And when we're talking about team fight, Talon PH has a lot to offer. They have the Venusaur, they even have the Blastoise as well, and some sniping action coming on from the Inteleon. So how is Team Rise going to be approaching this next segment of the match, which is going to be happening in the next 25 seconds? It is going to be Rayquaza appearing here at the central area of this stadium. Now, it's a little bit quiet, I would say, because both teams, they know they need a little bit of space to clear out some of the wild Pokemons. Meanwhile, Team Rise has their hands a little bit full.
Look at all the wild Pokemon Rise have access to. There are so many they can try and quickly get rid of, but look, 3 seconds to go. It's time to get into position. Now, the thing is, Reggie and Lecky did go into that top goal zone, but Talon have nobody in position to go for an aggressive score. And Talon are still behind on points. But we're looking at a potential flank here. AxeQ sitting towards the southern side of that map there. Illuna is at half health. Oh, that Solar Beam getting rid of that Crustle. They will also just go for the reset there onto RBX, and now it's go time here for Talon PH. They're going to flush out Rise, start attacking that Rayquaza. It's time to go, and Eeyore's going to be throwing in all those Icicle Spears, but all it took was a Slow Beam. Leafeon, though, Emerald Step doesn't even finish its animation, and Rise have fallen with 3 Pokemon. We're down to Crustle as well as Depth. Can this Mimikyu make for some magic happen? That might actually be the case. They do get the telekinesis, but Dev, this Mimikyu is on a rampage!
Oh, chasing out, it's going to go with the end, but going on the surf. Going to extend a little bit of time on his life over there, but no, you're not going anywhere, as the Rock is going to be blocking up your path and making the 4 KO streak in the hands of Mimikyu here at the central area, giving a lot of opportunity for the remaining team members of Team Rise to come back into this team fight. They have all their team members here. 15 seconds on the clock here for the Blastoise for Team Talon PH. But nobody has any Unite at this current moment right now. And the one securing the last hit on the Rayquaza will be the Leafeon over here, and they need to go for a little bit scoring for the end. They are currently in the lead with an extra of 18 points at the current moment, and it does not seem like Talent PH members are in position to do any form of scoring to the side of Team Rise.
Dev, MVP, came in, cleanup crew with Illuna, saving the game for Rise. That Mimikyu, I have never seen this Pokemon do so much work in such a critical situation for the Indonesian squad. Talon PH, they've got to be scratching their heads thinking, what have we done? We have let this Mimikyu go absolutely ham and crush us during this Game 1 fight that should have been ours.
They had it in the bag. Let's put it this way. They had it in the bag. And
They did.
And they lost the bag.
They lost the Mimikyu.
Oh man, that Mimikyu.
Everything looked like it was collapsing for Rise, right? Because
Yeah.
we saw Illuna got clipped and Zoe also got caught in the fire, right? Illuna down, Zoe was half. Dev and Eeyore and Axeq had to go. Eeyore was the first to fall because he got caught with that slow beam. Then Axeq came in. Emerald two-step. He was literally mid-air as he got KO'd. And then we saw the little tiny Mimikyu come in. Illuna came in a little bit later. That Mimikyu.
Oh yeah.
He was I don't know what he was. He was the biggest man in the room and no one saw him coming.
While Dev was actually in invulnerable mode, at the moment it gave a lot of opportunity for Leonard to actually make his way towards the other remaining members coming from Talent PH. Now,
Play
you're
rough.
right. Yeah, so the
Play
thing is...
rough OP.
Oh man. This is...
Look, okay, here's the thing. If you're Talon PH, do you ban Mimikyu? Because I don't think Mimikyu was the issue this game.
It wasn't.
The issue this game was definitely Eeyore and Axeq. Glaceon and Leafeon doing a lot during the early game. Dev was there too.
Early game, mid game, yeah, it was all of them. And then
But
Dev,
it just came down to that late game.
Dev, it made him look like some superhero, you know, for...
He just put
Yep.
on his cape.
Yeah, he's like the Indonesia hero, and then he took all the credit at the end. It's like, hey guys, it was me.
He's like, all right, teman-teman, I'm coming in.
And Eeyore is like, wait a minute, me and the XU did most of the work. You just swoop in and took all the credit of you. Of course, it's a team effort. I do admit to it. I think Team Talent PH did not see this coming as well.
No.
Since everybody has committed everything in that team, and nobody had any more unites at that particular segment itself. It wasn't so much about Mimikyu clearing the Pokemons coming on from Team Talent PH, but buying enough time for Team Rise to come back and do cleanup on the Rayquaza, and also just securing the win for Team Rise over here.
And we need to go back to that highlight. I think everyone that is watching that game, we have to go back and see the mayhem that was Dev. The cleanup crew, the cleanup brothers, Dev and Illuna, just grabbing out the mop from the cleaner's corner, putting on their little janitorial outfits.
Yep.
Cleaning up Talon PH. All right, guys, shop's closed. Gotta leave now. Bye-bye.
Let's do a little bit cleanup, of course, ladies and
Jeez.
gentlemen.
But we do also need to give props to Rise for a fantastic early game as well, because
Fantastic.
they could have let Talon PH have their game, macro for that late game. And
Yeah.
they didn't. They still managed to keep their level advantage, and sure, they did have that mishap starting the beginning of that Rayquaza fight, but the level difference, I think that was really what set the two teams apart.
Yeah, you're having troubles dealing with the Leafeon because on the melee segment, he's also dealing loads of damage with the Leaf Blade, and you have really no one to actually handle this Glaceon. He was just dancing around in his dancing shoes, just dishing out damage over and over again from range. Which create a lot of problem itself. So when you have this Leafeon together with the Glaceon combo, it's a little bit too much to handle as well. Now this is when things look very positive on the side for Team Talent. It seemed like they had everything in the bag. You see there, clearing out the Leafeon.
Right.
They got the Glaceon. They got the main course already
Here's
together
Dev.
with the Cleefable.
Here's Dev.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
He's getting into position. Now the thing is, right, you can't blame Talon PH either because they want the Rayquaza. They need to win. But Illuna, the setup, the Dev follow-up, brilliant. So clean. Saving the game for Rise. What could have been a loss.
It could, yes, it could have been a loss. I think I would have freaked out if I was actually Team Rise. Looking at the situations that, man, we are going down hard. But of course, I did anticipate this to actually happen. Looking at the unites actually for Team Talent PH itself, they look like they can actually execute better when it comes to a big team fight for their end, and that's exactly what happened. It was just unfortunate after they've expanded everything, they don't have any more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think another thing that we kind of saw in that replay, but let's take a look at Iluna's profile because this man does deserve some attention here. But one of the big things that really set that fight up as well was the fact that Talon actually clumped up in front of a Crustal.
Yes.
And this is an X-Scissor Crustal as well. So all Iluna had to do was to buy time for Dev to do his thing. X-Scissor, just stun Talon up, prevent them from jumping onto Dev, and everything would be good to go. Now, the fact that Iluna just rates himself as just a 3 across the board, he definitely deserves more than a 3.
This guy is too humble. I mean, like, I think more credit needs to be given to this guy. And of course, his goal is to become a world championship. Whew. Quite a big one.
Look, he's been to Worlds, and I think after attending Worlds, he is hungry to prove himself. Now, the same with RBX. RBX has also actually been to Worlds, and for RBX, this is what I want Iluna to do. Okay, 5 stars across the board. Defenders are the backbone of their teams.
That's true. That's true. And that is very important because without defenders, your attackers are not able to actually be in a very safe spot for you to actually execute initial damage towards your opponent itself. So thank you so much, defenders, and thank you so much, support, for your great contributions to the nation. RBX,
And our pubs.
Yeah, and our pubs.
All right, so let's take a look at Iluna's stats, and then we are going to be looking at RBX's stats just to sort of take a look and see what the difference is between these two players. Starting with Iluna, he's been getting away with so many Umbreon picks. I feel like this has been a mistake for teams going up against
Somebody
Rise.
has to stop him.
Stop this man. But now we have to think, okay, which one's worse, his Crustal or his Umbreon?
Yeah, when you stop his Umbreon, yeah, you give him way to actually beat the Crustal. And even if that is not even an option, he still has to slow bro at the same time as well. And he does excel at these Pokemon, so I guess at one point you don't really have a choice. You still have to allow one of them to actually be out there in hands of Luna.
All right, let's take a look at RBX's stats here and see what the difference is between these two players, 16, 24. And it looks like, actually, just looking at the stats alone, Iluna do rock slightly higher stats across the board. So slightly higher average damage, slightly higher damage taken. But we are looking at 2 very different pools of Pokemon as well, right? So the 2 most picked for RBX is actually Slowbro and Blastoise, but mostly Slowbro for this man.
Yeah, the thing about Slowbro as well, you can actually do more at the same time as well. So that's why you do see the stats it's a little bit higher for him over here as well. Now, but 2 amazing defenders here being featured as well. Truly, thank you so much to production for actually showcasing this for us. Now, this is not the end of the line yet. This is definitely not the end here. Talent PH, they've made it here to the finals, and they're definitely here to stay. Now, they don't have a choice. They need to win the next remaining games to become the winner and champion for the series and to become the winner and champion here for the Southeast Asia Regionals Championship itself.
It's not just 1, it's 2 games
Yep.
back to back.
Back to back. You cannot lose a single game. So basically with Team Rise winning game number 1 itself, if they win another game, either game number 2 or even number 3 if there is one, basically they're gonna be the win. They're gonna be the winner. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, production has given us thumbs up, and the draft has begun here for Team Talent PH up against Team Rise. This time about Talent PH.
Look at this, the Mimikyu Insta-ban from Talent PH. Dev.
Wait.
How dare you?
They're making a statement. They're making a statement.
This is when you know a team is absolutely tilted by a single Pokemon.
Oh man, Dev, if you're seeing this after you're
He's
done,
gonna see him. He's gonna laugh.
Yeah,
100%. He's sitting in draft. He's gonna see the ban. He's laughing.
Respect
Yes.
over here. And of course, Umbra and Bang Ban on the side of Team Rise, giving the opportunity to Talent PH to begin with their first pick. Now, what will be the opening over here? We've seen Hoopa openings. We've seen Clefable openings. I think the game 1 was Clefable.
Yes.
Yeah, so a Clefable opening. But that was from Team Rise.
And it looks like they're going to get the Buzzwole here for LeBron. So LeBron, happy. This is a great Pokemon for him. He specializes in this. It's also going to discourage Rise from picking that Blastoise if Dev does decide to play that, because of course Mimikyu is now off the table for him. And looks like for Rise, Clefable for Rise and the Glaceon. So 2 Pokemon these players are very comfortable with. Talent PH though, next 2 picks. We've got Dylan and KY highlighted. I'm happy for KY to just go for Hooper again. I think the team does really well with KY on that Hooper, and RBX going for that Crustle. So they got to deny that from Aluna. Huge respect.
Yeah, huge respect right there. I think this is also another way for you to actually deny Pokemon, not through the manning phase. Now, Team Rise.
Is
they
Dev
have
playing with us?
Now, the thing is, quite interesting enough, they might be securing themselves this.
Ooh.
Oh, a weekly tough.
Okay, this is different. So this is Aluna picking the Wigglytuff, and there's a lot of synergy already with this composition. Let's just look at what Talon PH have, and then we can do a breakdown of Rise. Dylan, Pikachu, great. Dylan's played a great Pikachu in the past. I'm totally okay with this. And Synquan is going to go back onto the Venusaur. Is Dev really playing Absol?
No. I think Aluna was also hovering an Absol earlier on as well.
No, it was Dev, but then Aluna picked.
But now, I don't think so.
Lucario. That makes more sense. Okay, so some people are going to be wondering, what is up with this Wigglytuff for Iluna? So, synergistically, Wigglytuff actually works really well with both Glaceon as well as the Alola Ninetales. Now, I'm kind of curious to know what the build is, if it's going to be Sing or Rollout. If it's Sing, you have the special defense reduction that's applied on 2 slept targets. That means Eeyore and Axeq are both going to be doing much more damage than they usually would, meaning that Talon PH, RBX is going to be softened, LeBron's going to be softened, anyone caught in that sleep is going to be softened.
Anyone who's already soft will be even further softened.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough to go into Eeyore and Axeq, and you're also threatening Pokemon with that Sing, because if, for example, Buzzwole decides to jump onto Illuna,
and you get
if you get slept and sung, you're setting up for Eeyore and Axeq to just finish you off.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt really, really bad, knowing that it's going to be a Buzzwole, because being basic and all-rounder, you don't have, you don't really specialize on durability. You're kind of like in the middle, somewhere along that, and that's not going to be good, I would say. But the damage-wise, that, in addition together with Lucario as well, if that's not going to be enough, we also have the Lucario.
All right, let's go Illuna. Now, I do also want to mention that Illuna has played Wigglytuff in the past. This is not the first time this roster has revealed this Pokemon. I believe he actually played some of it at ACL last year. So this is a Pokemon that Illuna is very familiar with. I have to say, very brave to bring it out here in the grand final, but with 1 game advantage, maybe they're thinking like, hey, if we mess up here, we kind of have 1 more game to go. Again, still risky, but I mean, you've got to be confident enough to suddenly pull out a very unorthodox Pokemon.
Yeah, and we also have to give props to them as well, because I believe that they do have a plan at hand, and this is not just some random pickings for them. They know what they're doing here in the finals itself. But first, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the game straight with the draft that they have actually brought in from that drafting phase. The lanes are as follows. Of course, they're going to give it a little bit of space for the Bulbasaur to be in the central area, or the wild Pokemon area, to actually get a little bit levels, to become an Ivysaur, and do a little bit of rotations. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, quite unfortunate, Lucario here getting picked off in the hands of this Buzzwole, bringing in all the action here for Talon PH. Team Rise at the current moment, basically a little bit behind, just a little bit behind, I would say, in terms of points compared to what Team Talon PH has to offer.
Oh, Icy Wind this time on Eeyore, so he's going to be going for a little bit of mobility and that burst damage as well. Going to be synergizing very well with Illuna, but again, we will have to wait until later on to see what he's going to be going for that build. But they do trigger the passive on Eeyore, and they get the latch. LeBron getting a big KO there for the team. Central laner gone for Rise, and it's just a Lucario. There's not really much Dev can do here, unfortunately. They will get a little bit of a push there back onto LeBron, but you've got a Hooper. They're going to be able to reset. This is not the start Rise is looking for.
Oh, that was brutal with that entry coming off of the Buzzwole, trying to also have a little bit of displacement of team members from Team Rise. It's very hard for you to actually commit and actually do any form of saving when it's actually behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, here at top lane, Lucario tries to make an escape as he's getting chased down by the Buzzwole together with the Hooper, but Buzzwole is going to be taking him down here at the central area. A little bit too much to handle, I would say.
It's a lot, actually, because just for Dev, he wants to stack, but if he's getting KO'd for every single stack, it's just not efficient. Although LeBron is alone here, we do have some support coming in.
No.
Hooper, he is there, and will actually stun them up and keep LeBron okay. And actually, Venusaur even going to be revealing himself with the Solar Beam, so that will send them back. Clefable, in the meantime, though, going to be chased and will be taken down by Dylan. Great stuff by that Pikachu, and it looks like it will be the sleep on this Wigglytuff, so the special defense reduction is going to kick in. But yeah, if you're caught in the rock tomb, you don't really have anywhere else to go.
I mean, you did manage to actually reduce or increase the magic damage being dispatched out by your teammates, but if your teammates not able to actually execute any of that as well, then there's no point to it at the same time as well. And you wouldn't want any form of trade-off to actually happen because it's very, very risky.
Oh, XQ! Oh, that was very scary. Luckily, the follow-up wasn't quite there for Talon PH. The Alolan Ninetales very exposed. Got to be so careful of RBX's Rock Tombs. This Crustal has been a massive player for both teams in reality. All right, Eluna, there's another Rock Tomb. That's another setup. This Crustal pick, whoever seems to get the Crustal seems to have a really great day. And it looks like down bottom, free objective here for Talon PH. Ryza up top instead, looking to try and maybe go for Reggie Alecki instead, but having to deal with a Buzzwole. And it looks like Buzzwole actually gets a KO onto that Clefable. Even Ryze is struggling in both lanes, unfortunately. And hold on a minute, interesting build for Eluna. He's gone for Dazzling Gleam and Sing.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be something else right now. Now, Ryze, they're not used to be on the back foot. They were actually at the front in game number 1. This game 2 is going to be a little bit different. Now, can they hold is how what the Talon PH had to endure going up in the previous game. So we'll see how things goes. But at the current moment, with the highest level is 10, level 10 on the Venusaur together with the Buzzwole.
Such big leads.
It's such big leads. Yeah, such big leads. Now, Ryze needs to do a little bit of catching. Once again, now even with, now the Sing is over there, but there's no follow-up coming from team members from Team Ryze. Meanwhile, we're still going over the chase. He's going to be Lucario. But then he got left out by his teammates. He was overcommitted. I believe that there should be a miscomm coming on from Team Ryze.
Might have been trying to push away from his team as well, so they don't go after both of the supports. But we do have a bit of a group up here from Talon PH, maybe looking for a double KO. They can't quite get LeBron. They will finish him off with that Wigglytuff. The Crustal, though, has popped the Unite, is sitting on a ton of shields. But wait a minute, RBX now going to be caught there by XQ. There's Crustal trying to get out with the X-Scissor. Will get just enough distance to get out. And this Clefable trying to heal up with that Moonlight. No more casualties in this battle. But again, Ryze is just not comfortable fighting into Talon PH. Too much crowd control, too many ways for Talon to catch them.
Yeah, a little bit too hard for them to handle at the same time as well. It's been proven from time to time, and they need to figure out fast on how they want to handle what Team Talon PH is bringing to the table over here. If not, they're going to keep snowballing further and further. And we're already halfway through the match here as we're into the 5-minute mark. Reggie Alecki here at the top lane. It does seem that team members of Talon PH is committed, trying to push the Reggie Alecki to the inside, but instead they're pushing it to the bottom, fighting up against these two team members. Instead, it's going to be 3 coming on from Team Ryze, but by the looks of it, they managed to get their hands on this Wigglytuff, but the trade-off, they're going to be losing out here on the Crustle. What's going to be the fall from behind as well?
Oh, the eject!
Oh, low HP from this Buzzwole, but it's backing him down to the behind as well, and securing down. It is going to be a mano trade-off, the Wigglytuff for this Buzzwole.
Yeah, very close matchup there for both of the teams. It could have gone either way, but they do tie it up. But I think that the trade side, I'd say, is pretty good there for Ryze. You'd rather get the Buzzwole. Wigglytuff not as big of a Pokemon as that Buzzwole. A 3-level gap between
it's a
those
3-level gap. Yeah, but actually it was actually the Clefable. It wasn't actually the Duff over there.
They're both the same level.
Yeah, both the same level.
It's a pink Pokemon, so they're both the same.
King, apologies for this. Oh, but the damage output is going to be enough over here. They're going to be getting the Regice, amplifying their healing factors here in the game for Team Talon PH. Currently in the lead, 200-77 at this point on, and we're just 1 minute and 40 seconds away before Rayquaza actually appears here on the central area. And as usual, this is the calm before the storm.
Calm before the storm, and also the EXP distribution between these two teams is pretty interesting. So Ryze is funneling all of their experience into Eeyore, who's level 13, but Talon PH, they are spreading this between both the Venusaur and the Buzzwole. So understanding that both of these teams, they have different late game Pokemon. Yes, XQ is going to want to get that experience as well, but I think at this point of time, Eeyore has been the more reliable attacker for the team. Is able to bounce around in these fights. If he's able to get the burst off and can synergize with Eluna, that actually might be the win condition here for Ryze. But for Talon PH though, they want to brawl. All they have to do is catch Ryze with a Rock Tomb, with a Thunderbolt, heck, even just with the Buzzwole. Any kind of catch, pop those Pokemon, and you should just be good to go in those team fights, because I think if anything, numbers advantage is going to heavily sway in favor of Talon PH if they can just eliminate any of Ryze's Pokemon.
Yep, and you just keep snowballing from there. If you actually got one, then you keep catching another. end of that. As long as you can actually have really good follow-up, especially from the Buzzwole, it will be an amazing clean game coming up from their end here on out. And what we look at on the side of Team Rise, now we have not seen much here coming on from this Lucario at this point into the game as well. Now they will be forced into a point where it has to be a 5v5 engagement at the Rayquaza pit. So basically we're just 10 seconds away for Rayquaza appearing, and we'll see how things will be. And of course on the front lines from side Talent PH is definitely going to be the Scrozzle over here, who's going to be a nuisance. He has the ability not only to screen the team members from Team Rise in certain locations, but at the same time as well screening team members from Team Rise away from each other as well, which could also be potentially be very, very fatal for them. Yeah. Now also we look at this Wigglytuff as well. It's very hard for him to actually make an entry, as you need to be on close range to actually perform Sing, and with the follow-ups coming from Alolan Ninetales together with the Glaceon.
Yeah, and Dev is actually trying to farm up as much experience as possible. Now level 13, is this maybe the time for Rise to engage into Talon PH?
Stuck. Oh man, this is kind of tough. Lucario engaging up. Is this really the play? But they're really low on HP. Tried to commit a little bit.
Luna's isolated. Actually has to go for the Unite as well. Does survive just with the shields, but that's not going to be available anymore. Was ideally hoping to use that for the team. Oh, Rise with one Unite down. This fight has now turned into a very slow waltz. They have to make sure they take the correct steps if they're hoping to get a 2-0. But for Talon needs to go on the defense. Make sure Rayquaza is not an option for Rise, and make sure you cut Rise down, force that game number 3. Can RBX get the Rock Tomb of his life?
Oh man, this will be answered in a few short moments over here. Meanwhile, here comes engagement. Solar Beam not able to connect here, coming off the Venusaur. There's a huge Rock Tomb being shut out here, hitting off on 4 units from Team Rise, going over Chase, taking up out with the Unbound here for the Hoopa, chasing up behind the damage. They managed to get on the Glaceon together with the Wigglytuff, and then we're getting yet another. It's going to be the here at the same time as well, together with the Clefable. That's a 4-man out, making it a 5v1 situation here, siding towards Team Talent PH. Team Rise is in trouble. Now, instead of going to Rayquaza, you know what? We can actually go for scores.
Down bottom? Can they stop it? No, the Wigglytuff. Wait, Iluna's not jumping?
Yep, they're not jumping here.
Okay, so they probably, so I guess at that point they probably just think, all right, guys, game, unfortunately, is dropped. Yep. We are going to a game number 3. But Flava, we've got to talk about what's happened in that late game, because I actually think a number of unfortunate circumstances really kicked Rise in the shins. And one of them was called Rayquaza.
Okay.
Did you see that whirlwind?
Yes, the whirlwind.
That caught Rise and set up for Talent PH. We know which side Rayquaza was on this game.
They paid Rayquaza to become their 6th member here in this game. But I want to highlight this. RBX, please.
No, it's not just RBX. Crustle.
Crustle. Do not. It's insane what a Crustle can do. He did so much. There was a time when he actually caught 4 of the Pokemons from Team Rise, and they were like, you know what, guys, we're stuck. We can't. I really want to commit my eject right now, and they were stuck in one corner in the top right segment. And then after that, one more Rock Tomb, and then they separated like the 4 team members. One was going down, one was going right, and 2 at the top area. Like, that's how much damage a simple Rock Tomb can do to your opponents.
Yeah. So I think what happened with Rise as well is that, just again, looking at the composition here, was hoping to dominate the early game. They saw a couple Pokemon that they were sort of keeping an eye on, right? They were hoping that they would actually be able to beat Dylan in that bottom lane with Axew, and also slow down the progress there for Sync 1, but Dev, horrible lane this game. He could not get stacks off. We saw him get 2 stacks KO'd both times by LeBron. Axew really didn't find any openings to be able to do anything for his team, because they're not running a traditional defender. They're running a Wigglytuff. They didn't have anybody that could properly set up for the team. Also had to be constantly aware of RBX was, and there was also having to dodge Sync 1. The sludge bombs were problematic.
It's problematic. Slows you down. At the same time as well, you have the solar beam in your face. So Iluna was having a tough time. Execution-wise, this is very, very difficult for Team Rise.
I just find it pretty bizarre that Dev decided to go for Lucario rather than Blastoise this game, because yes, I think it would have been a very tough matchup to go up against a Buzzwole. But if you're going to compare a Lucario that's struggling to a Blastoise that's struggling, I think one of them,
One can
the
at least
big-
one can sustain.
one of them that has Hydro Typhoon, it's going to provide utility for the team.
Yes.
Whereas for Lucario, you're kind of hoping that your team can keep your opponents busy, and then you dive into the backlines with extreme speed and just wreak havoc on those backline squishies. And that didn't really happen, right? Because they were always having to deal with this Crustle and this Buzzwole, the two most annoying Pokemon on the side of Talon PH. But congratulations to Talon PH.
Yeah.
Game number 3. It's now almost the end for somebody here. Somebody is getting first seeding. Somebody's getting first place prize pool. The other team
Second
is
seeding, second prize.
seeding, second prize pool, and there's a big difference between first and second place when it comes to prize.
Oh
money.
yeah, that's going to be quite a difference. And of course, they've already secured their slot by being the top 2 here
Sure,
at the
but
Southeast Asia
seeding
Regionals.
is
But of course,
always
seeding's important. Money's important too. Now, of course, it's going to boil down to this game number 3, which is coming up right after this. Now, these are some of the highlights on the things that actually happened in this game number 2 itself. A lot to digest, a lot to process. But I think that Talon PH is very, very happy with what they're being given here for this game. I still think that Team Rise was just struggling on the execution side of things. They have an idea on what they want to do,
But it
how
just didn't pan out.
Yeah, they didn't pan out. It's like, wait, guys, it's not that easy. Like, remember, they have a Crustle, they have the Venusaur, the backhand.
This was basically the end.
Look at that. That was one of the horrible moments over there. And after separating the 3 team members away from one, making an escape to the right side over there, that's it. I mean, like, you're scattered all over the place. Crustle screening you out, followed by the Unbound Hooper.
Here's the thing. I kind of question if Illuna wasn't caught out earlier and actually still had access to his Unite, would his Unite have actually been able to keep their team in play during that fight? Because he had to go for a solo defensive Unite to just give him enough shields to walk out of the first catch from RBX.
It's also tough to say as well because
Yeah. Let's take a look at Eeyore's card here as we do prepare for game number 3. A final match of the evening. Wow!
This
Okay,
guy.
this man is trolling us here.
I'm not sure he's trolling or he's just too humble. His aggressiveness, man, he's an animal lover. So aggressiveness 1, goal defense 2, but combinations, man.
Combination strategy?
5.
Alright, but mental strength 1, I don't believe this.
Mental strength 1. If you were to scold him, man, he is gonna cry.
No, I don't think so. I think if anything, it'll be the opposite. He'll start screaming back at you. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Now, my goal is to qualify for PU ACL 24 finals in Thailand. Done.
Yeah. Favorite Pokemon? I think I could kind of believe this, although, I mean, we've never seen him play it in competitive, but at the same time, Dragapult is a mechanically difficult Pokemon to
Yes,
play
it
right
is.
now. Can be punished. But let's take a look at LeBron's player card to see what the difference is. And this is what I was kind of expecting from
Eeyore, yeah.
So,
Okay, here's the thing. The
the-
team members from Team Rise needs to start copy and paste whatever Team Talent PH is doing for their report card, okay?
we do want to keep in mind that both Eeyore and LeBron, they do play different roles, right?
Yes.
So LeBron is the top lane, Eeyore is the central lane. But yes, I do think the stats, the self scores, that would probably make a little bit more sense here for Eeyore, but if he doesn't want to do that, then that's
okay.
totally fine too. Although I do agree, like 5 stars for 5 points for strategy for Eeyore, because he is the mastermind for this team as far as I understand, from what I've learned anyway when I have spoken to him. But yes, LeBron, I want to be the very best, like no one ever was.
Yeah. Actually, over there. See, he has to be the best in everything. You know, and of course, a little bit of stats on when Eeyore for Team Rise. Eeyore for the Pokemon is going to be the Glaceon, and together with the Dodrio. Now, for Team Rise, they did manage to actually pull up Dodrio once here during the series itself, and on multiple occasions, Glaceon. And not just him, I think a lot of people have been running Glaceons in their draft here in the Southeast Asia segment. One of the hottest pick coming on from most of the teams we're playing here in the competition.
Very consistent mid Pokemon as well, actually. I think very easy to pull off, pretty difficult to punish in that central lane as well because it evolves so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally understandable as to why Eeyore has mastered Glaceon. If you give him that Glaceon, then good luck. You know,
Yes.
you've done that to yourself.
I think we saw him actually utilizing him in this game number 1, where basically Team Talent PH didn't really actually have an answer on how to actually handle him. Nobody was actually doing any form of back cap. But of course, we're looking at LeBron here left for Team Talent PH. Now, of course, different kind of players here. He's actually favoring more, leaning more towards the Blastoise and the Buzzwole.
Yeah, I mean, these are his two best Pokemon. It just, if his Buzzwole isn't available, LeBron's just like, all right, just give me Blastoise. I have to say, LeBron, I don't know if he realizes it, he has been such a consistent player for Talon PH. He is so talented. I'm actually kind of wondering how he would compare with some of the other top laners from the international scene.
Yeah, I think probably he would fare well with them.
Not well. I think he would probably best a lot of them overseas.
Yeah, most definitely he's very well deserving, I would say, in the international scene right here. But we do want to see him excel. Now, I do look forward to see how he fares against the other regions when we go to the ACL finals in Thailand. And that's
against
where
Japan, that would be a really good test of his
Oh,
skill.
yeah, that's for sure.
The Japanese teams have been on fire lately, so we are so close. We're one game away until the Southeast Asia representatives have been chosen, have been seeded, and we've finalized all of our finalists that are going to be flying to Thailand for the finals next month. But we are one game away from actually determining that.
Oh yes, and this one game is going to be deciding which one is between these two teams, and not just teams, and between these two regions, so between these two nations. So we have Team Rise, they're from Indonesia, also from Team Talon PH from the Philippines. It's a battle of pride, Danelie.
National pride.
National pride over here. I'm very sure now, for those of you tuning into the live stream, wherever you may be, do show your support for these two teams. They would need it more at this moment right now. Because
now more than ever.
Now more than ever, most definitely. Because in the next few moments, we're going to be jumping into draft. We're going to be jumping into the game when the draft they bring it on. And after the conclusion of all that, we will get to know who the winner and champion is. Will it be from the Philippines or will it be from Indonesia itself? You let us know on this.
So let's talk about Pokemon, because we do need to go to the draft soon, but there are some Pokemon that kind of need to be addressed at this point of time. Now, let's go to the draft and see what's going to be on the table for bans. But big Pokemon that are going to have to be considered, I think Leb needs to be respected. You can't give Leb his signature Pokemon, and I kind of think Dev needs a somewhat decent matchup as well, because we saw him play Lucario last game. He got demolished in that top lane. He couldn't do anything on Lucario. Now, this is also an issue with Lucario as well as a Pokemon, because this Pokemon does require some kind of resources in the form of stacking. So if he can't stack, you're limiting what Lucario can do. So what is Rise going to do? Do they solidify Dev's pick first? Are they going to prioritize Zoe again? Because Clefable has been his choice of Pokemon for support.
And it's open as well. Since
it is
it's
open. And yes, so Clefable again.
Clefable, yeah, it's the first pick. Still a lot of openings here since they banned the Umbreon. Hoopa is still available in the mix as a support.
Oh,
no, not again.
With the Crystal.
No.
Okay, no. I actually think Rise must have a plan for this. They must have a plan for this Crystal. And the respect pick, getting Eeyore's Glaceon.
Okay.
That's a respect pick right there.
Okay.
And Dev, he
now,
gets the Mimikyu.
We saw this happening. Now, so they have not. This is going to be quite a problem from Team Rise. They need to figure out ways on how to handle this Crustle. And Rise, they got their hands on the Mimikyu.
Yes.
So.
And what is the next two choices going to be here for Talon PH? So KY, Hooper, it's one of his best supports.
Yeah, he can just pick it off here.
And
I mean, like,
LeBron is going to get Blastoise. So the top matchup is going to be Mimikyu and Blastoise, which Dev did all right, actually, in that previous game. So it should be all right. He's got great supports to back him up. And Axeq has gone back thinking, do I want the Pikachu? Do I want the Inteleon? He's flicking between the two. He's not sure. And looks like Eeyore is going to be going back to his signature Pokemon, the one that put him on the map last year for Pokemon Unite, his Dodrio.
Oh wow,
Pikachu.
I still remember him actually running this Dodrio. It was insane.
So that means Inteleon is left in the pool here for Dylan, but does Dylan want to play Inteleon? Because that means if he plays Inteleon, he has to deal with a Pikachu in that bottom lane.
Oh yes. Now this leaves a little bit of room for Team Talon BH to try to find the last one.
They're thinking, is it Inteleon? Is it Ninetales? It's going to be the Ninetales for Dylan.
I think they have really good sets over here. So Initiation's coming on from the Blastoise together with the Crustle. So I guess for setup, you can actually just have Lule Ninetales over there. Yeah, so at least you're not required to actually do any form of sniping since everybody's already in place. You have the Rock Tomb, you have the Blastoise. So yeah, I think it's definitely looking solid from Team Talon PH. Rise
Talon's
also not
team fight's scary, man.
very scary, very scary.
Lots
now,
of AoE, so much catch.
if you make a mistake over here, like if the Mimikyu overextends, basically you have to make a point of entry, right? Dodrio as well. If you manage to catch Mimikyu and Dodrio and set up a really nice team fight, Talent PH should have this in the bag.
Yeah, I actually think so. I really fear sometimes for Rise's team comps because back in the day, they used to actually draft something, not like this on Talent, but they would have a draft that was easier to execute. You know, you had a couple Pokemon where it's like you press a button and they have some kind of AoE crowd control that Eeyore and Axew can capitalize. But you're looking at this composition here, right? This is a very technical comp. Yes, you've got a great supporter in Clefable to keep you topped up, but you have so little room for error running this Mimikyu, this Pikachu, and this Dodrio. If they get caught, they're just gone. You don't have a backup. You don't have a save mechanism. You're not running a Blissey, right? You don't have something like a Bliss Assist that can come in to give you that second life.
I'm also concerned that they have to rely a lot on the Slowbro to do wonders here on the front line.
Magic, yes, to
magic,
perform
like
magic.
legit. Like if Talent PH figures out ways on how to clear out the Slowbro, and that's it, you don't have your frontliner for anything that you want to execute on. So basically, you end up with the Dodrio who can actually do pokings with hope that poking, the damage output is enough to actually go in for a takedown rather than just, giving space for your opponents to actually make any form of escape. So top lane here, very quick one is going to be a Crustle already.
It's actually,
here.
by the way, it's a LeBron Crustle. It's not RBX. RBX is on the Squirtle.
Oh, so they swapped. I mean, as long as it's a menacing Crustle, I guess they don't mind it. Probably.
Interesting choice, to be honest.
Interesting choice.
But I guess they wanted the better matchup for this top lane. But yeah, this is not looking too hot here for Talent PH. Luckily for LeBron, though, he does generate a lot of shield, so it does negate a lot of the damage there from Rise. If they need to, they can potentially reset. But look at this, though. Eeyore coming a little bit too deep, does get stunned, even blinking forward the eject button.
Oh, that was a full commitment over there. Even the Crustle committing with the eject over there. Oh, that's going to be tough. Dodrio gets cleared out here in the early stages of the game, giving opportunities for team members on Talent PH to Crustle to get the Glaceon to actually do a little bit scoring upon Team Rise's goalpost in top lane.
I have to say, that's also respect from Talent PH, right? Because you are investing a lot of resources to guarantee the KO on a Pokemon such as Dodrio. They realize that
it's worth it.
It's worth it, but also it impacts Eeyore, right? Because Eeyore is a very snowbally player. He loves to work on momentum. If he's able to get it, he really runs away with it, quite literally. And look at this. We're getting another punishing play, denying Dev any chance to farm in this top lane. So look at this. LeBron is on fire up here, just constantly scoring.
And I don't think this is something that you would want to allow this Crustle to actually do in the game. And you know how menacing it could be. Meanwhile, we're looking at the top in the middle segment over here. Things are not looking so well. The damage being down. I don't think Slowbro has enough to handle over there. Even with all those shields spanning through his life, is going to go down all the way. It's going to get knocked out here. More opportunities for Team Talent PH to do more scoring here at the bottom late, Dani.
Talent are snowballing themselves. They are on fire. Now, the thing is, Leb did go down in that top lane, but look at this, though. Hyperspace Hole, they bring the whole team. They say, oh, you want our crap? I think we want you this time. They take out Deb. They don't get the Clefable, but I mean, I think they're happy just to get that Mimikyu and just score in that top lane. But by goal zone, more points, more experience. Talent, they're going for the sprint. They're not going for the marathon.
So from top lane to bottom lane to top lane again, Talent PH, somebody stop them right now. And
that's supposed to be Rise.
Yeah, supposed to be Rise. They're the only ones who can actually do it anyways here. But if you see the level gap, at least it's one level up from each Pokemon. Level 9 now on the Glaceon and as well as Dodrio on the side for Team Rise. And they're going to commit here on the Regis. We do this entry coming off from the Clefable, Moonlight, utilize as well, do a little bit of healing. Well, the damage is not able to cover as well. Clefable to get the Dodrio will be taken down as well. And Pikachu, that's going to be a 3-man down. 4-man down coming from Team Rise, leaving Mimikyu to be the only person here is currently at the top lane, surviving this particular engagement at the Regis segment in the bottom lane.
Leb isn't the only one on the team that can play that Blastoise. RBX with the perfect surf connecting onto Rise, and they tried to go for that engagement. Look, Rise are losing this game. 60 points compared to the 247. Now, here's the thing, though, Talon, they can't afford to give away these stray KOs as well. They need to respect Rise because this is a team that gets incredibly hungry when they start to fall behind. So Talon PH, they've got to stabilize. We're actually getting 2 KOs here. So first it was Leb, now it's going to be the Hoop, but KY sent back to base for the next 5 seconds. And now this bottom lane, look at this Rise, they're amping it up. Talon PH, they slowed it down a little bit. Are they going to get punished? Here comes that Crustal. LeBron, he's hungry, but he can't connect onto them.
Yeah, because he's not able to actually get in position to any form of connection over here. And it's together with the Blastoise anyway. So I guess it's a 2v2 situation. They don't have to overcommit anything. Just screen them out, and then they're just good to go and continue on with the wild Pokemon. Now, this gave them a little bit of room to actually clear out Regieleki at the top lane. And Regice appearing as well for their end. Now clearing out this Altera and Swablu family at the top lane. And they are going to be joining this entourage together with Regieleki at the top lane, marching forward.
It's a full push.
It's a full push coming from them. They are committed, but what's going to be the play over here as well? Unites to be utilized here, coming on from the Glaceon as well, together with Hydro Typhoon. But where's the follow-up coming on from the team members of Team Talon BH? They are able to connect here. They managed to get the hands on Clefable, the Dodrio, together with the Mimikyu, living out this slow over here, which is also going to be taken down as well. Living Pikachu to be the only one trying to defend this top lane, even though the body being thrown over here. It's not going to be able to do much over here. Dodrio low in HP at the same time as well. It might just be killed out once again. It is a comeback here, takedown coming on from the side of Team Talon BH. Team Rise, they did manage to get the 3 members from Team Talon BH, but they are trying to pursue even further right now, and they do manage to get the Crustle as well. I do guess this is better rather than not getting anyone at all.
Slow beam?
It's even here. Blastoise tries to make an escape over here. Managed to grab himself with the berry. Now, this is going to be the counter attack coming up from Talon BH, forcing up the eject on the Clefable and making their way away. And Mimikyu gets caught here in the hands of Glaceon.
Oh gosh, this is so chaotic. We're looking at 2-pronged attacks here as now the Dodrio is being chased by a Blastoise and a Hoop. Talon PH are dead set on ending Eeyore's scoring streak in that bottom lane. Is not able to break the goal zone, but he is very wounded and will have to go back to heal up. Talon PH, I think they're realizing that Rise, if they let them go just for a few minutes, Rise are going to come out of the bushes. They will ambush them. They will try to catch up with a few surprise fights. Now, the thing is, LeBron, as great of a player as he is playing Crustal. So as this game goes on, he's going to turn into a utility Pokemon. He is purely there for the X as a disable because he's running Shell Smash.
Yep.
He can actually potentially go for back caps because he's running that Shell Smash. But hang on a minute, though. We do have a Regieleki contestant here. We do bring multiple Pokemon. We do have the Alola Ninetales in position to go for a wonderful Avalanche combo. The Glaceon connecting onto Slowbro. He is healing up though so far, but hang on a minute, Death goes down. Too many Icicle Spears connecting onto that Mimikyu. But where is the rest of the team? Eeyore is actually still on the other side of the map. They're going to give away this Regieleki at the 3-minute mark. Oh, they're going for a score down bottom, but they're actually going to stop them.
No, the Blastoise actually stopped them using the Surf. He actually saw that the Dodrio was actually trying to connect them from behind. So I guess both of them were not able to actually do any form of scoring here from Team Rise. Talon PH, solid defense coming up from the hand. They still have all their goalposts. Meanwhile, Team Rise have already lost the bottom and top. They already lost 2 of them already. And now to add on more salt to the wound, securing the Registeel, amplifying with the buff, the attack on the special attack, getting this Registeel at the bottom lane in the hands of Glaceon.
It's going to come down to this late game here because Rise, they're on the back foot with points, so they are the ones that have to fight into Talon PH to get that Rayquaza. Beautiful play coming in from the Clefable, not getting caught there by RBX's Surf at all, and even scolding him just to scout him out. Level 12 on that Blastoise. We are looking at a big lead so far for Talon PH when it comes to levels, but we have seen what's happened. One misstep, and you can catch up, especially if you catch a core Pokemon at such a high level. Glaceon at 14. This will be a primary target for Rise if they can get the KO. But again, it's going to come down to positioning. And for Rise, they're going to try and flush Talon out. They are poking this Rayquaza. They have this Pikachu, slowly whittling him down, ready to throw the Thunder, and that Thunderbolt if ready. Unites are ready to go as well, and actually we do see a bit of a kerfuffle on the right side of that Rayquaza pit, but the reset is there. Slowbro is in front, Luna tanking for that team, but no commitments yet.
Yeah, of course, continuing here. Dodrio trying to get himself
Triple
in.
trample!
Oh, triple trample! Hitting off on here. They do manage to actually get one up here. He's going to be alone in 90s, but Hydro Typhoon hitting off on 3. Mimikyu getting 2 KO streak as well as he actually gets himself on that Hooper over here, making the 5v3 situation. They're chasing down the Blastoise as well, making it 3 men down from the side of Talent PH. Is this a comeback that Team Rise is actually looking for? They are going on this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, putting on a little bit of trouble is going to be the
Slow
Crustle.
beam on the Glaceon. Glaceon is gone.
Yes, Glaceon, but it gave ample amount of time for this Hooper to actually come back, but then the Crustle is down.
Alola Ninetales coming in from the top. Can you get the snipe in? No! Mimikyu gets the Rayquaza, and now it's now Rise's turn to score their points. They do need 250 points to catch up to Talon PH. They're going to come in as 3 in that bottom lane. They have to break the shields here for Talon PH. They can't afford to let them score here. 259, 359. Talon PH are now behind in points. Another 100 points going in that top lane there. Pikachu scoring. Slowbro scoring. I think this might just be it. Rise with the comeback play. Eeyore with the magical triple trample to set up on Talon PH. How often do you see a 3-man triple trample setup?
Oh, that was beautifully executed over there coming from Irazal. Dodrio making plays and at a very crucial time as well. And that might be the play that will be giving the win here to our Indonesia champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champions here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024 Southeast Asia region with the total score for Team Rise. Look at this big spike, 571 to 366 against Team Talent PH, the Filipino champions.
I can barely breathe after that last
They needed
fight.
they needed to win at that pit, and that is exactly what they did.
All right, so nominations for MVP. I'm just going to say single-handedly because of that last play, Eeyore. Eeyore played a massive role in ensuring Rise had a favorable engage in that last Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, I think that was like, you can't give it to anyone else. After seeing that, he's deserving. He made the win for the team.
There were several things that happened, right? So Eeyore coming in with the triple trample initiation. I also want to give props to Zoe. He did so well protecting Axeq. There were multiple times I saw LeBron trying to gun for Axeq, and Zoe just comes in, follow me, follow me, follow me. And LeBron can't do anything about it because follow me is such an annoying skill because it changes the target, gives Axeq enough distance so that he's able to still help his team in the backlines with the Thunders, the Thunderstorms, the Thunderbolts, all the Thunders. Oh man. And Luna being patient with the slow beam as well. He held it for the entire fight, just waiting for the perfect Pokemon. And he's like, oh, look, there's Sync 1. Done.
Done. My job is done.
My job is done.
Yeah, I got the guy that I wanted. Like, out of all targets, yes, it's definitely a priority over here. Even if you couldn't actually land in on Sync 1, if you manage to get yourself hands on a Dylan, it's actually great enough already. Or even RBX, just to stop him from actually pull off some really nice Hydro Typhoons.
But seriously though, brilliant plays from Talon PH as well. I really feel like in this game, we saw both teams going all out. Talon PH with the aggression onto Rise. It was really, really good.
Look at
they led the game all the way. It just came down to that Rayquaza.
Look at this, Danny. Look at that. In the final stretch time on the 9-minute mark, it went all the way up for Team Rise.
Yep. Pokemon Unite, man.
Yeah, welcome
Pokemon Unite.
Of course, with the conclusion of that match itself, Team Rise has won the series with a score of 2-1 against Team Talent PH. And before we go further into our segment for today, let's have a look here at the highlights for this game number 3 in between Team Rise up against Team Talent PH.
Alrighty, so as we just finish up the day here with these highlights, I mean, brilliant stuff from both teams, but also the composure for Rise, considering that they had a very rough early game. They had to deal with this annoying Crustle. RBX just getting these clutch surfs every single time, just denying those openings at all from Rise in a lot of these fights. know, sometimes, again, just Pokemon Unite, it's that one dance.
It's that one dance.
It's that one dance, that one misstep that can cost you everything.
We call that the final stretch.
The
And there's a
final
reason why we call it the final stretch as well. I do believe that this is actually a slow comeback coming up from Team Rise. They
This
did manage
did
to,
help,
Yeah, this
yes.
did help a little bit. It would have been brutal if they were not able to actually get any form of pickoffs because they were being vandalized heavily here at the top lane after that push together with the Regieleki.
Yeah.
So they needed every bit of takedowns they can actually get their hands on.
I mean, every takedown. I'm actually impressed that they were able to keep up in terms of macro as well. I thought that it was just going to be Talon PH eating up all of the experience on the map, considering that they had most of the map control, to be honest, all of the objectives too. But Rise still just finding time to make sure that they can try to keep as close as they physically could to the level difference of Talon PH. This is still a really scary composition. I feel like if things were a little bit cleaner, this was the setup.
Yep, this was actually the setup. So look at the position. I remember this as a hitting tree. Now look at this Dodrio. He's actually in position inside the bushes, and they couldn't tell exactly where this actually was. Now the triple trample will be coming in.
It was already
it was already. So it was like insane. All that effort. I think they must have been shocked.
Very shocked.
Very shocked. I mean, like all that happened in a split of a second.
In disbelief, if anything, right? To come out of nowhere to have a triple trample connect onto 3 Pokemon. That's very rare. It's a very small hitbox.
And usually these things don't usually happen in professional competitive scene because
No.
you would not want this to actually happen at all. So usually we all spread out knowing that such things could actually happen potentially because of a Dodrio from the opponent side. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be showing you some of the main highlights from that recent series we have just concluded in the finals itself. It's going to be, once again, drawing with Danelie.
Yeah, just gonna make sure this works because
It does.
I mess this up all the time. All right, so we're gonna watch this in slow motion because a lot happened in this fight. So we're gonna start off with LeBron. All right, Flava, let's walk everybody through. So this was the moment that we all saw that opportunity, and it was actually because of KYY. He wanted to go for the reset for Blastoise, and the team was just gonna group up. They were just gonna reset. It was gonna be A-OK. But Eeyore, once he saw that, he knew the team was gonna group up. So he thought this was the perfect opportunity to turn around and go for that triple
You
trample.
will be in a straight line.
Yeah, you will be in the straight line. And look at this.
Look at the timer.
The timing was perfect. Absolute timing. And I want to remind people as well, if you get knocked up whilst the hyperspace hole activates,
Yes,
you don't go
through.
through.
Yeah, you don't go through. Yeah, that's how it works.
So the timing by Eeyore was absolutely precise, opening the door for Dev to come in instantly onto KY. RBX is like, what the heck is happening? And Sync
I thought
One-
I saved you guys. If you look at the timer, it's like, wait, it's already there. They should be teleported. No, because they're actually knocked out by the triple trample.
Yeah, and LeBron is actually up towards the northern side of that Rayquaza pit, so he's actually not there to support the team at all. So all of a sudden, Talon PH has to go. They've lost one of their attackers too, meaning that it's going to be up to Sync 1 to do almost all the damage for the team going into this late game. So let's just continue to watch this in slow motion here. So we do get the Blastoise out because we get a Hydro Typhoon later on. LeBron, he's trying to find his target. Glaceon is actually scared to go into that fight and actually goes for the Glacial stage on the other side of the wall. But because of that, is not there at all for the Slowbro and the Clefable that was in the Hydro Typhoon. Now, Dev was the target there for the Glaceon, but without anyone to keep him in place, he just walks on out of there. And did you see that play there coming in from LeBron? He was trying to chase Axew around the bush, but Zoe used the follow me to create enough space for Axew to change target and actually just continue to provide DPS for the team. I don't think Axew actually goes down at all in this fight, meaning he's free to do whatever he wants. Shortly after this, we're going to be seeing everybody else go down for Talon PH, and the fight just ends, right? Axew free to do as he pleases. LeBron can't catch anybody because he's all alone.
Yeah,
Glaceon.
Glaceon is actually at the back. He's actually at the bottom side.
Well, we're about to see Aluna just go for the slow beam as well, right? So you see that slow beam. LeBron's like, oh gosh, things are just not going well.
Oh wait, it's coming. The moment you look at this, Slowbro has his eyes on this Glaceon.
And the thunderstorm as well, just to get the damage in, because even if he X-Scissor, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The thunderstorm would have picked off Sync 1 regardless.
Look at the damage from
LeBron,
that thunder. Oh man.
Yep. The damage from Pikachu enough to cut down LeBron. And I think this was basically it, right? Along the Ninetales comes in later on. I don't know if the clip is going to go that long enough, but there's just too much damage from Rise that Ninetales can't go for the steal. And the clip is over. So Rise get the Rayquaza. Game is over. Rise did it. They came back from probably one of the most difficult games we've seen in that in all of ACL 2024. But congratulations to them because they worked really hard for that win. But also, congratulations to Talent PH because they will be our second place team for the Southeast Asia playoffs, meaning that they're going to be the second seeded team going to Thailand next month for the offline finals. So again, congratulations to Talent PH. Yes, they might not have gotten first place, but they already have guaranteed their ticket to finals. Congratulations to RBX, Sync1, Dylan, KY, and LeBron. Super excited to see these guys play against the teams from the other regions because firstly, they're only playing against Southeast Asia.
Yes.
East Asia, we've got Thailand's champion, India's champions coming in.
Oh, man.
It's going to be so good.
Oh, this is going to be insane. We're going to be featuring some of the best of the best of the best of what each region has to offer itself, and look forward to see all your favorite teams competing in the finals itself. All are going to be flying over to Thailand to compete, and of course, at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. And of course, let's have a look. Now, we're going to be having a special interview here together with team member from Team Talent.
With everyone from Talent.
Oh,
What's
the whole
up,
gang's here.
guys?
Hey!
How are you doing?
Hi. Hello, guys. Hi, Danny. Nice to
Hi,
meet you again.
Bernie. All right, so Bernie's the manager of the team, in case you're wondering. Is not the player, but he is the king of the house. So. All right, so I got a question for you guys. Firstly, you are guaranteed a ticket to Thailand. How are you feeling?
Sawadee. Of course, we're very happy, and all of the hard work from the past few weeks during the training, it paid off. And yeah, we're looking forward to get our right spot on Thailand to be the champion, to be the first.
Ooh,
wow.
Straight champions. I love the confidence.
Now, you did mention about the amount of effort you guys put, the amount of training, guys. If you to put into simply, right, how much of an effort have you guys placed into preparing yourselves for the regionals right here?
Oh, there's a lot of sleepless night. We have to prepare, especially for we don't wanna look down at every teams in each teams here in Southeast Asia. So we after we practice, we study their games, and that's it.
All right, so for all the teams competing at Thailand, who are you most excited to play against? Because, of course, you've already played against the Southeast Asian teams. I want to hear from the other regions. Is there anyone that you really are looking forward to playing?
Well, to be honest, we already play with them. We scream them a lot, during our practice. So we know each other very well when we are inside the Thea Sky Ruins. But we are really looking forward to meeting them again. Well, this time in person.
Any specific teams that you have in mind that you do want to take out there in the finals itself?
Yeah, we don't wanna pick one. Yeah, we already met them a lot in the battle arena. So, who do you think really?
We already beat MYS, so we're happy.
Oh, look at that.
All right, so I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite matchup playing in the Southeast Asian the playoffs? But also, in case there's another favorite one that you had during the group stage, what was your favorite game and who was it against?
MYS. Oh my
MYS?
God. Yeah.
All right, so walk us through the Game 3 from MYS. I kind of want to hear what sort of happened in Game 3 for you guys.
Actually, the Game 3, we really, fired up. Because during the Game 2, that one point, we thought we are already lost. We are already preparing ourselves for the third place. But here we are.
Alrighty, and you have anything you want to ask, Flava?
No, I'm good. I'm just happy to see you guys looking all cheerful. Congratulations for actually making it to the finals itself, and we look forward to see you in Thailand.
Us to see you in Thailand.
Oh, wait, one more thing, okay?
Oh, one more.
Final words to your Filipino fans. I know you guys have a lot of them across
For sure,
our streams.
yeah. I mean, Filipino team, they're very hype, right?
Shout out to my friends and to my family. I hope you're doing well there. And Let's drink. Oh, ano naman. And shout out to my girlfriend, Bless Aldivia. I love you.
Oh, so sweet.
All right.
And to supported us, message us when we, went to the final round. There's a lot of people who already congratulate us. We really appreciate it. It's just that our emotions is just so high, but we will thank you one by one later. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Talon.
Thank you.
Enjoy the victory, and we're going to see you in Thailand real soon. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a great bunch of people over there. Now, of course, it does explain a lot why they're very happy, because from their looks, they were like, hey, we beat MYS.
Well, I think everyone is wanting to beat MYS because, for MYS's credit, on social media, I saw a lot of the East Asia teams looking forward to playing against MYS. So, of course, they do have a reputation in Southeast Asia. But I think now we have another team that's going to have a pretty big reputation. And that team in particular is Rise from Indonesia, the champions for the Southeast Asia region. And this is actually pretty surprising because they were also the Southeast Asia champions last year before they qualified for the offline finals for 2023.
And of course, they have the reputation to hold over here. And of course, we want to showcase to you guys the whole listing over here. Now, this is the updated bracket after the conclusion of that finals match itself. Now, it has been a very, very long day. Now, looking at Team Rise, they are our champions for winning 2-1 in the best of 3 series against Team Talent PH. They began their journey today at the second round of the second round stage itself, as they actually placed second in their group stage segment. Same goes to Talent PH as well, but they can only be one winner, and it still happens to be Team Rise from Indonesia. And of course, these are also the placements for all the other teams within the bracket itself and their journeys so far here at the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024 Southeast Asia region.
Yeah. Now, even though only 3 of the teams today were able to qualify for Thailand, I also want to say a big thank you and to congratulate all these teams for making it this far in the competition, to even qualify for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024. If any of them are watching the broadcast, I just want to let you all know you did a fantastic job. I hope to see you guys next year. I hope to see you all competing at the World Championships. Every opportunity is going to make you better. Every time you get knocked down, you're going to go up 2, 3, 4 steps. So regardless, some people need to learn a few hard lessons to be able to grow as teams and as players. But congratulations to our top 3 teams for the Southeast Asia League. Rise in first place with Eeyore, Dev, Zoe, AxQ, and Eluna.
And of course, we have Team Talent BH, our second place in the first runner-up. We have RBX, Sync 1, we have Dylan, KY, as well as Lab. And not to forget, our third placement, our second runner-ups, Team MYS, with comprised of Yang, Ice, HT, Yemu, and Night New Foxy.
Yeah. Now, even though the teams come in third place, I do think this might actually fire Team MYS up, especially going into the finals, because they're going to have a lot to prove. A lot that they want to prove to say that, hey, us coming third place in the Southeast Asia League means nothing. We are a formidable team to play up against. And to be fair, they do have the mechanical skill and the reputation to boot. So really excited to see these teams all play offline on LAN. They're all going to get the exact same ping. That's the thing I'm most excited about. Everyone playing on the exact same ping, same network, no latency differences. Which region is the best this year?
Yeah, and this is going to be a level playing field for everyone, meaning that everybody is able to actually play at their level best for the purpose of competition. And that is the beauty of an offline event, Danny.
Yes.
And we do wish all the best, not only to the 3 teams who have passed here from the Southeast Asia region, as well as to other regions as well, for Thailand, India, East and together with East Asia.
Yeah, so the countries I believe that have all qualified, we have 2 Japanese teams from East Asia, 1 Korean representative, Thailand has their representative, and of course India will have their representative as well. So it's going to be a really exciting one. And if anyone is wondering, okay, when are the finals? Because I keep saying it's next month. Yes, it is going to be next month. It's going to be in February. It is 2-3 weeks away. We get a 2-week break.
Yes, we do get this too.
Yeah, so it's going to be 3 weeks away. I believe the dates for it is February 16 until 18. So mark those dates down because that's going to be the final for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all that. We're going to be seeing some familiar faces over there, some new faces at the same time as well. And we will see who we crown the best of the best from the respective region. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our champions here for today for the Southeast Asia region, Simon. We have Eeyore, Def, Zoe, EXQ, as well as Luna. Congratulations to them for winning over their opponents 2-1 in that best of 3 series in the finals. And they will be, as mentioned before by Danelie, they'll be seated first in the upcoming, for representing Southeast Asia in the upcoming ACL finals.
Yes, and now we're going to be blessed by the presence of King Eeyore himself after winning that matchup. Congratulations, Eeyore! How you feel? Oh my gosh, you have both of your Pokemon with you.
Oh wow, okay.
The plushy buff.
Like, while drafting, they must be like, okay, I want this.
Okay, so firstly, got to ask you, how are you feeling, Eeyore? First place again for Southeast Asia. This is not the first time you got first place.
Yeah, obviously we're very happy with our results. We came to this playoff week with the goal of reaching at least top 3 and solidifying our spot in the ACL finals. And yeah, we prepped very hard for it, and we managed to beat Onyx in the semifinals. And we kind of have a small preparation to fight Team MYS. But then we were very shocked when we saw that Talon was managed to beat them in the other semifinals. And yeah, I mean, it's not a very big shock. We know that Talon, Onyx, and MYS are all very strong team. But yeah, we managed to secure our top 3, and we tried. We had some last minute preparation for Talon, and it was a very close match. So also GG's to all of my friends from Talon PH team. And yeah, everyone in Rise is so happy about this result.
All right, so you're going to walk us through what happened in game number 3, because things looked pretty scary for you guys in game number 3.
It was not looking good.
So walk us through from draft, from start to finish. I want to hear your thoughts, what happened in that game, and of course, what happened in the Ray fight.
Okay, so game 3, obviously we feel like it will be a better game compared to game 2 because we have the first pick advantage. We have the possibility to ban Buzzwole, right? We saw what happened when LeBron gets his Buzzwole in game 2, so never again, hopefully. Yeah, but even with the slightly different draft compared to game 1, for example, Singwon took my Glaceon, so I had to choose Dodrio. We felt like the game should be going quite okay, but disaster happened in the top lane at minute 9 again. I died, so it was my fault, of course. So from the get-go, we had to climb our way back from behind, right? We had to look for opportunities to come back. But Talon kept their lead very, very well. It was really hard for us to be able to come back. We kept looking for team fights, but they kept defending well and kept winning those fights. Yeah, until the end. We kept on looking for opportunities on how to come back. We know that we need to kill them, and we cannot just start doing Rayquaza because they will wipe us. And at one opportunity, we saw the Hoopa portal to reset them, and we actually prepped this from loading screen. I told them that if this Hoopa tries to portal recklessly, I will cancel it with my Unite.
The timing was perfect, by the way. That was perfect. Sorry,
we saw it.
Yeah, so that was what happened. We kept on. We got like 2 kills with no return, and the other guys kept on continue fighting. But we also know that the timer is running out. We need to do Rayquaza, and Iluna also still had his Slowbro Unite. So even when we start Rayquaza, we know that when Glaceon comes to the middle, we'll be able to just kill the Glaceon and then continue Rayquaza, and it just happened like that. From that point on, it's only natural for us. We already know what to do. We've been here many times before, so yeah, we managed to come back from, I think, 250 points deficit, and we managed to win game 3.
Off of one of probably the most technically skilled plays in the game. Congratulations, Eeyore. You've mastered Dodrio. If anything, you've earned your masters in that Pokemon.
Actually, I think I want to give a shout out to Yemu, because that's what he did to us last week, right? So yeah, I just got inspired that, Hoopa portals is cancelable and you really need to practice for it. And if you practice for it, it might be a really big payoff in the end. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so shout out to Yemu. Now, Io, we are going to let you go in just a second, but do you have anything you want to say to your English fans? Because I know you just had a quick interview with the Indonesian team. Anything you want to say before you go?
Yeah, obviously, thank you everyone. Thank you to all of my international friends who help us practice, who also support us. Yeah, we're very lucky to have all of the support and prayers from all of our friends. Please keep supporting us because our journey does not end here. We will be participating in the ACL finals in Bangkok, and we won't settle for only fourth this time. We will aim for first place in ACL finals and be the champion of Asia.
All right, thank you so much, Io, for the interview. You can go celebrate with your team now as you have qualified for Thailand, and we'll be seeing you at those finals.
All right, bye.
All right, bye. Gotta make sure they're facing the right way.
He just needed to make sure. But wow, that was quite an interesting one itself. And I believe that he did manage to put it into practice. He managed to put it into action. I mean, he was inspired by it. But execution is not easy. If you miss the timing.
It was perfect.
It was perfect.
It was picture perfect.
If he missed the timing, then it would have landed back and they would have been reset back anyways. So,
yeah. All right, so speaking of those finals, we are going to give you all some more information on what's going to be happening for those offline finals. So we have a special rule in place just for the grand finals of the offline finals. So what's going to happen is we are not going to go for a standard draft style for Pokemon Unite.
Oh, no, we're
Round
not.
number 1 is going to be as per normal. Teams are going to be drafting their usual lineup of Pokemon. Game number 2 is when things start to get a little bit tricky. All the Pokemon that you play in game number 1 will all not be allowed to be chosen again from game 2 onwards. And yes, the draft from game 2, if there's a game number 3, is also going to be banned, meaning all teams will have to play unique Pokemon for the grand finals in Thailand. Now, I know there's going to be questions here, but Danny, what happens if Pikachu is played by my team? Can the opponent pick Pikachu for game number 2? Yes. Your bans of Pokemon do not influence your opponents. The Pokemon will only be banned for your team alone if you've played it.
And of course, this applies the same to your opponent as well. Whatever Pokemons that they have picked for that game number 1 will not be allowed to be picked by them for game number 2. Now, of course, a little bit information in regards to the ban. Now, the ban does not apply for the next game itself, meaning that you have a fresh new ban for your game number 2 and as well as game number 3. Now, this new ban for these Pokemons for game number 2 and game number 3 only applies to the Pokemons that you have utilized in your previous games. So for game number 3, all the Pokemons that you've picked for game number 1 and 2 will be banned in addition to the bans during the banning phase.
Yes. Now, EX Pokemon will also still be banned, so players will have to play all non-EX Pokemon. Now, the good news is that it is going to be 3 weeks away, meaning that Gyarados should be playable for Thailand. That's assuming we don't run into any issues. But Gyarados should technically be okay. So that's it for the final specific rule. It's only the grand finals in Thailand. Now, let's introduce the venue for the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals in 2024. It's going to be in True Icon Hall, Icon Siam in Bangkok. The dates are exactly 17th and 18th of February. We are going to be starting at 10 a.m. sharp. This is GMT +7. This is Thailand time. So if you are from a different region, just find the clock for Thailand. Done.
And then you're good to go.
Yep.
And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a true amazing experience to all the participants here heading off to the Pokemon Unite ACL Finals itself. Congratulations once again to all the teams competing. And of course, it is definitely going to be a great experience as we're also going to be joined by people who will be there present to actually witness the event offline for those who are going to be in Thailand.
It's going to be super excited. I can't wait for the finals, but we are going to give the players some time to research, to practice, to scrim, to get ready, do whatever they need to do. And of course, try and get your passports ready as well, because they do have to fly. But that's going to be it for us, Flava. Any final words? It's been a wonderful casting with you for the past couple weeks.
Now, of course, we would like to take this opportunity to say thanks so much to all the viewers out there who've been supporting all our amazing teams competing from the group stage, day number 1 as well as day number 2. Of course, coming in here to the main bracket itself, it has truly been an honor to be here to become your commentators together with Leonard, Yololee, who is not together with us here during our final segments, but it is truly an honor to be together with you guys. We do hope to see you guys very, very soon at the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024 finals itself. Be sure to continue supporting your favorite teams.
And if you want to support them, send them some kind messages. Just tell them congratulations, looking forward to seeing you play. Those kind messages really do motivate and support the players.
Yes,
and sometimes they actually play better when they do get those kind messages.
I mean,
so send them some love.
I mean, they really want this love because, of course, it's kind of tough because there's also other teams who I see receive love from others, and surely your own nation needs your love as well.
Absolutely. So make sure you support your favorite teams. But once again, thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast. We will be seeing you at the finals. But until then, have a wonderful week, trainers, and good luck in all of your Pokemon Unite matches.
I was quite surprised.
That's pretty long.
Sees it all right into the T-Tar. He's got from in the middle. He's not trying to make an escape. And a huge Hydro Typhoon over here. What's going to be the follow-up as well? Oh, that's going to be huge as Leafeon is going to be traded off together with the Clefable from side of Team Loading. And multiple team members from Team Get Together as well. Things are not looking forward as they lose some of the main cores from Team Get Together, leaving out only Pikachu.
I can't believe it!
Chasing out from behind, they are going to be able to get
It's a team wipe!
Oh no, they're going to be losing the Brown as well. It's a full team wipe coming from Side Secret Diamond. This is going to be the comeback they're looking for here at the second series of the day. Team Secret Rare, the Filipinos are doing it.
Team by the time though.
Okay, so here's the thing. We've still got Unites across the board. Hyperspace Hole. Sorry, the Rings Unbound going to be used there by KY. So they want to force that fight in. Hopefully the Inteleon comes back in. But without the Unites, there was only a Unite available on the Urshifu that's already been used. Clefable is gone. There's no sustain for the team. And Blastoise is gone as well. 3 left on the side of Loading. Can they redeem themselves? Dodrio, Urshifu, and Mew. Some really strong attackers. We've got some basic attacks. The charge up, the damage reduction, not enough for Blue Sky. So
low in HP as well, but it does seem that Glaceon's going to try to actually go for Elvis scoring. Now it's going to be a huge 100 points here in the pace by Team Rise. Secret Rare Diamond that puts them at the front. Now Secret Rare Diamond has to be the ones killing out on this Rayquaza. What is going to be the outcome? Who's going to get us in? It is going to be the...
No, he got it in head of Team Rise!
Team Rise actually gets him. Alola Ninetales gets the last hit in on that Rayquaza.
Coming in, Slowbro's here as well. They do get the Rock Tomb up, the Icicle Shards connecting onto Blastoise. MYS focusing on trying to get this Rayquaza, but who's going to get the last hit? It's going to be MYS! But hang on a minute though, they're not in the clear. Can they break those shields? They
Talent PH could have had the opportunity to snipe up that thing, but... Oh, but
Talent won by
Talent
1 point?
No way, it wasn't enough!
No way!
No!
Connect on anybody. The Rock Tomb was fantastic. The Thunderstorm come in.
3-man start. Oh, that Thunderbolt is juicy.
Where's the umbrella, ladies and gentlemen?
Okay, I thought
Everyone needed an umbrella.
I thought umbrella.
The reinforcer come to the mix now, but there's just too much nuking damage for them to sustain. They needed to bring an umbrella into this fight because let's be honest, they are constantly raining all over their parade.
Ready with the heals, but 3-man Rock Tomb in. Instead of going straight for the Hydro Typhoon, goes for a 3-man Surf. Look at this! To Axew though coming in, finding an opening for him to go for the Thunderstorm and the Thunder backline damage to Pokemon KO'd on Onyx. I think this is a turnaround for Pokemon Down.
I can't believe it.
Have broken through Onyx's defense.
From top side, Rapid Spin be used by the Blastoise tries to get up, but big send home here by the Hooper and gonna be coming back fresh over here, so gotta be really, really careful. Or Spirit shoot down right here, but not be able to clear at anyone. But you're gonna chase hitting off on, of course, the Unbound here by the Hooper. Meanwhile, Blastoise
so many times
on the Glaceon here, so we was not able to actually connect to anyone at this current moment. Slowbro managed to juke out to the left. Meanwhile, all this chasing, hitting off on the Slowbro here by 3 of the Pokemons coming up from side of Team Onyx.
That's such a crazy Rock Tomb.
Unfortunately, they actually lose out with Slowbro a little bit more coming up from the Blastoise, but it's gonna get punished here. The hands of the Umbreon. It's gonna be the only one left standing here in Team Onyx here at the central area. Meanwhile, Glaceon has appeared back from the Pokemon Center. Is gonna be returning back here to the central area to do a little bit of divine punishments on the team members, Team MYS. But will it be enough?
Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia, Singapore, rejoice! as Team MYS brings it back and secure the final spot to Thailand.
At a potential flank here, AXQ sitting towards the southern side of that map there. Eluna is at half health. Oh, that solar beam getting rid of that crystal. They will also just go for the reset there onto RBX, and now it's go time here for Talent PH. They're going to flush out Rise, start attacking that Rayquaza. It's time to go, and Eeyore is going to be throwing in all those icicle spears, but all it took was a slow beam. Leafeon though, Emerald Step doesn't even finish its animation, and Rise have fallen with 3 Pokemon. We're down to Crustle as well as Deb. Can this Mimikyu make for some magic happen? That might actually be the case. They do get the telekinesis, but Deb, this Mimikyu is on a rampage! No commitments yet.
Yeah, of course, but you're going to do Dodrio trying to get himself in. Oh, trouble! Hitting up on here. They do manage to actually get one of here. It's going to be alone in Nexus, but Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 3. Mimikyu getting 2 KO streak as well as he actually gets himself on that Hooper over here, making the 5v3 situation. They're chasing down the Blastoise as well, making it 3 men down from the side of Talent PH. Is this a comeback that Team Rise is actually looking for? They are going on this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, putting on a little bit of trouble is going to be the
slow beam on the Glaceon. Glaceon is gone.
Yes, Glaceon off, but it gave ample amount of time for this Hooper to actually come back, but then to be giving the win here to our Indonesia champions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champions here for the Pokemon Unite Asia Championship League 2024 Southeast Asia region with the total score for Team Rise. Look at this big spike, 571 to 366 against Team Talent PH, the Filipino.